Life is in full swing on a single continent. The largest part of it is ruled by an empire whose power rests on four pillars. The first pillar of the worthy clan was founded by a golden lion who is skilled in fencing and martial arts. His name is the Great Lions. The second pillar is a force whose origins lie in the devotion and holiness of people who worship gods across the continent. Its name is the Protestant Alliance. The third pillar is people who are informers and protect the imperial family from threats. Its name is the Inspection Bureau. And the fourth main pillar is a force that has been representing the arena and ruling the world of magic for over 1,000 years, called the Wizards of the Tower. The family of the protagonist, Elric Megrenber, was a prestigious wizarding dynasty that ruled the Wizarding Tower and the world of magic, the Merbinger dynasty. 30 years ago, when the fight against demons broke out, it was his family that made victory possible. But the vast majority of his family members fell victim when he was barely 8 years old. Elric's father and mother, who was a teacher of magic, passed away as a result of the fighting. Only Elric and his older sister survived. All the families of the vassals of the former servants of the dynasty betrayed them. The boy swore an oath to become the greatest wizard and restore his family's glory. It's a great plan, but the young man has become a laughingstock that will drag the family down. Cursed with a disorder that blocked mana in his body, the young man spent his life trying to overcome it, but in vain. Because of this curse, he became an outcast in the magical world. But the gods heard the prayers for help. But it is rightly said that you should be afraid of your own desires because you never know what they will do to you. The young heir was lucky enough to encounter a dragon's nest, which was his only chance to cure his illness and make his dream come true. Suddenly, everything was filled with red flames and thunderous roars accompanying the appearance of a horned shadow on the dragon. Elric was ready to believe he was dead. The dragon's nest hid a special secret in the form of an ancient demon that was waiting for its time. And finally, the one who found it appeared. The aristocratic demon informs us that it was the young heir to the Merbinger dynasty who broke the seal that controlled him and limited his freedom. The demon calls the young man his lord and urges him to become one, promising to conquer the world. The Infernal's emotions suggest that the boy has no choice. The young aristocrat was expecting anything, but this was not part of his plans. In a mute stupor, the young man waits for the Matrix to make another move. It can't get any worse. The demon inhabits Elric's body without waiting for consent. If the poor man had known that the search for the nest would turn into a contract with the demon, he would never have done it. But he and Elric Merbinger, a descendant of the famous commander, do not give up and take fate into their own hands. Having awakened the desired power in himself, he will be the one who will subdue the demon and the one whom the Prince of Darkness will devour. The disease that ruined the boy's life is called blocking disorder. This rare anomaly blocks the use of mana by the body. It is a real disability. The specialists at the Royal Magic Hospital are powerless. There is no cure. Elric, even with his great potential, cannot manifest it. This becomes another blow for him, killing all hopes for a happy future. The young man realizes that he has no chance. Location: Usedon Academy. Immersed in thoughts about the diagnosis, Elric is distracted from a conversation with his older sister through a magical layer. The sister is sincerely interested in whether there is any hope for healing and offers financial assistance if that is the case. But Elric assures her that everything is fine. When the sister starts a tirade about family ties, the young man cuts her off as if friends are calling. He is unable to tell her that he will not be able to return home. At the academy, students complain about the exam results and Barak's honesty. Some do not understand why he has never been late, and yet he gets a failing grade. The students say that Merbinger's grades are stable, adding that stability is his credo. It seems that at least here the unfortunate guy is doing well. One young man jokes that his friend has the same failure. The friend comments that at least he passed, which implies that Elric failed his exams again. Until the last moment of waiting for a miracle, it becomes clear that only the theory was passed perfectly. The rest is a fail. As a result, another failure and another reason to become a target of bullies. This was his fourth failed exam. According to the rules of the academy, the fourth failure is a guaranteed expulsion, and he will never win the family any fame. The unfortunate man recalls how he worked up a sweat to stay here, doing everything possible and impossible to improve his situation. As a result, the young man became well-versed in the academy's educational system and understood everything on the fly. He passed his theoretical exams with flying colors, but in vain. Elric never wanted to admit that he thought of himself as special. The young man realizes that he was not only smart, but also had a useful ability. Merbinger was distinguished by his ability to see and understand mana better than anyone else. Knowing the theory and seeing mana is a blue dream. But there is one big caveat. The wizard's memories are full of failed classes. He tries his best to summon a circle using air mana. It doesn't matter what strength he has if he is not capable of even the simplest things. Many people don't understand what such an adult is doing among freshmen. Seeing that the young man has problems with magic, One of his teachers seriously suggests that he choose the career path of a scientist. The man promises to put in a good word for Elric. The student realizes that the only path available to him is that of an ordinary scientist, and that he cannot revive his family and restore its glory. With genuine sadness and pain in his eyes, the young man mentally addresses his glorious ancestors. Looking up at the monument, the young man remembers his grandfather. His grandfather is none other than the hero of a great demonic battle, and it is a real shame for the young man to be a white spot on the family coat of arms. In his mind, Elric returns to the dragon's nest where he was possessed by a demon. It is ironic that the grandson of the winner of the demon war became the demon's contractor. As it turned out, the last male representative of the magical family has extremely strong star magic. Ustan Merbinger, the famous victor of the demonic Herods, and the first director of the Magic Academy, was its founder. It was Elric's famous ancestor who founded the most prestigious magical academy in the country, and therefore expulsion would be the final loss of the family's image. The students are gossiping again about how a person like the talentless Elric can be the grandson of the first principal. They don't really care that the boy can hear them. One of the students tries to hurt Elric again, calling the young man a disgrace to the entire Merbinger dynasty. This the young man can somehow endure. The rhetorical question of how quickly the royal wizarding family would fall was the last straw in Elric's patience. The gossipers were about to leave, thinking that the guy would just stand there swallowing the insult. But not in this case. They were getting on his nerves. The ignorant people turned out to be second-year students, as the young man had guessed. The young people did not expect resistance from Merbinger and became nervous. Elric asks if they know an associate professor named Sean, and adds that they are close friends and steps forward to the students. Elric, who is seriously angry, asks the young people what their names are, looking at the sophomores with cold eyes and smiling like a real demon. The guy confidently stepped forward. The blonde threatened that, knowing Sean's terrible character, he would not calmly watch the fight. The green-eyed man didn't even lift a finger. But the bullies, frightened of the confident student, hurried away, finally sending the young man to the devil. The young man, pleased with himself, did not show any signs of looking after the fugitives, but after looking at the monument to his grandfather again, he calmed down. Everything could have been different if at least some father or grandfather had been here, but this is not the time to give in and whine, even though anger at the disease burns in your soul. The wizard cannot give up and is looking for any information about his own illness by studying scientific literature. But again, nothing is known. The only heir to a magical family is puzzled and outraged that the topic of blocking disorder is never raised in an academic report. The monotonous silence of quietly reading a book was interrupted by a sharp noise from someone aggressively rushing towards Elric and then getting punched. Even the students who were sitting away from the whole scene were scared because it's not every day that you see something like this. The poor people were just shocked by this development. The poor man was crippled with pain and fright. The indignation was stronger than the pain, and the young aristocrat shouted at the attacker, red in the face. A word about the wolf. The flogging came from the previously mentioned associate professor Sean Naristar. The associate professor is angry that his name is being mentioned again. The young man sarcastically calls Sean the favorite of the people and comrades. Outraged, Sean curses because the blonde man threatens the younger students with his name again. Merbinger tries to make amends and treat his friend to a meal later, asking him to fix it. The red-haired assistant professor is angry but takes up the treatment. Sean Naristar is a member of one of the 6 noble families that have ruled since the abdication of the Merbingers. He graduated from the academy as an external student and became an assistant professor. The intellectual is looking for something in his bag, and it is something very important, and for this reason he came to the talks with Elric. Although the paths of the 2 young men were completely different, Naristar was always on Elric's side and they became good friends. The associate professor is puzzled by his friend's relaxed, smiling face and is somewhat annoyed. He does not understand why the blonde is happy. In the end, Sean calmly puts very important documents on the table in front of Elric, the discussion of which is the main reason for the meeting between the 2 old friends. The younger of the 2 friends notices the pile of papers and reads that it is about a diamond dragon and the search for a nest, and asks why he needs it. Sean explains that this is an ancient species of dragon that has been discovered recently, and a dragon's nest has also been found. The man wants to join the expedition. The green-eyed man jumped up and down from such a vivid impression of the ancient dragon species discovered by scientists. He does not believe that this is possible at all. The whole world believes that dragons are extinct, but a scientific paper claims that a nest was found that is the source of all world magic. The associate professor smiles defiantly, explaining that if Elric manages to find the nest, he will not be expelled for this merit, and adds that he did his best for him. But it's not just the expulsion. What hides the nest can lift the curse, but the young man is afraid that the management will take it all for themselves. On emotion, the blonde man slams his hand on the table, realizing that the expedition is a chance given by heaven, and he is not a fool to let his luck slip away. When his friend gets up from the table, Sean doesn't understand whether it was necessary to hit the table. From the rush of emotions, Elric burst into hysterical laughter, feeling lucky after so many years of useless work and suffering. Frightened, Sean doesn't understand what the hell is going on here and seriously believes that his friend is losing his mind. Finally, having calmed down, Elric points to a point on the map, attracting his friend's attention. It seems that the young man has his own remarks about the map. With a cheeky smile, the young magician declares that there is no nest at the marked point. Elric knows more than meets the eye. The cautious Sean makes sure no one can hear them and warns his friend that he is challenging many of the professors who took part in the expedition. Confident in his own righteousness, Elric continues to stubbornly bend his line, to which Sean, in the trademark style of the Naristar clan, threatens to break his head. To begin with, Associate Professor Naristar suggests at least taking a look at it. With the help of magic, the red-haired man projects a map for interactive familiarization. The young men peer closely at the projection of the underworld with the intention of understanding everything. In real-time projection mode, travelers watch the astral projection. The adventurers will see a fault formed by the collision of two lithospheric plates in prehistoric times. An abnormal concentration of mana that has been accumulating for hundreds of thousands of years flows out of the fault. It seems logical that the nest should be located here. Now, there's another question about the laws of mana circulation that Elric either doesn't remember or doesn't know, and asks Sean to tell him. Irritated, Sean knows that his friend is just talking nonsense and looking around the area. He calls the first law from highest to lowest. Examining the fault from top to bottom reveals the second law from the widest to the narrowest. And the third law of hot to cold is confirmed by the presence of ice crystals in the cave he is exploring. After analyzing what he said, Elric explains that, relying on these laws, professionals have come to the wrong conclusions and can explain what the mistake is. The clever young man explains, pointing to the flashes of fire, that every time an abnormal hot magma flows through the faults, the existence of a dragon is impossible. Associate Professor Naristar realized that it was about the underground volcano Akron, which is the source of all magma. The youngest of the company, relying on his excellent theoretical knowledge, confirms his friend's rightness about the volcano, whose magma flows under the entire continent. The puzzled Sean tries to justify himself by explaining that the professors have calculated the wavelengths of all the waves of dragon magma, and the nest definitely exists. With a serious face, Elric replies that he did not say that the nest does not exist, but that there were some inaccuracies. The nest is a bit far away. Pointing to a point on the map a little further away from the original one set by the scientists, he assures us that the nest is there in one of the caves, namely, in the Karagul cave, which scientists might not have paid attention to. The green-eyed adventurer imagines what artifacts the cave may hide and bets that the nest is in this cave, as well as the escape from his curse. For some time after the informative conversation with his friend, Naristar's assistant stands in front of the dean's office door, indecisive, not sure whether to tell him everything. After gathering his courage, Sean finally knocks on the door. You can see that his hands are shaking with excitement. His only idea is to play the fool. But the plan fails because if he makes the dean angry, the assistant professor will be fired. And if what Elric says is true, it changes everything. During one of his typical nighttime walks through the corridors of the empty academy, when all the students were asleep, Sean noticed strange noises in the middle of the night. The sounds are so loud that they seriously disturb the red-haired man, and he goes in search of the source of the sounds. He wonders who could be here in the middle of the night. Seeing that the source of the sounds was none other than the legendary loser Elric Merbinger, Sean is shocked to see the unfortunate man's nightly training sessions. Seeing how much the blocking disorder is ruining his friend's life and feeling a strong desire, the young man, as a true friend, vows to do everything possible. After listening to the information provided by Sean, Dean Barak skeptically asks the associate professor if he really believes that the report on his research is incorrect. The associate professor tries not to make the dean angry, so he carefully says that he only wanted to ask what Barak himself, as a professor, thinks about his assumptions. Barak doesn't understand how Sean could come up with such a crazy theory and promises that if he can't convince him, he's in trouble. If it turns out that it's all nonsense and the rector doesn't like Sean's plan, even the family status won't save the magician. Mr. Barak's cold, aggressive energy was enough to scare Naristar into realizing what the power of a seventh circle wizard was. Out of the blue, none other than Elric bursts into the office with a bold and confident smile. Sean was not expecting this. Shocked, he asks why the hell his friend bursts in without warning, as he is afraid that his impulsiveness will ruin his already shaky plan. Bowing to Mr. Dean, Elric politely greets him and apologizes for coming without knocking or invitation, still shining with confidence. The dean is not happy to see the student and guesses that all these theories about the location of the nest belong to Merbinger and his assistant Sean is the middleman. When the young man confirmed his words, the dean praised his intuition and intellectual abilities, but sarcastically added that the student had no proof. Merbinger coldly replied that even a child knows such truths, and that the professor needs proof. Sean is afraid that his friend will provoke Barox's anger. The dean is so affected by the student's confidence in his rightness and lack of his own deeper knowledge of the topic that the only reaction is initially stupor. Barox bursts out laughing, calling Elric a fool and a bungler. This is a manipulation to which the blonde reacts calmly, asking if the dean is sure. The dean laughs at Merbinger, thinking that sometimes people are just lucky. Elric thinks that Barox is trash, talking nonsense without knowing his place. But, as a professor, he cannot ignore the student's opinions and offers the young wizard a bet to benefit both sides of the conflict. The dean promises to finance the expedition and provide everything needed on one condition. Barrow hints at one thing the first director left behind. It was about the family heirloom of the Merbinger dynasty, the amulet of Usden Merbinger, which the young man put on the line at the risk of losing forever. This amulet is the last of the currently known artifacts of the first director, and Elric has risked the last of what he has and is willing to do anything to be cured of the curse. The expedition has been fully funded and the researcher's carriage is on its way. It seems that Sean is more worried about the amulet than the boy himself and wonders how he can be so careless. Elric asks his friend to calm down. The blonde man calmly replies that if he finds the nest, at least he won't be expelled from the academy. It is clear that he is absolutely confident. Irritated, Sean takes the book away from his friend, hinting with his eyes that he is serious, and gives his safe friend a thrashing. The associate professor explains that there is still a chance that his theory could fail, and that if the expedition fails, the family heirloom will be taken away from him. The same legendary amulet of his grandfather that has been passed down only to the heads of the dynasty from father to son for generations. To which the associate professor receives a shocking answer that Barox apparently wants to own the pendant more than he does. Once again, the associate professor does not understand his friend's insecurity. Smiling happily, Elric assures his friend that it doesn't matter to him because he will always have Sean. Tired of explaining anything, Neristar simply explains to his friend that if he fails, he will have serious problems himself and asks about his plans. The young man responds with a question back, asking how Sean could think that he accepted the bet out of fear of being expelled. Sean doesn't understand what's going on and now wants to understand what his friend means. With an eerie smile, Elric replies that having the courage to want a family heirloom, he must be willing to put his own life on the line. Sean recalled that his friend had always been known by two names, the first being the laughingstock of the Merbinger family, and the second name was the most insane of the Merbinger family, and he saw this side with his own eyes. The young people simultaneously recalled a common moment from the distant past, back in the first semester of their studies. 7 years ago, it's just another training session at the academy where the students are competing to see who has the most mana, but one student is sitting on the sidelines. And this is none other than 15-year-old Elric, who feels like an outcast because of a curse that makes him disabled in a world ruled by magic. His students bully him, doubting whether he is really a Merbinger since he is not capable of basic magic. The initiator of the fight makes a sarcastic remark, calling his fellow student a boy from the street. Although the boy did not respond to the harassment, he did not just let them go, although he later admitted that he was sorry for his actions. Picking up a heavy crystal ball from the ground, Elric throws it at the head of a young man who has clearly taken too much. The offender falls down on his friends who are trying to bring the wounded Riven back to consciousness. The boy stood up for himself. At the meeting of the disciplinary committee, the young duke coldly replies that the son of the Viscount insulted the head of the ducal family and got what he deserved. Elric's reaction scared everyone, and he was suspended from school for violating the Equality Act. But after that, no one touched him. From his own experience, Sean knows that stubborn Elric is not convinced by anything. Sean still tries to understand Merbinger, who once again defies fate. The book Elric chose to study is nothing less than a Talmud, with techniques for strengthening the body of the king of beasts. When the associate professor warns him of the consequences of such impudence, Elric replies that he is not afraid of being punished by the fires of the Inquisition. Returning the book to his friend, he calls him a complete psycho and wonders why the blonde is studying the art of strengthening the body of the king of monsters. The Duke wonders if this can cure his disorder, recalling how the country suffered because of the art of strengthening the body of the Monster King and his attacks. The monsters were driven out by the forces of the Monster Kingdom and a wall fortress was built, but along with it, the art of the Monster King's power disappeared. Sean replies that scientists have already tried to restore this power, but all efforts were in vain, and this task seems unrealistic. To which he receives a stunning response from his friend that he has succeeded in the ancient art, but he does not yet know how to use the power on himself. The associate professor is shocked by his friend's statement, but realizes that Elric always acts as he wants. They are knocked off balance by a sudden jolt from the carriage. Irritated by the abrupt stop, the researchers look out of the carriage in search of the source of the noise and try to understand why the carriage stopped so suddenly. The carriage stopped because of a group of young people greeting Elric. They were not going to travel alone, and Elric was not expecting them at all. It turned out to be none other than the same Riven who had been flogged in the past. Now this young man is a senior researcher and takes care of his comrades. Sean is not happy to have such company and rudely asks what the hell this merry band led by Riven is doing here. Sean remembers the situation from his freshman year, to which the calm Riven replies that he is here on the instructions of the dean, who ordered him to help the expedition. Elric looks at the team members carefully and realizes that they were not sent to help him. These are not ordinary people. Noticing something strange, Sean asks his friend if he feels that the mana of these people is being hidden. The young man replies that this is in the spirit of Barox. In response, the blonde man shows one thing he has prepared for such an event. Sean's reaction made it clear that his friend had something special. The dean is angry that Elric took the hyena's breath and the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky, and is told that they are cooperating with the young man. Hyena's breath is a unique sealed core of sulfur flame that burns the target to ash, and the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky is armor against all attacks. The enraged Barox is furious that the student has such a destructive force in his hands and throws one of the people responsible for the artifacts out of the office. The other candidates will be furious if they find out, but the dean realizes that if Elric finds the nest, it will completely ruin his plans. He had to change the research team anyway because of their incompetence and inability to understand elementary things like the nature of the volcano. The mean man realizes that thanks to this he will be able to take possession of the magic pendant, and with it in his hands, he will definitely become the new prime minister. He promises that even if the guy wins the bet by finding the nest, it does not guarantee his return alive. The whole essence of Barox is clear. While Elric quietly studies the literature and the others watch, Sean begins to search for mana at the site, marked as the location of the Caragul Cave. The titanic column of stench that erupted from the bowels of the earth confirmed the theory of the nest's location that Elric had put forward earlier. Even Naristar, who was afraid that his friend was mistaken, confirms the validity of Merbinger's deduction, which is a good sign. It is most gratifying to see the shocked faces of Riven and his henchmen, who dared to call the blonde a blank because of blocking disorder. But Elric is not surprised that everything turned out as he said it would. Calmly closing it, he thinks about the next steps. The young man orders the team of explorers to go until the column of flames burns out. Using magical fire protection and acceleration, Sean picks up his friend and rushes into the fire, leaving the rest of the expedition behind. Left behind, Riven and his comrades eventually reach the desired point, breathlessly. But there was nothing there, not a single pebble or anything at all that would hint at the presence of a cave. The ground was absolutely smooth. Everyone reasonably thinks that Elric was wrong as usual, and now no one understands what to do next. The members of the expedition are outraged. Riven is ready to break the blonde's head, still remembering the fight between the two of them after it still gives him a headache. But suddenly, the initiator of the expedition gives Sean a signal that he has found the right location. But it's underground. Riven takes his glory back. The young duke gives his friend an order to use magic to punch a hole in the ground through which they will get to the dragon's lair. With maximum concentration, the associate professor uses the magic of fire and explosive elements to blow up the area around him. A huge explosion eventually confirmed that the cave with a colossal amount of mana was actually there. When the flames finally went out, the entrance to the cave became clearly visible. It's hard for everyone to understand how Elric understood and found the location so clearly. Another member of the expedition notes that due to the small size of the cave, the dragon will definitely be cramped there. It didn't take long for the entrance to the cave to explode with a burst of bright blue energy. The energy flow was so strong that it began to demolish people like houses of cards. Panic begins, and Elric successfully dispels it. The guy explains that this is nothing more than the reserves of accumulated mana flowing through the rift provoked by the explosion. He orders the entire team to go down into the cave and, as a true leader, goes first. The rest of the team can't keep up with the leader and Sean and are asked to follow Merbinger closely. The team notices how cold it is in the cave and that even magic doesn't help to keep them warm. Something catches the attention of the expedition leader, and he turns around to check what it was. And everyone is curious about what exactly happened there. It turns out that it's just a chill running down his back, to which Sean says it's because his friend is cold. He's afraid they're going to catch a cold. The magical amulet around the young man's neck strangely shone, as if sensing the strong magic hidden in the dungeon. The expedition is confidently moving forward, ignoring the cold. Elric agrees with Sean that he is probably just cold, but this is not certain. The nature of this strange reaction was a demonic creature walled up in the rock of the cave. Sensing the presence of the amulet, the dark entity awakened. The demon had bided his time. The wizard he needed finally appeared. The expedition continues on its way until they find what they were looking for. What they see shocks the researchers with its size. Eventually, the explorers see the same legendary gate with the dragon seal. This means that they have arrived. Riven suggests that his stronger partners push the door with magic. Another member of the expedition suggests breaking down the door. Both ideas are absurd. The young Captain Elric stopped the explorers because there was a dragon seal on the door that could bring disaster if something was done wrong. In the end, Riven agrees to the order, but is annoyed that Merbinger seems to be pretending to be a tough guy. The blonde man asks everyone to move as far away from the door as possible so as not to provoke bad luck. He explains that everyone has to figure out how to break the seal. Riven is interested in the handle on the gate and completely ignores his mentor's words. Green-Eyed warns Riven not to act alone, explaining that the consequences could be unpredictable if something goes wrong. The brunette ignores orders and continues to examine the golden handle on the dragon's gate. Seeing this, Elric loses his temper and yells at his friend to stop. The idiot, not understanding why the hell they are shouting at him, just keeps his hand on the gate handle. This provokes the release of strong fiery energy, which sets it on fire. Shocked by this, Riven, who had set the fire, begins to scream in panic, trying to extinguish the flames. Riven's indiscretion provoked the activation of the gate's security system paste. Flashes of fire and explosions wound people and throw them like house of cards. A series of massive explosions begin, and the young Duke orders everyone to defend themselves. The situation is tense. For the first time, Sean doesn't know what to do and begs his friend to do something. The young man is trying to decipher the squeak that is the key to the ceasefire and the removal of the seal. The most important thing is that Elric does not give in to the panic around him and concentrates on decoding. Possessing a natural coolness, he imagines it to be a problem on the exam that he will solve as usual. The situation is getting worse, and now Elric is left alone against the elements as everyone, including Sean, is consumed by fire. The young genius continues to decipher the gate using his knowledge of magical runes. Mentally, Elric asks his comrades to hold out as long as possible until he finishes the decryption. Thanks to the efforts of Genius, the infernal fire was extinguished, and the tired and wounded researchers do not believe that it is over. Surprisingly, everyone survived, but they were badly injured by an extremely strong fire. The blonde was genuinely afraid for his friend Sean. Remembering his friend's arm injury, Sean and everyone thank Elric for saving them, realizing that without him, they would not be here. Now the task is to heal the wounded. Sean admits that his printing is clearly not easy. He praises Elric because he is proud of him. The young genius replies that he studied under the master, hinting at Sean's genius. But the lull was short-lived. Only the first stage was not. An unexpected blue ray wounds a man from the expedition team in the arm, leaving him without a limb. A bewildered Elric realizes that they are attacking from the ceiling and turns his attention to the hail of ice. Everything goes wrong, and the wizard himself finds himself frozen in shock by the freezing rain, not understanding what is going on. Luckily, Sean reacted quickly and called up the armor over his friend's head, saving him from certain death. This time, the humans are more prepared and react quickly, beginning to hold the defense with magical armor, giving Elric time to find a way out. Survival this time depends on the speed of the blonde's mind and reaction. The defense cannot be held for long, and Sean begs his friend to speed up for the sake of salvation. Elric manages to understand the runes, and this time he realizes what kind of power he is really dealing with. He realizes that he has found the source of all the magic in the world, and he was dealing with nothing more than the magic of the dragon language. The already weakened Sean is begged by his friend to start accelerating to break through the freezing rain. The desperate Elric rushes forward, exposing himself to ice attacks from the ceiling. Fearlessly, he goes for the ram, ignoring his wound. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the expedition commander uses the previously stored weapons to break through the wall of ice. Shocked, Riven doesn't understand how a loser like Elric got an extremely expensive artifact, the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky. The ice shells bounce off Elric's body, leaving no trace as he makes his way deeper into the gate. After jumping through the wall of obstacles, he is already at the goal. His wit and ability to beat the magical disability with artifacts saved everyone. Finally, he reached the gate handle, and all that was left to do was to remove the seal. The rescuer hopes that this time it will work again. The loyal Sean continues to hold the armor and control the acceleration imposed on his friend. Suddenly, an ice crystal flies up to his neck, and it is clear that the redhead's death is inevitable. Frozen in shock and helplessness, Elric expects the worst with genuine fear in his eyes. But the damned projectile disintegrates in the air before it has done any damage. The Devil's Trap was deactivated thanks to Elric's deep knowledge and coolness, and the dedication of his partner's courage and strength. Tired and torn, the strategist falls to the ground to catch his breath and admits to himself that he almost gave his soul to God. Sean smiles tiredly and looks at his friend. They made it. They made it. The rest of the researchers are nervously waiting to see what will happen next, hoping that the traps are behind them. Gradually, the gate doors open, luring you inside with a warm, inviting golden glow. The gate doors open. The commander gives the team an order to help the wounded and only then go inside. Elric's eyes burned with excitement when he finally saw what was hiding behind the door. As expected, the cave is crammed to the ceiling with various artifacts. There are a lot of magical things in the room, and Sean's attention was drawn to a set of knight's armor made of real dragon skin. There were also collections of books that had been considered lost for many years. The young researcher is sincerely happy for himself and his comrades. At first glance, he has achieved everything he wanted. One of the members of the delegation from the dean warmly puts his hand on the blonde's shoulder and praises him and calls him a leader. The newly minted leader can't believe his ears and stares at his senior comrade in shock. He is unaccustomed to receiving praise. Sean happily hugs his friend in a rough but sincere manner to congratulate him. Elric explains that his success is due to his perfect score on the theory exam. But the young man abruptly realized that it was just a warm-up before the exam. Noticing a strange look of concern on his friend's face, Sean asks what he is thinking about. Taking his friend by the shoulders, the associate professor solemnly declares that on this day he should rejoice, and from now on, no one dares to mock him and his family. Shocked by such an impassioned speech, Elric is ready to cry, blushing with emotion. Something is still bothering Sean, but the loyal associate professor has decided to be happy with what he has accomplished for now. Sean's strong hand strokes his friend's head. In the background, the insidious Riven is up to no good, holding a magical sphere to communicate with someone. The strong hand of one of the dean's henchmen intercepts Elric's arm. Anxiety grows. Taking the leader's hand, the man lures the young wizard into the laboratory. Not expecting anything bad, the blonde follows another researcher. Sean, talking to Riven, praises Elric for growing up to be a leader and wants to follow his friend. Riven informs Sean about the dragon's remains. It was all a cunning plan by the bespectacled man to distract Sean from his friend, and it worked. Sean is going to call Elric while remaining loyal. Quickly intercepting Naristar on the move, the insidious brunette says that the young leader will join them later. This arouses suspicion. Judging by the size of the remains, the dragon belonged to the highest rank and was the king of dragons. Nervous, Riven nervously replies that the dragon was really big and adds that the remains are more than 4,000 years old, trying to detain Sean. Simple-minded Elric is trapped. The dean's mercenaries have taken his armor and now have him in a dead end, surrounded by a team of rats. The bewildered leader does not understand what happened and does not believe how he could have let his guard down due to the excitement of success and is angry at his gullibility. The mercenaries cynically replied that they held no grudge against him and even liked him, but their work came first. Peering at the dragon's remains, Sean draws Riven's attention to them and says that they seem to move. The mercenaries are worried about where the rest of the team has gone. It turns out that they are busy with a research that was worth their lives. The blonde tries to scream, but his throat is clamped by the traitor's hand. Elric regretted that he had ever trusted anyone and was betrayed. The dark-haired assailant is preparing to burn Merbinger alive, following the orders of the dean who hired them. But the young aristocrat is not destined for the afterlife. A mysterious, icy light of ice blasts the attacker into powder. Someone's voice tells everyone to run away. The terrified Elric is stiff with fright and watches with wide eyes as what is left of the mercenary falls. Looking around, the young duke sees a terrible picture that knocks the ground out from under his feet. The two boys, Sean and Riven, are running away from the dragon. They are being chased by a resurrected dragon skeleton with blue fire glowing in its eyes. This has never happened before. Now the genius strategist, scared to death, was at a loss as to what to do next. Although he is more scared than ever, Elric forces himself to gather his strength. Elric demands full concentration on the situation, calling it all a final exam to find the nest and survive in pursuit of the dragon. Analyzing the dragon's behavior, Elric notices that it is standing still. Recalling everything he knows, he realizes that the dragon needs time to attack. The leader gives the team of researchers the order to group up and form a full-fledged line of defense, raise their shields, and call upon magic shields for protection. A perfect line of defense was formed from the magical shields found in the lair of the crystal dragon and reinforced by quite strong magic. The dragon launches an attack with fiery breath and threatens to burn alive all those who had the audacity to disturb his place of rest. The armor is strong enough to withstand such a strong attack. Elric knows that the dragon's fire breath will last for seconds, and if they can survive the dragon's attack, they have a chance. Sean urges everyone to stick to the order issued to him and the team by Commander Merbinger. After analyzing the situation, Merbinger calculated that they would have 17 minutes to reach the door, and if the delegation manages to close the door in 3 seconds, they will definitely escape, so he orders them to hold the line. Combat-ready wizards hold the line and maintain the shield on orders from a brilliant strategist. When the magic shield is installed, Commander Merbinger is ready to give his last order. The company flees under the warning that they will all die if they are caught, led by Riven, who used the acceleration for everyone. The leader of the expedition likes the pace at which they are running, and the strategist encourages everyone to run at the same pace. But something went wrong, and Elric's attention is drawn to strange activity from a side he didn't expect. Something unknown and bloodthirsty took the life of one of his partners right in front of the leader. He can't believe his eyes. They are attacked by demonic creatures born from the teeth of the Dragon King and protected by Spartans. Frozen in place, the leader does not understand what to do next and simply stares at the infernal giant. The blonde man is saved from certain death only by a fireball that annihilates the monster on the spot. Once again, the strategist's life is saved by Sean, who orders him to stop panicking and gather his strength. Mentally, Elric begs for someone to save him, but eventually comes to the realization that only he can do it alone. He has never faced a problem that he could not solve. The magical amulet that belonged to Elric, sensing the mysterious demon living in the cave, begins to glow again, just like at the beginning of the expedition. Suddenly, the young leader was overcome by a severe headache and everything in his eyes began to blur. Having gathered his strength again, the young man notices that everything he sees is pierced with thin lines like a spider's web. His hearing is also atrophied. Realizing that Sean is shouting something to him, Elric simply cannot hear his friend. But he hears a strange voice in his head telling him to dodge immediately. Sparta is very close and Elric is in serious danger. But the strategist dodges the attack and remains completely unharmed. A genius realizes that this is not his imagination, and he understands where his opponent is moving and how he should dodge. Areas that are safe for him are highlighted, and if you follow them, he will be saved. I have a suspicion that this may be a trap, and this is a fairly adequate way of thinking in this situation. The situation on the battlefield is so dire that the leader realizes that he must act here and now. There is no time for reflection, and if everything continues as it is now, there is no chance. 337. The infernal monster takes another swing at Elric, but he dodges again on intuition and survives. If everything goes wrong, they will have sacrificed their precious lives for nothing. The strategist orders them to follow him. Sean repeats the order, forcing everyone to speed up and move forward. Riven is falling behind the group, and as the last coward asks them not to leave him and save him, the henchmen run after him. A brilliant leader orders people to follow him and go wherever his eyes see, and coordinates his and their movements, telling them where and how to act. Elric ordered his faithful assistant Sean to disable the Spartan with a fireball to the leg, and this step allowed him to break through. In the end, the team reaches the exit and is heartily happy that they survived and broke through the attack of previously unseen enemies. Continuing on his way, the commander is glad that they survived and intends to close the gate, leaving the Spartans behind. But they forgot about someone. They forgot about Riven, who, having fought off the team, tired and frightened, fell to the ground begging for help. The leader faces perhaps the most difficult choice, to get out together and close the gate with the team, or to try to save his comrade, even though he is Riven. But even so, Elric could not leave his friend to his fate in front of the jaws of monsters. So, at the risk of his life, the commander extends a helping hand to the bespectacled man whose innocent curiosity caused all the hell to begin. The risk pays off. The poor researcher is rescued, and the infernal guards most likely will not leave the hall as the magic wall is activated. The leader also recalls the strange damage above the dragon's lair, realizing that it had predecessors. Recalling the dragon's appearance, Elric guessed that the tip of an ancient spear was stuck in the creature's skull. The researchers are thrown off track by unexpected activity from the gate. The Spartans have broken through the defense and are attacking again. Elric's last order to flee. This means that Elric is left alone with the danger of letting the team go, and he has another plan in mind. He never found what he was looking for. Sean is furious when he sees what his friend is about to do. Even though we know that Elric is crazy, there must be a limit, and it's not cool to sacrifice yourself. The leader, with a calm smile, just asks his friend and everyone else to go ahead as the door gradually closes behind him. Sean tries his best to get his friend out, but the door closes in his face. The loyal friend is desperate. The door is closed and the friend is left behind. In hysterics, Sean tries to reach out to the desperate fool. He just can't believe he's going to lose him. Sean recalls the past. 7 years ago, after Elric was suspended from school for fighting, the redhead wanted to be friends with him. But the depressed and cornered like an animal blonde simply sent Sean to hell. Naristar was not going to give up at all, and continued to persistently offer friendship to the young Merbinger, being rejected time and time again. But everything changed during one physical endurance test, where the use of magic disqualified the participants. After the command to start moving, everyone, guided by the herd reflex, took off running. For young Sean, the challenge seemed quite simple, and in a short time he had already crossed half of the route, so he decided to see what Elric was up to. However, not everything goes as you want it to. The red-haired man falls down, seriously injuring himself when he trips over a rock. It was a miracle that Naristar did not die, only because he grabbed a stone over a deep moat in time. Helpless in this predicament, Sean begs for help because magic is forbidden here, and only a physical component is needed. Even though Riven and his henchmen were there, they leave Sean to his doom, mocking the hopelessness of the redhead situation. A lot of time has passed and he has no more strength to hold on. Naristar Jr. realizes that if he fails, he will not be able to look his father in the eye. The help came from where no one expected it. It's too early to give your soul to God. Elric came to save Sean, a weak loser who was hounded to the point of a nervous breakdown, but he came. The blonde is barely holding on himself, but he doesn't let go of Naristar, urging him to hold on tight. He saves the wounded man by pulling him up the mountain. Both young men are exhausted and frightened. Sean had one foot in the afterlife. The redhead has a badly injured leg that almost killed him. Sean urges Elric to go ahead on his own, because he is already late because of him. But Mirbinger does not want to listen to this nonsense. Picking up the rescued man under his arm, he is ready to lead him forward, ignoring Sean's grumbling. The green-eyed man also asks if Naristar wanted to be friends with him. Sean is pleasantly surprised by this and almost cries from the emotions he has experienced. The sentimental moment is cut short by Elric joking that he wants a few artifacts of the Naristar family, and that this will be enough for him as a friend. Sean grumbled that they were trying to cheat him, and the blonde joked that everything has a price, adding that the mess on his head suited him. And so the friendship began. The associate professor realizes that, despite the lack of mana and the fact that he is weaker than Sean himself, Elric is trying to save everyone. Who is saving whom here? Begging for help, the younger Naristar panics for a while, but promises to bring an aid team and ask at least his father. Sean begs his friend not to die until help arrives. On the other side of the door, the young adventurer thanks his friend and cites his loyalty as the reason he did not allow him to go with him. Meanwhile, the dragon has gathered a large army of Spartans and is ready to attack again. The dragon gathers energy for a fiery attack. Elric is determined to survive. Confident in his abilities, Edgar is not going to die and is ready to fight off the attacks of the infernal guards. Elric skillfully moved so that in the process of his escape from the Spartans, they collided with each other. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow, so the brilliant strategist is going to use the second of the artifacts he has stored on the guards. The strategist is ready to use Hyena's Breath on the dragon's defenders. Despite the fact that the successful use of the artifact requires mana that he does not possess, Elric is ready to use his own life force. For a young genius, this is nothing more than an ordinary test with a specific focus on dragons. Leaving behind the burning Spartans, Elric breaks through to the dragon to get to the dragon's head, and if all his guesses are correct, the key answer to all the questions is hidden in the spearhead in the dragon's skull. Realizing that he may be wrong, and that it could all be someone else's game, the strategist is still not going to back down like a true Mirbinger. Infernal creatures surround the young man on all sides as he tries to pull out the cursed spear. An unexpected flash of light pushes the creatures away from Mirbinger and destroys them. Puzzled by this development, Elric notices that things have not gone as he had hoped. In the arena, the figure of the same demon appears that manifested itself sealed at the entrance to the cave. In fact, the dragon is not dead but was just sealed. This is a real crystal dragon of the King of Dragons classification. Not knowing who the hell this demon is, the blonde man is frightened when the dark aristocrat turns to face him. Having regained his full strength, the dragon Shanak is going to attack the demon again. In turn, the aristocrat of darkness concentrates his own dark mana in his hand. With his mouth wide open, Shanak is ready to unleash a charge of fire at the demon. Turning his hand into a real weapon, the evil one counterattacks the winged serpent. The hand of Satan looks like nothing more than a giant sword with which he was sealed inside Shanak. Spewing devastating fire, the Dragon King prepares to burn the ashes of the aristocrat of darkness. Stunned by such an extraordinary supply of mana, Elric wonders if this is an 8th circle mage in front of him. Having identified the point of impact, the demon aims at the Dragon King's forehead. Elric realizes that the Dark Lord's strength is beyond the normal level. The Dark Lord takes the life of the dragon Shanak right in front of the young man's eyes without any effort. The Prince of Darkness recognizes the young Duke as the one who can break the seal that has held him back all these years. The Dark Lord calls Elric a new vessel for his dark essence. The shocked and bewildered strategist does not understand how he could not have foreseen this development. The demon tempts the young man to become one with him, to give his body to the power of an otherworldly force and conquer the world with him. Not in a hurry to agree to such a scary but also tempting offer, Elric calmly awaits further developments of the situation, watching carefully. Clinging to the dragon with his eyes, the desperate, cornered young man notices that Shanak is making his move again, but the flames resemble chains. Clinging to the dragon with his eyes, the desperate, cornered young man notices that Shanak is making his move again, but the flames resemble chains. Shanak had no intention of attacking the adventurer. His target was the demon king Mephistopheles, whom the dragon himself intends to seal with him forever. Shocked that he is facing not just an ordinary demon but a real king of otherworldly forces, Elric freezes watching the two kings. Mephistopheles turns to Shinar and declares that even though they have been sealed together for 1,000 years, the situation is completely different now because he has a new body. When Mephistopheles begins to take possession of Elric's weakened and helpless body, the young man accepts his bitter fate and is ready to die. The Mana of Shanak, who was dragged away by Mephistopheles, strengthens the body of Merbinger, who was chosen as the new receptacle, which cannot but please Satan. The young man's consciousness refuses to obey. He is held by memories of his ancestors' battle with demons, the loss of his parents, and his sister's orphanhood. When his family fell after a hard battle, everyone, including the imperial family along with the magic tower and vassals, revealed their dirty side. The orphans were betrayed by those closest to them, and even the only family member Elric trusted the most turned his back on the children in their time of need. The relative, like everyone else, was only interested in the rich inheritance of the once noble family, and the man stooped so low that he robbed 2 orphans. The older sister begged their uncle not to leave them to the last, but he did not care about the burden and obstacle in their personification. Coldly pushing away the child's trembling hand, the uncle leaves his young nephews to fend for themselves in a cruel world. The last word and action belonged to little Elric, who, in pure and sincere childish desperation, threw a stone at the traitor. Despite his young age, he could not forgive and endure the way his family was being abused, but due to his age, he was also unable to do anything. Elric now has only an older sister who is still a child. Politics is a terrible thing, but ignoring everything, the last head of the family did everything he could to break the curse to restore the family's glory and punish all those who had abused them. Mixed with a frantic heartbeat, the voice urges him to pull himself together because it's not over yet, and not to let the bastard consume him completely. A mysterious force envelops Merbinger's body, displacing the dark matter of Mephistopheles. The turning point in the history of the magical family has come. Not realizing what kind of force he is dealing with, Mephistopheles begins to lose control of the blonde's body, which he cannot allow. The evil one is furious that everything has gone far wrong, and there is a risk of losing the last hope of capturing a strong vessel for his dark essence. Moving his arm freely, Elric finally regains full control of his body, which means that the demon is finished. A previously unknown strong mana, transformed into a stream of emerald fire, covers the Demon King with a wave. Overwhelmed by Shanak's mana, and having awakened the legendary power in his own body, Merbinger is about to devour the original demon on the spot. Before Mephistopheles and subsequently the entire magical world, a new Elric Merbinger is introduced. No longer a weak little loser, but a powerful demon conqueror. The defeated Demon King refuses to believe it to the last, but he has been defeated and will be swallowed by the dragon's seal. Just like his famous grandfather, Elric defeated the Demon King and subdued him along with the Shineek dragon. Now everything will definitely change for the better. After a stunning triumph, the demon tamer suddenly finds himself in the astral world in the form of an ephemeral ghost. A mysterious, ephemeral, and very tall figure in white appeared before his eyes, standing with his back to the young man. The cloak has the same symbol on it as the Merbinger family crest. Elric cannot understand why he is so familiar with this man. A mysterious man in a familiar voice tells them that in the past, they were just a group of scientists trying to understand the ultimate point of magic. The ancestor tells about those who were turned into a threat to the world by demons, but the rest of the ancestors repented and founded a family in the world of people. They are confronted by an abnormally giant horned figure whom Elric mistakenly calls the Demon King, to which the mysterious ancestor replies that in fact it is the demon deity, the highest form of demonic power. The ancestor of the Merbinger dynasty says that their goal was the total destruction of demonic power throughout the world, and to achieve this goal, he made the extermination of demons the vocation of the future dynasty. However, it is impossible to completely erase the demonic race from the face of the earth, as everything is cyclical and demons will appear again and again. All demons must be absorbed by strong people. Therefore, the clan of the progenitor's descendants must never die out. The ancestor of all Merbingers demonstrates an extremely powerful power in preparation for destroying the horde of demons that lie in wait for him. His magic is so strong that the damn things start to dissolve into thin air. The man knows for sure that in the distant past, the descendants of his small family will fully inherit their will. The wonderful vision is interrupted by an eerie picture of a giant hand hovering over a burning light silhouette. This turns out to be a feverish Elric waking up in an unknown, very bright place. The blonde man is trying to recover while Sean is sitting next to him. If his friend is here, the young man survived thanks to the help the redhead gave him. Noticing the hunched figure of his friend, he asks if he is crying. Naristar rudely replies that he has nothing to cry about, but the blonde knows he has. The blonde teases Sean by letting him cry and adds that he started crying in the dragon's nest, and the associate professor gets mad. Elric is quiet, interrogating his friend. Merbinger learns that he has brought help. After being slapped, he whimpers to be healed, but realizes that he will get another slap. Adding that Sean is the head of the family, the blonde man again pisses off the redhead but quickly apologizes. Sean promises that one more prank like that and he's out. Noticing something strange, Sean demands that Elric get up. He resists, but still gets out of bed so as not to incur the wrath of his friend. The professor's assistant measured how much the blonde tomboy had grown. The difference is obvious. and now they are the same height. Sean does not believe his own eyes, and when his friend asks him about his height, simply asks him to look in the mirror. Elric notices the difference between his former physique and his current one. In a state of shock, the young man recalls the process of being absorbed by the demon and wonders what really changed when Mephistopheles inhabited his body. Suspecting something is wrong, Naristar interrogates his friend about what exactly happened to Elric in that nest and where the dragon went. Slyly, Elric replies that unfortunately he can't tell you yet, but promises to tell you as soon as the time comes and he's ready. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, Sean promises to wait for that moment and realizes that his friend is up to something again. But it is clear that Sean is still offended by Mirbinger because of the hidden information. Finally, Elric asks the red-haired man what will happen to the nest now. The associate professor explains that from now on, the nest is under the protection of the Naristar family, and he rightly thought that every nook and cranny was being searched. Naristar Jr. objected, saying that the nest was guarded so that no one else could enter because the nest belonged only to Elric. Sean explains that officially the nest belongs to the person who found it, but there is a practice when influential companies try to buy the right to research. He adds that the Magic Tower and the Academy are furious and are looking for all the ways to appropriate the find for themselves. The blonde man smiles with satisfaction. The assistant professor, who has been taught that this smile is not a good sign, asks why the face is so happy. In his trademark manner, Elric begins to tease Sean with the fact that the latter's family wanted to take something for themselves, but decided to protect the nest for him. Realizing that his friend is deliberately pissing him off with such jokes, Sean laughs and calls Mirbinger a jerk. But the happy moment is interrupted by the abrupt realization that the sickly Birox will do everything possible to get the right to participate in the study. Recalling the incident with the mercenaries in the cave, Elric smiles ominously, wondering how dare the Dean attempt to take his precious life. Given the chaotic nature of his friend, Sean guesses that this demonic smile does not bode well, and a plan is already ripening in the blonde's mind. And he was right. Mirbinger asks the assistant professor to start a rumor that he is seriously wounded. Sean pretends not to hear it. The young Mirbinger is being treated at the Imperial Magic Hospital, which is heavily guarded by trained magicians. As expected, Dean Barox asks to repeat what he said earlier, demonstrating his dissatisfaction with the fact that he is not allowed to enter the hospital. The doctor reports through the bars that Cadet Elric is unconscious after being seriously injured and asks everyone to leave the area. Dean Barox is outraged that he came from far away and demands an explanation as to why he must return. Another professor raises the question of the right to investigate the nest. The public is annoyed that representatives of the Naristar family blocked the entrance to the hospital because now it is impossible to get to Elric. Meanwhile, an almost healthy blonde man watching this performance from the window briefly calls everyone assholes. Later, a servant enters the room and, after greeting Elric, introduces himself as Karl Dunitz. Leaving food for the patient, he leaves. Finally, the huge wooden doors with ornate patterns close, leaving Elric in complete peace. Left alone, the blonde man turns his gaze to the corner of the ceiling, questioning whether he will speak or just burn him with his eyes. He addresses the demon next to him in a weakened form, calling him Mephisto. Mephistopheles reminds him that he is the king and demands respect. Mephistopheles, the king of demons who drowned the world in chaos, is now nothing more than a poltergeist who follows his master everywhere. Evaluating the form in which Mephistopheles is now appearing before him, the blonde man mockingly calls him simply Philia, like a cat or something. Irritated by such disrespect and familiarity, the former demon king loses control and threatens Elric. Mephistopheles begins to beat his master, but his blows can be compared to a cotton ball, and now he is not a demon but a simple evil spirit. Next, we talk about the dragon's heart, the absolute source of the strength and power of ancient dragons. Taking into account that the dragon was guaranteed to be sent to the other world by the spear of a demon, the heart of the dragon can be in Elric's body, but he also assumes that he may be mistaken because the only thing he remembers is the moment when the demon king took possession of his body. In ancient times, when the world was ruled by gods, the symbol of the demon god had 4 servants. The first of the 4 powerful demonic servants who served the deity was the End. The second of the 4 powerful otherworldly vassals of the deity was Madness. The third of the 4 influential demonic vassals who served the ruler was Fornication. The 4th servant was Original Sin, the demon king Mephistopheles himself, the greatest and noblest of the demons, who is now speaking to Elric. Irritated by his lord's playful behavior, the Dark King keeps reminding the young man that he is a king, but that he could use a henna. Mephistopheles threatens to tear Elric to pieces, but the lord does not pay much attention to him, which irritates the demon even more. Elric said that Mephistopheles exploded after a few words and asked if all demon kings were so stupid, hinting that his ears were rotten from old age. The demon has been waiting for 1,000 years for his new body and is clearly not going to waste his strength. Once upon a time, Mephistopheles' imperial plans were to dominate the entire world. This was the reason for his existence. But there was a dragon king, Shanak, who was the main obstacle on Mephistopheles' selfish imperial path. Shanak binds the demon king with chains of mana to seal the Prince of Darkness with him forever and ever. He is obviously not happy with this development, as he is sealed in the walls of the cave for 1,000 years as eternity. All this time, Mephistopheles could only wait for the perfect body. Mephistopheles chose Elric, who had so successfully gone on an expedition to the Caragul cave, as his new body to be the vessel. After successfully passing all the exams of the Demon King, the blonde was almost absorbed by Mephistopheles as a perfect vessel. But having awakened an unprecedented power, the last head of the Merbinger dynasty absorbed the Demon King and his forces himself, foiling all plans. All that is left of the former greatness is a small supply of energy and a primitive essence that does not provide much benefit and advantage. Mephistopheles is furious because he doesn't know what kind of force has suppressed his influence and how to fight it. If even he, the strongest demon, doesn't feel it. Asking the demon not to be arrogant, he hears that his family is shit to him. Elric ignores the insult and looks at the medallion in thought. A voice in the young man's subconscious said during his absorption by the demon that his descendants would hear the voices of their ancestors in the future, he thinks. Peering at the medallion and recalling the image of an ephemeral ancestor in a white cloak, Merbinger wonders if this voice belonged to his grandfather. The words of the progenitor that the Demon King will be absorbed now pop up in the subconscious. He realizes that right now, he can absorb Mephistopheles' power. Examining the family heirloom, Elric realizes that this pendant absorbs the power of the Demon King. Looking closer at the amulet, the young Merbinger realizes that the pendant has already absorbed Mephistopheles. Staring at the gloomy familiar, the blonde realizes that other demons have been consumed like his Mephisto. The cadet realizes that there were the first, second, third, and one more demon that were destroyed by his predecessors. Smiling maniacally, Elric imagines how many demons have died out over the centuries. Mephistopheles is not happy about this reaction. Sometime after his recovery, the cadet goes for a walk in the mountains with his family man, who is not happy about it. He is asked to shut up. Before using the amulet's power to the fullest, Elric wants to understand something important through meditation. Having calmed down and freed his mind from the mundane and chaotic routine of everyday life, Merbinger finally merges with the world around him, feeling unity. Having entered into harmony with himself and the nature around him, the blonde purifies himself and forgets about everything around him in calm weightlessness. He is able to hear the ringing of ladybird wings, the rustle of the breeze, and feel the subtleties of the scent of flowers with all his bones. Based on this, the new star wizard comes to realize that if his suspicions about the amulet and the dragon's heart are true, they need to be tested. Concentrating the mana of the heart in his fist, imitating the heart, the blonde is ready to feel and understand his strength and soul. Elric's theory was confirmed, and the dragon's heart does indeed beat in unison with his own heart and is the source of extremely strong mana. The Pillar of Bright Fire confirms that the dragon's heart and the magic derived from it healed the blocking disorder that seemed incurable. Shocked, Mephistopheles, as a natural sensor of magical power, senses the real magic of dragons in the young man's body. Possession of dragon magic is rare for humans, even for members of the royal Merbinger family, and it is a 1 in a million talent. Elric, overjoyed, is finally able to use magic since he has been freed from the curse forever. Anyone who betrayed his family and dared to defame the glorious name of the family and desecrate him will face personal revenge. The location is the Imperial Hospital. Journalists are interested in the condition of the student Elric and what will happen to the rights to the Dragon's Nest. The servant of the Naristar family, maintaining professionalism, informs that the information will be published in the Magic Tower and asks for written questions. Upon returning to Sean's chambers, Carl's servant asks him never to involve him in such dangerous adventures again. Naristar praises Carl for his work. Carl denies that there is anything good in it, emphasizing that he almost gave his soul to God because of the adventure that Sean and Elric pulled off. The man warns of the consequences of deception and that the Magic Tower and the Emperor will not stop. Sean sees it as a game and doesn't take it seriously. Young Naristar assures Carl of Elric's ability to follow the plan. In passing, Sean offers Carl a handkerchief with the family crest to wipe away his sweat. As the young Merbinger says, the higher your bet, the bigger your win. Although Sean optimistically answers all of Carl's questions, he is actually nervous and suffering because of Elric's tricks. But he helps his friend. Wiping himself off with sweat, Carl asks the future head of the family where Elric has gone again, and is told that Sean himself hasn't heard from him. Elric leaves a note about the business trip in a teasing manner, dumping the dirty work on Sean, who doesn't understand where the lame ass is going again. Rereading the note, Carl informs the red-haired gentleman of a small problem. Sean is not surprised but wants to know what it is. The stuttering servant anxiously holds an envelope with a wax seal in his hands, realizing that he has not said something important. The anxious atmosphere was interrupted by the sharp whistle of the door being opened from the foot. They both turned white with fear. It was Sean's sister. The girl can't ignore the fact that her brother is starting something without her. Confused and frightened, Sean doesn't understand what she's doing here. Tasha Naristar, known as the Fire Witch, does not understand his surprise and why she cannot ask how her little brother is doing. The Star Trinity is an alliance of 3 geniuses born once a century from each magical clan of the Empire. The Star Trinity holds all imperial power. Shauna's sister is the youngest holder of the title of sorcerer in history and is a full member of the Starry Trinity. Sean is not a fool and is seriously nervous, so he seriously asks about the real reason for his sister's visit. Tasha replies that she has heard rumors about his friend, and, as a person with a magic certificate, cannot miss the sensation and also asks where Elric is. Realizing that their plan will be revealed as soon as his sister enters the room, Sean does everything he can to expel her and says that Elric is in no condition to receive guests. The skeptical red-haired witch does not believe in such a false excuse. Sean calmly asks Tasha to stop terrorizing the hospital staff and leave everyone alone, but the witch stops him by intercepting his brother's hand. The Fire Witch is irritated by the fact that the junior in age and rank is giving her orders and is now in the mood for a serious conversation. No longer intent on playing comedy, the Magic Tower authority figure pressures Sean to tell him what's really going on with the nesting rites. The associate professor never took into account her sister's manic obsession with dragons, which he considers to be a crazy person. Continuing to put pressure on her brother, the witch interrogates him about the true fate of the rites to the dragon's nest. He is told that this is a matter for Elric to decide. Realizing that it is useless, the Wizard of the Tower releases Sean and leaves, but obliges his brother to contact her as soon as his friend comes out of the coma. The most powerful sorceress of the millennium promises her brother trouble if she is not the first to know the fate of the nest. Knowing the sadistic nature of his sister, Sean mentally begs for Elric to return as soon as possible. Later, a battered Carl appears and complains that he's paid too little for such a difficult job. The headlines scream that the scion of a prestigious magical family has fallen into a coma. The whole city is buzzing with gossip about what happened to the dragon's nest. Meanwhile, Elric, who should be in a coma and in perfect health and disguised as a beggar, stands at a kiosk studying the assortment of fresh press. Looking at the newspaper headlines, the Star Wizard is pleased with Sean's work, and then the all-too-familiar portrait of Dean Burrox catches his eye. Looking at the portrait of Burrox with disgust and cold hatred, the blonde man is already measuring the amount of time the director will last. In light of recent events, Riven reports to Burrox, saying that he is now ready to do whatever he wants, but the dean asks him to take his time. Burrox explains to his secret agent that the elections have not even started yet. In a blasphemous manner, Riven earns praise and trust, so he says he rushed to congratulate him because he sees the dean as a winner and the future of the academy. The dean, who is eager for praise, takes the bespectacled man's blasphemy at face value and smiles with satisfaction. Eventually, the dean asks about Merbinger's condition, and Riven reports that everything is critical and the cadet is fighting the inevitable every day. With sarcasm, Burrox replies that he is sorry to hear such terrible news about the young wizard. The loyal henchman explains that improving Elric's condition will be a huge challenge and suggests that they need mercenaries to carry out the plan. But the dean didn't let the brunette even think about what to do with Merbinger, forcing Riven to shut up and apologize. Leaving the empty cup on the table, Burrox adds that after the elections, the professor's position will be empty and someone will have to take it. Burrox explains that as an ordinary dean, he does not know what is happening outside the walls of the academy, and as a true foodie, Riven jumps at the opportunity. Bowing low and feeling his own role as an informant, Riven did his best to do his job and not disappoint Mr. Professor. Anticipating his future triumph, Burrox dreamily sips his tea, staring at an abstract point, not knowing how wrong he is. The one who will bring him back from heaven to earth at the scene, not in a comatose state, as the yellow press and popular gossip spread. Peering through the window of the dean's office, Elric is ready to begin his plan. Thanks to the clear eye ability, the Dragon Lord is now able to see a completely different side of the world. If the young man manages to find a hidden space, everything else can be done without problems. And if he successfully reveals the target's location, he can share the dragon's mana. Using the dragon's mana will allow you to use the strongest magic without directly using magic. This is the first step from the starting point that will lead to the grand goal of reviving the Merbingers and turning the entire world system around. And in order to achieve his biggest dream, Elric must become stronger by the time the elections begin. The voice of Mephistopheles calls the Avenger pathetic, because even with his demonic powers he is only capable of such primitive magic. The blonde man closes his eyes and admits that the demon is quite right and must grow to become stronger. Angered by this gesture and his master's neglect, Mephistopheles complains that in his time both demons and dragons and people trembled before him equally. Thinking about it, Elric remembers the runic inscriptions on the gate and that among the dragon spells was one called the Soul Speech. To activate the spell, you need to visualize the image and describe it in words and activate the magic. Mephistopheles, watching the magic of his host, is surprised to see what happens next. Concentrating on the implementation of the dragon spell, the blonde concentrates his mana and says out loud the flight command. To the Demon King's surprise and fear, the spell was successful, and Mirbinger flew up into the sky like a bird. Demonstrating the unique power and control of mana, even while flying, the young mage maintains the magical ability of the clear eye. Flying over the city at a bird's eye view, the blonde rejoices that everything went according to plan and he is one step closer to his goal. But suddenly Elric loses his balance and starts falling because the altitude was too high for a beginner. Undaunted and not disappointed, the owner of the dragon's heart is stunned by his own power and progress and tries to fly again. Mephistopheles is stunned by how a seemingly mediocre magician is able to cast a double soul spell. The only worthy enemy of the demonic race was the Mirbinger dynasty. According to Mephistopheles, no one from the dynasty had such magical potential and abilities as Elric. But later he recalls that there was only one of the Mirbingers equal in strength to the young descendant, none other than the ancestor of the family. The demon realizes that he was thinking in the wrong direction and realizes that in any case he must conquer the blonde's body and mind while he is still weak. The soul speech technique is amazing, but at the moment it consumes too much energy and effort. To hone his skills and grow spiritually and magically, Elric needs a mentor who can help him without revealing his secrets. According to the student, it is no longer possible to find a mentor at the academy because Barox has strengthened his power over all the structures of the educational institution. However, relying solely on your own strength will not bring any benefit, so it is imperative to look for someone strong. A young man sitting tiredly on the ground realized that there must be someone of the level of the magical hexagram, but he had no chance of being accepted as a student. If they had a grandfather, or at least their father or uncle alive, they could have easily chosen a family member as a mentor. An unusual idea suddenly occurs to him when Elric notices the annoying Mephistopheles frowning at him. In a desperate situation, the blonde realizes that Mephistopheles could become his mentor and teach him all the subtleties of magic. The servant of the demonic deity is in no hurry to agree to the deal, considering the benefits of the partnership. But it is obvious that this is a chance to take possession of the body. In an attempt to convince the Demon King, the potential disciple promises to use alchemy to create the perfect body as a container. Mephistopheles doubts whether an ordinary person can create a decent body for him, but Elric convinces him that it will be possible if he accepts him as a disciple. The demon is trying to make a price, hinting that he has little to offer, and gets the answer that he will not succeed if the boy remains weak. Trying to save the situation, Elric wants to offer Mephistopheles one more thing, but he refuses. But even here, the Demon King refuses to transfer his skills to a human, hinting that if they were related, he would think twice. Watching the confused young man, Mephistopheles is pleased with this picture, as Elric used to mock him, also realizing that he is now too weak. However, by teaching his ward black magic, the demon hopes to trigger the young man's moral decline and consume him as he becomes stronger. Now the demon expects the young man to be submissive and to beg him to change his mind and gradually become a vessel for the Demon King. Suddenly, Elric changes his strategy and, realizing that he will not get his way, abandons the idea, frightening Satan himself. The blonde explains to the demon that bidding should be equal, but his words bounce like peas against the wall. Elric's patience has run out and now, looking directly into Mephistopheles' eyes, he wants to show his power under the demon, and the latter tearfully begs for mercy. Intimidating the Demon King, Mirbinger resorts to the magic of the dragon and silences Mephistopheles, ignoring his whimpers. The spell worked, and the demon's mouth was sealed, demonstrating the superiority of the dragon's mana over the demons to the magician's delight. The young duke himself did not expect this experiment to work so well and cannot help but be amused. The mute Mephistopheles continues to rage, but his phrases are only mumbles, and young Mirbinger notices that even as a mute, he makes too much noise. The irritated demon continues to scream and declares that it cannot be controlled even by the power of the soul speech. But then there is another surprise. Once again, Elric uses the soul speech to make Mephistopheles turn into a sweet and affectionate creature. This makes Elric sick to his stomach. Now the young man is deeply sorry for what he did, and realizes that he feels like vomiting at the mere sight of the demon in this state. But Elric gets his way and orders the demon to write down everything he knows about the soul's prognosis in a notebook, and promises to break the spell if he likes it. Mephistopheles grumbles that it's nothing to him after 1,000 years of captivity, but Elric ignores him and decides to train while he has time. All night long, the demon tries to convince the young man that he will agree, and forgive him if he apologizes. But he is again ignored during mana training. Watching his master's skill grow even without his tutelage, the infernal aristocrat is afraid that Elric will no longer be his student. Watching the potential disciple ignore his words on the third day, Mephistopheles breaks down and now does not understand what is wrong with him. Watching himself being ignored day after day, Mephistopheles comes to the decision that the best way out is to pretend to agree to Elric's terms. Reluctantly accepting defeat, the demon submissively reveals to the young man everything he knows about the speech of the soul. Elric, who has been badly worn out during his training, can't help but be pleased at how obediently the Demon King follows orders when he is irritated by being ignored. Mephistopheles, realizing how the human creature is mocking him, begins to rage again and mentally refuses to obey. But he can't rebel for long, as Elric's control over the demon's mind makes him loyal in a dog-like way. Upon reflection, the head of the Merbinger clan realizes that the basics of the soul speech are a list of ancient spells that cannot be found in a regular textbook. Even though Mephistopheles wrote everything he knew about the speech of the soul, it is not enough to fully understand it. But he fulfills his part of the deal and breaks the spell of cuteness, hinting at how wonderful it is for a demon to be able to cooperate. Promising to break the demon's spell of mute, Elric offers him to write as much as he can about what he knows about skillfully manipulating Mephistopheles. The latter is seriously irritated by the superiority of the human creature over him, and simply silently rages in his own helplessness. Irritated by Merbinger's serious meticulousness, Mephistopheles promises that one day he will break him with an onslaught of black magic. Although at the moment Elric has only studied the introductory part of the soul speech training material, his power is already considerable. Mephistopheles, observing the development of the master, does not understand why there is no hint of black magic in the magical realization. Reading his mentor's emotions without difficulty, Elric pretended not to understand the demon's emotions and wondered what was wrong with him. The owner of the dragon's heart easily realized that in addition to the materials about the speech of the soul, Mephistopheles also attributed lessons in black magic. After explaining to his mentor that he is not so stupid as to follow everything he has written, Elric still thanks the demon for teaching him. Mephistopheles is furious and thrown off his plan by how quickly and easily the student exposed his cunning scheme. However, the brilliant magician is not going to stop there, realizing that he has not enough for which the demon calls him ungrateful. Warning that one more reproach will bring back the spell of dumbness, Elric asks for more materials to study, to which the demonic mentor replies that he has nothing more to teach him except the true level of soul speech magic. Shocked, Elric realizes that this is the highest level of soul speech, after which only the divine level comes. Mephistopheles warns his ward about the possibility of losing his sanity if he tries to understand such a high matter at his level. For the first time during the entire training period, Elric agrees and does not mock him. Mephistopheles replies that magic is honed in battle. Shocked, but not surprised, Elric listens to Mephisto's words that the Merbingers lived by the motto that magic grows on the battlefield. This principle has been the family motto and life principle of the Merbinger family, defenders of the world against demons, as taught by their late father. The father of the family taught his eldest daughter and his son everything he knew on the ruins of the battle-ravaged territory. Despite numerous injuries and the consequences of the battle against the demons, my father never complained about his suffering as the strong head of the family. He did not admit that he missed the times when he fought side by side with his father on the battlefields. The former head of the Merbinger family was a truly strong and indomitable man, and his son inherited this quality in full. Little Elric is excited to ask his father if he can become a powerful wizard like his grandfather and use magic on the battlefield, to which the man replies, first of all, his son needs to become an adult, and not only that, but he needs to become a strong magician. Knowing perfectly well what his father means, little Elric says that he needs to study for it all. The head of the family says that he has to study, and Elric will not be an ignorant wizard, and his mother reminds him that his grandfather became the greatest wizard thanks to his studies. But her husband sharply adds that he is the head of the family and her words hurt him. The woman asks them to stop bringing their children to the site of the devastation and is quietly angry that the Merbinger men never listen to anyone. In secret, the father tells his son that only Heisey always listens to his mother and convinces him that magic is actually best developed in practice. The mother asks her son to read about the relationship between ancient magic and language systems by the end of the day and asks Heisey to take care of his brother. Heisey drags his brother along, ignoring his tantrums and requests to play with his dad today. His father understands that studying is studying, but Elric is still a child and tries to convey this to his wife. But the stubborn woman, convinced of her rightness, blames the young man's entire family tree for his frivolity. Still arguing, the happy family walks home under the cover of an amber sunset. And it all came to an end when her father died, and her mother became weak after him. Her husband gave her the remnants of his life force, which did not last long. On his deathbed, he confesses to his wife that she has always been a shining star and he regrets ruining her life. In turn, the woman gets emotional and says that meeting him, getting married and having children were her happiest days. Holding his wife's hand for the last time, the husband thanks her for helping to raise such wonderful children and being a good mother. In her agony, the woman calls Heisey to her to give the girl one last message. Weeping with the realization of the inevitable loss, the older sister accepts her mother's instruction to take care of her younger brother and forgives her for everything. In turn, his father apologizes to Elric for causing him to inherit blocking disorder. Sobbing, the boy says that his father cannot just leave and admits that he is afraid of what will happen to him and his sister when they are gone. Stroking his son's face, the head of the family admits that he valued his days with his family more than his days on the battlefield. The father's last words were that he wanted his children to just live happily and he didn't have to become a magician. Having spoken his last words, he is finally freed from the shackles of suffering and pain in which he has lived for the past years. He was followed by his mother, a sincerely devoted and loving woman who did everything possible for the sake of her family. Having overcome his blocking disorder, the adult Elric addresses his late father, saying that he was wrong about a happy life without magic. He realizes that the weak will be ignored, so he has to become stronger, because magic can only be honed on the battlefield. He needs experience, and he can get it if he goes to the Crimson Forest, for example, which he immediately rejects because of monsters and ghosts. The Goblin Cave has also been removed from the candidacy due to the high risk of potential watchers, which is dangerous. Recalling his father's stories about the shelters once used by the ancestors of the dynasty, Elric decides to go there. The hermit, having prepared for the journey, orders Mephistopheles to go with him, and the demon asks where he is going. The point of arrival is the homeland of the Bigfoot, as the hideout of the Merbinger family. Elric and Mephistopheles go to the peak to hone their skills as magicians, knowing full well that if someone recognizes him, it will lead to problems not only for him. Elric decides to change his appearance for disguise. First of all, the magician washes his body by enhancing the effect of water with magic. In order to speed up and facilitate the transformation process, the young man uses magic to renew his haircut and proceeds to the last step. Using the magic of soul speech, he completely changes not only facial features but also race. Finally, when the transformation is complete, he is ready to hit the road without risking his life or the life of Sean, who helps him. A lot of time has passed since Elric left his hometown, and it is now winter. Having arrived at the guide agency unrecognized, he finds the expedition at the last minute. One of the guides explains that no one goes to the top of the guides at this time and is sincerely surprised that so many people have gathered and points out where the group is. Continuing the conversation with the disguised Elric, the guide informs us that the group is just on time. The members of the expedition are happy to have a new traveler with them, and the sweet little boy is especially happy about it. Before you say anything, you need to know who is in the team with you and Elric. Gifted with the gift of seeing mana, scans other travelers. He will be accompanied by 4 herbalists who may come in handy as traveling is always an unpredictable experience. There are also 3 monster hunters on the way, and this is also a great sign as they are professionals when it comes to defense. But there are 5 other members of the group who have hidden their mana from the public, and they are the so-called shadow side of the entire group. The little boy unexpectedly introduces himself as Manhwa, signifying the second dawn of the week, and promises to protect everyone around him from harm. Mephistopheles is annoyed by such talkativeness and promises to wring his neck, but Elric reacts with respect and asks Manhwa if he can buy a communication layer here. The experienced traveler replies that there are no crystal balls in their thickets and that only carrier pigeons can help to communicate with the world. The optimistic Manhwa remembers a story closely related to this situation and wants to tell it, but it's time to hit the road. Without losing his enthusiasm, the boy follows the group, promising to tell the story on the way, which causes Elric and Mephistopheles to break out in a cold sweat and fright. But most of all, Elric is worried that he can't get in touch with his sister and decides to call Sean again. Who knows what to do next? The group moves confidently through the snowy terrain of Bigfoot Valley, and little Manhwa tells the story of the postal pigeon and the chimney, as promised. Mephistopheles says that he immediately realized that this was the Valley of the Bigfoot because he knows it well, and the hermit asks him if he has been here before. The Demon King replies that he saw the inhabitants and called them trash for daring to worship them. The young man asks if the residents were demons. Mephistopheles was furious that demons were being compared to some Bigfoots, and he shouted at the magician. The frightened Elric thought they were just monsters. The demonic companion tells us that the Demon King was completely ineffective, and his tragic fate was rather the mercy of the demon god. The story of the Bigfoot King catches Elric's attention, and he becomes interested in the fact that these creatures had a leader. When asked, Mephistopheles answers only that his grave could have been preserved here. When the young man hears about the Demon King's tomb, he becomes interested and asks about its location, only to be told that it was probably stolen long ago. Knowing full well that demons are like demons by nature, the burial site has a direct connection with one of the Merbinger family hideouts. In his memoirs, his father said that the so-called ancestral shelters were built to protect family relics. Stroking his son's head affectionately, he asks him to visit the valley when he grows up and finish what he did not have time to do. His father asks him to confirm the family's inheritance for him and pay the necessary tribute to his ancestors. For now, we can only guess what kind of heritage is hidden in the hiding place, and Elric wonders if this will help him learn more about his pendant. Mingma again tells the legend of her tribe, how a woman was abandoned in the mountains, and after meeting Yuki Onna, the history of their people began. A wary Elric doesn't understand why they haven't met any Yetis yet. If Mingma knows so many stories about them, they must exist. The optimistic little traveler warns that the path ahead will be much more difficult and suggests that everyone take a break and have a snack. Having settled down for a rest, the company builds a fire to warm up and cook food. The attention and gaze of the disguised student is drawn to the mysterious travelers hiding mana, and he follows one of them who wants to borrow fire. With the help of the gift of the clear eye, the wizard easily reads the power of the traveler in the cloak, who turned out to have the power of a noble knight. After realizing that they are not interested in him, the family air searcher eventually calms down and thinks that they may have their own personal mission. Their leader in a bright blue cloak stands out against the knights in black, and the observer considers him rather weak. Watching the actions of the stranger in blue, Elric notices interesting details such as surprisingly delicate hands and well-groomed hair. The leader of the mysterious group turned out to be a young, extremely beautiful girl, which quickly attracted the attention of the entire group of travelers. One of the uncouth hunters took the liberty of trying his hand at love affairs, beginning to flirt greasily with a young woman. Without waiting long, one of the knight's escorts jumps up and goes to the brave man to kick him in the nuts for such disrespect. The man didn't even have time to blink and froze with a stupid smile when the swordsman was too close. The silly smile disappeared from his face when the sharp end of the sword was already propping up the throat of the overconfident Romeo. With an icy gaze, the knight stares at the insolent man and sentences him to death for such disrespect for a young lady. The knight named Chen did not have time to make trouble as a young lady stops him and orders him to leave the fool alone. Although Merbinger himself is a daredevil, here he is surprised at the courage to flirt with a noble person without thinking about the consequences. Something strange catches the attention of both Mephistopheles and Elric, and they both agree to take a closer look at the area. Looking closely at the area, the magician notices supernatural activity. The other travelers are unaware of the danger and behave as the knight would normally, and keep the daredevil at gunpoint, not letting go. The young lady, in a more aggressive tone, orders him to let go of the man and not to create problems. Elric pulls the whole company out of this mess and tells everyone to run away, feeling threatened by something that others won't see. He is really the only one who feels unsafe, so the young man was ignored as a madman who does not know what he is talking about. Chen is the first to be raided, and he quickly reacts by defending himself from baton fire with a sword held above his head. The rest of the unarmed team members are in a panic attack and do not know what to do. Some of the team realized that the danger was no joke only when their comrades began to be severely injured. Without losing his professionalism, Chen orders his partners to protect the young lady at all costs. Noble knights from a mysterious detachment stand in a wall following the commander's order. Dodging attacks, the hermit accelerates and takes off, analyzing the situation from a distance and repeating the plot in the nest. This time there are a lot of shooters and they are likely to attack in groups. Without delay, Elric uses defense magic to create a barrier against arrows and now needs to check on the others. If the knight's team is stable, and they at least repel attacks in their limited movement, the others are not so good. The team of hunters, herbalists, and ordinary travelers is clearly suffering from attacks without knowing how to defend themselves. Seeing how deplorable the general situation was, Merbinger deemed it necessary to intervene and help everyone as a powerful magician. Mephistopheles recognizes in the fighting style and maneuvers the blunt tribe of red-eyed men who were not distinguished by high mental abilities. To the eyes of an ordinary mage or human, Yetis are invisible due to their camouflage in natural landscapes, but with the green-eyed man's abilities, this is not a problem. Using his all-seeing gaze, Elric tracks the movement of objects at a distance. Yetis are known for attacking in groups of 10, which is already difficult to repel, but there are many more of them here. Shocked by the abnormal number of Bigfoots per square meter, Merbinger falls into a stupor. Chen's helpless cry, begging for the giants to be destroyed, breaks the magician out of his torpor. Chen is surrounded by Bigfoot on all sides, and now he has to fight back alone. Mephistopheles calls it hardcore in the first battle. Having forgotten his place, Mephistopheles hints to Elric that he was as frightened as any person in his place, and that is why his tongue is rudely taken away. Stunned by how skillfully the knights use the aura ability to destroy the Yetis, several at a time, Elric marvels at the warrior's skill. No matter how great the battle looked, there is no time to watch because of the Yeti attack and numerous reinforcements that never end. After analyzing the terrain, Elric sees a new pack ready to ambush him, and a wrong move will cost them their lives. But everything will be different if Merbinger makes the first move. Therefore, by removing his disguise, he makes the battle easier for himself. After removing the disguise, all mana will be used to maintain weapons and defense against attack and will not affect the quality of the attack. By maintaining acceleration, the mage gains an advantage over others when attacking from the air and can analyze the situation in a new way. Now Elric has the best view of the number and direction of movement of the new reinforcements coming from the ambush. Although it is impossible to guarantee that the attacks will work on the Yetis, you can try to distract and delay the enemy. The plan to distract the enemy works, and as Merbinger gets closer, he prepares to launch a main attack. The Yetis disabled by the mage are unable to attack and freeze in a stupor. Thanks to his first attack, which was successful, the blonde was able to get close to the enemy. Using an explosion spell, Elric blows up part of the Bigfoot army and prepares to attack again. Another group of monsters was approaching from the right, and now its fate was sealed by a spell of fire. Fire is the main enemy of snow and ice, so snow creatures burn in the heat of hell. But it's too early to relax because Elric is still surrounded on all sides, and for this purpose the young man calls upon a wall of swords. Directing swords at targets and evenly distributing mana, the magician pierces the monsters, destroying them en masse. Almost all the Yetis were killed thanks to a well-planned strategy and mana control. The last two Bigfoots try to desert the battlefield but are quickly spotted by Elric. Using a binding spell on the last two, the wizard immobilized the enemy. When the fight is over, Merbinger can't help but praise himself because he really gave it his all in the first fight. The last Bigfoots are taken prisoner for interrogation. Elric tries to call Mephistopheles, but he is silent, and the blonde man breaks the spell of silence. Mephistopheles immediately starts yelling at Elric, but he quickly calms him down. Explaining that they are running out of time, Merbinger asks the demon to be a translator for a short time in order to get the necessary information from the Yeti. Blondie promises to release them after they tell him where the village of Mephistopheles is translating the dialogue. The Yetis will say something only after they are released. There is no reason to believe them, and Mephistopheles replies that now is the time for a dialogue, not blackmail. Having decided to release the prisoners, Elric asks Mephistopheles to hurry them to give an answer. After removing the shackles from the Yeti, Elric prepares to get an answer, but the monster offers Mephistopheles to send the man straight to hell. Without waiting for an answer, Bigfoot attacks the magician with a clear intention to fulfill the plan. But the speed of the reaction, as always, saved Merbinger's life, and the attacker was cancelled. In a state of shock, the magician realizes how close he was to his own unfortunate end. Examining the last of the two prisoners and Mephistopheles, who pretends that he has nothing to do with what happened, Elric decides to act on his own. Now Merbinger will talk to them on his own, and does not promise an easy path, and Mephistopheles will also get his due for his attempted betrayal. After interrogating the prisoner, Elric gets them escorted to the village. A tied-up Bigfoot leads them and says that all the good Bigfoot are dead because of this fool. Suddenly, the blonde man grabs his heart, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. His heart is filled with the mana of the dragon and the demon king, and he can only use 3% of it now. If he continues to cast magic, he will explode. With this level of ability and magic, it will be difficult for him to fight, but giving up on such a trifle is not an option. And on this note, the group arrived in the village. He can't give up on such a small thing either, and so Elric is going to go all the way, having no other choice. He cannot give up and give up halfway, because he wants to fulfill the promise he made in his childhood and return to his family, what is rightfully his. In passing, he mentions the mysterious young lady from their expedition and wonders if she managed to escape and sincerely wants her to live on. Thanks to the joint efforts of the knights, all the Yetis were killed and now they are not in danger, and the warriors have fulfilled their duty by protecting the girl. When she notices that one of their companions has gone missing, the blue-haired aristocrat panics and reports to Chen. The knight replies that the man has either fallen or is hiding safely, hoping that he has simply fled to safety. The girl also wants to hope that Elric is okay and that he survived. Upon arriving in the village, Elric is surrounded by a crowd of locals who are understandably suspicious of the stranger. Explaining that he had come in peace, the traveler asked them to take them to the elder without unnecessary bloodshed. In response to his request, the snowmen nod their heads in agreement with the proposal. The crowd parted to let the elder, the largest among them, pass. The elder of the village is like a giant mountain hanging over the young man, calmly waiting for his words and actions. Looking up at the head of the village, Elric asks for permission to have a private conversation with him. Scarred by numerous battles, the giant agrees to talk. In anticipation of the worst-case scenario, the blonde man holds a piece of a mana sword in his palm in case the negotiations fail and there is no way out. The leader noticed the bright green color of the magician's eyes and, remembering something, asks the name of the traveler standing in front of him. Confused, the blonde man says his name and freezes, waiting for the leader's next move. Hearing the familiar name Merbinger, the leader of the Bigfoot asks Elric to follow him. On the way, the leader tells the guest about an ancient legend that has been passed down from generation to generation in his tribe, and the young man asks what the legend is. The leader begins the story with the fact that a king once lived on their mountain and ruled over the people and territory that lived there. Bigfoot adds that the king's only friend was a man with shining green eyes named Merbinger. After learning that one of his ancestors was friends with the Yeti King, Elric listens further and hears that the king's people followed his will and guarded the man's house. After learning about his ancestor's home, Merbinger asks the leader where exactly it is, and the Yeti replies that it is underground below. The tribal leader leads the traveler to the place where the so-called Merbinger family hideout is located. Looking down, Elric realizes that the so-called home is at the very bottom of the canyon, and indeed, there is a fully tangible and habitable shelter on the ground. The stunned wizard feels an upward flow of mana coming from the bottom of the canyon. Feeling the emotions of the guest, the leader himself admits that even for them, going down while the upward flow is still a challenge. Mephistopheles again adds fuel to the fire by reminding us that now, Elric is not even able to save himself from frostbite. Now the young offspring has a new problem. His mana level has dropped so low from fatigue that he is unable to perform even basic magic, as the demon suggests. Recognizing the Demon King's absolute rightness, Elric decides that even with his current mana level, he will not give up and has a plan. The accelerating blonde simply jumps from the cliff into the rising stream, having no alternative but to frighten both the demon and the Yeti leader with his actions. Recalling how much his ancestors longed to see the abilities of their descendants, Elric is going to kindly demonstrate them. Mephistopheles, seriously frightened, looks after the falling ward and wonders how crazy this young man is. The already difficult situation is exacerbated by the extremely high wind speed, which threatens to cause even more injuries in the event of a bad flight. The demon cares about the safety of the potential new body and flies after Elric to remind him of the minimum mana concentration for survival. Concentrating his life force and mana, the desperado directs their course to his feet to lean on them when he lands. A couple of steps remain. The roof of the house is already clearly visible and Elric is getting closer and closer to it. Directing the remaining mana to the legs, the traveler chooses a point for a successful landing. Finally, having successfully landed, the blonde man can breathe out a sigh of relief that at least he didn't crash. After such an extreme descent, Merbinger himself does not believe in his own survival, but Mephistopheles recognizes his courage. The house made no impression on the green-eyed man, and he does not believe that there can be anything valuable there, considering it just a wooden shack. With his hand outstretched, the guest expects the door to open easily and pulls the bolt safely. It turns out that a protective spell has been cast on the door, and the runic password needs to be found. Mephistopheles suggests that the blonde man try to crack the password by directing his mana in the right direction. Having tried all the passwords he could think of, Merbinger Jr. is faced with failure because none of them work. After all the failures, the wizard came to the conclusion that there must be something like a key. After thinking a little more, the blonde man guesses that the pendant around his neck is the key to the door. Putting the amulet to the door, Elric sees that this decision was correct, and now the runic lock is lit. Eventually, the door opened, kindly inviting the guest inside. Once inside, the green-eyed man was amazed at the size of the choir that was hiding under the facade of the nondescript shack. Looking around, Merbinger's eyes clung to a bookshelf with a single book on it. It was the Fundamental Doctrine of Magic. Mephistopheles, in turn, eventually finds out where the Sage of Winter lived. Hearing about the Sage of Winter, Elric guesses that now it is about his ancestor and the house belonged to him. Hiding behind the shelves, Elric thinks that if Mephistopheles knows the Yeti King, he must know about his ancestors, so he must know a lot of history. The blonde man's attention is drawn to an old book with an elegant cover that says, History, and now he wonders if it is the history of the Merbingers. While reading the book, Elric notices the motto that the destruction of all demons is the sacred duty of his family. He recalls hearing this phrase in a dream when he saw the ephemeral ghost of his ancestor. Reading further, the young man notices that it says that the body of a clan member will become a vessel for a demon, and that it is their duty to absorb demons again and again. Only the one who perfectly digests the absorbed demons is able to create a new form of magic by absorbing all demons to the last. Elric, as the only descendant and owner of the legendary amulet, is destined to absorb demons to the end and enter a new era of magic. This is the starting point of the majestic descendant who passed the first test of the magic amulet and conquered the Demon King. Elric wakes up again in the astral dimension and quickly gets up and looks around. From behind him, the young magician hears a voice addressing him, calling him a future descendant who will inherit the call of the ancestor's heart. Turning to the call, Mirbinger recognizes his ancestor and cannot believe his eyes that he sees one of them in front of him. The gray-haired man with the multicolored eyes is called Otto von Mirbinger, and he is the one who checks the descendants through the appointment or the guide. Several centuries ago, those who founded the Mirbinger family system of magic lived, and Otto is one of the most respected members of the clan. Smiling, Otto guesses from Elric's face that the young Mirbinger knows who he is. In response, the blonde calls him by the pseudonym Sage of Winter, which surprises Otto, who believed that everyone who knew this name had long since passed away. Otto asks how Elric knows this name, and is told that Mephisto told him. Hearing this, the gray-haired man cannot believe his ears. Shocked by the fact that Elric's demon has become original sin, Otto recognizes how powerful the descendant of their kind is, and that the task must be complicated. Meanwhile, Mephisto, hearing that someone has called his name, promises to tear out the insolent man's limbs. The young magician wonders what kind of assignment awaits him and where Otto is sending him. Otto explains that Elric has a lot of questions and is naturally interested in why all this trouble if he can keep the records. After finishing his speech, Otto still strokes Elric's golden hair, and the younger man blushes at the affection. The Sage of Winter finally explains that everything is so difficult because they have created a special magic wheel, and once you start it, you can never stop it and leave it alone, so you have to be careful when choosing your descendants. Calling Elric the only descendant who withstood all the trials prepared for him with dignity, and now the choice of whether he will continue to spin or stop the wheel forever is his. Even without fully realizing the mission that has been imposed on his family, Elric finds himself facing the most difficult choice of his life, realizing that if you confidently step into a new life without hesitation, it will entail changes that can destroy your old life. But anyway, this is the only and last chance to change and improve your situation. Otto listens to his distant descendant as he listens to Elric's impassioned speech, admitting that he wants to revive the clan. Touched by the desire of the youngest generation, Otto stops listening to what the descendant will say next and what he wants to live for. And Elric chooses this path because he sincerely wants to fulfill the dreams of his heroic ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the sake of a brighter future. And because he wanted to immortalize his name on the tablets of history as one of the greatest wizards in history. This is what has always been Elric Mirbinger's dream and what has driven him through life. After finishing his speech, he eventually starts his own wheel, the movement of which now depends on Elric himself. In an emotional outburst, the Sage of Winter slapped the blonde on the shoulder, rejoicing that the family had such an heir and wishing that all descendants were like him. And now they have to move on because there is much more to come. The confused Elric does not understand where Otto has brought him and looks around anxiously. Freezing and shivering, he asks the ancestor guide what kind of place this is, and Otto replies that it is a training ground where the first test will take place. After analyzing the cold terrain, the blonde realizes that this is where he will become stronger than ever. The sage likes the candidate's attitude. Now Otto asks him to look down because Elric needs to see it, but the young man sees nothing but pitch blackness. Then the sage tells him to look deeper, and with the help of his clear vision, the candidate finally manages to see what was at the bottom. It turns out that the bottom of the abyss was none other than the king of the Ice Mountain from the legend of the Yeti leader. He was the first and last Yeti king to unite all existing Bigfoot tribes and reign over this icy mountain. The king was extremely ambitious and did everything to restore the status of Yetis as demons, but this ambition ruined his life as a fallen demon. The king of the Ice Mountain is the second demon, and now Elric must absorb him as well. Confused and frightened, he does not understand how he can overcome such a huge enemy several times bigger than himself. Otto explains that there is no need to kill and that Elric's task is to absorb the demon and extract their seals as the root of their existence. From the primordial dark emotions of living beings, such as fear, hatred, and despair, the ego with evil content is formed, which is the essence of the demon. Each demon has a dark desire that forms their personality, rank, and emblem. And this is the core of evil desires known as the seal. The seal of original sin on Elric's hand can be regarded as Mephistopheles himself, and he wears the seal of the Demon King on his hand. Otto explains to the anxiety-ridden Elric that from now on his calling is to absorb all the demons that come his way. The sage also adds that as soon as Elric absorbs the demon, its power will immediately pass to him. Intrigued by this fact, he is motivated as strength and self-improvement are the main goal of young Mirbinger's existence. Motivated, Elric asks Otto how powerful he will become by absorbing the Demon King, and he replies that they will see. Having unlocked his equipment, the conqueror of the dark forces gives himself the institution not to take life but only to absorb it, but he does not understand how to do it. The fallen demon in the guise of the king of the ice mountain, having felt the mana, realizes that he is a combination of the mana of Mephistopheles and a man from the Merbinger clan. Mephistopheles, who still thinks Elric is too weak, calls out to him to stop. Because he believes in the strength of his offspring, he keeps his morale up and motivates him to show his full potential. In Elric, the second demon sees his natural enemy, whom he must destroy. In addition to the special nature of mana, the Merbinger family tree gives away the green color of his eyes and the special power of his clear eye, which is how the village elder recognized him. The king is guarded by dozens of guards who are very different in nature from the Yetis he has fought before. The biggest of them all, the king of the mountain with goat horns, stands out. Elric doubts that he will be able to defeat them all with his level of ability. Realizing that if he knew how to use the power of the Seal of Original Sin, it would be much easier for him, but now is not the time to dream about what does not exist. With a battle cry, the Ice King calls his guards to attack the target, which means that the battle has begun. The candidate realizes that it would be cheating to use the power of the first demon in his first test, so he wants to act on his own. Flame is always the most effective against ice, so Elric uses the spell of explosion and burning. The guards in front of him were consumed by fire, and at first glance they were annulled, but the goal is to conquer and absorb, not destroy. Before he can blink, Elric feels the blade of a sharp sword at his throat. This means that he is surrounded by the Ice King's guards, which is what set the stage for further events. Using magic to raise a wall of ice crystals, Elric pushes himself away from the demonic Saskatchewan. Standing on equal footing with the enemy, he begins a dialogue with them, telling them what he has heard about their fate as a demonic tribe that has become an outcast. He says that the Yetis should understand him, as he has experienced that the weak become useless and are thrown away. With these apt words, Merbinger provokes the anger of one of the guards. The purpose of this test is to become stronger, and his blonde will pass without any problems. Concentrating a huge amount of fire mana above him, he prepares to attack the army with determination. But he is quickly counterattacked by the Ice King, knocking Elric out. Heavily wounded in the stomach, the candidate flies to the side and falls. So far, the second demon has been hitting hard, and he's been disabling the enemy with his sword. Elric curses the demonic Yeti. At this rate, with his rather weak abilities, Merbinger will definitely lose. But he doesn't want to fail in the first test, so he gets up and concentrates all his mana to reach the end, even if his body can't stand it. He is going to pull out all the dragon magma available to him from the depths of his heart. Having made the final decision, Elric removes the seal and breaks it. Still, everything has its limit, just like the candidate's body, so he can't stand it and tries to stabilize himself by sitting on the ground. No matter how you look at it, the test is too cruel for the first round, and the blonde's heart stops and the opponents form again. The Seal of Original Sin returns to Elric's hand after he has removed it and scattered it around him. Although it is much lighter than the previous one, it is real, and Merbinger feels that the dragon's mana is stabilizing. That's why the seal is the name of the demon. In order to use the demon's power to its fullest, it is necessary to know the real name of the Infernal. But Elric does not know how to find out the name, and asking is not an option. Otto explained to the young magician that when the time came, he would know the true name of the demon he was dealing with. Reading the seal with the help of the soul speech, Elric learns that the real name of the enemy is cruelty. He doesn't know why or how, he just feels that it is necessary to use seals knowing the real names. The demon may be cold and heartless, but there are no invincibles. So now the power of the seal will be used to its fullest. The number of opponents is the same, if not even greater, so Elric is giving it his all. This time, his mana power is strong enough to force the guards to defend themselves. A strong flash of ice magic destroys some of the guards completely. Elric's mana is exhausted, as he was too weak to cast such powerful magic before. But even this is a good sign, since the principle of the seal's operation is now clear. Only a few guards are left, and it seems that it's just a matter of time. But suddenly, exhausted, Elric falls down, and on this note, everything ends for him, and he falls into the darkness without understanding why it happened to him right now. When the candidate wakes up, he starts coughing and clutching his throat and heart. It turned out that he woke up on the floor of the same shelter near the book he was reading, so after his defeat, he found himself in the real world. Not fully understanding what had happened to him, the frightened man froze with animalistic horror in his eyes. Mephistopheles immediately realized by the state of his ward that the latter had been seriously injured in the battle. In his own way, Elric is happy to see Mephistopheles, and the demon says he immediately realized that the task was activated because Elric fell asleep and the pendant went crazy. After that, Elric will calm down when he learns about the mission, and that he did not really fall but only in the astral dimension. The reason he lost consciousness was that he was in a hurry and believed too much in the seal and was overwhelmed by the amount of mana he had absorbed. Recalling the battle, Merbinger notes that the force was much greater than expected. The seal of cruelty is so powerful. What do you expect from original sin? Noticing the seal of cruelty on his ward's hand, Mephistopheles realizes what a cunning scheme the Sage of Winter has come up with. Mephi's ward asks how to use the seal of true sin, and Mephi assumes that he has been told what the demon's real name is. The demon refuses to reveal the answer to this question, no matter what humiliation is used against him. The blonde sarcastically notes that the request was as simple as possible, but caused a strong reaction. Blondie reflects on the demon's refusal and recognizes that the use of the seal is the work of demons, noting that Mephistopheles' permission would mean defeat. He reflects on the futility of fighting the demon and tries to find a solution. Elric asks Mephi about the king of the human mountains. Mephistopheles does not understand why Elric is interested in this, and he replies that this is the grave of the king and he must meet him. The demon laughs at Ottokan, indignant at how he could have a weaker man catch a creature that he himself, the demon king, recognized. Catching the family man red-handed, Elric asks if he really knows nothing about effective methods. Mephistopheles again replies that he knows nothing, to which Elric explains that the King of the Mountains no longer has anything to do with demons, and that this is something that can be discussed. The furious Mephistopheles shouts, explaining that revealing the secret of the seal is his disgrace, but the magician promises to lift the curse of the soap for 3 days. The demon refuses to cooperate, saying that he cannot be bribed with such cheap tricks. But then Elric promises 5 days without soap. Still, Mephistopheles considers this a sign of disrespect, but he agrees to the condition, pretending that he is only doing it because he is extremely generous. Mephi explains that, with his current mana level, he should forget about completing the task, and with this mana power, he won't even get close to the King of the Mountain. But the demon is clearly up to something, and does not say that there is no alternative way to unlock the seal's powers. The Demon King takes Elric to the place where he has to pass the test, and the young man feels how cold it is here and does not want to return. But still, Merbinger realizes that this time he must listen to Mephisto's suggestions. Mephistopheles advises Elric to improve his performance and explains that seals are divided into ordinary, advanced, unique, and mythical in terms of rarity. The demon talks about seals that require strength. The seal of cruelty is valuable, but the candidate level is 1 star, and the King of the Ice Mountain has 10 stars. The demon tells him that he must either raise his level to 10 stars or get a unique rank. Smiling, the young man is ready to fight even with 1 star. He comes face to face with the King of the Ice Mountain again, this time hoping for a positive outcome. Elric realizes that victories are not important at his 1-star level. To move up, he must defeat the king whose dark power he sees as a stain on the wall. Observing Otto's carefree behavior, he wonders if the wise man is the family's ancestor or sworn enemy for putting him through such a dangerous test. You have to at least try, and no matter how difficult it is, you have to do your best. And if the really young Merbinger does his best, he will definitely win. Suddenly, the blonde man sees Mephistopheles' tense and puzzled face. If Elric sees a demon in front of him, it only means that the task has failed again. After the magician tore himself into a German cross and collected all the possible seals, he simply fell in battle without even lifting a finger. Helplessly lying there, the wizard wonders how he can defeat this demon, to which Mephistopheles simply offers to refuse the task for a certain period of time. After such an informative conversation, Elric sits there smiling ominously, and even Mephi knows that there is no good to be had here. But the demon's ward raises a rather innocent, albeit unexpected topic, claiming that the King of the Ice Mountain is actually a woman. Hearing this, Mephistopheles is silent for a while, but paying attention to Elric's stupid behavior again provokes him to outbursts of anger. Although the Duke behaves like a mischievous schoolboy, he subtly realizes that there is something between the Queen of the Ice Mountain and the Demon King. But Merbinger will definitely find out later, as it is more important to absorb the Queen now. Even without knowing at the moment how he can do it, the adventurer thinks that he will understand everything by beating the crap out of the Queen during the battle. The demon fighter keeps trying to swallow up the second demon over and over again. All attempts over and over again end in complete failure and a kaleidoscope of endless pain. But the progress can't be overlooked, as each time the use of mana becomes more and more efficient. With each battle, Elric gets closer and closer to the Queen of the Ice Mountain and can even see her face. Now the adventurer understands how the Queen of Ice Mountain's seal of cruelty works and can use it. But Merbinger, who had just received the seal, could not compete with a creature who perfectly mastered it. But the indomitable one will overcome this obstacle on his way, guided by the abilities he has. Stubborn and determined, he will copy her gestures, reactions, habits, behavior, and tactics if it helps to understand the Queen's seal. He would even brazenly steal the identity of the Queen of the Ice Mountain if it would help him become stronger. Watching the battle between his descendant and the Ice Queen, Otto will not be surprised if Elric's personality suffers after all the failures. But despite all the setbacks and pain, the unbreakable man just smiles and moves on. The madman is gifted not only with talents but also with a rebellious will and a desire to grow. Such children are rare even in the Merbinger family. As a result of endless training, Elric raised his level to 3 stars. Celebrating his victory too early, the candidate forgets to be vigilant on the battlefield and almost gets attacked by the Queen of the Mountain's axe. The second demon is so fast and competent in battles that she doesn't let the wizard rest for even a minute. The Queen of the Ice Mountain does not get tired of attacks and attacks again and again. Trying to defend himself against the numerous attacks of the Queen of the Ice Mountain, Elric summons magical armor. But this is a foolish decision since the demoness quickly breaks the armor. The adventurer quickly realized that this was his maximum, and that copying was not enough to defeat the queen. To defeat such a powerful enemy as the Queen of the Ice Mountain herself, you need to understand her. But simply understanding is not enough, and Merbinger must become her to fully experience the personality of the legendary Yeti, so he transfers his fame into her body. For a couple of seconds, his worldview becomes blurred and then completely extinguished, and the young man thinks that he has gone to the next world again. However, later everything falls into place, and he sees the very familiar face of Mephistopheles. To put it mildly, the adventurer is surprised to see him here. Mephistopheles needs the Queen of the Ice Mountain to prove that she is worthy of being part of the demon race. The queen, dressed in battle garb, stands on her native mountain like a heroine. The elder on the mountain declares that the god of demons sent them a prophecy that their queen is the ruler of the mountain. From now on, the entire mountain range will belong to them thanks to the valor and glory of their mistress. Eventually, the magician realized that he was seeing the queen's past. People praise her. She was born a queen who would rule the Ice Mountain. As the first person in the history of the Ice Mountain to unite the tribes, she could not get enough of just one area. The queen, known for her imperial whims and greed, had to restore their former greatness. Calling to her people, she declares that they were once part of a single, all-powerful demon race, and now they will return to their rightful place. A huge number of people and demons were brought to their knees before them, and in the end, they are again part of the demon race as she wanted. But more than that, she wanted to become more than just the queen of her area. She wanted to become the queen of demons. However, the demon king Mephistopheles had set the bar too high, and she had no choice but to learn the bitterness of defeat. Despite this, the queen never stopped and did everything possible to clear her honest name and strengthen her own demonic seal. The queen made the first step and would have been able to gain Mephistopheles' confession, but someone ordered her to stop. The woman's path was blocked by a wall that was higher than any that had ever stood in her way. Fighting tirelessly for her own principles of interests, the queen eventually, like her army, was driven into a dead end. Her army whimpered fearfully, and the mistress ordered them to calm down and prove that they were part of a proud demon race and everything was under their control. Motivated by anger and bloodlust, the queen orders them to show all the fear of their terror to those who stand in their way. But on the battlefield, she is left alone, losing to Otto von Merbinger. In the battle against the humans, they lost to him and his companion, and her race was driven back to the Ice Mountain. The queen sincerely did not understand why she was defeated and tried to prove that people already have absolutely everything, considering other races unworthy of anything. Carefully reading the enemy's past, Elric comes to the realization that this is an extremely strong personality, and everything she lived and did throughout her life was her labor. Even if she was desperate and unable to endure endless disagreements, this great work was for the sake of the revival of her homeland and family. Over time, Otto Khan settled on Ice Mountain to keep an eye on the queen, and after the battles they gained mutual respect and spent a lot of time together. But the queen never fully got rid of her imperial ambitions and succumbed to the darkness in her soul and became a monster. And Otto became the one who took her life and freed the queen from the shackles of hatred and anger. Sometime later, the warrior recognizes in her opponent the distant heir Otto had told her about, and despite the fact that he tamed her madness to some extent and even deprived her of her arm, the words of praise were not empty. Rashly, Elric says with sympathy that he is sorry for her lost arm, which provokes the queen's anger. The frightened adventurer watches as the Queen of the Ice Mountain declares that she remains a warrior queen and leader of her people. Again, succumbing to the control of the demonic core, she declares that she does not need pity, especially from her blood enemy. And now, as she understands us, it is time to end this long battle and to apologize to her people and revive them. She never fully understood why she was so greedy, as she just wanted to live happily with those she loved. Elric realizes that his rival is once again under the influence of demonic energy and does not know what to do, so he orders himself not to panic. His rival is the Queen of the Ice Mountain, who has united all the people of the huge mountain and is the greatest of the Yeti warriors. And it is also the enemy and demon he has to consume. Why? If he doesn't put all his strength into it, he's unlikely to win, and it would be a complete act of disrespect for the queen. Therefore, he will show her the great work created by her own hands. The Queen of the Ice Mountain and Elric face off in the final battle. The magician clearly understands that in order to achieve complete victory, he will have to take possession of the enemy's consciousness and become it again. Even though Elric clearly understands that his life is really at stake in this battle, he is having a lot of fun. He feels them, namely the days full of happiness that she lived with his ancestor Otto. Both are already at the limit of their capabilities, and the outcome of the battle will be decided by the last blow. And it will be a technique that will bring a huge number of races to their knees. This so-called technique is known as the art of the Queen of the Ice Mountain, the infamous Iceman. The last blow decides, and both opponents are waiting for the end. It seems that the Queen of the Ice Mountain is giving in. With one clear stroke, Mirbinger punches a hole in the Queen's astral body, and that's the end of her story. Freed from the demonic shackles of hatred and revenge, the woman sincerely thanks Elric for everything. It all ends with the Queen of the Ice Mountain, free from the demon's control, bowing down to the young wizard who freed her. By the right of the winner, Mirbinger absorbs the conquered opponent, pulling her into his seal and taking away her strength. Now the blonde has fully taken possession of the seal of cruelty, fulfilling the purpose of his kind. A beautiful flower magically blooms on the spot where the queen's soul spent the last moments of her existence. Now she will rest in peace. On such a sad note, Elric's first test ends, and Otto congratulates him on his victory and praises him for successfully absorbing the demon. And now, at the very end, Mirbinger can't help but complain about the extremely difficult task of starting. Otto replies that everything is as it should be, and he cannot be called a member of the clan without this minimum. Now Elric understands why they were called selfish. The guide admits that he is amazed because the candidate had to pass the test in 3 years, but the one who had been studying magic for several years managed it in a month. The blonde explains that he has been studying for only 1 month, and since he has been here for a month, he started his journey 2 months ago. Otto sincerely does not understand whether the descendant is joking or is serious, expecting some pretentious joke in the style of his family. Later, the man laughs, admitting that he has a good eye. But the blonde man is offended because the gray-haired man said that even with his talent, it would take a long time. The offended response made the conductor laugh even more, and he hugged the young man tightly, calling him a scoundrel and stabbing him with his beard. After a while, Otto asks about the last moments of the Queen of the Ice Mountain. The blonde man replies that she was smiling. Otto is glad to hear that. Bowing, the young heir thanks for the help and says goodbye. In response, the ancestor wishes him a happy journey. With a hint of sadness in his voice, Elric says that he is unlikely to be able to visit Otto very often, to which the gray-haired man replies that he fully understands the importance of the role of the head of the family and how responsible this position is. On this note, Elric says goodbye again and turns around to go back on his way. But he returns confused because he does not know how to get out of here. Otto replies that he has already left this place an infinite number of times, and doesn't he remember it? Determined to help one last time, Otto knocks the blonde out with a clear blow to the head, tearing the digital image apart. Elric wakes up again on the floor of the library, this time clutching his face and cursing Otto for such suffering. Mephistopheles, smiling evilly, notices that the Sage of Winter has knocked out his own offspring. But Elric does not understand who the hell strikes without warning. A little later, the demon asks if the young man managed to devour the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Showing the renewed seal on his hand, the electrician replies that he has literally just absorbed it. Mephistopheles proudly praises himself, and Elric sarcastically adds that he is the best. But even Mephi recognizes the genius, realizing that he is given only a drop of knowledge. But Elric is interested in something else, and he asks if Mephistopheles had a special relationship with the Queen of the Mountain and why he did not allow her to become a demon. Mephistopheles does not understand where he got this from, and Elric explains that he was able to look into her memories with one eye and still asks why. The demon explains that he is the Lord of Demons, and the Queen was just the garbage of the demon race, but that time he was just sad. When he learned that someone who claimed to be a demon lived in the icy mountains, True Sin decided to look into the lands of the Yeti. The King of Demons remarks that the Queen of the Mountains could not be equal to the demons, but her ambitions and abilities were worthy of praise. Mephistopheles adds that she was lucky to meet such a kind bishop because if it had been Azazel or Lilith, she would have been torn to pieces. As a result, the Demon King told her to find him when she was stronger and just left. The blonde asks if that's all and if they've seen each other again, and Mephistopheles replies with what gender he should see her. Although the demon does not admit it, he was not indifferent to the Queen of the Mountains, and to some extent he was jealous of her for Otto. And in fact, I really wanted to meet her at least one more time, as evidenced by the sadness in the eyes of the Lord of Dark Creatures. Smiling slyly, Elric begins to imitate Mephistopheles by comparing him to a snot-nosed kid who teases a girl he is not in love with. Hearing this, Mephi explodes and gets angry at Mirbinger for daring to laugh at him. The blonde continues to imitate the demon. Otto salutes in the air in joy at his wonderful offspring, and rhetorically asks the Ice Queen's spirit if she thinks the same way and holds no grudges against him. Seeing the consequences of her uncontrollable ambitions of anger and imperial schemes, the Queen of the Mountains grieves surrounded by the bodies of the Yeti, whose lives she has taken. Otto sees her in such a state and realizes that there is no way back, so he turns to his friend one last time. Unable to live with such a burden on her soul any longer, the Queen of the Ice Mountain sincerely asks Otto to relieve her of this torment once and for all. Realizing that there is no going back, Otto takes a burden on his soul and takes the life of the one he cherished so much, and yet he always felt sorry for him. And now that it's over, the Sage of Winter thanks his late friend for all the time they spent together. Otto asks her to leave all apologies and obligations to those whose lives she took and wishes her to rest in peace. Gazing at the shimmering sunset, the sage wants to meet her in the next life, wishing that the next life was much better than this one. In the library of the shelter, Elric again turned everything upside down looking for the necessary information, and Mephistopheles asks what he is looking for. In response to the question, the magician reaches into his pocket for something and tears the entire library upside down. When Elric pulls a blue stone out of his pocket, Mephistopheles asks if it is an ice crystal. This crystal is part of a new task that Mirbinger has to complete, and this time he has to find the god of Camellia. When Otto asks him if he means the blonde flower by the word Camellia god, he is told that the Camellia god will be his mentor. Realizing that he will grow old before he finishes it all, the adventurer asks the guide how many more tasks he has to complete. In response to his fair claims, Otto replies that everything will continue until he reaches the level of the progenitor and then realizes the importance of his tasks. The ancestors have prepared a test for him to follow, and the young man agrees, and Otto apologizes for putting such a burden on his descendant, which only he alone can pass as Elric Mirbinger is the head of their house, and sets Elric on his way, giving him orders to fortify Winter. He told Mephistopheles all the information. Elric simply says that he needs to bring the ice crystal to the god of Camellia, to which the demon laughs out loud. Realizing that if we are talking about the god of Camellias, Otto von Mirbinger is going to recreate Winter, but Elric has no idea what Winter means. And Mephistopheles explains it as something like the 4 seasons that hunted demons like him. Now Elric asks Mephistopheles to tell him everything in detail, and the Demon King is at a loss as to where to begin. Having promised him 5 days release, the blonde expects the demon to agree, but Mephistopheles thinks that the price for his information is too low. But now Elric promises him a complete release from the regime of silence. Mephistopheles has already liked this proposal, and he simply says to listen carefully. He says that there are 4 forces that helped his ancestors: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and their characteristics were appropriate for each season. Among them, Otto Hahn had characteristics inherent in the season of winter. Mephistopheles says that the fact that someone like him was behind the organization of the tests means that he is looking for a potential descendant of his powers. He explains to the student that Otto wants to pass on to the young man the power he possessed, realizing that if the test is completed, Elric will be able to go for new ones and, having absorbed the other seasons, will be on a par with his progenitor. Now the revival of the family no longer seems such an impossible task to him. Looking closely at the ice crystal, the cadet asks, what is so special about it if the god of Camellias needs it? The King of Demons explains that the ice crystal is the core of winter itself, which is formed in the depths of the ever-snowy mountains. In other words, it is the egg of the spirit. And since Camellia is a flower that blooms in winter, there is no better pot for it than a glacial crystal. Now Elric asks Mephistopheles where he should go to meet the Camellia god, and the demon suggests that he should go to a flower temple somewhere in the north. Surprised that someone is seriously talking about a flower temple from fairy tales, he receives confirmation that the temple really exists. He realizes that he will be absolutely sure if he looks through the records in the Imperial Library and notes that the demon makes contact very easily. Analyzing the behavior of the Demon King, the young man notices that his spiritual form has become much brighter. Mephistopheles realizes that the cadet has noticed that a part of his power has returned, but he can't influence it. For now, Mirbinger's only choice is to get stronger and stronger. Each time the trials make the magician stronger, but at the same time they return Mephi's power. It is quite possible that right now he is promoting the revival of the Demon Lord, and this will cause chaos throughout the world. Smiling, Mephistopheles sees the frightened cadet and is disgusted by the thought of letting the man become stronger. But recovery is a priority. But having realized one very important thing, Elric smiles again, which scares the hell out of him. Even the demon has learned that this smile is not good. Now Elric realizes that the stronger he is, the more energy he takes from the demon, and he has to become stronger to prevent him from escaping. Now that everything is ready, they can set off. Along the way, the wizard realizes that the road seemed difficult before, and now everything has become easier. Since you need a guide, you can visit the Crimson Eye tribe without knowing whether it is a seal or the history of battles with the Yeti. He wants to see them again. At the site where Elric's village used to be, they find only bloody ruins. which means something terrible has happened. Inspecting the dead bodies of the inhabitants, Mephistopheles realizes that someone enjoyed torture and that the nature of this creature is worse than demons. Since Yetis are monsters, they are often the target of the wizard's evil. He fought them, but never treated them as toys. Feeling anger and hatred towards the torturers, he thinks that it is all the power of the Queen of the Mountain, and he cannot feel sympathy for the Yetis. He is not them. Looking up, Elric notices something scary, and it distracts him from the massacre of the Yetis. He sees one of the most brutal scenes of all time in the form of frozen bodies of people stuck in the ground like batons. When he reaches the site of the makeshift graves, he begins to clear one of the hills. While digging through the snow with his bare hands, he comes across something fluffy and soft. Realizing what it is, Elric screams hysterically. Buried in the snow was none other than the little traveler Mingmu, whom Ma had met at the beginning. The emotions of both Mephistopheles and the blonde man show that they did not expect this. It turns out that the genocide was the work of the bastards they met at the beginning of their journey, and Mingmu was just a victim of circumstances. These bastard hunters are responsible for his poor health after what he saw here. In addition to the adventurer himself, a young lady and her knights managed to break away from the chase. Tired from days without rest after numerous firings, the blue-haired woman falls into the snow and her guards run to her. The nobleman replies that he is perfectly fine and asks not to worry about him. They have to keep going, and the girl asks them not to worry about her and to focus on finding the Ice King's grave. A beautiful young woman emphasizes that she is the daughter of the Blue Lion and does not want to be a burden to all of them. A large number of security guards died because of it, as it is a target for killers. It turns out that the group has been wandering around for a month in search of the grave, but they can't find it even with the help of a map. Raising the gaze of her violet eyes to the sky, the girl rhetorically addresses her father, calling out to him. The young lady's life is the same as Elric's. The only daughter of the Blue Lion cannot even lift a sword. Evil tongues behind their backs hint that, based on the rule that blue lions only join the strong, the young lady is the opposite of this vine. No matter how much she trained and how much effort she put into it, nothing came of it. Suffering greatly because of her lack of talent, she cannot call herself the daughter of the Blue Lion. The whole family is predicted to decline. The Blue Lion father Hermann Weil finds Isabel outside the castle at night. The Lord apologizes to the child for putting such a heavy burden on her shoulders, but the girl believes that it is only her fault because she is unworthy. Reassuring the girl, her father tells her that she does not need to follow in his footsteps and become a Blue Lion. She is an honorable daughter of the Vale family and not with the Blue Lion. The knight says that he is still in great shape and asks his daughter not to worry about her father, the Blue Lion Hermann Weil. But even so, she will still follow her dream of becoming the best swordsman on the entire continent. Later, Isabel's extremely strong father fell ill and slipped into a coma. The doctor explains that the symptoms are similar to a blockage disorder and the flow of mana is out of whack due to excessive aura power and muscles can atrophy. Her father's illness can only be cured by restoring the flow of his mana, but this is impossible because her father has too much mana, and the only way out of this situation is to search for magical artifacts. Isabel realizes that only she can save her father and sets off on an expedition. Ordinary items would not be effective at all, and so she desperately began to ask the magic tower of the academy for help. But even their artifacts turned out to be completely ineffective in the case of her father. Isabel traveled all over the continent, but all searches were in vain, and it seemed that there was no more hope. One day at a tour guide agency, she heard about the tomb of a queen who lived on top of an ice mountain, and the artifacts buried with her. Realizing that this may be her only salvation, Isabel grabs the last opportunity. After studying all the maps, she found out that the grave actually exists, and even found its exact location. But the biggest problem was that it got to her two uncles. It turned out that her uncle Paul Weil was very eager to take the Blue Lion position away from her father and sent assassins after her. Wandering in circles in the snowy forest, the girl wonders if her uncle has any humanity left in him. She is pulled out of her thoughts by Chen's shout, commanding the young lady to hide. The second knight who accompanied Isabel hides with the young lady. Her uncle's mercenaries are on their trail, and when they encounter Chen, they realize that they have hit the right target again. It turned out to be the 6th Regiment of Blue Wolves. This is an elite regiment of knights, secretly raised by Paul Weil. The regimental commander mentions that Isabel is also here. The knight does not confirm this information and promises Commander Hanel retribution for the murder of his partners. Mentally, Chen asks the lady to flee as quickly as possible. Isabel is not going to just sit there while they fight for her and breaks out demanding to be released. The second knight explains that the member is risking his own life to buy her time to escape, and explains that his sacrifice may be in vain. But the stubborn girl does not give up her principles and is ready to take risks. Hanel tries to lure Isabel out of her hiding place by threatening to take the life of her loyal servant. Sensing that the girl is nearby, Blue Wolf pressures her with the responsibility for the life of her servant and calls her heartless. Manipulating the feeling of pity, The commander of the Blue Wolves moves from threats to actions and wants to take Chen's life. A second before the inevitable happened, the one he had been waiting for finally emerges from her hiding place. In tears, Isabel demands that the others let her go and get even with her. But the soldiers were ordered to kill absolutely everyone who was associated with her. Isabel cannot believe what she is hearing. Hanul emphasizes that if she hadn't run away, the victims could have been avoided. It was her uncle's men who were responsible for the tragedy. Extremely traumatized by what happened, Isabel begins to consider herself guilty of almost all mortal sins. The heartfelt girl believes that innocent people died because of her fault, and this is what the noble maiden feared most of all. With his sword blade bared, the commander of the Blue Wolves comes close to taking the life of the main heir to the Blue Lion. The act of bloodshed almost took place, but someone intervened from the outside with a voice unfamiliar to the mercenaries. Hanul perceived the stranger as a simple traveler passing by. The unexpected savior turned out to be none other than Elric, who used his disguise to travel to get even with the bastards. This time, Mirbinger does not intend to restrain himself and will destroy the garbage that dared to call themselves knights. Unexpectedly, the commander of the Blue Wolves is puzzled by the unusual witness and promises to kill the demon worshipper, as he called the magician. The hermit is the first to attack and tries to attack the commander using mana, which scares Hanula, who has never dealt with mages. But snow is not Mirbinger's natural environment, and with an epic slip he falls. Epically landing next to the knight who is protecting Isabel, the defender asks the two how they feel. They are fine, but they are concerned about his condition. Recovering from such a failure in his opinion, Elric says that he is fine. A regiment of Blue Wolves is watching them, discussing how strange it is that this mage has landed and saying that he is not getting up because he has no concern for himself. Ashamed of this shameful failure, the young man excuses himself to Isabel that, if it hadn't been snowing, everything would have been much more spectacular. Isabel, in turn, recognizes the stranger as the companion they thought was missing. She cannot allow Elric to interfere in this conflict and asks the wizard to leave because it has nothing to do with him. In turn, Hanul reminds that he will not leave any witnesses alive. The commander gives his knights an order to destroy the devil, whom he considers an accidental witness to their conflict. The remnants of mercy that Elric carried in him would have been too much of a gift to this garbage. Without giving the Blue Wolves a break, the magician quickly attacks with a breakthrough. Left aside, Isabel, with the wounded Chen and another knight, is frozen in a stupor by this magical flow. Hanul orders his men to block Mirbinger's attacks without giving him time to cast magic and simply destroy him. Intercepting a knight's attack, the magician does not allow the latter to even think about it. Directing the swords of mana in the direction of the enemy, Elric pierces his opponents with them. Caught in a barrage of magical weapons, the knights try to block Mirbinger's attacks but in vain. Frightened by such a rapid development of events not in their favor, the knights of the Blue Wolf run away like mice. Hanul is left alone with Elric and now he is cornered. Frightened by such magical power, the commander asks who he is and asks if he has any idea who he is up against. The young man replies that he does not care who they are and advises them to bow their heads in kind. In response, Hanul attacks the magician. Watching the battle, Isabel can only guess who this strong man is, but not now. He is an extremely powerful magician, but her intuition tells her that the Blue Wolves are not just a group of fools. Hanul, realizing the likelihood of his failure, promises to take the enemy to the next world. The commander's extremely high speed of reaction and attack does not go unnoticed by Elric. Isabel could not stand aside and intervened on the battlefield, advising Elric to keep his distance. Heeding the blue-haired woman's advice, Elric strengthens his armor. Using the power of the rift, the magician summons huge walls of ice around him. Having overestimated his abilities, Hanul believes that magic of this level cannot be defended against him, and once again promises to send Elric to the other side. With skillful control of his sword, the knight cuts through the ice walls to reach Elric, but having effectively used breakthrough magic, the mage blocks himself with a thick wall of blue ice. Connell tries to break this crystal with his sword, but the sword simply breaks, frightening him. He does not understand that ice cannot be broken. Smiling confidently, Elric replies that the only thing that should worry the Blue Wolf now is that his head is about to kiss the ground. The last blow made the difference, and with a precise flow of mana, Mirbinger knocks out the commander of the Blue Wolves regiment. The entire regiment was defeated, and the last knight to fall was Hanul, who allowed himself too much and ruined too many lives. From the hiding place, Elric is watched by the wounded Chen and his partner, who are surprised that such a powerful mage was wandering in such a thicket. Isabel watches with interest as the hero stands over Hanul, who was defeated in a fair fight. Given his strength at that age, he can match Tasha Naristar from Star Trek. It's impossible for Isabel not to know who he is. After getting even with the scum who shed innocent blood, Elric thinks about the fallen Yetis and companions whose home is forever a snowy valley. Having said goodbye to them forever, the traveler prayed in his mind for the repose of their souls. Mephistopheles draws Elric's attention to the fact that the company is looking at him rather alarmingly and suggests that he talk to them. The embarrassed adventurer panics and doesn't even know where to start, but turns to face the company. All three of them freeze in anticipation of this powerful magician speaking to them and are also nervous, not knowing what to expect. The hermit smiled warmly and said that it had been a long time since their last meeting. Chen, as a true strategist, keeps his hand off the sword, realizing that even if Elric helped them, everything can have its own intentions. Isabel, to the surprise of her guards, comes forward and bows before the rescuer, thanking him for saving her like a true lady. The hermit is shocked, not understanding why such ceremonies are necessary. Isabel Weil orders Chen and Ed to have their guards do the same. Now the whole trio is kneeling before the savior and thanking him for saving them. Elric modestly replies that everyone would do so, and the sarcastic Mephistopheles notes that Isabel is trained in manners, unlike her knights. Apologizing for her impudence, the girl asks her savior for one thing. The nervous Merbinger tries to refuse because of business. But the stubborn Isabel, taking the hermit's hand, declares that she wants to entrust him with this important task. Eventually, he agrees, but, as you can imagine, not for free. Sometime later, a carriage moves down the road, hinting that Elric has indeed gone with them. In the carriage are 3 Isabel Eds and their rescuer, who has not yet chosen a new name. There is a mute silence between them. Mephistopheles sees that his ward can barely hide his smile and hide his face, so do it right. But still, he was expected to be paid with something extremely valuable. During their meeting in the woods, Lady Isabel handed the savior a gold coin with the blue lion emblem. This was definitely not to be expected. He was looking at a man from an aristocratic family. He asks the girl if she is a lady of the Vale family. He gets the answer that she is, but Isabel is ashamed to call herself a member of the family. Now Elric understands why she is so beautiful. Isabel Weil, known as the Couch Potato, captivated the crown prince with her beauty, and he proposed marriage to her, but eventually left her because of her ineptitude. If a lion's body does not have sharp teeth and claws, its value is 0. She had been living in seclusion since the marriage proposal was broken off. Introducing himself with the name Rick the Savior, he says that he is honored to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion. Assuring that there is nothing to be ashamed of in confidence, he adds that its conviction does not in the least dishonor the name of the Blue Lion. Blushing, the girl thanks Rick for his unexpected praise. Recalling the order, Elric asks if it is still in force. The girl answers that it is. Explaining that she has nothing on her, she asks Rick to accompany them to the imperial capital. Chen reminds her that they haven't reached their destination yet. Isabel explains that she cannot risk her people because of her ambitions, and that she needs to negotiate with her uncle first. Hearing the mention of his uncle, Elric turns his attention to the defeated knight and realizes that they are all from the Vale family, and guesses that there is a feud between them. Later, he remembered that the Blue Lion suffers from something similar to a blocking disorder. He had forgotten that Sean had told him about it. Suddenly, he realized one important thing that could make the Blue Lion his debtor and make him an ally. Isabel explains that although they are running out of strength and therefore ask for his help, upon returning to the capital, she will pay him twice as much as she is offering now. She hopes to the last that Elric will agree to help and is ready to persuade him. We didn't have to persuade Rick. He volunteered to help us get to our destination. Mephistopheles does not understand why his ward needs money if there is gold and artifacts in Shaynek's nest. Elric explains that people need food and sleep, unlike demons, and he is not used to poverty. And right now, he will be hard-pressed without money. The traveler also notes that the spell of sound transmission is quite convenient and can be sent silently with a small amount of mana. Smiling smugly, Mephistopheles says that he taught this technique only because the young man annoyed him by babbling under his breath when someone was around. Observing the castle, Isabel thinks that the savior is silent because she is his employer, and his help is needed because her uncle can send a stronger regiment. The Blue Wolf is informed that his elite 6th regiment has been completely defeated. The person at his feet beats his bows, justifying himself as sorry, trying to get himself forgiven. Paul Weil, who has nothing sacred, says that if a knight is sorry, he should not have done what he is repenting of. After punishing the offender, Paul asks Hilton's confidant where he thinks Isabel might be now. Hilton testifies that she has left Ice Mountain and will probably return to the imperial capital to try to negotiate. Without letting go of his sword, Paul Weil replies that a stupid child like Isabel does not dare to expect negotiations. Addressing Hilton, the Blue Wolf says that he has only one chance to show his effectiveness. Eventually, the merry band arrives in the city of Lascont. After 2 days of traveling in the carriage, Isabella's body feels like stone. Even Mephistopheles complains that everything hurts, even though he is nothing more than a ghost. Elric wonders how a ghost can be in pain. Joking with the demon, he reminds him that the correct posture relaxes the mind and asks why he was hanging upside down all the way. The traveler's eyes are drawn to the large number of people in Blue Wolves' uniforms among the crowd on the square. At this time, at the residence of Lord Paul Weil Hilton, where there is an order to assemble a second unit. One of the knights asks whether it is worth using their elite regiment for something trivial, because the young lady's return to the capital means only defeat. Not so audaciously, Hilton declares that dogs should act as one, and orders that Lecent be turned into their grave. More than ever, Elric notices an abnormal number of knights in the form of blue wolves. Isabel suspected that they would not be able to move freely through these lands under the Lord's jurisdiction. Chen suggests that they return. Going back should not be considered an option because they have already attracted the attention of the guards, and this will only increase suspicion. In turn, Isabel suggests leaving the carriage and secretly finding another one. But the magician replies that there is no benefit in doing so and uses the magic of reincarnation. The spell used by the mage worked, and the guardian parted to let the carriage pass. The young lady is still worried because the guards are actively looking into the carriages to check those entering the city. But their crew calmly arrives in the city through the main gate, avoiding suspicion. After getting out of the carriage, Isabel asks him about the magic. He explains that it was a simple illusion that temporarily changed their appearance. The company thanks the magician. He offers to spend the night in the city and promises to return after completing his business. They wish him a safe return. During the walk, Mephistopheles asks why Elric chose the illusion. He explains that he did not know the strength of his enemies and was conserving his mana. Mephistopheles jokes about his laziness. The demon also reminds him that the young man has unfinished business at the academy, and the ward agrees, but says that he needs to find something first. He wants to find out how their dean is doing now in order to prepare and ruin his career. And although the demon does not know this man, he does not envy him. The demon notices the children playing on the battlefield and asks what the mana-like trail is on their knights, and wonders what it is. The wanderer replies that no one knew about the existence of the chain in Mephistopheles' time, and the demon asks what kind of aura chain it is. Mana is a blessing bestowed initially only on magicians, but over time, even martial artists have created a way to apply mana to the body. And if wizards use magic to create magical circles in their hearts and use mana in this way, and martial artists strengthen their bodies by weaving aura chains around the solar plexus. Wizards have their own hierarchy in terms of the number of circles that can be created in the heart: 6 magician, 7 archmage, 8 sage. In martial arts, the rank is measured in chains of 1 user, 2 adept, 3 expert, 4 master, and 5. Mephistopheles asks if it is only 5. Elric says that usually yes, but there was a man who was able to form more than 5 chains. The demon asked who it was. He was told that it was the Golden Lion, the strongest creature on the continent, but for him, it was just a pompous nickname given by people. Elric replies that this is not the case and that the Golden Lion was on a par with his legendary great-grandfathers. Mephistopheles admits that he would be glad to see the famous Golden Lion in person one day. Meanwhile, Elric has reached the press kiosk and intends to ask the seller about everything that has happened recently. The magician wants to buy all the latest and most interesting newspapers for the month to know what happened during his absence. Riven informs Barox that there is no progress in Elric's case, and that the Naristar family is guarding the hospital like a fortress, which irritates the dean. Sucking up to the dean, Riven tells him that Barox's research achievements have made him popular and give him a better chance of winning the election. You have to be prepared and have another plan if the plan with the nest fails, and the victory is still the dean's, and Riven promises to do everything. The dean's new order is to increase pressure on the Naristar family to force them to cooperate by blackmail. The servant informs Sean about the increasing pressure from the academy and the press, and the accusations of the associate professor of betraying the professor who tutored him. Unable to withstand all the pressure, the younger Naristar falls into a hysterical fit, frightening Carl. Mentally unstable, Sean admits that his sister does not allow him to live in peace, and that he has not heard from his friend. It was a momentary weakness, and Sean has long since come to terms with the pressure and is going to faithfully await Elric's return. Against the backdrop of the latest news, it is clear that the dean is acting cunningly, and the wizard realizes that Sean and the entire Naristar family are in a lot of trouble because of him. The magician notes that you get more cunning with age, and cannot help but notice Barox's skill in PR. But the higher you climb on the pedestal, the more painful it is to fall and the greater the shame. Still, he feels sorry for Sean, and Merbinger wonders what he could do to help his friend. He is pulled out of his thoughts by a loud explosion that makes everyone and everything startle. The explosion seriously frightens Mephistopheles and Elric, as do the cries for help. Merbinger doesn't hesitate to listen to the sounds of the tragedy to learn about the situation. A hellish picture comes to mind. The whole city is in flames, chaos, and panic everywhere. Meanwhile, Chen warns Isabel that Rick might be a mercenary for one of the Lion family, and they have to be ready for anything. After listening to Chen's suspicions, Isabel realizes that his care after the incident on the Ice Mountain is suffocating her. Isabel explains that her vassals' distrust of Rick means that they distrust her decision. She herself sincerely trusts their savior, and thinks that only a righteous man could behave like that. Chen still thinks Rick is a mercenary who only wants their family's money. Isabel explains that from the very beginning, Rick helped them without expecting anything in return, and he would have helped them even if he hadn't been hired. But she couldn't help but notice that the wizard's expression changed dramatically when he realized that they were of the Vile family. Isabel believes that Rick thought about her family's reputation and humiliated himself specifically so that she would not be ashamed of her own weakness. Having calmed down, Chen and Ed come to the realization that Rick acted in such a way as not to make the Blue Lion look weak. Pleased with her guard's favorable reaction to Rick, Isabel is about to give them a new order when she is interrupted by the sound of an explosion. The city center is in flames and chaos caused by the explosion. The scroll of the coming of fire has been set on fire, and one of the perpetrators is enjoying the painting. This is the work of Simonian Beskov, leader of the 3rd Regiment of the Blue Lion, Beskov's 2nd Regiment. Beskov does not understand how such a sight can be a source of joy. Simonian, smiling madly, notices that his partner recently admired him, and now he pretends to be serious and admits that he spent a lot of money on the artifact. You can't think of a better idea, and knowing the young lady, she will jump out to save everyone. Beskov explains that the 6th Regiment has been destroyed and that there may be a mage among the enemies. Mad Simonian says that the 6th Regiment could be overwhelmed with one hand and that Hilton and Beskov go through a lot together. He hopes that there will be something to do here, since they have traveled a long way, and his partner suggests that he start the mission by commanding him to find Isabel. The explosion shattered the windows in the room where the lady was hiding and threw her to the floor. Chen commands her to hide, and it is the work of the Blue Lion. The worst part is that she can't see her friends and the city is on fire. Isabel realizes that this is the work of her uncle and he will not stop. Many civilians are wounded and many of them are no longer in this world. Isabel rhetorically asks if this is really what Paul Weil wants. With the last of his strength, Chen orders Isabel to flee and escape from the forces of Paul Weil's army. Without giving much time to think, the city is torn apart by the next explosion, from which the girl escapes by jumping out of the window. When she gets out, she hears the voice of Chen, who was fatally crushed by a fallen building. But the faithful knight wants to save her to the last. No longer content to stand aside, Isabel grits her teeth and reaches for her sword. She grips her weapon tightly and gains strength, and realizes that this battle is hers. She wants to compete fairly on an equal footing with those who have encroached on her life and the lives of her people. But she considers herself incompetent and useless on the battlefield because of her lack of so-called talent. She is not going to run away and live a miserable life either. Isabel wants to become as strong as Rick. As a member of the Vale family, defenders of the Empire, she is ready to die but will fight to the very end. Strong explosions continue to echo through the capital and the people of the Blue Lion do not retreat. Isabel shrinks back from a loud explosion, but suddenly the explosion subsides on its own. As always, Elric Merbinger appears on the battlefield unexpectedly and in time. Using the power of the Ice Queen's seal, backed by the magic of snow, Elric quickly stops the fire. Local residents are happy that the fire is finally out and they are safe. Isabel doesn't understand how he reacted so quickly and what will happen now. Elric analyzes the situation and realizes that he doesn't know how long it will take to solve the problem, but he has to solve it. Watching the brave and strong magician, Isabel wonders if she will ever be able to share the podium with him. The magician does not understand what is happening here and why the knights are taking the lives of civilians. Observing his ward, Mephistopheles notices that the rage of the Merbingers is usually lulled into submission, but if provoked, you will not come out alive. Mephistopheles has personally encountered this in the past, and knows that Merbingers only become stronger, colder, and more ruthless from rage. The demon tells his ward that there are more enemies and they are much stronger than the idiots they met on the mountain. It will not be easy, as Elric realizes that he has a lot of money, but the locals are very restrictive. Mephistopheles asks why the cadet won't run away. But there is a motto in the magician's family that those who have the power have the right to fulfill their duty to protect the weak. And that is why the Merbingers have always been in the forefront of every battle. Analyzing the sorcerer before them, Simonian realizes that this is at least Mach of the Fourth Circle. Not knowing where their opponent came from, the knight asks if he is a member of the Magic Tower. They are strictly forbidden to contact the people of the Magic Tower. Simonian knows every wizard in the tower by sight, but he doesn't recognize a stranger, and safety comes first. Simonian and Beskov are following a plan to take out Isabel and retreat, and if the mage interferes, so will Yogi. Paralyzed by fear, Isabel cannot even move her legs, let alone fight off an attack or run away. Once again, the lady of the Weil family saves Rick by arriving at the scene of a possible tragedy in time. The rescuer's look suggests that the lady's actions could have led to a fatal mistake, but the girl is not determined and is ready to move on, no matter what it takes. Finally, they escape, and the command orders the 3rd Regiment to follow. While fleeing with Isabel, Rick notes that there are more than 40 knights. His main task is to lure them to a deserted place to avoid unnecessary casualties. Eventually, they are caught by the guards again, who order them to capture the wizard and the young lady. But having broken through the line of defense again, the fugitives break away from their pursuers. The situation really plays in their favor, and Elric manages to hide Isabel from the enemies. However, he was surrounded on all sides, and Simonian says that this rat is finally trapped. Sadistically, Simonian exclaims that this is the first hunt for a wizard, but quickly realizes that the young lady is missing. When they demand to know where the magician has taken the young lady, they are told that they are idiots if they expect him to give them information. The magician mocks the knights, calling them dogs who only blindly follow the command. Simonian declares this day to be Elric's doom. The commander of the 3rd Regiment gives the order to bring him the head of the impudent sorcerer, and the savior realizes that he has absorbed too much mana. He realizes that even though the mana of the dragon's hearts has increased after absorbing the seal, his body cannot withstand the overload, and if during the test in the battle with the Queen of the Ice Mountain he could always start again and again, now it is a serious threat. It's just like Isabel said, and the knights attack with an army of 30 or 40 men, even against a single enemy. The best decision the mage could make was to first remove the regimental leader. But in a real battle, his body refuses to obey him and move as he did during the battle with the Ice Queen. Mephistopheles asks if the ward is sure that he was able to defeat her. Eric says yes because his body then moved as he wanted. The demon explains to him that reality is completely different from the game Otto created. Simonian bursts onto the battlefield and disperses the soldiers who were attacking the magician in a heap. Having rightly said that the wizard never goes to the front line, the commander of the 3rd Regiment asks why he does not use magic like last time. Using a sword spell, Elric tries to pierce Simonian, who has come too close. Having repulsed the attack, the commander does not meet the expectations of Elric, who expected an easy outcome. Having admitted his defeat for the moment, Elric realizes that now he needs to at least fight off the attacks. Simonian continues to attack with the same intensity, treating the battle as entertainment. The magician has no choice but to dodge deadly attacks with all his might to survive. The strong technique of using the dragon's aura and mana chains resonate in the form of a huge explosion. Due to the lack of a clear battle strategy, Elric ran around the battlefield like a cornered rat, and was eventually surrounded again. Having surrounded Elric from all sides, the commander orders his men to finish him off, but their plans are interrupted by fireworks. Simonian is confused and does not understand what kind of sabotage it was. It turns out that all this theater with running around the battlefield was just Elric's plan to lure the enemies into one place. This time, the magician did not restrain himself and used the magic of the circle to take control of the situation. The frightened commander asks the magician to continue without his trademark tricks. Before them stands Elric, whose eyes burn like a dragon. The enemy does not understand how a person can have such a look. Simonian gives the order to get rid of the wizard before he activates the spell. The situation is clearly not in favor of the enemy, and their threats against Elric are completely empty, as he will be the one who will take their lives. In fact, it was all planned. Isabel told the wizard that the enemy was using combined attacks even against one another, and attacking like dogs. So the wizard decided to gather them all in one place and destroy them in one fell swoop. Isabel suggests a rather clever thing, suggesting that such a thing as a trap could work. The idea came from the spirit. When Rick stops, he asks the girl to help him with his plan to use a signal whip after evacuating the residents from the square. According to Merbinger's plan, his main goal was to kill everyone on the square. Having fatally frozen all the attackers who were there, Elric exhales. It turns out that magic circles are quite effective in situations where mana accumulation is important. The defeated Simonian cannot believe that he was defeated so easily. The magician doesn't realize how stupid he has to be to not notice the magic circle. As he approaches the defeated enemy, Merbinger promises the commander of the 3rd unit a hard and painful end. Beskov's partner intervenes and attacks Simonian from behind. The commander of the 2nd unit of Blue Wolves praises the magician's strategy, but declares that his luck is over. Undaunted, Elric keeps his cool and concentrates on the situation, as if it were part of the plan again. Beskov orders the 2nd unit to form up according to Plan B to continue the attack. The commander of the 2nd unit reveals the enemy's plan, and notes that without a clear strategy and confidence, nothing would have happened. Beskov notices that Elric is smiling and suspects that falling into the trap may have been part of the plan, and that the wizard knew he was being watched from the shadows. But he quickly dismisses this idea because if Elric knew he was being watched, he would not have used the magic circle. Respecting his opponent, Beskov promises to let him go if he allows them to find the young lady. Realizing what's going on, the 4th Circle magician is not going to let the knights go alive. Merbinger emphasizes to the knights who betrayed their honor that there will be no mercy and that there will be retribution for the attack on civilians. Starting the attack on the wizard, the commander of the 2nd unit orders his men to reinforce their bodies with aura and keep the line as long as possible. Using the magic of Soul's speech, the fourth-ranked wizard tries to dull the blade of Beskov's sword. But the situation again goes wrong, and the spell of the soul's speech does not work, and the blade does not rust. Guided by a different plan, Elric tries a storm spell, hoping that at least it works. However, no miracle happens, and this time the magic of the storm doesn't work either. The weakening of other spells could be due to the activation of the Seal of Cruelty, which blocks the use of all forms of magic not related to ice. In order to use other spells without problems, you need to have seals of a similar class, which is currently a difficult task. For the successful implementation of other spells, seals of a similar class are required, so now you have to rely on Ice Mania. On the Ice Mountain, the concentration of ice energy was much higher, and here it is much warmer, so activating the spells will require much more mana. But this does not mean that there is no way out of this situation, as there is always an alternative method. Gather as much mana as possible in one place and direct it to Elric's target. Elric easily utilizes the breakthrough by amplifying it with the power of Ice Poison. Even if the enemy forces did not expect a sharp response to their attack, they are still alert and ready to repel the flow of mana. Beskov makes a lightning-fast attack using armor reinforced by the power of the Aura Chain. The wizard, in turn, continues to attack the knights with ice magic. The commander does not stand aside and blocks and counterattacks the enemy. Beskov, on the other hand, is wounded after being wounded, but this does not stop him. As long as he is on his feet, he will continue to fight. Being at the maximum of his capabilities, Elric still does not retreat, continuing to concentrate on the target and effectively using the remaining mana. According to the commander of the second unit of the Blue Wolves, the game has dragged on a bit too long, and Beskov orders his men to finish off the wizard here and now. As usual, the attack continued on the order of the commander, but this time all the soldiers of the enemy army were frozen forever. With the commander cornered, the mage explains that the ice curse freezes anything that touches it, and that taking mana on the sword was a fatal mistake. As Beskov freezes to death, he admits that he has never seen such a type and level of curse in his life. With a cold, sadistic expression, Elric tells us that he has only strengthened the magic of ice with a curse. The commander of the first unit severely underestimated the enemy's strength, as he should have sent much more people. From the words of the defeated commander of the second unit, it becomes clear that the so-called commander of the first unit is in charge of chaos. In the last moments of his life, Beskov recognizes the magician's power, but vows revenge for the defeated army and predicts that he will fall at the hands of the first commander. Watching the last moments of the knight's life, the magician promises that they will not be alone on the way to hell and that the commander will follow them. Outside the city, Simonian and the rest of the knights continue to sabotage. The man handed the soldiers a scroll of the sixth circle of magic, the Fire Bridle. Simonian explains that they survived because of Beskov's actions, which bought them time, and they are dogs. And the Blue Wolves are Paul Vile, who will become the next Blue Lion. Simonian orders one of the soldiers to run until his feet bleed and to start a fire, and if this is not enough, to set himself on fire. The survival of the young lady is not important to him, and the mad Simonian calls on the knights to sacrifice themselves in order to turn the city into ashes. All the time, Elric and Mephistopheles were watching the saboteurs from afar. The demon warns that Paul Wile's bastards are planning to do something very dangerous again. At first, Elric doesn't understand what they were talking about, but the sharp sound of the explosion speaks for itself. The Demon King calls people even crazier than demons, adding that people always behave for show and this is their true face. There are only 3 blue wolves left, but Elric hasn't seen only one of them. The biggest problem is the scrolls in their hands. These scrolls are at least of the 6th level, and their detonation can cause the destruction of the entire city. Simonian predicts that the magician will not be able to stop the process of destroying the city. But Merbinger has already found the location of the saboteur and will be watching him closely. Having lost all common sense, Simonian reports that it is too late and the explosives have been activated. To avoid catastrophic consequences, Elric is going to use mana and bronze the terrorist's magic sword, but Lady Vile beats him to it. With one clear blow, Isabel takes the terrorist's hand that was trying to take the lives of civilians. The direct threat is neutralized and there is no need for further action. Elric stops and can finally catch his breath after the hard-fought battles. The magician admits that he knew from the beginning that Isabel would be scary, but he can't miss the opportunity to praise her once again. The invisibility scroll was given to the girl to escape, and she used it to kill the saboteur. And Elric recognizes that the perfect spell is not wasted. You can see in Isabel's eyes that she has stopped doubting herself and has acted with full determination, thinking absolutely coldly and acting without a shadow of doubt. Shamefully defeated with a stump instead of a hand, Simonian still intends to take a life, but his plans are again thwarted by Elric freezing the bad guy. Tired of his annoying enemy, the wizard is about to deal with him when the bastard reminds him that it's not over yet, and that the other two have been forgotten. Simonian hints that while all the attention is focused on him, his subordinates should have already finished all the preparations, declaring that even if he is defeated, the Blue Lions, like the blade of their master will never fail. The bastard promises that because of Elric's carelessness, the entire city will meet its end in fire and screams of agony. Smiling softly, the wizard replies that, in fact, the enemies have long been neutralized. Simonian, shocked by this turn of events, wonders how this is possible and is told that while Elric was conjuring, he was talking arrogantly. The commander doesn't realize that he miscalculated and missed the main points of the plan, losing sight of the enemy, giving him plenty of time to act. Even such a strong and important trump card in Simonian's pocket did not work. Saving his miserable life, the war criminal justifies himself to Isabel, as if he just wanted to scare her into negotiating with Paul Weil. And the initial mission was to escort Lady Vale to the Lord himself, and since he is the captain of the third ass, he is sure that the Lord will listen. After swinging once more and punishing the murderer for his actions, Isabel forbids Simonian to speak the name of the noble Vale family with his dirty mouth. Isabel immediately apologizes for her impulsiveness, but Elric assures her that he still has an enemy for her and asks about her condition. Elric describes Isabel's condition as shock and panic attack and explains that it will soon pass. When the magician begins to heal her with mana, the girl asks if she can leave one of the blue wolves alive because she has her own plans. She had never experienced such a thing, so knights kept their distance from the talentless her and bowed only in tribute to her father and nothing more. Her uncle's blue wolves, on the other hand, might sometimes give her some of their food, but they definitely did not ignore her, even if they despised her. According to Lady Isabel, Paul Weil's knights always devoured her with a bloodthirsty glint in their cold eyes. One of the defeated knights asks why only he was left alive, and Lady Vale explains that they need a messenger. From now on, even blue wolves will be afraid of Lady Isabel Vale. The girl gives an order to tell her uncle that he will never be a blue lion, but as Isabel herself thinks, it is Rick, the temporary alter ego of Elric Merbinger, who the blue wolves will be afraid of. The girl desperately dreams of having the same strength and abilities as Elric. She also dreams of having at least a fraction of his talent. But Isabel quickly pulls herself together and doesn't want to whine anymore because she realizes that she must first become spiritually strong. Now that the act of sabotage and the attempted assassination of a noble person is over, Elric is interested in Isabel's future plans. The girl replies that she will go to Carnoy to visit her sick father and think about the future there. The magician asks her if she is going to become stronger. Lady Vale says she will seek help from her father's debtors, and the mage praises the decision, adding that no one will encroach on the territory of the Blue Lion. Blue-haired knows that success depends on the survival of her father. Without him, there is little chance of success. If Rick helps, there is hope. But the Blue Lion does not cooperate with mages. But she already owes the magician a huge debt, and their paths must part here. But suddenly Elric hands the girl a pile of documents. After examining the documents, Isabel realizes that this is something like a scientific paper. Apologizing for his harshness, the wizard explains that he has heard rumors that the Blue Lion suffers from something similar to blocking disorder, and that this may help somehow. The savior of the whole town explains that the scientific work describes a way to treat blocking disorder, which surprises Lady Vale. Neither Isabel nor her surviving knights understand what is being said and begin to guess that Rick is definitely hiding something from them. First of all, the young mage treats Ed, who was injured in the collapse. After curing the man, who is surprised by the rapid healing process, Rick apologizes for hiding his identity, which shocks the lady again. Removing his disguise, the hermit reveals his real name, Elric Merbinger. Hearing this name, Isabel freezes with wide-open eyes as the head of the Merbinger family stands in front of her, and it is hard to believe. It turns out that Elric Merbinger's full title is not just Duke, but Duke of the Shining Star. The Shining Star is a title bestowed upon Ustin Merbinger as the High Wizard of the Star for his lightning-fast victory over demons, symbolized by his shining on the battlefield. But according to the gossip, Elric is supposed to be in a coma at the Imperial Magic Hospital, and everyone knows it. In response, Elric says that he had a reason he does not want to disclose and that he suffered from blocking disorder, and now they can see his condition for themselves. Isabel has a work created by Elric after healing based on his own research, and if Blue Lion disease is similar, it will help. The magician reminds the girl that she wanted to return to her tormentors, and it would be sad if the Blue Lion missed it. Isabel cannot hold back her tears. Crying, the girl asks how she can repay him, and Elric pats Lady Vale on the head and tells her not to think about it, and that he will return for him soon. But still, Isabel wants to thank him and help him, so she wants to make him a hero for saving everyone. The cleanup of the city from the consequences of the provocation has begun. Mephistopheles doubts that revealing his identity was a good idea, and Paul Weil will be looking for him. He has destroyed many blue wolves, and Paul does not like to lose. Moreover, Elric's magic is unique, and everything will become clear after the coup at the academy. The demon says that the magician will make a scene since he will be revealed anyway. Blondie says that this is part of his help to the Blue Lion and is a bonus for the future for the deal. The townspeople send Elric off as a hero. Mephistopheles realizes that the magician has not only put on a show, but also thinks about the future and recognizes him as a good strategist. A local woman thanks Elric for saving her and asks him to stay, but he says it's time to go. She recognizes that they are alive because of him. At the last minute, Chen thanks the blonde for his hard work and doesn't know how to express his gratitude in a decent way. Irritated by the dejected face of the knight, he says that he was only doing his duty as he was supposed to according to the contract. In a solemn speech and salute to the hero, Chen says that as a noble knight of the Vale family, he will never forget his favor and kindness. The blonde asks the knight not to go so far, and the ruder Mephistopheles says that the ward is only chasing the benefits he can get. Now Elric asks Chen what plans the knight has for the future, to which the brunette replies that, although Paul Wiley is to blame, the sin is on the shoulders of the whole family. Chen, on behalf of the Vale family, is going to help Murbenager to the end, and then follow Lady Isabel to Carnoy. Mephistopheles realizes that the plan is to raise the mood of the people and create a bad name for Paul. For this, he calls the lady a treacherous person with an innocent face. The young duke calls such subtleties the responsibility of aristocrats. The locals send Murbenager off with love and invite him to visit. Mephistopheles considers all the bravado about responsibility to be nothing more than a cover for his own ambitions and political games. And now it's time to come to the academy and pay a personal visit to Dean Barox. Meanwhile, in Barox's office, Riven reports another failure. The dean is furious because the henchman has not yet received the right to the nest, although he has been ordered to put pressure on the Naristar family, but to no avail. The bespectacled man tries his best to justify himself and save his own skin from punishment. Bancroft promises that Sean's path to the academy will be closed. Gritting his teeth in anger, the dean orders him to find any way, even if it means bribing all the existing press and publishing houses. Barox orders Riven to finally do something productive, after which the henchman rushes out of the office. There are still 3 days until the election of the director, and if Barox does not get the right to the nest in this time, his career will be over. The mysterious guest with a mysterious aura asks Barox to repeat what he said one more time. The dean turns to the guest with fear and despair in his eyes. A tall figure with demonic glowing eyes sits in front of the director. Barox asks a white-faced guest named Azure if he can make him a director, and how he can help him in the process of obtaining the rights to the dragon's nest. Lazur replies that all preparations have already been completed and only the dean's consent is needed, and whether he really wants to cooperate. Backed into a corner by hopelessness, Barox asks his guest what he can do if many others were powerless. Lazur slyly replies that since the dean does not trust him, there is no reason to conclude the contract, since he is not the only candidate for director. Barox, having succumbed to manipulation, replies that he believes him, and asks what Lazur is asking for as payment. Bilalitsai replies that all he wants is for the dean to support the so-called siesta, and adds that it will be easier than the customer's wishes. The dean asks if this will be enough, and Lazur replies that it will be more than enough for cooperation. News is spreading rapidly through the city about how the Blue Lion family has made a terrible mess in the town of Lassen. People say that the Blue Lions have started a new scenario because of the infighting. They don't care about ordinary people. The fire claimed many lives and destroyed half the city. The common people are disturbed by this cruelty and tell of a mysterious magician who suddenly appeared and saved the entire city. People have little faith in the existence of such a magician and wonder who he is. Rumor has it that he was a handsome young man who is now known as the hero of Lascont. Mephistopheles sarcastically notes that people here are just praising Elric, and that people are really obsessed with stories about heroes and glory. The poor magician just wanted to eat his fill after the trip, and he really asked Isabella to slow down. But the girl overdid it with her PR. Lady Weil considers this an investment in the future and a change in the national mood and promises to prepare a solid foundation while she pressures Paul Weil. Tired of the gossip about his affair with Isabel and the fact that his exploits turned into romance but the plan succeeded, Elric wants to eat elsewhere. But the PR scheme is working perfectly, and it would be great to have at least a drop of her talent to revive the family. And Elric is worried about how she got to Carnoy, commanding Mephistopheles to follow him, and they will look for another place. Elric is about to leave, but Elric was unable to leave because he received an unexpected kick from an old friend. Sean somehow found out that a prodigal friend had arrived in town and went to Elric's attempts to give him a beating. The frightened people in the tavern don't understand what the hell is going on, where the noise started, and what will follow. Someone with more intelligence guesses that a fight broke out between two guests in the tavern. Based on recent events, the other guests of the tavern thought that Paul Weil's messenger had come to the tavern and reasonably kept their distance. Smelling the attacker's mana, Elric realized that it was Sean, and that he was guilty of his friend's disappearance. The furious Naristar does not understand how his friend dares to dodge a well-deserved punch. The blonde says that they really haven't seen each other for a long time, but that this joke with the kicks went too far. Sean asks if he realizes what shit he went through because of Elric, and if he should have known that he would get at least one kick when he arrived in the capital. Insulted and angry, Sean believes his best friend is a traitor who only pretends to be his best friend. Now, Sean appears as the third son of the Naristars and the punisher of the ungrateful Elric. With his arms outstretched, the blonde happily greets his red-haired friend Sean, who still grumbles and calls the blonde a dummy. Sean was always cleaning up after the other scumbag. Elric says that if he's a scumbag, let him buy a beer. Mephistopheles likes Sean. Sean calls his friend shameless because he has gold, but wants to drink on him, and still buys him a drink, teasing him for rumors of an affair with the Blue Lion's daughter. While his friend is ordering, Elric wonders if he has noticed a change in his mana, but most likely he is still waiting for the blonde to tell him everything himself. Naristar teases his friend for his too serious face, and tells him to be simple because his face is ugly and calls for food. Mephistopheles agrees with Sean. Offended, Elric says that he was actually called a handsome man here, to which the red-haired man replies that his friend hasn't yet received the kick he deserves. Leaving the kicks for later, Merbinger says he acted according to the plan from Sean's letter. Elric asks if everything will be okay, and reminds him that he is risking everything. For Merbinger, the main goal is to contribute to the downfall of Barox, who dragged him into hell, and to do everything possible to revive his clan. The magician declares that he will achieve both goals at the same time, and Sean promises to continue cooking as promised. In any case, Carl is already going through hell, and the case smells like kerosene if the witch already knows about the situation. Elric asks if this is about Tasha. Sean explains that his dragon-obsessed sister will completely lose her mind if she finds out about the nest, and then their plan is over. But the Naristar family estate is no longer sleeping because of some interesting news. An angry Tasha rushes through the corridors, angry that the rights to research have been transferred to the Academy because of Baroque's actions. Furious at this turn of events, the witch orders the crew to prepare for an urgent departure to the Imperial Hospital to talk to Elric. Tasha asks her assistant Hanabi to bring her up to speed, since yesterday Baroque was still being mudslinged and today he is the star of all the headlines. Hanabi says that everyone is writing about this for no reason. Baroque has restored the excavation rights, the Naristar family has given them up, and the election of directors has been postponed. Tasha realizes that even if all the members of the hexagram were pressuring them, the father of the family is not the type to give in easily and asks about Sean. Hanabi replies that the young heir is silent all the time and will not say a word. Ruta suspects that something is definitely wrong with his best friend, but he is silent, and it is very strange. The Fire Witch of the Naristar family tells her assistant that she is changing her target, and the frightened Hanabi does not understand what she is talking about. Tasha explains to the frightened Hanabi that the rights to excavate and research the nest belong neither to their family nor to the Academy, and no one dares to deceive her. In the tavern, Elric rhetorically asks if he should go and look into the eyes and faces of the bastards who dare to challenge him. The magician goes to the Academy as planned to deal with the dean and other problems. The position of the Academy director seems to be the most prestigious, and it also carries with it considerable power and is very symbolic. The official receives the status of a feather like a marquis, becomes influential in science and politics, and is equal to the hexagram captains of magical knights and other influential people. The Star Mage is a deeply revered position of inheritance bestowed upon a descendant of Eusden Merbinger, who watches over everything from the shadows. Today is the day of the election of the Academy's director, and everyone in the crowded hall is waiting for one of the candidates, the current Dean Barox, to speak. Barox thanks for the common path for the sake of the future, adding that it was he who opened the dragon's nest, which may be a unique case in history. The dean promises that, if he is elected, he will establish a system that will allow such discoveries to be made more often. Elric scoffs at his overconfidence. Sean, who is also present during the election, is worried about whether Elric will pull it off alone, since the Barox are still leading in terms of votes. During their meeting in a tavern, Sean warned his friend that the plan might not work because of the bribing of all possible parties who acted as they wished. Lazur calls Barox's performance remarkable and congratulates him before he calls him a director. The dean replies that it is too early to congratulate him and that he will do as Siesta wants, even without Lazuria's sycophancy. The other candidates are still giving their campaign speeches, so Baroque says they will continue later, and Lazur humbly agrees. Is nothing exciting, and he has no intention of helping people like Lazur. The candidate stated that he would soon be on a par with the hexagram masters and was not going to help the organization without a foundation. After Lazar retreats into the shadows, the professor throws out the phrase that as soon as he becomes the director, he will erase them all, to which Lazar, with burning eyes, disagrees. The speeches of the 7 candidates are over, and now it's time to vote, and a nervous Sean thinks about Elric's plan. Nearistar mindlessly stares at the commission's desks, looking at the painfully familiar emblem of the Academy, until his gaze catches on something or someone that suddenly appears in the middle of the silence. None other than his sister, who has no place here, burst into the meeting regarding the election of the new director of the Magical Academy. The arbitrator explains that Tasha does not understand where she is, and that this is not a reunion, and that the voting places are only available to the Lords of the Hexagram. Tasha puts the judges in their place by saying that she arrived as a representative of the Naristar family and knows more about the situation than they do, which makes the judges nervous. Lady Naristar explains that she knows more about today's events than most of the people in the room. Sean is nervous that his sister might have spotted him in the crowd. Tasha asks for attention before she starts her speech and says that she has an announcement about the elections before they actually start. A nervous Sean waits for the speech while Lady Naristar asks all the voters to take their seats. Everyone was to receive a magic crystal for voting, where they were to check the information about the candidates and choose one. The results will be announced at the end. Barox awaits the result, confident that his answer was lightning fast and will allow him to cooperate with the Magic Tower and the Emperor's family. But even beyond that, Barox has bribed most of the Election Commission representatives, so he expects that everyone will definitely name his name. The only thing Barox wants is to finally hear his name, and the bribed jury does not disappoint. Riven is already preparing to announce the winner based on the votes of all except the Merbinger family, who did not show up. The dean is bursting with anticipation and desire to hear his own name. With a trembling voice, Riven calls the name of the dean, but someone interrupts him. Elric enters the hall, hidden under a tattered cloak, and stops the voting process. One part of the audience freezes in mute shock and cannot believe their eyes. When, in another, the election commission members are outraged that someone dared to interrupt the sacred election. Tasha realizes that something interesting is about to happen and prepares to watch everything as if it were a performance on stage. Sean supports Elric, somewhat nervously as his friend stands alone against the entire room. The family heirloom around Elric's neck, which Barox had dreamed of, gives him away even before the magician introduces himself. Hearing the name of the opponent he most wanted to remove from the arena, Barox breaks out in a cold sweat. As the Duke of the Shining Star and a representative of the voters, Elric arrives to cast an important vote during the voting. The Duke of the Shining Star was not expected to be in the election at all, so he created a real sensation. None of the other students can believe that none other than the laughingstock of the Merbinger family is standing in front of them. Members of the Supreme Election Commission ask how the student got here in the first place. Riven tucks his tail in shock of fear and surprise that Elric should now be in a coma. But no one blocks the young heir's path, and he walks calmly between the rows. A triumphant smile shines on Merbinger's face, which means that the magician has achieved his goal. Barox doesn't understand how this bastard got into the room in the first place and is nervous that Elric might ruin everything he's built so hard. The members of the commission condemn the student for daring to show up and disrupt the election of the academy director, showing the ultimate rudeness and disrespect for the laws of the Empire. But right now, Elric is not a student at the academy. He is a Duke of the Empire and a full member of the election team. The Duke's center seat is empty, and he salutes the first director, and the confused Barox does not understand what he is doing here if the voting is over. With his arms crossed over his chest, Barox demands that he be announced as the new director in accordance with the law. If something suspicious is found regarding the end of the election, a second vote is held. A repeat vote should be held if the majority of voters agree. Barox realizes that everything he has strived for is closer than ever to failure. On his way to the microphone, Elric sends a silent greeting to Barox's bespectacled henchman named Riven, clapping him on the shoulder. The audience watches this action in mute expectation. As the Duke of the Shining Star, he said that the candidate for Barox director should be disqualified because of falsification of private documents, and most importantly, in plotting and hiring special people to eliminate the Duke of the Shining Star. Barox is tense. The dean says that the interlocutor does not realize the weight of his words and asks if he can prove that he is a criminal, thus challenging his accusations. The dean reminds him that the interlocutor is running as a representative of the magical family and adds that, as they said, they will follow the election procedures. A candidate for director, the dean, addresses voters asking whether they will listen to Elric Lord Merbinger and his baseless accusations. The dean hopes for 100% support from the audience, as most of them have long been paid for and will follow the script. At the same time, knowing the student's character, Barox realizes that he definitely has a trick up his sleeve, but hopes that the outcome will not change anyway. Elric sincerely does not understand what moral right the dean has to interfere with him, and he promises to use his talent as a strategist to show the old fool what real politics is all about. Barox is sure that no one is ready to listen to Merbinger and mockingly asks what he will do now, to which the Duke calmly replies that it is not too late to resolve everything after his speech. The dean hints that he will throw mud at him after the election. Barox hears something strange, like a voice recording, where he wonders about the true location of the dragon's nest. The dean orders to get rid of Elric according to the plan and take his magic medallion as a souvenir, hinting at the hopelessness of the situation for the enemy. The blonde explains with a smile that Dean Barox not only did not help with the opening, but also tried to get rid of him and steal the family heirloom. The candidate's reputation as a director has been severely damaged, and the shamed Barox must do everything to save his own skin. Now Elric asks if anyone thinks his words are groundless accusations. Barox accuses the Duke of using magic to deceive him, and Elric says he could not have deceived the Archmage, and that he clearly does not have 8th Circle magic. Nobody believes that a 7th Circle magician and the entire audience could be fooled by the magic of deception, let alone by the magic of a person with a blocking disorder. Therefore, everyone really starts to believe that the Dean was trying to remove the Duke of the Shining Star. The Dean recognizes the same crystal ball he gave Riven, but doesn't understand what the hell it's doing in Merbinger's possession. The deceived gentleman realizes that his henchman was working for both sides and betrayed him. A frightened Riven asks for silence as important negotiations are underway. Earlier in the tavern, Sean said that he had caught Riven in the hospital corridor, and Elric reasonably believed that he was on Barox's errand. But Naristar explains that Riven wanted to convey something and could not wait for Merbinger to wake up. The day Barox kicked Riven out of his office, calling him a disorderly idiot, he betrayed him. Elric can't help but be glad that Riven kept the dirt on him all along, but what he had himself would have been enough. But still, Elric doesn't understand why Riven recorded the conversation with the Dean and thinks it was additional insurance or payment for being rescued from the nest. The Duke explains that by law, the rights to the dungeon belong to the first to find it, but Dean Barox arbitrarily appropriated these rights. The young Duke accuses Dean Barox of assassination attempt and theft of research rights, demanding that he be stripped of his title and punished for his sins. The jury was asked that there was nothing to do, and that if the rights to the research were fake, then Barox was of no use either. Another of the voters notices that Elric is draining mana, even though he was known for his blocking disorder. The gossip that the Duke had fallen into a coma, but he was standing in front of them in perfect health, and they suspected the Naristars of conspiracy, was not spared. Tasha replies that only her younger brother had dealings with Merbinger, and that she is curious now, but that this is not the most important thing. Without abandoning his principles, Barox continues to shout that the bullet is a fake, and that after the examination it will all become clear. Gritting his teeth, Barox tries to digest the fact that he will soon lose not only his position as director, but also his own head, so he waits for Siesta's move. A frightened and confused bald and fat fool looks around the crowd in search of Azure, who promised to help him. However, he sees his so-called ally alongside Sean Naristar, who finally breaks his mold. Only now did Barox realize that he had been led by the nose like a gullible schoolboy all along. The so-called Azure, an alleged supporter of Barox, turned out to be none other than Sean Carl's assistant, who finally broke the Dean. Earlier, during a meeting at a tavern, Sean told his friend that Carl was going through hell putting on a show for Barox. The Dean finally realized that everything that was happening now had been planned by Naristar and Merbinger in advance, and he was being used as a pawn. Now the blonde man is addressing the voters, hinting that they should have already decided everything and that it is time to start the re-election of the director. Elric mockingly suggests that someone buy the director's seat. In the end, they choose a worthy candidate who thanks them for choosing him. Mephistopheles wonders how his ward could conclude a contract so rudely and asks if he is really so fearless. The blonde explains that such a tidbit can only be snatched now, and now he needs to cancel the probationary period and approve the scholarship. The demon asks Elric if, in addition to the arrangements made today, he will just leave the bald old man alone, who is still running away with his tail between his legs. Using sound transmission, Merbinger addresses Barox, apologizing for the fact that his conversation with someone has reached him. But I do not stop there. The Duke begins to tease the Dean that despite his baldness, he is still a 7th Circle wizard, but for some reason he does not answer. Continuing, the blonde hints that hearing non-verbal spells is already a talent, but the professor hears him not because of his talent, but because his baldness is perfectly transparent. Having provoked Barox into the reaction he needed and a surge of mana to attack the Duke of the Shining Star, the strategist is satisfied with his work. Having lost the last of his control, the Dean begins to go crazy and plan what he wanted to do long ago. Having lost all control over himself, the humiliated old man attacks Elric, wanting to kill him. Frightened by this development, the people in the audience did not expect such a development because they could not fully believe in the candidate's evil intentions. Realizing that it is going to be a magical duel, one of the audience members orders everyone to run to avoid getting caught. Now that all the masks are off, the Dean, his mouth twisted with genuine hatred, shows his true intentions by trying to take the Duke's life. Despite the fact that he himself initiated the battle, Merbinger watches the old man absolutely calmly. Using the seal of the Queen of the Ice Mountain and his own strong mana, the blonde carries them around the hall, demonstrating his own power. The student blocked Barox's magic with the fifth circle magic and the white blizzard spell, which shocked everyone present. The dean doesn't give in and attacks with the sixth circle magic lightning discharge. But even this attack is lightning fast, and Elric Merbinger doesn't even bother to strain. His mana and attacks are reminiscent of the magic of the hero savior of the city of Lassent, known from folk legends. No one can believe that the sixth circle magic is blocked, and no one believes that those who use magic are a shame to the magical family. The wizard managed to block the sixth round spell lightning discharge, which is fatal to most weak wizards. Given that such a spell was used by a student known to be a laughingstock of sorts, it all seems surreal. Shining Star somewhat overestimated his abilities, thinking the old man was easy to defeat, but he was still a seventh circle mage. Tasha, the lady of the House of Neristar, intervenes and reminds the dean where he is and that he should know his place. The trail of bright fire mana and the silhouettes of the Firebird make it clear that joking with the Fire Witch will cost you your life. The Fire Witch reminds us that if such an old man causes trouble, he will be humiliated by young students. Everyone immediately recognizes the Phoenix Witch. The Duke immediately recognized the youngest sorceress of the Seventh Circle in history, who had tamed the Phoenix on her own. The blonde man could not even imagine that Tasha would take part in the meeting, but the battle was about to begin. Further aggressive actions of Barox will be considered an act of terrorism, and the offender will be punished according to the law, so the gentleman was asked to remain calm. The lords of the hexagram are equal in power, and if he creates problems, it will be considered disrespectful, and Barox will be suppressed by force. It's hard to believe that after such lightning-fast and brutal attacks, Barox just freezes and stands there like a rock. Once again, Elric tempts fate by mocking the dean, hinting that he is hiding in fear when he sees resistance and can only bark like a lousy dog. This was the last straw, and now the dean is losing control and hitting the object of his hatred in the face with all his might. The seventh circle wizard's already strong mana was reinforced by his excessive hatred, so the attack was extremely powerful. After such an attack on a noble person, the hall falls silent, and even Tasha Neristar is silent. Sean and his assistant silently wait to see what happens next as the room begins to buzz with the news that Lord Merbinger has been attacked. To Riven's mute shock, the noble voters order the immediate arrest of Barrows for attempting to take another's life. Paying attention to how acerbically and convincingly the ward played the role of an arrogant aristocrat, Mephistopheles wonders if Elric is really in his place. The demon says that if Merbinger were not a human, he would be a great demon king. And the blonde replies that whoever challenges him will have an unenviable future. In the end, the aggressive and mentally unstable dean was suppressed, and now he will be punished for all his actions. After that day, word spread around the city about Elric Merbinger, who made a splash in the academy after he came out of his coma. Some people don't believe that the laughingstock of a prestigious magical family could do anything worthwhile, but they are immediately put in their place. From now on, Merbinger is known as the hero who saved the city of Lassen, even among the highest ranks. Barox was stripped of his position and arrested for attempted murder. From now on, his title as the honorary grandson of Ustan Merbinger, the demon fighter, has been confirmed and his family's glory has been restored. But it is not known for certain how the Duke of the Shining Star cured his blocking disorder, similar to the Blue Lion disease. The rights to explore the nest were transferred to the Neristar family in gratitude for their support. The Merbinger family rises from the ashes. According to the plan, Elric is back in the hospital room where Sean reads him the news and is furious that he has to do it instead. At the door of the Imperial Hospital, there is again a crowd demanding that the gates be open, as they want to see Elric with their own eyes and take a live report. Sean jokingly calls his friend a manipulative charlatan who pretended to be a hero and jokes that he used to beat up on people and now they sing him odes. Jokingly, Elric replies that he hasn't been idle all this time and is eager to tell his friend about his adventures with Lady Isabel. But for reasons known only to him, he stops talking, blushing deeply at the mention of the Blue Lion's daughter. Watching the redhead's puzzled and somewhat irritated face, Merbinger adds that he doesn't need to know. His friend's irrepressible temper, Sean, asks him not to get into any trouble, but of course Elric can't promise that. Leaving the showdown with his friend for later, Sean reminds him that his father would like to invite Elric to their mansion for a dinner party. Gaius Neristar is a ninth circle magician, the head of the magic tower and the strongest magician of his era. Even Elric's grandfather wanted to take him as a student. When the company eventually reaches the Spawn's residence, Elric freezes in shock, and so does Mephistopheles. The blonde always knew that his friend was living like a god, but he didn't think it was that much, and if he had known, he would have pulled out even more money. Even the Demon King was shocked. Elric calls the Neristar family's residence Foggy Bottom, a whole residential complex, if not a neighborhood, hinting that Sean was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Elric calls the Naristar family the strongest of all the member families of the Magic Tower at the moment after the fall of the Merbinger family, and also its legitimate rivals whom it must surpass in the future. On the way, Sean reminds his friend that his older sister is also coming, which scares the blonde who has just found out. Sean hands his friend a letter from his sister and remarks that he should have at least contacted his relative. The sister greets Elric and asks him not to do anything during his visit to the Naristar house until she gets there. Heisey also asks his brother to prepare for a flogging, hinting that he will not be able to escape, and if he tries to escape, he's not going to make it otherwise. Knowing his sister's character, Elric is not scared to death. The blonde realizes the urgency of his own terrible judgment, and Mephistopheles jokes that there is a demon in the Merbinger family that is bigger than Satan himself. Sean reminds his friend that Heisey is a real angel when Elric acts like a human being, and that his sister did everything to get her brother into the academy. The blonde is very grateful to his sister and hints to his friend that if he knew her true character, he would not be talking nonsense now. To which he does not reply that Heisey is better than his sister, at least as much as Tasha is. If Sean calls her an old hag, they called her a witch for a reason. The associate professor says that Tasha's character has become unbearable after being proclaimed a genius and cannot be called a human being. Hearing this, Tasha promises to beat her brother. Tasha hints to her brother that to get a spanking, he just needs to ask nicely, and then the frightened Sean gets a slap on the wrist. On the way, Elric thanks Tasha Naristar for helping him in the election, to which the Fire Witch replies that this is nonsense. Merbinger could have done it alone. But Sean asks what made such an extraordinary woman as Tasha intervene and hints that she must be interested in Elric and is threatened with another blow. Sean asks his sister not to behave like that in front of his friend, and Tasha asks which of the two lied to her first, hinting at their whole scam with Elric's nest in coma. The company plans to enter through the castle of Blue Mist, but they warn of traps that are difficult even for a mage of the 6th circle and ask to stay close. However, it was too late to warn anyone, as the brother and sister, busy with their own arguments, lost sight of their friend. Trapped in the Naristar's house, Elric falls back into a previously unknown dimension. Once he finds himself in the middle of nowhere, Elric tries to figure out where the hell he is and where Sean and his sister Tasha are, if they were there a minute ago. And as if to make matters worse, Mephistopheles is not there, as he always was when the young man faced extremely difficult trials where help was needed. It is impossible to believe how powerful this family was because the magic of enormous power demonstrated the intersection of all elements in space. Particles of matter are strong, some are weak, some are sharp, and some are so strong that they cause pain. At first glance, it may seem that these are completely different magical elements and have nothing in common, but they are all in balance here through the element of wind. The young heir to the Merbinger house realizes that even if he doesn't know what kind of city it is, he feels that he can make it his own if he learns it thoroughly. The voice explains to the intruder that he is looking at something very extraordinary and interesting. It's easy to guess that someone is watching him, and Elric feels it in his skin. A mysterious voice asks him if he knows what it is, or if he continues to look at everything without a single germ of understanding. The frightened blonde realizes that he is lost, but it is a sin to spy on magic, and if the observer controls this place, he is at least an archmage of the 7th circle. The voice asks if the guest can't hear him, adding that he is sure the boy was trembling and asks again if they can hear him. Objectively, it is the Naristar's fault for losing him in their own home, so there is no reason to interrogate him, so Elric wants to pretend that he knows nothing. He thinks that this method will help him get out of the maze. He asks whether the guest is going to ignore the old man and whether he plans to run away, adding that he can hear the mechanisms moving in his tense head. Guessing that the only correct choice is to hide his mana, Elric casts the mana concealment spell to limit access to himself. The elder realizes that he cannot see what is happening in the labyrinth, and that the guest used its fog to hide, adding that Ustan left a good descendant. The strategist realizes that he could have already finished deciphering the maze if not for the old man, but he will have a lot of problems if he stays here. The voice makes itself heard again, asking if the guest and you are ready before the fun begins. The elder's voice hints that Elric has coveted something that rightfully does not belong to him, and that is why he has been dragged here. And as you know, the one who wants more than he is entitled to has to pay the appropriate price for it to prove he is worthy of it, and drags Elric further. Frightened Sean and Tasha do not understand what they should do in this situation, but the more balanced Tasha says that they should tell their father. The father of the family informs the two frightened children that the true castle of the Blue Mist has opened. The head of the family, Guy Naristar, hearing something wrong and noticing that the much-anticipated guest in the person of Elric has disappeared, asks what happened. Hearing his father's voice, Sean tries to make excuses when Guy reminds him that he should have been watching his friend closely, to which he receives the answer that Elric disappeared before entering the Blue Mist Castle. Hearing this, the head of the family realizes that their great-uncle interfered. One of the children asks why his great-uncle would do this, and Hai calmly explains that his grandfather's dementia has most likely entered an exacerbation phase. A frightened and nervous Sean says that they can't just stand by and watch as Elric is a guest of House Naristar and Lord Merbinger. If something goes wrong, the responsibility will be entirely on their shoulders. Tasha calls her brother's reaction very sweet and is surprised that her friend made her brother care so much about his family members. Since the guest is the Duke of the Shining Star, she is even more interested, to which Sean adds, "Who the hell else is worried?" The head of the family wondered how skillful the new lord of the Merbinger family was. The intrigued Dasha and the frightened and excited Sean are waiting to see what will happen to their friend in the maze created by their grandfather. It was time for Eureka to do the impossible and release all the hidden madness that was hiding in his soul. Otto Hans Mephistopheles and this old man. Elric can't understand why all the old people around him are not friends with his head. He has to figure out what's going on. More than one element is used, but the key element for the Naristar family is wind, so all these particles are set in motion by the wind element. The wind gives shape to other particles. Hot wind, as an element of fire, turns water into steam. A light wind gathers everything in one place and forms fog. As soon as the cold wind works as an element of ice, it thickens it. Then a strong wind blowing in between holds the fog streams together. The wind gives shape to other particles. Hot wind, as an element of fire, turns water into steam. A light wind gathers everything in one place and forms fog. As soon as the cold wind as an element of the ice thickens it, a strong wind in the intervals holds the fog streams together. If the old man is strong enough to control the wind with such force, it will not be a problem for him to create a typhoon. The old man also created the ice mountains. Even if the old man doesn't intend to harm Elric, he provoked him first anyway. The strategist is going to decipher what he didn't have time to. Back in Lascentes, Mok realized that all his magic, except for the ice magic, was weak. The strategist is going to use the method by which the enemy transforms the wind for his own ice magic. And if he goes further and changes the circulation of mana that binds the speech of the soul and the seal to reduce mana consumption, something may come of it. If the mana circulation between the soul's speech and the seal is properly controlled, Elric will be able to use other elements in conjunction with his ice magic. Elric's theories about strengthening the powers of other elements worked, and the mana of the dragon's heart begins to circulate properly. All the elements of mastery that were a weakness in Elric's magic begin to complement the basic element of ice. Now his rank has been raised, and it turned out that the way out of the Elder's Maze was a puzzle. The seal on his hand has also evolved into a higher-level seal that gives him a greater advantage in battle. The voice of an elder shouts out the name of his family, and Merbinger is transported back to the same place from which he disappeared at the beginning of the journey. The brother and sister are surprised at how quickly the young man completed the labyrinth because a sixth circle magician needs a day, but he managed it in 46 minutes. Mephistopheles is shocked that the Seal of Cruelty has grown to a 5-star level and that Elric was able to copy and put it into practice. Guy Naristar was supposed to be present at the election of the director, but was unable to and only recently learned that Merbinger had recovered from blocking disorder. And now he has become no less than a 6th-round magician, breaking the record of Tasha Naristar, whom he, a friend of her younger brother, put in the belt for 2 times. After apologizing for being late, Elric greets the head of the Naristar family and the two introduce themselves to each other. Guy Naristar apologizes for all the unexpected inconveniences that the guest had to experience due to their indiscretions. The young lord assures us that everything is fine and that this is part of the experience that was useful for his own development. Now, albeit with a slight delay, the head of the family cordially invites Elric to the Naristar family estate. Sean encourages his friend to go faster because his mom and siblings are waiting for them, and feeling the pain of their orphanhood, he is a little sad. It's another gloomy morning at the Blue Lion estate, where the head of the family, Herman Vale, has been suffering from a terrible illness for a long time and has not been regaining consciousness. As she does every morning when she visits her father, Lady Isabel finally sees at least some changes in the Blue Lion's condition. He has come to his senses. Unable to control her joy, Isabel rushes to hug her father, who says that such a grown-up lady behaves like a small child. The Blue Lion is interested in how his daughter was able to wake him up, as he knows that the variation of blocking disorder he suffered from was incurable. The girl explains that all the doctors and artifacts were powerless, and only my Lord Elric helped her by providing a treatment plan. Hearing this name, Herman Vile is surprised for a second and then adds that it was to be expected from the Merbingers and that they always bring light. Alarmed that her father is going somewhere, the lady says that he needs to rest, but Herman says that his sacred duty is to be grateful. Herman explains that if there is such a good child like Elric in a rotten world, then health is not a priority and he should find him and go on his way. Hilton's confidant, Paul Weil, reports to his lord about the defeat of the Blue Wolf army and the escape of Lady Isabel. Paul Weil asks if this is all just like the blue wolf sent here with a denunciation, and which fell to pieces before him at the hands of a single wizard. Hilton explains that the knight's body was under a spell. Paul asks what happened to his brother and learns that he is traveling with the Blue Falcons. The spokesperson reports that he is trying to meet with Elric Merbinger, who is currently at the Naristar home. The leader of the Blue Wolves realized that the first thing his brother decided to do was not to attack him, but to call his brothers and recognize that the Blue Lion was completely weakened. The Blue Wolf hints that neither the brother nor the Duke of Shining Star should meet, and orders him to be disposed of only if he leaves the Naristar estate. Paul hints to Hilton that he is alive only because he has a mark that is useful to the Blue Wolf as a combat element, and Hilton does not forget about it either. Sean hurries Elric a bit to make him walk faster, as his younger brother and sister are already waiting for him and want to see their hero. Mephistopheles asks if Gaius Naristar is even human, based on the extraordinary power of mana that emanates from him. The demon wonders if the head of the Naristar family is not a member of the Merbinger clan, how he could achieve a high level of magic. According to Mephistopheles, this is not possible without the help of a strong, unnatural being who does not belong to another race. A worried Elric tells the demon not to scare him, and whether he really thinks that people have been playing around with nonsense all the years that the demon has been sealed. The blonde lists all the creatures that exist in this world, including beastmen and subcategories of wizards, and reminds the demon that this era is full of monsters. Mephistopheles asks if he really means to say that there are people in the world who are stronger than the Golden Lion, recognized as the strongest on the continent. Smiling confidently, the demon guesses that there must be a reason why he is awakened in this era, which promises him great potential. Mephistopheles calls a life in which a large number of monsters fight for the chance to become king of chaos, and hatred the perfect world for him. The pleasure of victory from the crunch of the bones of the defeated underfoot is dear to Mephistopheles, who will do anything to get his strength back. The demon continues to dream out loud about restoring his strength, but he notices that Elric does not listen to him and is annoyed at being ignored. When Guy, Sean, and Elric enter the hall, the younger brother and sister are thrilled to meet their idol. A little girl complains to her mother that her brother is an idiot for dropping food when he sees Elric, and her brother argues with her, and Sean asks them to be quiet. At dinner, a woman with red hair reproached the children for talking loudly, reminding them that good children should be quiet while eating. The distinguished guest listens to the carefree arguments of the children with a nostalgic smile, recalling his own childhood when his parents were still alive. He recalls how he constantly fought with his sister because he repeated everything after her and ran into punishment, and she would beat him. The strict mother of the family was constantly reminding them of table manners, while the father said that children should be children and that it was normal. In his memoirs, Elric is sad that he was left on Hayes again when he wanted to play with his father. The sadness for the past is clearly expressed in his gloomy eyes as he thinks about his past with his family, the only thing that can never be returned. Noticing that the guest is not eating anything, Mrs. Naristar worries that the guest is not tasting good, but he says that the food has caused him a wave of emotions. The lady was worried that their hospitality was too sparse for him, and that the guest might be quiet, but she was glad that Elric liked everything. For the young duke, a meal shared with other people is always the happiest, as the loneliness of orphans always makes itself felt. During the tea party, Guy Naristar raises the issue of transferring the rights to research the nest to his family, and the wizard confirms it as a payback to Sean. For some time after discussing the issue of the nest, the heads of the family drink tea in silence, looking at each other. After a pause, Guy Naristar cautiously asks Lord Merbinger if he holds a grudge against him. The red-haired brother and sister are tense and nervous in anticipation of a difficult conversation, because it is a non-trivial topic. The Merbinger family, with its 1,000-year history and victories in wars, could not suddenly weaken. Betrayals by vassal families and politics contributed to the decline, but it is a stupid decision to blame the Naristar family for this, since they could not have done anything anyway, so Elric does not hold a grudge. Naristar's family never contributed to his family's downfall, but they could not intervene because of politics. They can only be accused of indifference. Mephistopheles doesn't understand why Merbinger is fidgeting in front of the simple Naristars, since the hexagram was nothing more than a bipod under them. It is bad form to respond to hospitality with rudeness, and the Merbinger clan has already fallen. For Mephistopheles, this is strange to hear, knowing how Elric lives. 1912. Although this is his friend's house, it is also a place that he must outgrow and surpass, and he must know the level of the magicians and what the head of the family is. Guy Naristar begins to speak and assures Elric not to be silent if he wants something or needs help and support. Suspecting something, Merbinger freezes, expecting that this will be followed by a sequel about Elric owing something in return. The head of the magical family Naristar promises that their clan will always provide full support to the Merbingers in any situation. Guy Naristar asks the young lord not to feel indebted, as he is still grateful for the rights to research and the gift of a best friend from his father. Mephistopheles considers Guy to be an experienced schemer who, for some unknown reason, wants to help the Merbinger family, which is in a state of decline. His position could have been strengthened with the support of the Nerstars, but the decision to support the weak Nerbingers at the cost of large losses remained mysterious. The young Merbinger was about to agree and continue discussing pressing issues when the atmosphere of leisurely conversation was jolted out of its calm by the shattering of glass and noise. Both young men again stared in confusion at the source of the noise, not understanding what could have happened again. The sound and the sight of falling broken glass in the glow of sunlight destroyed the quiet and pleasant atmosphere of the evening in the allied family. Blondie can't understand what kind of sick bastard would think of breaking into the Nerastar's house so unceremoniously. Seeing the characteristic bony hand and cloak, Elric begins to guess who the mysterious hero is who has come to their tea party. Recognizing the unexpected visitor as the old man who played survival games with him in the maze, the young man grimaces in dislike and anger. The spontaneous guest appeared to everyone as a short, mysterious figure in black, but no one was in a hurry to attack him. In a familiar, squeaky voice, the old man declares that Elric will become his apprentice. Period. Sean said that his father had gathered more than 100 talented people in the estate who live as guests, and are the Senate, the real and main force of the Nerastars. The guest is called a senator and asked to leave the Lord's office because his behavior is completely disrespectful. And the head of the Senate and the one who trained all the living wizards of the Nerastar family is White Knight Augustine Nerastar, who is stronger even than Guy Nerastar. Augustine apologizes, explaining that he was in such a hurry that he forgot all the subtleties of etiquette. What to make of an elderly person with dementia? Gaius Nerastar reassures the elder that everything is fine, but asks what exactly brought the old man here. Augustine points to Elric and says that he is here to make this young man, whose shamelessness knows no bounds, his disciple. The head of the family calmly replies that Archibald is facing one of the 4 dukes of the Empire, Lord Merbinger, who is unlikely to accept the offer. With genuine respect and grace, Duke Merbinger introduces himself to Elder Augustine and greets him. Mephistopheles is well aware that Elric is trying to maintain his good image in front of his friend's family and not to miss out on the benefits. Sean thinks that Elric is probably sucking up to the elder because he is such a nice and friendly gentleman. Archibald is surprised that the guest knows him, and he replies that his father always said that if their family had such a stronghold as he did, they would not have fallen. But the elder says that Elric's late father had no connection to him, and the blonde man replies that Augustine is so famous that it doesn't matter. Augustine calls Elric a cunning boy who is good at making up stories, but the blonde replies that this is why he wants him as a student and thanks him for his praise. The elder calls Merbinger a slippery little shit, and if he knows who he is, it simplifies the whole situation and once again offers to become his disciple. Lord Merbinger refuses to become his apprentice, citing the situation in the labyrinth of using his magic without permission and actions against him. Tired of Merbinger's chatter, Augustine forces him to shut up and listen to the elders, emphasizing that he is too much of a talker. Such an outpouring of magic makes both the heads of the Nerastar and Merbinger families fall silent in the realization of how far they are from such mastery. The young lord immediately recognizes the famous night sky technique, but immediately realizes that the sky is too white for a typical night sky, and this is a white night. Augustine attacks Elric and hits him, knocking him out and then teleporting away with the young lord. The supernatural speed with which the White Knight magician moves is beyond the power of any of the existing magicians he knows. Tasha doesn't understand how Sean can stand by while his best friend is being kidnapped when the Fire Witch herself is ready to rush to save her guest. Sean explains to his sister that Elric is not a person to worry about and will get out of the most difficult situation and always has a trick up his sleeve. Mephistopheles marvels at Merbinger's potential and audacity and the fearlessness of the magician who forced the old man to take him as a student or make him cannon fodder. Sometime later, Elric wakes up in an unknown place and, seeing the same bearded figure before his eyes, begins to panic. Augustine sees that the young disciple wants to speak, but is interrupted by Elric's cries of fear and surprise. Frightened, Elric does not understand what this old man is doing here, and, most importantly, what he is doing in such an incomprehensible place. Losing his balance and stumbling, the blonde man begins to fall into the abyss, feeling no support behind him. At the last minute, White Knight catches the falling Duke and asks him to be careful, as he has almost lost his first student in 90 years. Herzog is well aware that he will squeeze all the juices out of his mentor, but the fact is that he was kidnapped while he was playing the gentleman and trying to make a profit. For the first time since he was healed, Elric realized that he had screwed up. Elric forces himself to calm down and pull himself together and disperse mana through his body to regain control of the situation. However, at the same time, he feels that his mana is not under his control, and the blonde does not feel it in his body at all, as if the blocking disorder has returned. Augustine notices that Elric has exceptional sensitivity, as he had noticed before, The frightened blonde asks what the old man has done to him. Augustine advises him not to rush, says that everything will become clear, asks if the young man can see what is below, and when he hears no, pushes him down the cliff. 1961. The last thing Elric heard during the fall was the elder's words that if he could not see, he should go there himself and see with his own eyes. The poor frightened magician falls and curses a sickly old man, who exposes him to certain death. The sarcastic Mephistopheles sarcastically declares that Mirbinger has finally found a kindred spirit in the person of an old man with dementia. The magician asks the demon to stop joking and help him, because if he dies, he will die, and he needs to teach him how to use the seal of true sin. Mephistopheles explains that Elric's personal mana is blocked, so the seal will not work, and the only way out is to absorb mana from the environment. Heeding the demon's advice, Elric concentrates his air mana, trying not to crash, and uses the magic of flight, testing it in practice. The Duke did almost go to the other side due to restrictions on the use of magic, just like in the old days when he suffered from blocking disorder. But now the most important thing is to understand his location, because even knowing the whole continent, Mirbinger does not remember this location. This place is a true blue fog labyrinth, and the true blue fog palace is only one of the existing variations of this labyrinth. Augustus Naristar admits that he chose an extremely talented student, since even with the mana limit, Elric was able to use natural mana, but the senator is not allowed to teach Elric the techniques of the Naristar family by law, and the young duke asks why Augustus is going to teach him. The senator replies that he is the head of the Graceland School, where knowledge is passed from teacher to student and has nothing to do with the Naristar family. The elder asks if such learning conditions are suitable, but Mirbinger did not even know about the existence of the school in any textbook. Mephistopheles does not believe that this school still exists and considers it a real miracle, as the school was founded when Mephistopheles was free. This school practiced martial arts instead of magic, and Mephistopheles explains that the basis of the training is to strengthen the body by circulating mana. These are the skills that Elric needs now, and the Graceland School of Magic teaches the harmony of all types of magic, which is suitable for teaching mana balance. Elric was suffering from the fact that different types of mana refused to mix inside him, and meeting the elder of the Naristar clan is a gift of fate. That's why the senator blocked his mana. And if you think about it now, the blonde will be able to acquire the necessary knowledge and not depend on the Naristars. The White Knight's disciple asks if he is going to teach him the martial arts of Graceland, and again, surprises Augustine with his vast knowledge. After making sure that the disciple knows what awaits him and is ready to start, Augustine gives the order to not delay and start the test right away. Now, Elric is in the area of terrible wolves that are 3 times bigger than normal wolves, and that Graceland's magic is based on physical strength. And now the young duke, deprived of mana, needs to survive using the mana of the environment to strengthen his body. Augustine was not deceived, and the creepy wolves are really extremely large creatures, and having no mana, Elric begins to panic because of the old man's crazy decision. The mentor calmly watches over the student's struggles with monsters and his growth as a warrior and a magician. The werewolves' representatives ask if Augustine is sure that his student will be able to cope, since Elric started using magic only 6 months ago. White Knight says that the blonde is inexperienced, but his skills are on top, and thanks for the creepy wolves, and it will be a problem if they try human flesh. From the werewolf representative's side, it seems that the student of the White Knight has started to have problems, judging by his injuries and fright. Watching Elric's helplessness, the beastmen come to the conclusion that he is about to fall from his wounds and exhaustion due to the extremely difficult test. White Knight simply asks other viewers to watch, as the young strategist concentrates his natural mana to repel the monster's attacks with his body fortification. Just as Augustine said, Elric is special, and will pass the test of becoming his student and realize what the Graceland School has been dreaming of for 1,000 years. However, according to Augustine Naristar, the young magician still lacks something. Gelida Tenzu will have to act as the leader and instigator of the Revolutionary Army's revolt. The Revolutionary Army, led by masters of magic battles, exists to liberate the continent from the tyranny of the Emperor, and even the Imperial Army is no match for them. The Revolutionary Army is the most famous and major terrorist organization in the Empire, and Gelida Tenzu is a former leader of the Revolutionary Army. The King of the Beasts agrees to Augustine's offer to lend him the dreaded wolves if he asks, but he also wants to warn him. Augustine was warned that, having finally gained his first disciple in so many years, he must be prepared to lose him. Since the main thing the magician had to do was to destroy the wolves, he managed to do it with almost all of them. But Mephistopheles warned him that in his condition he would lose. Watching the procession, Mephistopheles noticed that the last wolf would be cautious, as he had seen the massacre of his comrades, and Elric had little chance. The tired magician realizes that Mephistopheles is right, and that he can draw mana out of thin air for a few spells and does not understand how to win with his bare hands. Elric had never needed the magic weapons he used on the Ice Mountain, and if he had, he would have done some physical training. Suddenly, Elric remembered that he had studied a body-strengthening technique that could fully replace intense physical training when it was needed. And in this case, it makes no sense for Elric to copy the enemy's fighting style and techniques and movements. According to legend, the technique of strengthening the body, making the bones as hard as metal for a fatal blow, has long been passed down in the family of the Tiger King. The Tiger Men, the Werewolf Kings, believed and carried to the masses the doctrine that the body is a miniature version of the world created by God's plan. Just as mana flows in all living things, so does the breath circulate in all living things, and the body changes depending on the breath and the focus on the body part. An infinite number of scenarios arise in the place chosen by a person, and as soon as the right one is intuitively chosen, your altered body will move by itself. You don't need to read something, you just need to look at the world in its true form using instincts, intuition, and combat techniques in balance. Elric has no plan or arguments. He just believes that he made the right choice in his situation. This is the famous fighting technique of the legendary Tiger People, which is the key to victory. Not expecting such a realization and strategy from Mirbinger, Mephistopheles, left without mana, is completely shocked. Mephistopheles doesn't understand how a man like Elric came to use techniques to fight on a par with werewolves. But the only thing that worries the demon at the moment is how the ward managed to do it at all. Augustine could not expect anything else from his student, since the young duke had defeated 2 wolves at once, and now needed to complicate the task. For a good job, the mentor advises him to find a plant on the shady side of the cliff. Mephistopheles thinks he's crazy, and Elric begs him not to leave. Since the initial task was to defeat all the wolves, Elric stands up and rolls up his sleeves, ready to go forward and see who will defeat whom. 10 days have passed in battles with wolves, and these days seemed both extremely long and short, but never ending. This plant has magical energy in it, and Mephistopheles does not understand what this demonic plant known as the Herb of Life and Death is doing in the human world. Since the Herb of Life and Death contains a supply of natural magical energy, Elric will replenish his mana and energy by eating it. For ordinary people, these red flowers are just a medicinal herb, but for the owner of the seals, they can become an extremely useful unit. But according to Mephistopheles, in Elric's case, the herb can be useful because it can increase the level of the seal. Mephistopheles realizes that the elder sent his disciple here for a reason, but the question of what the flower is doing here, connected with demons, remains open. This is a unique opportunity, and although Elric is angry with Augustine, the test gives him a chance to raise his mana and seal levels and learn the technique of strengthening his body. Now that all the wolves have been killed, the farce is coming to an end. Seeing the largest of the terrible wolves with mysterious patterns on its body, the blonde realizes that this is his last opponent. An unexpected detail catches Elric's eye. The wolf is not in a hurry to attack, and it is nothing more than the rider's foot. The rider continues to be amazed at the strength and potential of the best student of the Ustan Academy, about whom his mentor Augustine spoke so much. 2027 Galithic Tens never expected to see such a high level of mastery of the mana fortification power. Anxious and tired, Elric watches Galiti, waiting for his next words, when the leader of the revolutionary army speaks to him. Tens sets Elric this condition. If he defeats the last and strongest dire wolf, Galithi, Tens will take him as his apprentice. Augustine is angry because he has just found the disciple he has been looking for so long, and Galiti wants to take him away. In response to this, Tens reminds us how much effort and time went into fusing the terrible wolves that went cannon fodder for the test. The young duke confronts Galiti with the fact that he should have asked for his consent, to which Tens apologizes as he was so excited by the prospect. Gilithi guesses that Elric might know him from the wanted ads and offers Mirbinger to become the King of Beasts' apprentice, but is refused. To the Beast King's great surprise, Elric replies that he is already a student of Augustine, even though he is a strange man. Mephistopheles does not understand his change of heart, so the young duke calmly explains that because of this, he has to refuse Galita Tenzu's offer to teach him. In turn, the Beast King promises to teach Elric the art of the Mirage Gaze, which gives him the power to control the monsters. Mirbinger believes that having only one teacher is a relic of the past, so he asks Galiti to become his teacher, if it is not too much trouble. Tens likes Elric's straightforwardness, but Augustine is irritated by his choice of student. Mephistopheles has always known that respect is nothing to the Duke. Anticipating the benefits he will receive from the ability to see a mirage, Mirbinger asks Galiti to teach him this art, but Tens stops him. The King of the Beasts reminds him of the initial conditions that he will make the Duke his apprentice, provided that the latter defeats the biggest dreaded wolf. Perfect mana control is important for the owner of the Mirage Gaze, and magical martial arts using mana circulation increase strength. Galithi explains that the Herb of Life and Death has restored mana, but it is the last test and Elric must win with the help of martial arts. Without much ceremony, Elric uses the legendary power of body fortification to knock out the last dire wolf. Gelita Tenza's pride was dealt an irreparable blow, and Augustine, on the other hand, rejoices in his student's success. The white tiger does not pay attention to the situation at all, but like a white kitten, playfully raises its paw and invites you to scratch its tummy. Elric, who is pleased with himself, asks if he has done a good job, and both mentor candidates agree. Now the young magician has a chance to talk one-on-one with the one who threw him into this madness and ask if his mentor is happy. Augustine praises the promising student for his excellent work and for passing the test. And now, the elder can tell him the story of Graceland's old grudge. The company arrives at a mysterious place overgrown with the grass of life and death, and when Elric asks, the elder answers that they are in the Sanctuary of the Night Song. Hearing that this is the Sanctuary of the Night Song, the blonde man becomes interested in the place he once heard about. A disciple of the White Knight experiences an unusually dark, eerie, and gloomy mana of a place. Realizing that it is nothing more than demonic magic, Mephistopheles senses that there is a so-called demonic domain here, which Elric knows can only be created by a demon king. But now the presence of the demonic herb of life and death does not raise any questions at all, and he is only interested in whether the founder of the sanctuary still lives there. Mephistopheles says that the founder usually lives in the east, but their mental dialogue is interrupted by Augustine asking if the student has felt anything. White Knight knows that the descendant of the Merbinger demon hunters has experienced everything, but Elric doesn't understand why the demon domain is a sanctuary. Augustine begins his story by reminding us that the Graceland school begins in the east, and with his hand with the seal on the door, opens it. The first and main thing that attracted the blonde's attention in the sanctuary was the oriental ornamentation of the architecture and, most importantly, the exotic language. Augustine tells us that the founder of Graceland began his career as an alchemist who researched and studied herbs in the East. It is known that the founder lost his wife and daughter to an attack by the demon god and followed the murderer to the west for revenge. Because the demon king was too powerful, the founder changed his plans and combined Eastern knowledge, Western magic, and demonic power to become even more powerful. And as Elric correctly understood, according to Augustine, the offense of the founder is still alive and receives the answer that this offense has been alive for more than 1,000 years. Logically, the magician asks if Augustine took him as a disciple to take revenge on the demon king, but is told that revenge has already been accomplished. Elric wonders who was the one who took revenge on the demon god, and is told by the elder that the answer to his question is obvious. Shocked, Merbinger realized that the one who had taken revenge on the cruel demon king was his teacher, White Knight Augustine Neristar. Mephistopheles recognizes the power of Augustine Neristar, even though he is notoriously human. The old man's talent is unique. If Mephistopheles recognizes the demon god, then the power of this creature must be really beyond the limit. And the question is, how strong was the one who defeated the demon god? White Knight replies that this is not something he should brag about to his student, as there were too many nuances and tricks in that battle, and the winner is unclear. And so, like the founder of Graceland himself, Augustine set himself a new goal. Now the winner will be determined as follows. If a student who studied and followed the path of Augustine wins, the victory will remain with the mentor. Now Elric clarifies that he must defeat this demonic beast, and is told that he must fight its seal as it absorbs them. Augustine mentions the disciple's ability to absorb the seals of a demon, even if he was of human origin, and enrage the blonde man whose abilities were read again. The mentor immediately tries to calm the student down, explaining that as a teacher, he or she has no benefit from revealing the student's secrets. Augustine declares that there should be no secrets between a student and his mentor, so he is going to show Elric what he has been hiding under the bandages. Like any magician, White Nose has its own secret techniques, a trump card up its sleeve that is hidden from everyone. In the case of Augustine Neristar, his unique secret trump card is the hand of a dark elf. Unlike the light elves, they lived in dungeons and were supporters of demons and, according to belief, their relatives. But the race died out under the yoke of the empire. Augustine explains to his disciple that transplanting limbs from other races, especially from the demon race, is an illegal operation and the highest form of black magic. After hiding the dark trump card, White Knight says that no one but Galithi, not even Lord Neristar, knows about this secret and asks if the student trusts him now. Now that the mentor knows that the blonde is absorbing the seals, he is not going to let the student go, but explains it as his greed, leaving the choice to the student. Lord Merbinger understands that this is simple greed and the search for profit or a desire to take revenge on someone for an old insult with someone else's hands. But it is not sinful to have a goal, and everyone, including Elric himself and his mentor, pursue their own goals, and he cannot turn away from someone who has a goal. Having made his choice, Lord Elric Merbinger offers his respect and oath to the head of Graceland, Sir Augustus Neristar, as his faithful disciple. From now on, He is an honorary apprentice of the most powerful mage of the Naristar family, White Knight. Augustine Naristar sincerely thanks his student for his loyalty and for choosing him as his mentor and for his help. The magician asks if he now needs to absorb the seal of the so-called demon deity, and asks the name of this deity. Augustine replies that he himself does not know the name of this deity, since during his travels from the east to the empire, the monster was given many names. But the most important name given to him in the world is a simple and apt one. The demon is nicknamed the Wild Beast Yu. Now Merbinger is ready to start, and I know that Yu is a demonic deity recognized even by Mephistopheles, and absorbing the seal will benefit him. Of course, it will be useful, but Elric still does not know how to absorb the seals and asks Mephistopheles how to do it, even though he has absorbed the powers many times. Reformulating his question, the blonde says that he knows that demons become stronger by absorbing each other's seals and asks Mephistopheles how to do it. Irritated by the stupid question, the demon explains that for demons, eating seals is like eating for humans, and sarcastically asks Elric if he has learned to eat. The magic pendant does not react, and this is a bad sign, but in the case of the seal of cruelty, everything was different and it went through the test by itself. Without thinking twice, the demon eater decides to absorb the seal with the magic of the speech of the soul and seals, following Mephistopheles' words about food. The rapid absorption of the seal of the demonic deity surprises and shocks Gilithy Tens, but Elric's mentor is completely calm. During the week of training, the Duke prioritized not martial arts and body-strengthening techniques, but the establishment of harmony between different forms of mana. The head of the Merbinger family decided to combine the power of his seals and the speech of his soul, and it worked as he thought it would. After absorbing the seal, Elric finds himself back in the mental world and, as in the case of the Queen of the Ice Mountain, he must pass a test. But Elric is alarmed by something else, namely the complete silence in the swamp, which should have birds, animals, or at least insects, and the swamp is extremely quiet. The silence is absolute, as if everything that lived there had been eaten, and although there is a rustling of leaves, the marsh gases are natural but eerie. An invulnerable predator lives here. Before forming any battle strategy, the adventurer decides to study the environment in which his battle will take place. But something invisible has moved, and now the new task is to identify the source of the sound, and the blonde looks around, but there is no one in the sky or in the forest. The main problem was that the enemy's presence could not be felt anywhere. The wild beast. Yu approaches Merbinger from behind and notices that this time he has a very interesting person on his way. Meanwhile, Elric's sister arrives at the Naristar estate for a dinner party and doesn't understand how one can be so busy without writing to his sister. The epithets that can be used to describe the demon Yu are the pitch-black shadow and the teeth that emerge from the cold darkness of swamp fog and foliage. Now, the wizard does not understand whether it is a good idea to use the same strategy and fighting style against the wild beast as against the Queen of the Ice Mountain. He won't be able to use the technique because he doesn't know exactly how to absorb Yu's seal, so he'll have to find another way, and even then, victory is not guaranteed. Yu raises his voice and says that usually Merbingers hit first and ask questions later, but he is extremely patient and thoughtful. The young lord was shocked that the wild beast immediately understood and felt who he was, to which Yu replied that this was not his only unique trait. Elric feels the hunger in his voice when the demon speaks of Mephistopheles' seal as an ordinary person's ability to use a proma and other weaker seals. For the demon deity, Merbinger is nothing more than prey to be devoured, but he quickly puts fear out of his mind and is about to attack as soon as possible. Yu would not have bothered to fight an ordinary man, but for the sake of such an unusual specimen as Elric, he is willing to play a little bit of tricks. The demon deity urges the descendant of the Merbingers not to restrain himself and indulge his ambitions and greed, wanting more and more. The frightened wizard feels that he cannot move a single muscle in his body while listening to the demon's caustic speech, because if he doesn't, they will meet again. After these words, the demon disappears, leaving Elric with his seal on his hand, and everyone thinks that the student has accomplished his task. Blondie doesn't believe that he kept the seal so easily, and Mephistopheles says that it is the height of naivety to think that a demon will give his real name so easily. Mephistopheles explains that this was Yuya's only chance for survival, and now the demon will live as a parasite in Elric's body until he becomes stronger. Analyzing Yu's words that they will meet again if the mage wants more and more as meaning that now he must develop the seal to its full form. Augustine calls the true name of Yuya, which sounds like the immoral god, and thinks that the demon's rank may have been lowered after the defeat, and the demon's emotions are confused. Mephistopheles thinks Augustine is crazy for thinking that he knows the name of the demon, and Elric intended to appeal to his mentor if the demon did not agree. Later on, the mentor calls Yu's main emotion rage. Rage is the seal of fury. Yu was originally known as a demon preda, of the lowest classification, always afraid of falling prey to his weak nature, but distinguished by his great greed. After receiving the seal of the demon preda, Elric can sense danger as a demon of this class and quickly calculate the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy. The awakening of the sixth sense through the mana circulation of the U seal is what the Graceland School wanted to achieve through the martial arts at last in them. Now the owner of Preda's premonition wondered how many generations had been collecting knowledge, sacrificing dreams and lives for the sake of a single great goal. The ranks of gain and the use of seals are such a delicate matter that you won't find them in a regular textbook. With the Seal of Fury, Elric is going to continue the work of his predecessors and must raise the rank of the seal and face you in battle. Feeling Pret's premonition when his heart is pounding, and he asks his mentor why it activated just now. Sean appears in front of them, who doesn't know how he got here, and answers all of his friends' questions that it doesn't matter, and that they are in big trouble. Galitha, Tenzu, and Augustine are not up to it, as the two are too overwhelmed with joy at Elric's achievement for Graceland. Sean tells Elric that danger lurks outside, and when he realizes who he is talking about, he turns pale with fright. Hanabi comes to Tasha Naristar with the news and says that the lady should see for herself. Tasha asks if the Duke of Shining Star has returned from training. Realizing who she's talking about, Lady Naristar asks not to let the guest in for now, as she wants to go and see her herself. Upon arriving at Heisey Merbinger's place, Elrica's older sister asks if her younger brother, who is currently staying at the Naristar family home, is still here. At top speed, Sean and his restless friend race back, and Elric reproaches his friend for stopping Tasha Naristar. Irritated, Sean asks how his friend thinks he should have stopped his demented witch sister, and that the whole mess was Merbinger's fault. The worst thing is that because of Elric, Tasha's impulsive thirst for competition is growing every day, and now we can only hope that she won't get hurt on the road. According to Sean, Elric's sister always sacrificed everything for her brother, so Heisey must be even weaker than her brother, who suffered from blocking disorder. Tasha doesn't understand how the Duke of the Shining Star can be afraid of his older sister, and suspects that it may not be just a matter of blood. The whole problem may be in the true nature of the girl. At first glance, the person Elric is so afraid of is a very sweet and beautiful calm girl. Hayes asks if her younger brother Elric is here, and is told that the Duke of Shining Star is here, but no one will let her in, so she is uninvited. Puzzled by the refusal, Hayes asks what the reason for the refusal is, and asks to call Sean as the third head of the family, as he must have known about her visit. But again, he receives an unwarranted refusal and learns of the young lady Naristar's order not to let the guest in under any circumstances. Hayes doesn't understand why the young lady would give such an order when Sean and the Naristar family knew she was coming to meet Elric. Tasha personally introduces herself to the guest impulsively and angrily examines the object of increased interest. Showing the best manners and upbringing of an aristocratic family, Hayes bows elegantly after introducing himself and adds that his brother has written extensively about Tasha. Hayes confirmed the rumors about Tasha as graceful and like a flame, but believes that the description is too modest and that she is glad to meet the lady. Squinting slyly, Hayes asks the real reason she was not allowed in, as she cannot understand the reason for the order no matter how much she thinks. Shocked, Tasha replies that this is a family estate, and they cannot let anyone in from the street for security reasons. Tasha noted that blonde hair and green eyes are a sign of the Merbingers, but it is easy to fake it with magic, and the relationship must be proven in practice. Hayes asks how to prove that she is Elric's sister, and Tasha explains that, as a member of a magical dynasty, she must be a strong magician, and challenges her to a duel. Unfortunately, Lady Hayes Merbinger does not have magic, and, eager to compete with her sister Shining Star, must look for an alternative. After analyzing the girl's mana with her magical vision, Lady Naristar sees the power of the aura around Hayes and offers to compete with the aura. The calm Hayes warns the overconfident Fire Witch that she could get hurt very badly, and Tasha would love to see it. Tasha calls it personality identification, which will confirm whether Hayes is worthy of carrying on the Merbinger name. Smiling confidently and sensing the upcoming battle, the Fire Witch wryly asks if Hayes will be comfortable wielding such a big thing. Hayes calmly responds to her rival's bullying and briefly asks if she played ball as a child. The question did not arise out of nowhere, as Flints flew immediately in the direction of the red-haired woman like a well-thrown ball. Preparing to fend off the swordswoman's attacks, Tasha activates the magic of the fire circle and replies that she used to play with Sean all the time as a child. 2162. The redhead, ready to attack, says that she never lost in childhood games with her brother and asks how successful Hayes was. The blonde woman, waving a heavy sword, replies that she has always been the winner of the games because of her great desire to take her brother's head off during the game. It was a big surprise for Tasha that the heiress of a magical family was a martial artist, but throwing a sword weighing a center without an aura is beyond the pale. Noticing the black skull mark on the sword handle, Lady Naristar realizes that the sister of the Duke of the Shining Star is a member of the most powerful mercenary organization. Hayes hints that she defeated Tasha with a score of 1-0, and the Phoenix Woman says that she's not going to hold back in the next round. At the moment when the girls are about to face off again in a new battle, Elric uses a spell to drive them apart. Hayes didn't expect this turn of events, especially the release of magic from her brother, and Tasha is annoyed that they interrupted her in such an interesting place. Unfortunate Sean again failed to arrive at the scene to get his friend out of trouble. Before he could react, Elric found himself in the steel palm of his sister's hand, which does not bode well, and the frightened Elric tries to say hello. Breathless from the warm family greeting, the magician tries to ease the tension by asking if his sister had a good time and asks to be released. Refusing to be persuaded by his younger brother, the knight, with an expression similar to the strongest demon in existence, hints at a private conversation. Back in her office, Tasha reads the report that Hanabi's assistant has brought back with a puzzled look. The problem is that there is nothing in the report on the name of Hayes Merbinger, as the Information Bureau said that all information is classified. This is not to be expected since the Black Skull organization is the most powerful mercenary organization with as many secrets as enemies. The fact that their data is classified was obvious to Tasha, and now she can't miss the chance to make a friend, to which Hanabi reacts with surprise. The fact is that it is rare to meet a member of the Black Skulls, as they do not keep in touch with anyone but the Grey Lion and the Great Lion family. Hayes may indeed be a mercenary, and the Duke of Shining Star is already a reason to support the alliance with the Merbingers. Either way, they have nothing to lose. Lady Naristar wonders how the conversation is going with her sister's brother, but Hayes is still trying to nail his brother, who is begging to talk calmly. As usual, the angry older sister reproaches her brother for getting starstruck after he recovered from blocking disorder. Tired of his sister's always aggressive behavior, Elric adds to the blonde's earlier words that he has also learned to rebel. Having dodged another crushing blow in his direction, the angry magician, tired of the desperation and aggressiveness, seriously asks Hayes to stop. If not for the newly acquired sense known as Preda's premonition, the blonde would have met his forefathers long ago. Hayes had been so cruel and aggressive since childhood and was always ready to break his bones to prevent him from getting into trouble again. Watching Hayes press Elrica, Mephistopheles does recognize that she is from the Merbinger family, but it is even stranger to feel aura instead of mana. Hayes won't leave his younger brother alone and prepares to give him another spanking until he realizes how he made her worry. Swinging a hammer weighing a centerpiece at the Duke of the Shining Star, the Knight of the Merbinger family asks if her arrogant brother will repel the attack. Concentrating all his mana for defense, Elric tries to defend himself with magic armor against the madwoman, but in the case of such an opponent, even the dragon's mana turned out to be meaningless, and the magic shield was broken. The frightened and irritated blonde does not understand how such a brutal attack could have been dodged at all. Having lost in an unequal contest, Elric, lying on the ground, prepares for a serious conversation, and Hayes begins his fiery speech. When her brother decided to explore the dragon's nest, Hayes breathed a sigh of relief as her brother finally found his place. Knowing how much blocking disorder was ruining Elric's life and that her brother was working hard to change his situation, Hayes has always been supportive. And now Elric found himself in the middle of a scandal over nesting rights and was unconscious for days, and then disappeared for months without saying a word. The girl blames her brother for the fact that he last contacted her 6 months ago, and Hayes hasn't received any news from him since. Unexpectedly bursting into tears from such an emotional overload, Hayes asks if Elric has any idea how much she has been worried. His sister was always overprotective and severely punished him for all his pranks, but Elric did not like obsessive care, even though he realized that he was the only thing Hayes had. After the loss of his parents, his younger brother remained the only close person, although he was a walking troublemaker. Hayes grew up very early for her age, as now she had to raise her brother alone without support from anyone. The Duke identified the true purpose of their family's existence and was always fulfilling the task, and sometimes thought that there was no point in reviving the family because it had already fallen. But demons could come at any time, and the complete decline of the family is a disrespect for the memory of parents and ancestors who gave their lives for this world. The blonde declares that he will go north following the task left to him by his ancestors, and this is the way to revive the family. No matter how difficult, incomprehensible, dangerous, and far away his path is, he will not leave it. Hayes cries bitterly from the pain of possible loss. Elric will go his own way until the entire Merbinger family, and every place in this great land where he sets foot shines like stars. When Hazel hears about the true purpose of her little brother's actions, she stops crying and smiles happily. Even though Hayes accepts his brother's path and choice, the night girl still promises to break the head of the disobedient if he disappears again without a single sign. The last threat was out of line, and angry Elric tells his sister that she could finally recognize him as an adult and stay out of his business. Irritated, Mephistopheles watches the family argument, wishing the blonde would get hit again, and admits that people are too sentimental. Among the reeds stands a mysterious figure in a black robe of a member of a satanic cult, holding a box with a red seal of a demon. The box opened by the occultist shows a figure of a demon with curved horns, radiating menace amplified by a red glow. The disguised occultist justifies his actions in stealing the demonic relic by serving the name of the revival of Bishop Azazel. Elric spends the next 3 months training in the mountains to see the mirage of the Beast King. Since the look of a mirage requires perfect mana control to non-verbally subdue wild creatures, the blonde man's eyes are covered with a blindfold. After successfully directing the flow of mana into the eyes, the magician activates the power of the gaze and conquers the wild falcon, which, having made the last somersault, obediently lands on the magician's hand. Observing the progress of the student, Glutton cannot help but notice how talented the young Merbinger is. The King of Beasts admits that he did not expect his pupil to master his signature technique so quickly, but he cannot help but be happy for his student's success. Prada's newly acquired sixth sense of foreboding worked, and having anticipated Augustine's attack, Elric easily repelled the unexpected blow. Augustine praises his student for having fully mastered Prada's premonition, and now Elric is at his limit and needs combat practice to grow. The blonde can't believe that his training is finally over, and jokingly hopes that this was their last meeting in life. Glutton cannot help but notice what a brat Merbinger really is, and Augustine sarcastically declares that it seems like only yesterday Elric was on his knees begging to be his disciple. The Duke replies that he was tortured, calling it training, but that it made him strong anyway, and Augustine asks him not to suck up. The King of Beasts mentions that Elric was planning to go north and asks him to bring back a souvenir, to which Elric suggests that they never meet again. Finally, the young magician of the Sixth Circle flies away with joy, but asks his mentors to take care of their fragile health. Looking at the trail of the apprentice, Glutton asks if his boss remembers the good old days when they roamed the continent in search of adventure with Seth. Augustine says with nostalgia that every day was interesting when they were full of energy, and now they spend the rest of their time hiding. Glutton wonders what Seth would say if he were around now, and most likely Seth would think that they are whining, waiting for their end, and they are not even 100 years old. Both wizards note that they are not so old and boring, wondering how Elric could have escaped from such teachers and believe that he needs to be taught manners. Tasha and Elric are negotiating the transfer of the rights to research the Neristar nest. Redhead can't believe that she is being given the rights. The document officially approves the transfer, and Elric informs them that he is leaving for the north and that Tasha will take care of his attendance at the university. The Duke gave the Fire Witch the rights to research because he knew about her love of dragons and her desire to explore them, but he did not expect the excitement. The alliance with the Neristars has become stronger, and all's well that ends well, and Elric believes that he has a new debtor on his list that will come in handy. Before departing, the blonde man gazes at the sky and remembers that Lady Isabel promised to contact him but forgot about her debt to him. Hiding his sword, the blue lion Herman Veil admits that the bastard Paul Veil has hurt his feelings. Herman defeats the army of wolves sent for his head, saying that they are not enough to take his soul, no matter how weak he is. Isabel suggests to Herman that Paul Weil is losing his patience and is angry because of the heavy losses of his own army. The girl explains that the Blue Wolf is afraid of the Blue Lion's alliance with the Merbingers because it means a danger to Paul Weil's authority. The Blue Lion's foster brothers can't help but rejoice at how smart their adopted niece is and propose to do away with the traitor Paul Weil. But Herman politely explains that he decides all the affairs of the Weil house on his own and reminds him that the job of the foster brothers is to protect Lady Isabel. Herman will personally go to meet Lord Merbinger to thank him for everything and then decide what to do with Paul. A member of the Dark Cult asks Hilton why Paul Weil hasn't been appointed Blue Lion yet and is told that a little delay won't hurt the plan. The occultist had hoped that there would be no problems with the coup and the overthrow of the Blue Lion, but the entrance of the fallen Merbinger family into the arena ruined everything. But now is not the time to deal with them, and the henchman of the Dark Forces gives the leader of the 1st Regiment, Hilton, an order to make Paul a Blue Lion as soon as possible. Paul Weil's entry into the political arena is key to the Dark Cult's plan. After Lord Paul Vale comes to power, his body, soul, and powers will partially serve the revival of Lord Beelzebub. The carriage for the trip is finally prepared and served, but not all of Elric's expectations have come true. The only thing Elric wanted was to go on the trip alone. The blonde is grateful for the large and comfortable carriage prepared and does not need the services of a coachman. And Sean's assistant says that his name is Carl, not the coachman. Elric admits that traveling with a friend after a long time apart is not so bad, and Sean explains that he would never have gone with him if it wasn't for his father's orders. Hayes' brother would have advised him to just go home, but she asks if he is not happy to travel together, and Elric says that he is mentally jumping for joy. Another surprise was that the mentors also decided to go on a trip, as they were at an advanced age and would rather stay at home. The tutors were offended that he would not be allowed to ventilate. In their opinion, the disciple cruelly left them, and Augustine wanted to breathe the northern air. Mephistopheles is dissatisfied with the fact that he has a rather noisy journey ahead of him, and he hates noise more than anything else in this white world. Watching all this, Elric begins to burst into bouts of hysterical laughter. According to the Duke, the 7 participants of the trip are just perfect in the figurative sense of the atmosphere, which is more like a family trip. Augustine meets Hayes, who thanks the elder for helping her younger brother, an ignorant man who always needs supervision. Sean asks his friend not to frown as he was not happy about the trip with his friend. Eventually, the carriage with the travelers sets off on a long journey, but still, it's great to have a family like Elric's. In his office, Guy Naristar called his assistant for a conversation. The head of the Naristar family wonders if everyone who planned to go on the trip has actually gone. The assistant reports that everything is correct, and Sean, along with his mentors and sister Elrica, went on a tour to the north. Unexpectedly for the assistant, the ever-frowning patriarch Naristariv smiles happily. Guy replies that the situation unfolding before his eyes is quite amusing, and it's a lot of fun to watch the adventures of such a cheerful group. Hayes again chides her brother for his lack of manners, hinting that her etiquette lessons were like peas against a wall. The girl draws her brother's attention to Sean's dignified and gallant behavior, and now she is crying with laughter. The blonde is annoyed that his sister sets him an example of a friend with whom epithets of gallantry go together like fish and milk. Hayes asks Augustine, as Elric's mentor, for permission to teach his younger brother a little manners. Augustine doesn't mind at all and asks the night girl not to hold back and not to be ashamed, while Hilidi adds that discipline should come from the family. Having received permission to be spanked for being a naughty boy, Hayes thanks his mentors for their understanding. The Duke of Shining Star sincerely does not understand why his grown man needs to be taught discipline and why Hayes is so wound up. 2,272 evil as the devil himself, Hayes suggests that his brother go out and take a walk. The frightened young Duke asks his sister to calm down, and if she wants to go for a walk, it will be on one condition. The younger brother hints at her hammer weighing a center, because if Hayes really wants to take a walk, it can be done without a heavy weapon. In the best traditions of his childhood, Hayes pulls the naughty boy's ear to show the fool where the crayfish lie. Mephistopheles can't help but rejoice at the sight of his ward Elric being dragged around like a sack of potatoes for his sharp tongue. For the Demon King, this is like a balm for his soul after all the torture and fraternization he believes he has suffered after the takeover. Carl, despite all the commotion in the carriage, continues to calmly drive everyone to their destination while maintaining professionalism. But it's not always a good thing, and something did go wrong and Carl was forced to stop the carriage. Feeling such an unexpected stop, the battered Elric looks out of the carriage window, wondering what happened. The source of the noise was a group of bandits from a highway who blocked the way for the travelers. Having blocked the carriage's road, the robbers explained that the biggest mistake of these people was to enter their territory without paying. Therefore, threatening to kill them and pointing their weapons, the robbers demanded that they give them everything they had. Carl and Sean, not knowing how to react, freeze with stony faces, wondering what to do next. The leader of this gang of robbers does not understand such calmness on the part of potential victims. The robber has lost his patience and demands in the most aggressive way to give him everything the travelers had with them. Tired of this farce, Elric gets out of the carriage to deal with the aggressive attacker with a sharp blade. Jalidi reacted instantly, and taking the blonde by the shoulder, stopped the student from making a rash step that could be fatal. The Beast King promises to deal with the attacker himself. For Galidi himself, this is a chance to prove himself and show how powerful his mentor Elric is. The road robbers did not expect such a turn of events, and a real beast in their hinterland. For the first time in their lives, the frightened Obadranka residents see a wild white tiger, especially so close. Having adopted the fighting stance of Goliathi Tens, he is ready to show his student the true reason why he was nicknamed the King of Beasts. Merbinger loses his patience and calmly creates a deep ice to push the attackers back from the impulsive coach. Seeing such miracles, the unsuccessful robbers fly to the four winds, defeated by the power of magic. Galidi is offended that the student interfered and explains that he could have handled the situation himself. The blonde explains that shedding the blood of innocent people out of the blue, and without understanding the situation, is not an option. The young magician explains that these people are not bandits at all, but unfortunate starving peasants who have taken a wrong turn out of desperation. When the head of the gang of street thugs heard Elric's words, he fell to his knees, explaining that they were suffering from hunger and begging for forgiveness. The situation is twofold, as it is not clear if the travelers were simple defenseless people, what their fate would have been in the hands of the robbers. The phrase spoken by the magician made the headmen of the starving village become alarmed and think that ordinary people would not have made it out alive. The young duke is waiting for the starosta's reaction and answer to his difficult question. On reflection, the headman, falling to his knees again, begins to beg the magician to forgive them, while his shocked assistants watch. In repentance, smashing his forehead on the ground, the Starosta admits that only he should be punished, since he forced the other men to commit the crime with him. Shocked by this admission, the men do not blame the Starosta for anything, realizing that he did everything only for the survival of the residents, and ask them to punish him. In a calm tone, Elric asks the villagers to calm down and first suggests that they investigate the situation and check the veracity of the unfortunate people's words. The village headman leads the magician and the group of travelers to the famine-ravaged village and explains that they have been suffering from droughts and famine for years. That is why the head of the village decided that the way of mountain bandits in their situation would be better than a slow starvation. The head of the village says that it took 5 days to get to the neighboring village and that the cattle are dying of hunger. Mephistopheles feels a strange dark energy. The man cannot hold back his tears and continues to blame himself for all the troubles since no one cared about their god-forsaken village. Augustine explains to his disciple that although these people committed a crime, they had a reason for doing so, and so they should be released. Silent in his thoughtfulness, Elric listens attentively to the words of his descendant. Mentor White Knight reminds his crowned disciple that caring for those who suffer is the duty of aristocrats who hold power. In the end, the blond man agrees that the incident was only partially the fault of a group of villagers, and the touched village head blushes. The exhausted man bows again to the young duke who saved them. Taking Merbinger by the hand, who is not used to such fame, the old man promises that he will never steal anything else in his life, and Elric accepts the promise. Distracted by the man's tearful thanks, the blond man notices Mephistopheles' abnormal mobility and wonders what's wrong. The demon responds by sensing, albeit rather weakly, demonic energy in the fields of the White Village. One glance at the dry and exhausted fields is enough to understand the scale of the tragedy. Peering into the distance, Elric decides to look closer and help the unfortunates. Eventually, the company comes to the fields and the picture of a complete desert shocks them. Augustine once again notes the desolate desolation of previously fertile lands. The mentor tells his student that he doesn't feel anything and asks him if he is sure that he feels something. The blonde is finally convinced that this is the same place, and Mephistopheles suggests that the source of demonic energy must be here. Mephistopheles hints that in gratitude for bringing Elric here, he should give him some of the demonic energy. Now it's time to dig deeper, and before punching a hole in the ground, the magician asks everyone to stand aside. When the people have moved to a safe distance, the magician starts drilling according to the strength of the breakthrough. With the power of a breakthrough, the blonde breaks the surface of the earth where he suspects the source of demonic power is located. For the villagers today, miracle after miracle is happening, and they are amazed at the power of magic and the ice depth created at a time. It's time to take a closer look at the source of black magic and investigate it. When he gets closer to the place where the demonic relic is supposed to be, Merbinger notices what he's been looking for. The source of the powerful dark energy was a small wooden box, buried in the depths of the field. Augustine approaches the student, asking if he has found something, and receives the answer that the cause of all the problems was hidden deep underground. As soon as the box was opened, a powerful dark energy began to escape from it. Mephistopheles, like Elric, did not expect such a turn and watched the whirlwind of released black mana. Augustine was personally convinced that he was facing a demon, and his disciple was right. The main container of dark magical potential was a statuette of the mad god Azazel. Surprised and frightened, Mephistopheles tries to understand what the statuette of Azazel is doing in a wooden box in the middle of a field. The followers of the demon god known as the Four Demon Kings rule over all the lower demons. Among them are the famous Original Sin, also known as Mephistopheles, herald of the apocalypse of disasters and the terrible end of Shaitan, the personification of the mortal sin of fornication and lust, Lilith, and the tyrant king, the leader of the largest army of all the demon kings, Mad Azazel. Azazel was distinguished by the greatest thirst for profit from the destruction of the human world, and the greatest number of countries fell at his hands. The magician suspects that the found amulet was used as an idol for worship, but Mephistopheles reveals the secret that it is for sacrifices. The demon doesn't understand how Elric knows about Azazel at all, and the blonde replies that he read about him in the book of the Winter Sage Otto. Analyzing Mephistopheles' story about the sacrifice, the blonde comes to the conclusion that the villagers were to be sacrificed for the resurrection of Azazel. Judging by the state of the settlement, Mephistopheles confirms Merbinger's thesis. Now Elric wants to understand the intentions of the demons that live among people, and Mephistopheles advises him to quickly absorb the demonic power to pass it on to him. Augustine says that finding traces of demons that should have been exterminated 30 years ago is a very bad sign. The mentor hints that the discovery should be reported to the administrative office. Mephistopheles does not like this initiative at all. Much to the demon's disappointment, Elric agrees with his mentor's words. Mentally addressing Mephistopheles, the magician explains that he will have big problems if he absorbs the fine that the administrative office is supposed to deal with. The magician gives the demon an ultimatum, offering to teach him how to use the magic of seals, and then he can think about absorbing the power. Augustine asks Sean to immediately report the discovery and hand the artifact over to the administrative office. The White Knight asks for the artifact to be delivered as soon as possible, while Mephistopheles persuades Elric to agree to anything but the magic of the seals. Suddenly, the voice of the demon Prada's seal begins to speak by itself, noting that Azazel's energy looks too delicious. The demon Yu tries to break out of the seal to absorb Azazel on his own, attracting unwanted attention. Augustine realizes that Yu is showing his typical greed for other people's powers by absorbing Azazel's mana. As soon as the unplanned demonic energy is absorbed, Mephistopheles becomes hysterical because the power he so desires has been absorbed by another demon. Now Naristar's mentor asks Elric what just happened, while Yu is appetizingly chomping on demonic energy. The wizard explains that the wild beast has tricked them, and the evidence they have been searching for has disappeared without a trace. The demon is furious because the energy he wants is feeding another demon. It would be difficult for one small totem to destroy the entire village, and fragments could be everywhere, so Elric suggests looking for other fragments. Deep in the dungeon stands a huge idol of Azazel as the center of a sacrificial altar. At the foot of the idol, a gathering of sectarians gathers to hold a satanic coven. The leader of the sect actively bows to Azazel, expressing his favor to the Lord, and falls into a trance. But suddenly, the mental connection with one of the buried totems is broken, and the sect leader is snapped out of his trance. When asked why the ritual was stopped, the leader replies that some unbeliever stood in the way of their majestic ritual. The sectarians are angry and do not understand what kind of pagan could have thought of this. The gloomy leader concentrates on the monument and prepares to start calling out to the idol of the bishop. Raising his hands in the air, the sectarian begins to call out to Azazel, promising to put an end to the treacherous pagans and asking him to appease his anger. The sectarian promises that the whole earth will feel the great will of Bishop Azazel, and that this will surely be fulfilled. The leader assigns his congregation the task of conveying the order to Judas. The order is that before heading north, the flock must meet with Kai to continue the rebirth ritual. Eventually, they manage to return water to the local river, and now the situation will change for the better. The magician sincerely does not understand what demons can do among people, and why no one knows anything about their actions. The villagers cannot help but be happy that the water is coming, and they can finally get back to farming. But still, too many innocent lives were lost because of the insane sacrifice of Azazel's cultists. Augustine says that after they hand over the findings to the Administrative Bureau, the investigation will go ahead, and the local unit will be punished. White Knight would personally like to punish those responsible for this crime, but this is far beyond his authority. Elric admits that the Administrative Bureau is aware of the events and the demons are under control, and the main goal is to find the Temple of Flowers to end the winter and destroy the demons. The head of the village once again sincerely thanks you for your help. Now that the problem of drought has been solved, the magician advises the village headman to take good care of his people and tells them that it is time to leave. The blonde turned to leave when the headman stopped him. When the rescuer turned around, the peasant asked him only one question, wanting to know the name of the noble hero who had saved them from a terrible end. The blonde man gives his real name with pride and dignity, saying that he is Elric Merbinger. The peasants recognize the famous hero of the city, Lassen, and the Duke of the Shining Star by name, and most importantly, they saw profit. No one is surprised by the noble deed, and the elderly headman, hearing the family name Merbinger, realizes that the star of the empire has once again risen to heaven. Finally, the company rides calmly in their carriage again, hoping that this time there will be no accidents. Elric was pulled from the calm atmosphere of the trip by Charles's voice, which politely advised the Duke to go out and see for himself. Suspecting some kind of problem again, the blonde looks out of the carriage window and asks Carl, frightened, what is happening again? The carriage was blocked by a procession from the Inspection Bureau sent by the imperial family. Without further ado, the members of the Inspection Bureau, led by the chief, surround Elric on all sides. The leader, who has come forward, asks if it is really Elric Merbinger. The blonde doesn't answer yet, but looks at them with a provocative smile, thinking the inspector in front of him is a cocky cock. The Inspection Bureau is an intelligence agency that works only for the Emperor's family and is known as monsters who do absolutely everything they are ordered to do in cold blood. Their combat abilities are assessed at the level of the Wizards of the Tower and the Great Lion Clan. Since even the Inspection Bureau was not aware of the demons' activities, it is not surprising that when they learned about the demons' tracks, they immediately rushed here. But even if they have the support of the Emperor, it is too much to start a conspiracy in such an aggressive way. Not afraid of such important and scary people, Elric looks at them with skepticism and a dismissive laugh. The Inspection Bureau does not understand this reaction but is seriously angry. The delegation of the Inspection Bureau is furious with the Duke's dismissive behavior. The head of the delegation explains that they are representatives of the Imperial Inspection Bureau and that Merbinger should treat them with respect. But Elric was not impressed by their bravado, and this made the head of the delegation even more angry. The angry Duke reminds him that if a member of the Inspection Bureau personally travels on the orders of higher-ups, he is at most a Viscount. The dark demonic mana around Merbinger makes strong informants bend over backwards and tremble with fear. Recalling his true status as a duke, Elric reminds us that ordinary officials are not allowed to behave like this with someone above them in status. The seriously frightened members of the delegation, bent over under the yoke of sinister mana, do not understand how Elric could do such a thing. The shocked head of the delegation realizes that the magician in front of him is one step away from the title of Master of Magic. The situation is clearly not in their favor, so after looking at each other, they decide to apologize and take off their masks. After removing his mask, the head of the delegation bows to apologize for his disrespect and lack of manners. Mephistopheles is glad that Elric showed who's in charge again, because if he had swallowed this situation, he would have been played like a fool again. The Duke warns that one more such mistake, and he will report it to the House of Lords, and the head of the delegation takes this into account. But deep down, the inspector considers Elric to be an arrogant, conceited man with an empty ducal title, and thinks he's just lucky. After reading the inspector's thoughts, Augustine is surprised at the audacity of thinking such terrible things about his student. The elder of the Naristar clan politely hints that if he were Elric, he would have already beheaded the daredevils and made the mountains their last refuge. The inspector recognizes White Knight as the most prominent of the Naristar family and cannot believe that he has met him in person. And even more so, he does not believe that the elder has this arrogant, haughty duke with a sharp tongue as a student. The inspector grits his teeth and admits defeat, and realizes that he must dismiss all agents and recruit new ones immediately upon his return. Dislike is not a reason to forget about the main topic of negotiations, and sitting down at the so-called negotiation table, the inspector starts everything according to the protocol. The inspector introduces himself as Patron from the 4th Inspection Bureau. The 4th Inspection Bureau has always been on the side of the Crown Prince during the feuds, so the current situation means danger for the Crown Prince. Patron does not want to waste Elric's time and suggests getting to the point, to which the Duke replies that he is wasting his time anyway. Suppressing his dislike for the magician, Patron says that they have been following the trail of demons since ancient times and recently came across a group of them. Completely unsurprised, the Duke calls the group Gregory and shocks the inspector by revealing that he knows secret information. The magician coldly reminds him of the family he belongs to and that it's time for the Inspection Bureau to remember that. The irritated Patron recognizes the typical arrogance of the Merbinger dynasty. Proud Elric reminds them that they are not just a family but a clan of demon fighters. Patron recalls that only one idol out of 9 existing ones was returned and wants to know from the mage the location of the other 8 artifacts. Calmly, the blonde states that they have all 8 idols and is told that he is breaking the law. Patron explains that according to the laws of the Empire, all artifacts associated with demons are kept by the Imperial family as evidence. Merbinger reminds us that with the permission of the Inspection Bureau, a person has the right to keep demonic artifacts with him or her for research purposes. The magician reminds him that he has already received permission from the Inspection Bureau, in case Patron doesn't know. But Patron has one question for Merbinger. Patron asks Elric how he was able to locate the idols so precisely. The blonde never tires of reminding us that he is from the Merbinger family. This vague answer is not enough for the Inspection Bureau, and the pressure on the magician continues. The angry Duke stands his ground, refusing to reveal family secrets to the Inspection Bureau. Patron thinks Elric is a slippery bastard who will always get away with it and uses his almost wiped-out family as a cover. Then the magician refuses to say anything and offers to end the conversation. Clenching his fists in anger and frustration, Patron thanks for the cooperation. Finally, everyone leaves the Duke alone and the delegation leaves Elric and his company. Sean considers his friend to be a daredevil since he was so bold in his dialogues with the Inspection Bureau. For the first time ever, Hayes praises her brother, reminding him that if he hadn't said anything, she would have taken the heads off the bold men, like brother, like sister. Jalidi reminds him that the Inspection Bureau is very intrusive, and once they get hold of someone, they will never let go, and asks if Elric is sure that everything will be fine. Of course, all will not be well, as the Duke of the Shining Star is not the type to let problems go and leave his fate in someone else's hands. Knowing his friend well and reading the expression on his face, Sean realizes that Elric is up to something again and it doesn't bode well. Augustine realizes that he is powerless in the face of his disciples' impudence and impulsiveness. The Duke of the Shining Star is not the kind of person who will let anyone who is hostile to him or his family get away with it for no reason. In the forest thicket, Patron reports to his employer that he has disgraced himself and bows low at his feet. The employer demands that Patron raise his head because he did not do anything outside the protocol. And the responsibility for the failed conversation with Merbinger clearly lies not on his shoulders, but on the shoulders of the person to whom the agent reports. And the one who disgraced himself and his people was none other than the Crown Prince himself. The two do not even realize that they are being watched by a seemingly ordinary black bat. But the bat is an ordinary bat, yet it is controlled by the legendary power of the King of Beasts through the Mirage. Elric's hunch is right, and he has a really fat fish in his net. The Crown Prince continues to insist that his loyal agent raise his head. The aristocrat recalls that it was he who wanted the agent to meet with Merbinger, blinded by envy and jealousy, and underestimated his opponent. Still, Patron wants to justify the Crown Prince and considers the failed conversation with the Duke to be his own fault. The Crown Prince continues to explain that his immaturity and incompetence have shamed his own agents. Patron asks the prince not to talk like that, and the royal scion adds that everything that has happened up to this point is his personal problem. The Crown Prince reminds them that from now until the end, their main goal is to subdue all the demons that continue to exist among people. If he understood correctly, Viscount Garreau was one of the puppets of Gregory's demonic cult. The agent confirms the Crown Prince's words, explaining that the main essence of this group is demons, and everything related to the totem is the work of Gregory. The Crown Prince declares that they must win a lightning victory over Gregory if they want to win the battle for the throne, and that mistakes are impossible. As a humble servant, the agent accepts the order to execute without dictum. Patron accompanies the Crown Prince on his way to the carriage, reflecting on his role in the difficult political game of thrones. As a personal informant of the crowned personality, Patron knows that the prince cannot forget his former fiancée, Lady Isabel, whom he sacrificed for the throne. And the reason why the Crown Prince concealed his identity and went to meet with Merbinger could be out of interest in who saved Isabel. This was supposed to bring His Majesty some measure of comfort, but this time they allowed the Duke of the Shining Star to mock him when they should have destroyed him. The agent believes that the Crown Prince is a one-of-a-kind son who will lead his empire into a brighter future and pave the way himself. In Elric Merbinger, Patron sees a threat to the prince's path and must do everything to prevent this arrogant and conceited bastard from taking all the credit. In other words, the main goal set by the Crown Prince's personal informant is to resolve the question of the existence of such a person as Elric. But this faithful dog on an imperial leash did not realize that he was being watched from the shadows by the very person he was planning to destroy. As promised upon his arrival, Patron convened a new unit of the Information Bureau and ordered them to search the entire estate of Lord Gareth. Gareth's property is on fire, and now, in the general atmosphere of confusion, Elric's undercover team will be able to execute their plan. Elric, Sean, Hayes, and Mephistopheles are involved in the plan to intercept the key idol. Without delay, the team rushes to the epicenter of the coup in order to make it before the main forces of the Inspection Bureau arrive. The decision to send a family man to spy was a brilliant one, as the Duke learned much more than he expected by taming the forest bat. It is quite interesting to learn that the Crown Prince was hiding among the members of the Bureau, and to find the location of the demon's secret hideout is a gift of fate. Sarcastically, Elric says that he will simply loot the burning house while the Viscount's family and the Inspection Bureau fight to the last drop of blood. While the remnants of the demons and the Inspection Bureau get to know each other, Elric and the team simply take the idol and leave under the guise of a bunch of noise, and mentors, in turn, will help them by opening the way to retreat. It's time for Mephistopheles to get a little bit of the promised demonic energy, which the demon can't help but rejoice at. Everything around the estate is on fire, and as cynical as it may seem, the setting is perfect for a plan to capture the idol from the demon's nest. Given the chaos, it is only a matter of time before the Inspection Bureau appears, and it is necessary to enter the estate undetected as soon as possible. Attentive to detail, the members of the operation notice that there is no further passage and a wall that people are running from. Sean doesn't need much explanation to understand what to do. The disguised Elric and Sean do not change their course and rush toward the wall. Merbinger's plan was to break through and destroy the wall with magic, which he effectively did. By directing magical arrows clearly on target, the blonde breaks through the blockade. Effectively directed mana destroys the wall, breaking through to the manor. Panic begins among the castle's inhabitants, who realize that, since the wall has been blown up, the Inspection Bureau is already here. Now it's time for the most important thing, and Elric asks Sean to watch his actions closely because he wants to show him something interesting. Attacking the people outside the walls, Merbinger damages their flesh, causing bloodshed, which is the key to the solution. The frightened guard and the aristocrat looked at each other, realizing that they were now finished, as the Inspection Bureau was on the scene. The cover under which the last of the demons were hiding was thrown off. As Elric said, everything that was said about the demons of Gareth Castle turned out to be true. Sean is ready to act without delay and is reassured that his mentors will take care of the civilians. The demon rushes to attack with the clear intention of destroying the people who expose them. The realization that civilians have been evacuated frees Sean's hands, and now he can go ahead and destroy demons without looking back. Using the wind techniques that are the signature of the Naristar genus, the red-haired man slices through the air with wind blades, and attacks are fatal to infernal beasts. The otherworldly creatures raise the alarm and gather in an army to stop the humans from breaking through their positions. Hayes understands the task most clearly and decides to beat the shit out of everything he sees on the battlefield. The Knight of the Black Skull's mercenaries has no equal in this, and Elric's sister skillfully wields the hammer that sent the demons to hell. Sean stares at Hayes in shock at the demonstration of strength, and Elric is delighted to see how strong his sister is. Hayes tells his brother to continue to act on his own, and that he and Sean will take out the demons themselves at this location. After agreeing on a plan with his partners, Elric breaks through the demon troops trying to stop him. In a secret section of the castle, still living demons hide their religious totem, which is the basis of their entire cult. The main demon orders to be careful with the relic when placing it in the vault. The main demon is sincerely convinced that even such professionals as the Inspection Bureau will not find him. The demon has a plan that while the Inspection Bureau is busy searching, they will quietly take the relic out of the castle by a secret passage. From the early celebration of the successful removal of the relic, a sound from above distracted him, and this was his biggest mistake. His curiosity ruined him, making him a victim of Elric's planned strategy, who proves to Mephistopheles that he is not so weak after all. The demons were caught red-handed, and the frightened horned ones do not understand how the man exposed them. The magician calls all this merry company, led by the idol Azazel, a real buffet for him and Mephistopheles. In his office, the Vicomte is furious, already aware that the Inspection Bureau has found an underground shelter, and his assistant advises him to flee as quickly as possible. Only the closest associates knew about Viscount Harrow's underground hiding place, so there was definitely a traitor among them who gave away the location of the cache. Geralt can't believe that the Inspection Bureau has been spying on them all along. But now it doesn't matter when the explosions are behind them. The Viscount's servant, who most likely conducted the espionage, was neutralized by an explosion, and now the masks are finally off. Patron and the entire 4th Department of the Inspection Bureau wondered who the so-called Viscount Garot was, and who, according to gossip, was not quite human. It turned out that all along, under the mask of a disgusting, inconspicuous Viscount, a powerful demon known as Kai was hiding. Patron calls Kaya a rat who has always managed to escape, but now he is trapped in a dead end from which the only way out is to accept a terrible end. Angry with the wound of betrayal and helplessness, Kai calls Patron himself a rat, who has infiltrated his domain and robbed the demonic treasury. Holding the demon at gunpoint, the agent mocks the winged Satan as if he does not understand what treasure was being discussed. Playing the fool, Kaya loses control, promising to deprive Patron of all his limbs and make him remember everything in the throes of agony. In the name of the imperial family, the Crown Prince's personal agent sentences Kai to death for his crime. Driven by anger and a thirst for revenge for betrayal on each side, both sides of the conflict are coming together in battle. The magical potential of both sides is enough to provoke a devastating explosion in which Kaya meets a fitting end. Hayes and Sean have completed their part of the work much earlier than planned and are awaiting Elric's return. After killing all the demons on the location, the two suspect that their partner will create a new problem for them as usual. But on the contrary, surprisingly, Elric doesn't cause any problems and returns as promised according to the plan. Hot off the success of his interception of the relic, the blonde can't contain the winner's joyful laughter, saying it's time to move on to the second part. Sean doesn't understand who in their right mind would laugh at such an important, scary moment. The next move is for Hayes, who with her usual skill spins a huge hammer over her head, aiming for an attack. Having spun up to maximum strength, the knight launches a hammer into the mansion, finally destroying it. In an animalistic panic, the demons scatter until the ruins of the castle become their grave. Now that everything has been done according to plan, it's time to go back to the mentors who are supposed to open the passage. As agreed, the mentors were waiting for the racketeers at the exit, having prepared a carriage. Augustine doesn't believe that there can be students who get involved in such adventures, and Halidi is surprised at Elric's idea of leading the Inspection Bureau by the nose. White Knight, disguised as an agent of the Inspection Bureau, reports that civilians have been evacuated and asks about the plan. Elric's plan now is to get out as quickly as possible before they are discovered. The battle at the estate ended in ruins, and not in Kai's favor. Patron, who emerged victorious from the battle, calls him a sick bastard who intended to take everyone with him. It turned out that this demonic rat had many accomplices outside the estate who worked as a wide network of informants. One of the agents informs Vice Captain Patron that the cache in the dungeon has been found, and Kaya was not lying. Everything went to hell when the manor collapsed. But Patron's mission remains to find the traces of the Demon King and report them to the Emperor. After Patron helps the Crown Prince to legitimately take the throne with his achievements, he will benefit from this by receiving a higher rank. And if he can tie the Duke of the Shining Star to the incident with the demons, he will personally end the Merbinger dynasty. The vice captain's attention is again drawn to the agent who asks Patron to look at something important. As expected, Kai's demonic vault was emptied before the Inspection Bureau learned of its existence. The agents can't believe that the demons have taken everything out on them. Patron refuses to believe that this is the work of demons, as Kaya suspected the Inspection Bureau of espionage. But the theory of espionage seems to the vice captain to be absolutely logical. Now Patron suspects that an exiled Cossack has infiltrated the Inspection Bureau and is reporting all their activities to demons. Having executed the plan with lightning speed, Elric can't help but rejoice at his success and burst into laughter. Augustine asks the student why he is laughing, and gets the answer that it is funny to imagine the Inspection Bureau making theories about an empty warehouse. White Knight can't help but be happy for his student, since the bastards from the Inspection Bureau have attacked the wrong person. Everything is fine, but Mephistopheles is in a bad mood again because of Elric's tricks. The magician explains that he allowed him to absorb the demonic energy as promised, not realizing what else the greedy Demon King needs. The blonde reminds the demon that he will receive more demonic energy if he teaches the mage how to use the magic of the Demon King's seal. After breaking through the vault's security and opening the vault, Merbinger has a huge number of tablets with demonic energy sealed in them. With the right of the winner, the blonde collects the money without leaving a single trace for the Inspection Bureau. Mephistopheles emphasizes that Elric must fulfill his promise and share the demonic energy. The blonde replies that he remembers the conditions and concentrates the demonic seals into one to be absorbed together. When all the seals are assembled into a single whole, the Duke fulfills a mission of sorts by absorbing Azazel's energy. Mephistopheles rejoices at the long-awaited demonic energy and wonders if it tastes so good because it belongs to Azazel himself. But Elric again takes the demonic energy from Mephistopheles by absorbing it himself with the help of the seal, since the demon did not fulfill the main agreement. If you get something, give something in return. So Merbinger sets the condition that the Demon King reveals the secret of the seal of original sin. Realizing that the desired energy can only be obtained by revealing the secret of the seal of original sin, the demon is furious because of the hopelessness. Mephistopheles doesn't understand why Elric is such a greedy asshole in his own opinion when Merbinger is happy to have absorbed more dark matter. To use a seal successfully, you need to have certain knowledge, and to do so, you need to understand the nature of the seal. To understand the original sin, one must know the seal beneath it. But Mephistopheles only cares about his pride, so the only clue is the image of the wolf. Something went wrong again, and Elric felt a stream of dark demonic mana coming from outside the carriage. It turns out that Kaya survived, and all this time he was on the tail of the travelers and tracked them by the traces of mana. Kaya found those who robbed his vault by sensing traces of energy emitted by the stolen totem. All the time after Elric and the company left the estate, Kaya was on their tail, and he immediately felt where the idol's legs came from. Kaya suspects Patron of stealing the artifacts, and is not going to give up, but he doesn't know how wrong he was. The fact is that the idol stolen by the group of travelers had a special smell that only Kaya himself could smell on an intangible level. Kai's power lies in the seal of fragrance, and by absorbing the power of the idol, he will develop it to the fullest, and this will give him additional strength. Angry, Kaya promises that, having regained his magical potential, he will not hesitate to tear the thieves to shreds. Augustine cannot believe that the demon was allowed to roam freely in full view of everyone, and the sage is sure that the evil demon is looking for someone in particular. Hayes takes the initiative to negotiate with Caillou and is about to leave the carriage when Augustine stops her and asks her to stay out of the complications. The girl knight does not understand why she was stopped and asks for a reason why she cannot diplomatically solve the problem with the demon. It is logical for the person who received the invitation to negotiate to go, and Elric was the one who invited Kaya here and would benefit from the demon. Hayes immediately guesses that his brother is hunting for demonic seals because no one goes to meet demons on their own free will. The young duke, holding the idol of Azazel in his hands, cynically replies with a challenge that it is gross disrespect to refuse a dish that has been kindly served to you. Kaya thinks that the so-called Inspection Bureau is a jerk, masquerading as a nobleman and trying to pass him by tricking the dark aristocrat. The demon didn't expect the thief to come to his call voluntarily, but he was pleased that the invitee did. Elric calmly gets out of the carriage and, holding the idol in his hands, asks without emotion if it is for him that he is shaking and looking for Kai. The wounded demon in the figure of the magician does not recognize Patron's old enemy, and this shatters his expectations of revenge on his old enemy. Having no secrets behind his soul, the magician calmly takes off his mask, showing his true face. Kaya is not yesterday's man either, and he immediately realizes from the appearance of the handmade mask of very poor quality that he is facing an imposter. Not only was he robbed, but he was also robbed by an outsider mage who easily led all the demonic servants by the nose and made a fool of Kai himself. Now, the demon does not care whether Patron robbed him or not, but is going to wipe out the insolent person who dared to rob him. Mephistopheles considers it his duty to warn Elric that even without Kai's hand, he remains a demon with a strong seal and should act cautiously. Kaya doesn't hesitate to attack the magician, concertinaing mana in his palm and using his hand with long nails as a bladed weapon. Merbinger easily dodged the attack and was pleased to have such a strong opponent, as he wanted to test his true potential. Having easily avoided Kai's clear kick, the blonde jumped up thinking about the decision he made during the last fight. The magician was able to move to a safe distance to think about further actions in the course of the battle. Elric Merbinger's main goal since he absorbed Mephistopheles has been the total extermination of demons as a race. Standing confidently in front of the enemy and using the magic of fire crystals to the maximum, Merbinger prepares to attack. After calculating the flight path and marking the target, the blonde launches a stream of sharp flaming crystals in Kai's direction. Kai boldly says that with such a pathetic level of magic, it is a death sentence to oppose him. The demon considers Elric's magical abilities to be absolutely mediocre and is angry that the magician dared to underestimate him. Kaya attacks Merbinger with his trademark slashing hand swing, promising that the latter will not leave the battle alive. Without much thought, the blonde counterattacks the demon by strengthening his arm with fire magic. The forces of both sides were equal, and the magic of the demon and Elric resonates with an explosion. Thrown back by a powerful explosion, Kaya can't believe how strong the mage turned out to be, whose power he had underestimated. On the other hand, the Duke of the Shining Star withstood the attack without even falling. Examining his hand, the blonde realizes that the mysterious purple slime on his palm could be dangerous. The problem is that the poison of Kai's demonic magic penetrates the skin and poisons the body. This may be the power of Kai's seal, but now the Duke has decided to freeze it for a while to stop the process of poisoning his body. For the demon, the magician's attempt to freeze the seal and prevent the poisoning seemed pathetic. Kaya has a trick up his sleeve, so he has prepared a secret trick for Elric. The enemy is not looking for easy ways, so he has prepared a barrage of poisoned wind for Elric. The poison begins to seep into the magician's body, and freezing the limb is not enough, but Elric always has a plan of action. Elric's plan is to freeze the poisoned air around him and turn the poisoned icy air toward the enemy. The next move, the blonde turns a flurry of air in Kai's direction, repaying him in kind. A wave of icy air covers Kai, who rejoiced in the enemy's defeat too soon. Kaya declares that using his own spells against him is an ineffective, pathetic move and tries to attack Merbinger. But the enemy was not in the place where he was supposed to be, so the Duke's attack worked as a distraction. Having deceived the unsuspecting Kai, Elric finds himself behind the demon's back to deliver the fatal blow. Undaunted, the magician binds Kai with chains of mana, completely disabling the former Viscount. Kaya tries to stop Elric, but he shuts him up, saying that if they stop now, they will miss the most interesting part. For the first time since defeating the Ice Mountain Queen, the mage uses the Ice Mountain King's secret technique known as the Ice Axe. The defeated Kaya refuses to believe that an ordinary weak person, in his opinion, has the techniques of Yuya and the King of the Ice Mountain. For Elric, there's no point in explaining anything to the demonic bastard who has caused so many people to go to the other side, and he moves on to the denouement. Any fight with a demon for a person from the Merbinger family ends with the absorption of the demon's seal, and the same thing happens to Kai. Merbinger throws Kai's empty body with no signs of activity away like garbage. Even without words, Elric's silent face shows that he is thinking about his life's mission, which is to destroy all the demons on his way. Mephistopheles is immersed in reflections that even knowing that he is near the Shining Star, he always thinks about destroying demons. The Demon King is not happy that the blonde is forced to cooperate with him with no alternative, but soon they will face off as opponents. Watching Kai's lifeless body on the ground, the winner wants to turn around and leave, but the poison accumulated in the body made itself felt, weakening the weakened magician and rapidly spreading through the body, paralyzing the victim. Luckily, Hayes and Augustin quickly come to the rescue and prevent Elric from falling to the ground. Quickly realizing what was going on, the mentor begins to treat the blonde man by extracting the poison from his body. The frightened older sister holds her restless brother while the mentor treats him, and when asked about his condition, tells him to get better. The healed magician, having calmed down a bit and wiped his face, asks the White Knight if demons have always been as strong as they are now. The thoughtful elder of the house, Naristar, replies that demons have been like this since ancient times. After examining Kai's mangled, armless body, the mentor honestly says that if the demon were in his best shape, Elric would have lost to him. The blonde is sure that he would have won anyway. Augustine recognizes how overconfident his young pupil is and is ready to attribute it to his impetuous youth. However, he does not want to underestimate Elric and recognizes that with a duke's intelligence, he can win, no matter how difficult the situation. However, as a true mentor, White Knight reminds his student that pride should not cloud his mind and that there is always room to grow and develop. The perceptive Duke immediately reads Augustine's true emotions and realizes that he is truly proud of him. The expression on White Knight's face speaks for itself that one could not expect anything else from his student. The Inspection Bureau is searching the ruins of the Garrote estate and does not understand what the captain meant, but they find that they have to find a trace of a third party. The search at this location has been going on for several days now, and if not for the order of the top management, they would have gone AWOL long ago. Danger always comes from where you don't expect it, and one of the agents is sneakily attacked from behind and disabled. The partner, who was stunned by the unexpected turn of events, could not even say a word. As it turned out, they were not alone here all the time, and the leader of a satanic cult with bad intentions arrived at the scene. The occultist asks his surviving partner what happened here. Without receiving an answer from the agent, the occultist takes him by the face and lifts him above the ground, saying that he will find out everything himself. The Satanist activates the seal and gains access to the captive agent's memory. But the cult leader has not yet seen anything positive in the agent's memory. The leader realizes that Kaya has failed in his mission and has lost his arm. A third party intervened in the game, which completely changed the course of the situation. But still, something catches the Satanist's attention in the agent's memoirs, namely the Crown Prince, who was closely associated with this mission. For the cult of Azazel, this is a great prey, and the Satanist is so happy that the Crown Prince himself walks alongside, showing his true demonic face. The surviving agents of the Inspection Bureau report the failure of the mission to the Crown Prince and apologize until the Prince stops them. The Crown Prince orders his agents to remember the wounds they received in today's battle forever and to think about the mistakes they made, so as not to repeat them. As always, Patron hits his head on the floor in obeisance, promising to do everything as His Majesty commands. The Crown Prince admits that his plan to conquer the demons has failed and asks the agents what plans they have for the future. Patron reported that, according to his research, Viscount Garrote was not the only imitator of Gregory, and another subgroup of agents had found the main base. The Crown Prince is somewhat encouraged by the fact that their plan was not a complete failure, and that the failure in the mission to eliminate Viscount Garrote was the fault of the 4th Bureau alone. Patron was ordered to clean up the mess and go to the assembly point, but everything went wrong, and the Crown Prince and his agents were ambushed by demons. Patron orders all agents to immediately take up defensive positions. The agents, having been out for a long time, quickly defeat the demons' attack. But Patron, calling the agents idiots, orders them to protect only the Crown Prince. The main order is to leave the battlefield, retreat from the battlefield, and protect the royal heir. The speed of the attacking demon is very high, but Patron managed to protect His Majesty at the last moment. The demon can't help but recognize the enemy's superior battle tactics. The furious agent is furious at how dare the cursed demon attack them. The winged demon knows what he has come for and is only interested in the Crown Prince. Having spotted the Crown Prince, the demon orders his minions to attack the crowned youth. The demons hear the laconic order of the Lord and flock to the prey. Having taken a defensive position, Patron orders his agents to take the Crown Prince to a safe place. Arthur Patron, loyal to his lord, proceeds to execute the demon for encroaching on the priceless life of the young Crown Prince. The demon leader accepts the battle with pride, anticipating the pleasure of calling the enemy delicious human meat. The vice captain and the demon finally meet in a fair fight. The agents are raided while protecting the Crown Prince, but they steadfastly continue to repel the attacks. The demons of the lower morning were promised a seal for the Crown Prince's head, but the henchmen are wondering how many seals they will get if they bring the whole body. Loyal to his prince, Arthur Patron swears an oath to clear the way for His Majesty. After all, the agents and the Crown Prince are ambushed, and without weapons, they are doomed to go nowhere. The demon urges the agents to hand over the Crown Prince without unnecessary bloodshed, giving no other option. Celebrating his victory too early, the evil one swings, already feeling the seal in his hands. The royal scion was ready to accept his end, but it was too early for him to leave the world. Help, as well as trouble, came from unexpected places, and the troops of the Blue Lion enter the arena. Feasting on the flesh of the wounded Arthur, the demon retreats, believing that the enemies are lucky this time. The soldiers of the Inspection Bureau hurry to the Blue Lion, happy to have help. The Blue Lion troops, led by Hermann Weil himself, appeared on the battlefield on Isabel. Hermann Weil gives an immediate order to defeat the demon army. Without further ado, Hermann's Blue Lions smash the enemy army to smithereens. While the Inspection Bureau rejoices at the rescue, The Crown Prince looks at his lost love, Lady Isabel, with trepidation in his heart. Looking at this beautiful, fragile girl with sapphire waves of hair, the Crown Prince cannot help but think of their painful breakup due to his own ambitions. Thanks to the timely assistance of the Blue Lion Army, the main army of demons was defeated, but some were still lost. Arthur Patron reports that they still did not get closer to the formal leader of the Azazel worshippers cult. After listening to the report of the wounded Arthur, the prince nods silently and thanks the Blue Lion troops for their help. The Blue Lion says that he would have accompanied the prince to the palace, but since His Majesty is accompanied by the Inspection Bureau, he can go on with a calm mind. The Crown Prince does not dare to detain the Blue Lion and the army, so he releases them with a calm soul. But at the last moment when Herman was about to leave, he asked where the valiant knight was going. The simple-minded Herman replies that he is on his way to meet with Lassen's hero Elric Merbinger. Hearing the name he hates so much, the Crown Prince stops talking and looks elsewhere. The gaze of envious dark eyes falls on Lady Isabel, who blushes at the mention of Elric, which could not but irritate the royal heir. On this note, the aristocrat bids farewell to the Blue Lion Isabel and their knights, carefully hiding the hatred for the Duke of the Shining Star that grows in his soul. Dislike and anger grow in the Crown Prince's soul, and he realizes that Elric Merbinger is not only undermining his reputation, but also his rival in love. Meanwhile, after all the adventures that have befallen them, the carriage of the adventure participants rushes towards the north. Elric looks out of the window in a childlike manner, happy to see the distance between them and their destination getting smaller and smaller. When the carriage finally arrives at the gates of the Great Wall, Elric is genuinely surprised at how much bigger this structure is than he had imagined. Believing the stories of the Sage of Winter, if he was not mistaken, the Northern Temple of Flowers should be located somewhere within the territory behind the Great Wall. But at the entrance to the city, the carriage is stopped by border troops closing the passage for travelers. Carl explains that they are just travelers who want to cross the border. The border guard is forced to refuse to let me cross the border without giving a reason. Such an unsubstantiated refusal arouses Merbinger's suspicion. Taking the initiative again, the young Duke gets out of the carriage to investigate the situation personally and asks if something has happened outside the wall. The border guard replies that the monsters have gone crazy lately and that there is a real horror in the city, so all the guards are on alert. Indeed, behind the wall, you can clearly feel the dark matter gathering in tangles over the city, creating an aura of fear that can frighten the unprepared. But even under these circumstances, Elric refuses to back down and is about to enter the city. Still hoping to pass through the gate, the Duke of the Shining Star asks Carl to show him his personalized permit for free entry into the city. With a silent nod, Carl begins to look for the scroll with the entry permit. Sometime later, the coachman pulls out a document important to their mission and goes to the guard, who did not expect the guest to be late. Without further ado, Carl puts a scroll with a seal in the border guard's hand. The bewildered border guard starts reading the document, not understanding what they want from him. However, the names Merbinger and Naristar, which appear in the document approving the right to enter, convince the border guard to change his mind. The guard apologizes because he did not know who he was dealing with, and although people are not allowed to enter even with a permit, in their case they turn a blind eye. Finally, the border guard asks him to climb as high as possible in case of danger, to which Elric asks if this is so that he can come to the rescue. The gloomy guard answers the Duke's sarcastic question that it will make it easier to find and identify their disfigured, lifeless bodies. Hearing this, Elric tenses a bit with irritation. But the guard did not lie, and the apocalypse is really happening outside the walls, and giant hydras with millions of teeth feel like kings in the city. To avoid becoming an accidental victim of these sandworms, you need to be careful and have a lot of agility. One of the monsters tries to attack Merbinger as an outsider who dared to walk on their territory. Without hesitation, the wizard knocks out the giant toothy worm with magic, hitting the target. Jumping aside from the sandworm that fell to the ground, Merbinger continues to analyze the terrain. The main problem with these giant worms is not their strength, but the fact that there is no end to their number, and they take the sky in quantity. After thinking too much and losing his vigilance to the situation, the Duke almost becomes the dinner of a giant monster. After the last battle with the demon, Elric was never able to properly demonstrate what he had learned and received. Even if he receives more seals in the future, it will still be impossible to use them to their fullest, due to the mana limit. To save mana, the wizard simply lifts the worm with a sharp spell and throws it to the ground, shortening its life. Realizing that the potential for using seals is limited, Shining Star wants to create a unique type of magic that will belong only to him. Only then, in Elric's opinion, will no one dare look down on him. The Duke would have stood there thinking about his future greatness. But the voice of Sean snaps him out of his dreamy trance and asks if he's finished. Sean complains that he's frozen like a dog, and that even magic can't save him from such cold, and he's almost out of mana. Indeed, Merbinger expected it to be hot as hell, but in fact it is brutally cold and it makes you think. This place is called the Valley of Black Snow, which got its name because of the dark spots that cover the entire territory. The name Snowfield is a figurative one, as what looks like snow is a colony of black rot that has infected everything around it. This zone is overcrowded with monsters, so the Empire refused to develop it, and even archmages of the 8th Circle and above are in danger in this place. Putting his arm around his friend's shoulder, Sean asks if his friend is sure that the Flower Temple is in such a godforsaken dead place. According to Sean, the Flower Temple should be a utopian little garden where people live side by side with the gods in paradise, but here, there is only hell. In response to Shauna's request, Elric replies that the Flower Temple definitely exists, as it is confirmed by the family archives and books of the Merbinger family. Augustine asks if the disciple knows the exact location of the temple, and Elric explains that first he will find a known race of animal people. The mentor explains that the animal people hold a grudge against humans, and it will be difficult to get along with them, but Elric has a plan to get them to cooperate. Although White Knight does not know what the student's plan is, he is looking forward to it, although it would be more interesting to know in advance. And now the problem is how to find people beasts in such a huge territory, and Elric is actively thinking about it. Hayes asks his brother the logical question of whether they at least have a map or directions, because without them they can't get there, but they have neither a map nor a compass. Attentive to detail, though invisible to others, Mephistopheles suggests that the ice crystal has begun to shine behind the magician's sinus. And indeed, for some unknown reason, the crystal began to glow with a bright blue glow, hinting that it was the key to solving the problem. Suddenly, the ice crystal exploded upwards, which shocked everyone, especially Sean, who was tired of all the tricks. The glow of the ice crystal is the compass that will guide them on their way. Now Merbinger is confident that he has found the right way to find the right path. Now the magician himself rides on the roof of the carriage as a living compass, guiding Carl to the right path. Suddenly, Elric asks the coachman to stop, sensing something wrong. The problem is that the ice crystal stopped glowing right after they entered the forest, and for this reason it is worth investigating the area. Having raised all his partners to their feet, the magician gathers a team to inspect the area. Tired and always skeptical, Sean doubts that they will find anything in such an ordinary forest. After tracing the entire forest with the help of the familiars, even Gilith finds nothing suspicious. Having clearly realized that they would not find anything here, the blonde calmed down. Having given up, Elric is about to return to the carriage with everyone else when he suddenly hears a wild scream. Such a sound resonance cuts the ears of even the king of beasts and definitely belongs to a creature with a human nature. Looking at each other, Sean and Elric mentally agree that they should check the source of the sound. The Beast King, Sean and Merbinger are off to the races, headlong into the depths of the forest. Hiding behind the trees, travelers watch the situation with caution. As it turns out, a girl from a tribe of animal people is in trouble and surrounded by demon-like creatures that look like dogs. Mephistopheles immediately notes that this girl is a cat. A frightened cat girl, cornered, begs for help. Prepared for the terrible end, the werewolf closes his eyes when he hears a freezing spell. When the white-haired cat opens his eyes, he sees frozen foxtail. To ensure the effect, Elric froze the foxtails again. Now that the threat has been eliminated, the magician calmly walks towards the rescued cat girl. Although a man-beast, she is still a woman, so Elric decides to show off how handsome he is and flirtatiously asks if the girl was scared. Mephistopheles laughs at the blonde seducer's poor taste, and the latter asks if the stranger is injured and offers to treat her. With good intentions, the blonde man holds out his hand to the white-haired woman so that she can get up. But the man-beast pushes his hand away, saying that it does not need human help. Unbeknownst to them, the travelers were ambushed by unfriendly cat-type people beasts that occupy the positions of archers in the trees. The ungrateful werewolves show aggression towards the people who saved them, surrounding them with weapons from all sides. Furious and blinded by anger, the cat girl demands that people surrender on the count of 3, or she will send everyone to the next world. The countdown begins, and on the count of 1, the archers from the trees aim their arrows straight at people's heads. On the count of 2, the infantry approaches from all sides, squeezing the prisoners. Hayes, knowing his brother well, does not know what he could be up to. As the king of surprises, Elric raises his hands in surrender to the mercy of the beast people. Mephistopheles, like everyone else, recognizes that Elric is full of surprises. As it turned out earlier, the situation with the damsel in distress was an ambush. Elric immediately realized that the forest was full of warriors, and he had a plan. If you play by the rules and as the animal people want, then they will bring you to their home. That's why they are transported like wild animals through the city in a caged carriage with a whole convoy of armed human beasts. The whole team was pardoned but handcuffed for safety, Mephistopheles thinks that the magician should not have behaved like that. Blondie calls the demon a slow-witted person who does not understand that for a perfect plan, it is necessary to make sacrifices, no matter how unpleasant it sounds. The local population does not understand why the intelligence brought people here and calls for getting rid of them as they are definitely up to no good. Although Elric did not expect a warm welcome, Mephistopheles explains that it is only fair because humans have pushed werewolves out of their native lands. The cat girl they met at the beginning is a guardian of the werewolf kingdom named Irina. Since the prisoners will be interrogated by their great king, they must watch their manners to stay alive. Sean and the others follow Elric, who is confident in the brilliance of his plan. Mephistopheles asks if the magician has a plan, otherwise the reason for his infiltration of the enemy kingdom seems absurd. Mirbinger is sure that the werewolves will recognize him because he has power that is worth its weight in gold. Under scrutiny, the prisoners pass by the members of the meeting, who examine them like the dirtiest shit. But the power Elric possesses has been coveted by the werewolves for 1,000 years, and it is the strengthening of the body of the Tiger King, their first ever ruler. A long time ago, the mighty tribe of tigers stood in power for generations. But at the moment, their entire large family is considered to have disappeared from the face of the planet. Therefore, it is impossible to estimate how valuable the first Tiger King's abilities will be now. The demon notices how excited the magician is. Eventually, under the scrutiny of the slanting eyes and hatred, Irina leads the prisoners to the throne room, where she bows to the king. A border guard of the werewolf kingdom reports to the ruler that she has caught and brought back trespassers of the human race on the forest border. The young king praises the guard for a job well done. Now the monarch will talk to the captured people personally, and first of all, he asks what people have forgotten on their territory, which is taboo for people. The monarch immediately orders the intruders to tell the truth about the reason for the real visit. They can't believe their eyes that they are looking at a tiger werewolf. The king of the werewolves is not only a tiger werewolf, but also turned out to be a very young boy. The small but formidable young king orders the prisoners to tell the truth because otherwise they will not leave the kingdom alive. Hayes immediately succumbs to female weaknesses, and her maternal instinct takes over from her formidable nature, and she is touched by the sight of the little king. The demon sarcastically hints that the young tiger king is not able to provide the expected benefits, even though he is a descendant of a child. But it's worth trying to talk because the alternative to running away is always there. So Elric cautiously begins the conversation by asking if this is the king in front of him. The minister, furious at the disrespect, shouted and defended his king, indignant at the impudent questions the offender dared to ask the monarch. The old werewolf rat is asked to stay out of the conversation and, outraged, he begins to rage until the king orders him to shut up. The young king tiger looks at the offender menacingly, asking if he is brave enough to disobey his king's orders. Having received a flogging, the overly vocal werewolf rat goes silent again, taking his place without reacting even to the magician's gloating look. When the commotion in the throne room was finally calmed down, the young king repeats his question, still intent on finding out what the magician had to say. The young duke admits that he greatly underestimated his opponent, thinking him to be just a foolish child. But maybe the king will be easy to persuade. Having gained courage, the blonde man starts with trumps by asking if the young monarch knows about the Tiger King's body-strengthening technique. It seems that the young tiger did not understand what we were talking about, or was simply puzzled by the fact that the man started talking about the art of his ancestors. Mirbinger goes even further and wants to make a deal by offering to sell knowledge of ancient art and pads the price of his offer. The crowd of werewolves of various breeds begins to rage at the impudence of the intruder who dares to claim to have the art of a king. The whole crowd of servants of various colors and biological classes is buzzing about the execution of the magician until the young king again silences them. Easily breaking the shackles on his hands, Elric agrees that the throne room is indeed too noisy to conduct serious negotiations. After the offender breaks the shackles, the king's numerous guards give orders to protect the ruler from the potential threat posed by the people. Standing in a circle, the partners group in a circle standing with their backs to each other, again surrounded by aggressive werewolves. Augustine explains that fighting werewolves is not an easy task, and the prudent elder offers his help to the disciple, but he will act independently. To convince the werewolves that they should do business with him, the magician must prove his strength and mastery of techniques and practice. The young king's personal guard orders him to immediately put in place the insolent, dirty, animalistic human creature who has defied them. A huge number of attackers does not always guarantee a high-quality attack, so Mirbinger, not at all intimidated, simply gathers his strength. In order to successfully implement the plan, it is necessary to move to a safe distance. So for now, it is necessary to simply fight off the werewolves' attacks. All the attacks of the agile and skillful werewolves in close combat are successfully repelled by the perfectly choreographed movements of the Duke of the Shining Star. Finally, having found himself in a favorable position, Mirbinger can move on to the final part of his plan and use his most important trump card. It's time to show the arrogant werewolves your superiority and use the relic technique of body fortification combined with attack. Having seen with their own eyes how skillfully the man wields the power of their ancestor, the werewolves, serving the king, admit that they underestimated Elric. Since the situation is desperate, the guards are ordered to transform into animalistic forms in order to increase the effectiveness of the attacks. In their animal form, the guards do have an advantage in physical strength, and the battle will be somewhat more difficult. With an aggressive growl, like a pack of rabid street dogs, the werewolves rush at the magician as a pack. Strategy always wins over brute force, so Elric has no problem resorting to the art of strengthening the body called the Tiger Punch. The aggressive wolf's growl quickly turns into the whines of street mutts as the defeated werewolves fall in stacks at the guard's feet. The guard with the cat ears has nowhere to run and is terrified to watch the inevitable attack from the air. The last of the king's bodyguards is incapacitated by a black tiger's hunting technique. Having seen how quickly the entire army of the king fell at the hands of a human magician, Irina cannot help but be angry at the victory of a stranger over her own. The impulsive and unstable Irina is eager to execute the blonde who dared to oppose her people and, oh my god, to defeat them. The blade of the sword stops a millimeter from Elric's throat because, by the king's order, Irina was stopped from committing an irreparable sin. Not expecting the king to stand up for the stranger, the guardian of the kingdom calms down, still holding the blade at the throat of the hated magician. In recognition of the enemy's power, the young king gets up from his throne and turns to the traveler with a serious look. Easily removing the sword blade from his neck, the duke explains that he has already demonstrated enough to be believed. Confidently looking into the eyes of the young monarch with a defiant tone, the shining star asks whether the crowned person now believes him. Now that Elric has shown his true power to the werewolves, they decide to negotiate on an equal footing. The only question the young Tiger King is interested in is how the offender mastered techniques that are impossible to master even for carriers of animal blood. Realizing his main advantage over his opponents, Mirbinger demonstrates that the key to mastering the Tiger King techniques is nothing more than magic. The word magic means nothing to the young king because he did not know such a thing as magic a priori. Magic permeates the entire essence of the universe, reveals all the secrets of nature, and intertwines all existing matter into a single whole. The young king is shocked to realize that the lost ancient art has been restored by magic. Realizing that everything has gone according to plan, the traveler continues his acting and boldly answers the question about magic, saying that only magic is capable of this. After all, the young king is still a child who is easily interested in something unusual like magic, and this aroused Tiger's admiration and trust. Mephistopheles condemns Elric for brazenly deceiving the child, but he replies that men-beasts do not understand such matters anyway. If you speak confidently and mysteriously, there is a high probability that the tribe will believe them, and the spiritualized faces of the werewolves are proof of their simplicity. But no matter how well everything went, it was time to wrap up, so Elric bowed low to the young king again and began to speak. Mirbinger argues that the art of enhancing the body through magic is a real power that should be used to serve its rightful owner. The blonde triumphantly declares that thanks to the magic seal, the royal family will regain its footing, but suddenly he is ordered to stop. The werewolf chancellor interrupts the magician's speech by revealing his plan to sell the secret of the Tiger King's ability at a premium. Realizing that he has been exposed, Elric can no longer joke and replies that everything is true and he needs some information. The only thing that interested Elric from the very beginning was finding the location of the flower temple he needed from the Sage of Winter's task. Two werewolves, a rabbit man, and a previously known rat man, begin to whisper about the magician's intentions and what a person might be looking for in such a place. 2867. The Chancellor agrees to help the Duke, but this should be discussed in private, so he suggests that they retire. As the captain of the Royal Guard, Irina is ordered by the Chancellor to accompany Elric and his company to the outbuilding of the royal castle. Analyzing the Chancellor's unexpected entry into the political arena, a somewhat tired Elric admits that if it were not for this old man, the deal would have been signed. Mephistopheles, who is characterized by insight, is in no hurry to reveal his cards to the Chancellor without understanding his intentions. A demon can hear a demon a layer away, so the Demon King immediately smells that the Chancellor is neither human nor werewolf, but a real demon. If a demon has crept into the ranks of human beasts, this is a bad sign, meaning that the evil one will prevent the realization of plans by all means. The main decision still depends on the House of Lords of the King's spokesman, and since the acquisition of ancestral art from the hands of a magician is not an easy decision, the spokesman for the rabbits is sure that they must accept the magician's offer, as this is the only chance to regain the art of tigers. Another spokesperson calls the so-called Fury much more terrible enemies than humans, and for restoring the spirit of the tiger among the werewolves, the Fury capitulate. The art of body fortification unites a disparate tribe of werewolves, and is the only way for the werewolves to defeat the Furies who do not recognize the king. For the young king, The absolute consent of his parliament members was important, and having received the full consent of his people, the young tiger is ready to give his consent. But at a critical moment for the agreement, the chancellor again intervenes and calls for not agreeing to the conditions put forward by the human side. A member of the House of Lords tries to explain to Chancellor Norris that if they drop the symbol of the royal family and give up their power, they are finished. Norris does not even want to listen to logical arguments that are not personally beneficial to him. So the only course for him is manipulation. The Chancellor manipulates the tragedies of the werewolves' past by recalling the reason why their race lives in the cursed lands and their suffering. Norris tries to turn the human beasts against a critical deal for their survival by making it sound like humans were the ones who betrayed them all in the past. The Chancellor manipulates the king's feelings by hinting that by accepting the offer, they will again play into the hands of the people and continue the cycle of suffering. It is these reasons that the undercover demon cites as proof that they should not have anything to do with humans. The young king is in no hurry to make decisions, analyzing the whole situation and looking for a compromise so that both sides can stay in the black. The members of the House of Lords try to convince the Tiger King to accept the once-in-a-lifetime chance and take back the power of the king that rightfully belongs to him. The main goal of the young king is to revive the royal family, which is impossible without the art of body strengthening. The young king realizes that in order to carry out the will of the previous king, he needs to master the art of strengthening the body. The spokesman for the House of Lords calls for a summons, but the king refuses because of Norris's beliefs. The spokesman criticizes these views as outdated. The young Tiger King justifies Norris by calling him a loyal chancellor who served the previous king and declares that there is no reason not to trust him. The spokesman immediately apologizes to His Majesty for his rash words. Having failed to reach an agreement with the people, the somewhat dejected lord leaves the throne room. The young king clings to Norris as the only thing left to remember from previous generations, so he believes everything the chancellor says. The most interesting events will take place in the castle's wing, where the negotiations are to take place. Carl hears a knock on the door of the waiting room and opens it, letting Chancellor Norris in. Continuing to play up the bravado, Elric joyfully greets the chancellor as if he had been waiting for him for 100 years. The magician asks why the chancellor decided to return and what made him come here. One cannot help but notice Norris's disdainful look. Nose replies that he would like to conclude a deal on terms favorable to both parties. Upon hearing this, Merbinger acts as if he did not expect that the Chancellor would come to ask for a deal to buy the Tiger King's secret. Realizing that Norris has made a deal with him, Elric asks if he really wants to make a deal and asks how he is going to pay for the knowledge he needs. After listening to his opponent, the Chancellor promises that in exchange for the information provided by the magician, he is ready to give what the blonde wants, namely to take him to the Temple of Flowers. Continuing to play the fool, Merbinger agrees again and says that the Chancellor is as generous as can be expected from a Chancellor. Unable to endure any longer and to negotiate with restraint, Norris, falling into a dark madness, begs the magician to teach him the art of strengthening the body. The tired blonde falls on the table, having lost all his strength after the negotiations, and sincerely hopes that this was the last conversation for the day. The magician doesn't understand why everyone from the chancellor to the smallest official thinks they can take the royal throne simply by possessing outstanding power. The mentor explains that the tiger species is in such decline that they are grasping at the last straw and asks about the deal, hinting at a good offer. Merbinger gives an ultimatum. Since the demand for the art of fortification has become too high, the price of the issue has also increased, and now we need to find a way out. Suddenly, the young Tiger King himself enters the negotiation arena, standing behind his chancellor, also lost in his own thoughts. The cold gleam in the young Tiger King's eyes does not promise easy negotiations, so the situation is strained even more by all the political intrigue. Mephistopheles cannot help but notice that the king's subjects do not respect him, and he himself would have deprived his own subjects of their heads for the arbitrariness of his vassals. The young king thinks that under normal circumstances, the Minister of Finance has no profit in deceiving him, so something is definitely going on behind his back. Satisfied that everything has now gone as he planned, Elric hints that he warned the young king and now he has seen for himself what is wrong. Hayes, in his own way, reproaches his younger brother for behaving so arrogantly and familiarly in front of a young king who is already having a hard time. In response, Merbinger explains to his sister in a stern manner that politics is not a child's game, and that excessive softness will only spoil an already bad situation. The blonde explains to his heartbroken sister that he doesn't want to do the kingdom a disservice, and that power intoxicates the minds and wills of those who aspire to the throne. Life is such that if you, as the rightful owner of the throne, do not show your people who is in charge and do not prove your right to power, everyone will treat you like garbage. Hayes, frightened by her brother's somewhat cold and cruel speech, would like to put in her 5 cents and challenge her brother's opinion, but she doesn't dare. The fact is that they themselves were once members of the well-known and influential Merbinger family, who were once respected and bowed their heads in respect. But nothing lasts forever, and at the moment when their family lost its power and influence, all vassals turned away from them, forgetting about the existence of such a family. Even the wizards of the tower and the imperial family turned their backs on the once majestic and powerful family, not to mention the minor members of the nobility. But as soon as Elric overcame his blocking disorder and proved himself in Lassen, everyone was ready to lick his boots and fight for his attention. With cold cynicism, the blonde man himself notes that from the moment he became the hero of Lassen, all the daredevils felt his superiority and realized their place in the game. According to a long-known law, power is in the hands of those who possess strength and know how to use it wisely for their own development. Therefore, the only right choice that the young Tiger King has is to take matters into his own hands and sharpen his claws, showing that he is the main one in this game. The young king does not understand such a statement, so he falls into a stupor and freezes as the harsh words spoken to him are the only valid plan of action. After bowing respectfully to the king, Elric explains that the young heir must build up his strength secretly from everyone so that he can take what is his at the right time. With his hand on his heart, Lassen's character swears an oath to King Tiger, promising to help him in his long, difficult journey to establish authority. The young king is easily struck to the heart by passionate, sincere speeches of loyalty, so the little tiger is once again enchanted by the valiant hero. The young man secretly talks to Mephistopheles, boasting about how he was able to touch the king's feelings, and the demon notices that the young tiger is ready to give his soul. In response, the blonde man says that this is exactly what he wanted, since in exchange for his help, he wants to get a considerable benefit for himself. Mephistopheles' lips twist into a smile as he realizes that Elric is not just stirring up the king's enthusiasm by urging him to gather his strength and fight. But once again, the Demon King reminds him that bravado is bravado. But the young king has to act only on his own and wonders if he has even a drop of his ancestral strength. Fascinated by the mysterious aura of the magician, the young Tiger King asks the adventurer what he knows about the legendary Tiger King Yule. Elric's head is blown open by the realization that the Tiger King Yule is the same legendary king who contributed to the development and prosperity of the werewolf race. King Yule also went down in history as the one who collected a considerable amount of valuable treasures, enriching the treasury of his kingdom for centuries to come. It is these riches that the king offers the magician in exchange for the secrets of Yule's martial arts and promises to pass on all available research on the arts of combat. After hearing the young tiger's speech, Merbinger freezes, but he hears that the gates of the flower temple he needs are blocked due to the actions of the Eastern general. If the magician really wants to get there, he needs the king's help, so he puts pressure on him to give him the art of body strengthening. Without hesitation, Elric accepts the Tiger King's terms and agrees to cooperate with the werewolves on terms favorable to both sides. Full of determination and ready to go without deviating from the mission, the Tiger King still doubts the correctness of his choice, which is absolutely normal. He realizes that the words delivered to him by the hero of Lacenta are true, and if he is called a king, he must gather his strength and put the insolent in his place. Epic is epic, but you still have to watch your step because the tiger didn't think of it and, due to his own recklessness, got caught with his foot and flew down. Hayes saves the tiger from a painful fall by being there in time to catch the falling boy in a motherly way. Flabbergasted by this unexpected gesture from Merbinger's older sister, the little king excuses himself by saying that he had simply tripped over his foot. Ignoring these words, Hayes hugs the little king again, ignoring his grumbling about being a king, even if he is a child. Hugging the young ruler, Hayes advises him to never hold back his tears and feelings because if they are suppressed, the ions will become a heavy burden. Hayes's motherly caress and warm words evoke memories of the Tiger King's memory of the affectionate embrace of his long-dead mother queen. A tiger mother taught her son, a future werewolf king named Valence, to feel emotions and to cry when he was sad and laugh when he was happy. Finally, feeling the warmth and support from the outside, the little king gives in to his feelings and finally cries, relieved of the burden he has been carrying for years. Watching all this action, Mephistopheles and Elric cannot help but notice that the right words remind even the king of beasts that he is a child. Drama is drama, but it is necessary to fulfill the agreement. So the young wizard interrupts the tearful moment with a well-aimed loud cough, drawing attention to himself. He reminds him that since his royal majesty Valence has agreed to be his guide, it means that Valence must now leave the kingdom. But his young royal majesty Valence doesn't even seem to be listening to him as she basks in Hayes' arms, so Elric must firmly attract attention again. If the wizard is right, they should leave now, because if they waste time, Norris can put a spoke in their wheels, so they need to leave the palace. When the wizard hints at gathering the royal guards for security, Valence immediately rejects this idea and says that they will go without guards. Velen says they will go without Captain Royal Irina because she is nothing more than the adopted daughter of the Minister of Finance and a mercenary for espionage. The problem is that the king's every move was being watched, so Merbinger is reasonably indignant, knowing that Norris knows for sure that the king is with him. But his young majesty assures Elric that he was able to escape the attention of the royal guard, but his disappearance could not go unnoticed. After all, the king was right about the surroundings, and Sean, who burst into the room, reports that the outbuilding is surrounded by werewolves on all sides. The magician immediately realizes that it will not be easy because of the large number of soldiers who surrounded the outbuilding, waiting for their own king and people. After analyzing the number of people and assessing the strength of his comrades, Elric realizes that with this number they will kill the enemy crowd. With their fighting power and strategy, neutralizing the crowd and getting to the front door and out through it is a cinch. So the magician starts thinking. The action plan could not be implemented because they suddenly began to sound the alarm, warning that something unexpected had happened and they were in danger. The king immediately identifies the signal of emergency and military alert, so he rushes to blow himself up in order to soberly assess the whole situation. When he approaches the window and sees the pandemonium of his own and the enemy army outside, he immediately identifies the attackers as an uninvited tribe of Fury. Not having heard anything about his opponent, Elric asks King Valence who the Furies are and is told that they are a tribe of werewolves with whom they are at odds. If they are here and have surrounded the palace from all sides, it means that the situation is such that King Valenza cannot safely leave the palace under any circumstances. King Valenza complains that the attack by the truck is not timely because everything has fallen on his head like the first snow. But trouble never comes at the right time. The young king immediately sees the approach of the enemy army, but warns that enemy forces are spotted on the horizon. Reacting as quickly as possible to the king's warning, Elric orders his comrades to gather their forces and quickly prepare for an urgent battle. But the situation takes a turn for the worse when one of those mistaken for the attackers turns out to be none other than the well-known Lady Isabel. It is clear that both sides, the Blue Lion Army with the young lady and Elric Merbinger and his comrades, could not have expected such a heated meeting. Quickly realizing that it is not necessary to hastily attack the enemy, the magician orders his men to stop as they are not enemies at all. It's fair to say that Sean and the other members of the King Valence collaboration unit were a bit bewildered and disoriented by the change on the battlefield. And as always, when no one expected them and their appearance was like a bucket of ice water on the head. But the Blue Lion with his faithful comrades and Isabel are in the ranks. Rightly and justifiably, Elric doesn't understand what the hell the Blue Lion men are doing in the middle of nowhere and how they got on their trail so quickly. The Blue Lion, Herman Weil, calmly and measuredly walks through the front door, and even Mephistopheles could not help but notice the monstrous power of the Blue Lion. As is customary in noble society, Merbinger pays his respects to the battle-winning knight of the Blue Lion with all the legal honors. The atypically modest Herman Weil rejects all honors, explaining to the Duke of the Shining Star that he is just an ordinary warrior who has risen to the title of Count. After completing this kind greeting between the two aristocratic families, Elric Merbinger eventually invites Herman Weil to come in, and he thanks him. When the Blue Lion and his daughter go inside, Isabel, as always concerned about her father's condition, asks her father to watch his step as he walks up the stairs. Sentimental moments are all well and good, but Elric is only interested in one logical question. How did the people of the Blue Lion find him? Herman Weil replies to the magician that he wanted to express his gratitude to the hero personally, since he not only saved his daughter, but also cured his ailments. The Blue Lion explains that he initially went to the capital based on stories about the hero, but eventually found out that the blonde had already left the city. Scratching the back of his head, a surprised and very puzzled Merbinger hints that he should have warned someone about his intentions, since their paths had crossed. Whale agrees and says that he was supposed to send a letter, but he wanted to surprise Elric with his visit, so he came unexpectedly, and it was his fault. Looking around at all the people who accompanied Elric, Herman Weil is surprised but happy to see so many familiar faces greeting everyone. The look of Weil's purple eyes catches on Hayes's golden one, and he declares that he did not expect to see the gray lionhound, which provokes the girl's indignation. The fact that Herman Weil himself knows his sister surprises Elric, who asks if Weil knows his sister and surprises the Count by saying that Hayes is his sister. Herman replies that he has a friend on the dark side of society and has seen Hayes around when he crosses paths with him, but he didn't know she was from the Merbinger family. Looking at the solid figure of the gray-haired Augustine, Herman sarcastically asks if he is imagining that the psychotic Neristar family member has gone outside the house. Obviously, the old sage is not impressed by the title of psycho, so he squints his eyes menacingly and hints that it is better to stop calling him that. Without losing his playful and teasing mood, Herman continues his harassment, asking what Augustine thinks the old lunatic should be called. The atmosphere between the two prominent people begins to heat up and take on a somewhat inappropriate scale because of Augustine's pride and Herman Weil's jokes. Having read the atmosphere between them, Elric realizes that if he doesn't stop them right then and there, a large-scale fight between the old men will start. Fortunately, the expected fight does not happen, and both men simply shake hands, and Herman recognizes that prominent people have gathered here. Among Elric's allies is none other than Gilithy Tens, head of a regiment of revolutionaries known as a traitor, and the most important thing that shocks Weil is a werewolf. Seeing that the tension in the situation has subsided somewhat, the young Merbinger asks everyone to calm down to discuss further actions with other people. That's why the Blue Lion aims to choose such a radiant young man as Elric as an ally. It is an axiom that a person who has a gift for gathering talented people around him or her, and a natural gift for seeing the talents of others, will always reach the top. Blue Lion admits that he has a personal dislike for the Crown Prince and cannot stand him, so he ignored him and came here. After listening to this speech, Merbinger, demonstrating his excellent upbringing, asks Herman and Isabel if the road was easy and inquires about their condition. Isabel replies that they learned that Elric's men had crossed the wall and were subsequently captured by werewolves, according to intelligence, and so they followed. The Blue Lion's daughter admits that they made the commotion in order to distract the werewolf army from them, so they could leave unnoticed and need to act quickly. Outside the window, complete chaos is unfolding, which in turn will be an excellent cover for the fugitives, and the king will easily leave the palace without the attention of the guards. According to Elric, this is the best time to leave the palace without any noise and problems, and fortunately, it is not an attack by a hostile Fury tribe. But the final decision is up to the young king, so Elric gets down on one knee and asks King Valence if the crowned king's wish is still valid. The last step was for King Valence, and the final decision of the Werewolf King is to leave the palace right now, and the tiger will not change his intentions. Valence is worried that if he leaves his kingdom at such a moment, he will become a traitor, and the city and people will drown in chaos. But he is gently stopped by a magician. Looking confidently into the eyes of the Tiger King, Elric declares that they don't need to think about these problems now, and the solution to the problem has come to them. The royal guard appeared at the scene of the commotion and calmly examined the situation, but did not take any active steps. Eventually, one of the guards raises the question of why they are not defending the city, and is told that the royal guard's duty is to protect the king. In her typical aggressive temper, Irina replies that at the moment their dear king is with the people. The aggressive tone of the captain of the royal guard is replaced by a cold threat to get rid of all people as soon as King Valence is safe. Irina's partners report that the people she hates so much have finally appeared on the horizon. Inadequate in her reaction, the female cat rushes forward to Sean and, baring her teeth and sharpening her claws, tears at the magician who is close to Elric. Filled with considerable disdain and hatred for the representatives of the entire human race, Irina calls them dirty creatures and asks where their king is. Sean, with all his characteristic restraint and calm, jokes in a self-assured manner that no one can know where their king is. With his joking and somewhat dismissive response, Sean provokes Irina's aggression, who is already seriously irritated by people's behavior. The case takes an unexpected turn when the captain of the royal guard orders his army to transform into animal form at the same moment. This turn of events makes even the calm and confident Sean recoil in shock and cold horror. In a state of cold anger and aggression, Irina warns that she doesn't care what they are up to, but if they don't return the king, they will be in trouble. Elric comes on stage and demands in a sharp voice that they stop this show. The action worked, and Irina froze, along with the frightened Sean, whose throat was a millimeter away from the sharp blade of the sword. The cat captain's attention is now focused on the young king, who is hanging helplessly in the hands of a magician who threatens to kill him if he moves again. The same henchmen in the arena demand that Elric the Psycho let the young king go and not allow himself to touch the king with his dirty hands. King Valence is not sure that the plan will work, but the blonde replies that the king is in the hands of a man with the power of an animal king. This is all a coldly calculated strategy, since if the enemy has the king, there will be no rash steps on the part of the werewolves. As it should have been, Norris appears on the field of negotiations and battle as a loyal advisor and minister of finance to the young king. Intimidating the enemy with Yuya's dark mana, Elric orders the werewolves to let him and his company through immediately if they want to save the king's life. Crazy and impulsive Irina is already rushing forward to give the order to attack the magician, but Norris stops her a second away from a rash step, stopping his adopted daughter halfway through a mistake. Norris whispers something in her ear that makes the captain clench his fists in rage. Hate is hate, but she listens to her foster father's words and orders her beastly army to disperse and let the people go forward. To the accompaniment of scornful glances and angry whispers from the werewolf army, the first to leave are a frightened Sean and a tense Hayes. The same angry stares and malicious whispers accompany Hilidi Tenza, along with Isabel Weil, and other members of the expedition. Now that the conditions of the humans have been fulfilled and the way for Elric's expedition has been cleared, Irene needs him to return the king to them as promised. But it was not to be, and Elric, having broken through, boldly replies that he will release King Valence only when he and his expedition leave the city. Leaving the negotiation field, the magician hints that it would be a gross mistake for the werewolves to start a pursuit at the risk of the king's life. The werewolves have been played like fools again, and now they can only stand there silently clutching their heads and wondering where they went wrong. Some genius begins to demand that reinforcements be sent here to chase the kidnapper. But first, the fire must be put out. The kidnapper managed to break through and is now fleeing the city by air, holding the young king tightly and carefully in his hands, with no intention of harming him. Valence looks down sadly as they fly over the city, and, noticing the king's worried look, Elric asks if he wants to return. But his young majesty objects, explaining that he does not want to go back, and he intends to become a guide to the Temple of Flowers for humans. But this is different. The question Elric asked was whether King Valence was going to return to his kingdom at all. With a sad exhale, Valence admits to the magician that the very thought of returning to the palace makes him suffocate with panic and hopelessness. But Valence, true to his people, understands that ordinary people support him, trust him, and love him as much as they depend on him. The king realizes that if he deserts, the kingdom will drown in the chaos of destruction and lawlessness, and he will never forgive himself for such a mistake. Mephistopheles, having listened to such an impassioned, tearful speech, coolly and calmly hints that now is not the time for sentimental conversations. After listening to his demonic companion, the blonde asks Mephistopheles what he sees before his eyes. Synchronized with his question, the mage activates his piercing eye ability. A monstrous black sand tornado appears before their eyes, ominously creeping up on them. Frightened by this development, the young King Valence identifies the tornado as nothing more than the ominous legendary general of the fierce cold. This is nothing more than a scourge that once wiped the north off the map, leaving it in ruins. The magician admits to himself that if he were caught in the middle of a tornado, he would be torn into millions of small pieces. But this is not the only problem. The eccentric Mephistopheles hastened to remind us that a tornado entails not only the potential destruction of the city, but also a number of other considerable troubles. Instantly activating the gift of piercing eyes, Elric begins to analyze the situation at the front more deeply. And indeed, a whole horde of previously unknown monsters was coming at them like fleas from under a pile of old junk. A portrait of a fox with 9 tails flashed brightly and menacingly on the enemy's banner, leaving no doubt that they were not expecting anyone. These are none other than the infamous barbaric Fury tribes, who have been at odds with the werewolf kingdom for centuries and are brazenly pushing forward. The Fury tribe are sworn enemies of the werewolf people who have rebelled against the family of the great Tiger King, who has mastered the art of strengthening the body. But although the Fury tribe has always sought to gain full control over the werewolves, there have been no full-scale battles between the two sides. Unable to believe his strength, the young king shouts out his surprise at seeing the Fury tribe here and asks Elric what they are doing here. When asked by the young king, Elric replies that it was the work of traders from the royal palace who served as informants for the enemy tribe. Valens refuses to believe it, but the mage hints that the Furies have successfully invaded the kingdom at the moment when a master of body fortification has appeared in the kingdom. Like an ordinary child, though crowned to rule the whole country, the young king, in sadness and despair, hangs unwillingly in Mirbinger's arms as a heavy burden. Suddenly feeling the shaking and sudden movements from the magician, Valence begins to get angry at being shaken like a piece of wood. Without much ceremony, Elric lifts Valence up so that their eyes are on the same level and intends to have a serious conversation that will decide the course of the battle. Without unnecessary sentiment, Elric asks his young majesty a serious question about whether Valence wants to return to the city or intends to go further with him. For a second, the young Tiger King freezes in heavy thought because he cannot just take off and leave his people, who are completely dependent on him. But the young king refuses to abandon his people in such a difficult time for the country and decides to go back and protect his people. Not surprised by this bold answer, Elric proudly looks into the young king's eyes and says that he could not have expected any other answer from him. But Valence begins to break down under the pressure of doubts about his own abilities. The young descendant of an all-powerful tiger calls himself a weakling, who can do nothing to repay. Justly and sternly, Elric gives the young ruler a kick in the head for such foolishness at a very important time for his people. Raising the tiger cub in his hands even higher to the level of his eyes, the magician, with a serious, warm tone and look, replies that friends are never driven by profit. The shocked descendant of the legendary Tiger King cannot find the words to respond to such warm, kind words, and just looks into Mirbinger's eyes. The convinced magician hints to the young king that it is enough to overcome his own fears, doubts, and pride, and boldly ask for help from his faithful friends. He still holds the young king in his arms at eye level, firmly, and does not allow him to get out of his grasp. Meanwhile, Sean begins to approach. When Naristar approaches them, Elric turns his head to ask his red-haired friend if he is right, and the associate professor agrees. Touched by such frankness and a touching speech, the young Tiger King, with tears of joy in his eyes, asks Elric if he can become his friend. The magician replies that it is extremely simple, and no special efforts are required for friendship to be finally called friends. To be considered good friends, it is enough to spend time together as true friends and share the best and worst times in life with each other. With bright sparkles in his eyes, Valence reacts to the speeches of his two old friends, rejoicing at how lucky he was to have had no friends before meeting them. If his friend is in trouble, Elric, as a loyal comrade in arms, has no moral right to stand by and has a sacred duty to help his comrade. With cold fury and persistence in his emerald eyes, the Duke of the Shining Star orders Sean to inform the others that their plans have changed. The bloodthirsty Mount, as captain of the Fury Military Regiment, commands his soldiers to pick up the pace and hurry up and attack before the werewolves notice. But unfortunately for the crazed, bloodthirsty beasts, the werewolf army has spotted them and is now heading straight for Mount and his men. Hugo, as an adjutant of the Fury Regiment, asks if werewolves really know the art of body fortification and is asked point-blank if he has the courage to doubt. Raven admits that he has his doubts, as he cannot believe that such a lowly race could take possession of the legendary lost art. Mount replies that even if the news was fake, there is another side to it, as it could be a great opportunity to enslave werewolves. But even if the information conveyed to them turns out to be true, they will under no circumstances allow the Tiger family to take over the art. If a golden-haired magician with green eyes hadn't stood on the road 40 years ago, the Fury tribe would have built their empire on the bones of the Tiger King. But as soon as the leader masters the art of the Tiger King, he will restore the lost tail and get the coveted 9th tail, and then he will be unstoppable. The leader orders his army to obtain the art of strengthening the body of the glorious Tiger King at any cost and bring it to him. And the most important thing they have to do is to revive their long-lost majesty and proudly restore their influence on the world stage. The main goal of the leader at the moment of the fox with 7 tails is the imperial egoistic desire to bring the whole world to its knees as a world king. Mount, reveling in his bloodthirsty desire for imperial possession and blind devotion to the king, calls him the only living heir to the heavenly will. The blessing of the tail is the same power that grants his people, the army and the king, protection, good luck and prosperity, and they have to prove their loyalty to the idea. Drunk with bloodthirsty hatred and a desire to wreak havoc, Mount calls on the army to go forward faithfully and behead the hated Tiger King. Drunk with a stupid thirst to take the lives of their enemy, the empty-headed army of idiots is set on a strategy to go into battle for the ideas of the Bloody King. Motivated by the strategy of scorched earth and population cleansing, the Fury army expects a lightning breakthrough through the enemy army and moves forward in a wall. However, the situation went the other way, and Elric, having intervened again, stops the attack of the Dogheads by freezing them with an accurate mana. The enemy Fury tribe was destabilized by the icy attack, as they obviously did not expect magical resistance from the insignificant humanoid creatures. The captain, who had a surprisingly sober assessment of the situation, ordered the troops to stop, intending to preserve the army's strength and at least some capable part of his troops. Destabilized by a surprise attack from human werewolves allied to the werewolves, the canine attackers fall from their horses, frozen by icy blasts. This has never happened to Mount in practice, and when he stops, he freezes in mute shock, assessing the situation that has suddenly unfolded before his eyes. The legendary team in the updated lineup estimates a considerable number of enemies, and although they are the only ones who will fight against the truck, the battle promises to be fun. From now on, the legendary Invincible team is a trio of Mage Elric and Swordmaster Hayes from the Merbinger family, and Mage's faithful friend Sean Naristar. The main gate of the castle and the main entrance that gives full access to the kingdom are the main target on the way of the truck, because if the castle falls, the king falls, and the city falls. At the same time, Hilithy Tens and Augustine Naristar stand calmly at the gate, and the King of Beasts reproaches the elder of the clan for standing aside. Augustine Naristar, from the height of his experience, assesses the enemy's forces and his army as a small number and rather weak in military power. The White Knight of Rod Naristar also reminds the rebel leader that Elric urged them to stay out of the situation and let him raise his children on his own. After explaining to the leader of the revolutionary movement his position and why they did not intervene in the fight, Augustine assures the revolutionary that both of them do not need to be nervous. Instead, they now have the privilege of watching their best student fight directly and enjoying how their Elric skills and style have grown. The situation has gone awry, and the army of Dogheads, defeated by Mirbinger's magic attack, is demoralized and feels that the mercy of heaven may have abandoned them. Hugo angrily commands the demoralized warriors without brains to gather their courage and tells them that the mercy of heaven is still with them, and the man is just bluffing with magic. The Dogheads say that they have heard of a human mage in the werewolf ranks, and do not believe that the lowly werewolves have united with the humans who enslaved their species. Hugo agrees that werewolves are worthless creatures and that humans are also their sworn enemies, along with werewolves, who deserve to be destroyed. These fools continue to rant about how pathetic representatives of humanity and humanoid werewolves are, not expecting Elric to be behind them. Raising their swords and shouting with fervor, the Furies, inflamed with hatred for their enemy, are ready to carry on the imperialist and feverish dream of their king. But something is wrong, and the leader is incapacitated by the image of a green-eyed, golden-braided magician whose face reminds him of the past and his failure in battle. Through his memories, Mount plunges back in time to the very day when his ambitions were crushed to the ground by the ancestor of the now-living Elric, Ustin Mirbinger. He could not forget the appearance of the very bastard he hated, who had destroyed his army and interfered with his imperial plans. Nor could he forget the emerald eyes. But Mount calls Ustin Mirbinger nothing more than a monster in the guise of a man who could easily defeat their army on his own. Comparing the figures of Uzdon and Elric Mirbinger, Mount could not help but note their remarkable similarity, but nevertheless noticed that this one had a different mood. Mount thinks that he might be imagining things, but it seems that Elric, unlike his ancestor who threatened them with his eyes, seems to be just laughing at them. In any case, the pride of the captain of the military regiment of the Fury was severely wounded, and the furious Mount orders Hugo to bring him the heads of his enemies. Hugo, true to his duty, accepts the command and orders his fellow demon birds to fly up and show the lowly humans the greatness of the truck. Raising their battle cry, the demonic crows rise into the heavens in a black mass, threatening their old ideological enemies with cruel and inevitable reprisals. Hugo calls on his demonic servants to rain down a deadly shower of steel feathers on his enemies, leaving them no chance to turn the enemy into a sieve. Confident in his own impenetrable strength and the power of his magic, the green-eyed wizard did not waver even in the heavy rain of sharp steel feathers. The steadfast Mirbinger stands under the barrage of sharp metal blades unscathed, as if his body were armor itself and not ordinary human flesh. While Mirbinger stands motionless like a statue dug into the ground with his hands down behind him, a planned hurricane attack by the people begins. But Hugo's demonic brother crows begin to fall down in stacks, even though the opponent hasn't lifted a finger to destabilize the crows. Now Hugo and the other demon crows have seen with their own eyes the legendary powerful magic that the Dogheads had been talking about so much and so frightened. This lightning-fast hurricane attack is the work of Sean, who admits that he is inferior to his best friend but is still the third son of the Naristar family. Even Mephistopheles admits that he was wrong when he considered the talented Sean a mediocre magician, and Elric hints that the Naristar clan is one of the strongest. The main secret is that the crown natural element of the entire Naristar clan is wind, as a component of air, so the demon birds are an easy warm-up. Sean can't help but be excited to finally let off some steam and admits that he's very tired of always being in the shadows and always lagging behind. So now, the red-haired associate professor is doing his best to show the brainless demonic-feathered bastards their true place in the world hierarchy. It turns out that Hugo and his henchmen are not as tough as they pretended to be at the beginning, and when they feel the enemy's strength, they are ready to run away like cowards. However, Sean, having entered the taste of battle, will not allow the crows to leave the battlefield just like that, so the younger Naristar intends to show them where the crayfish hibernate. Using his signature wind-slicing move, Sean intends to stop the fugitive and give him a whipping, but is almost hit by a hammer but dodges it. Sean, angry at this rude gesture, dodged even though he knew he was a millimeter away from literally losing his head to the enemy's hammer. Having dodged this dangerous attack, the young Naristar stops to look at those who oppose him with such a strong attack with hammers. The hammer attack belonged to none other than the chieftain of the Minotaur tribe, who declared that a mere puff of wind could not defeat their strongest tribe in the world. Raising his weapon in the air, the leader of the Minotaurs orders the soldiers to wipe out the enemies and leave no human or werewolf unharmed. But even here, the Minotaurs were in for a surprise when a human girl's tender little hand tickled their backs, showing that a cabinet like him was as dumb as a cork. Coming up close to an enemy at least 4 times her size, Hayes can't help but be surprised to see a cow with a hammer for the first time. The blonde, belligerent, and showing no emotions other than sadistic excitement, stood in front of the giant in full growth with a desire to play. The enraged Minotaur is provoked by the insolence of the impudent human girl, who dared to speak to him in such a tone. Before the Minotaur could repel the attack or even finish his sentence, he was hit in the teeth with a monstrous hammer attack from the young Duchess Merbinger. For Hayes, this style of fighting is nothing new and is so familiar that she didn't even flinch when the enemy Minotaur flew away like garbage. As the saying goes, the more massive the cabinet, the louder the roar from its fall. So the stubborn Minotaur flies over the heads of his associates like plywood over Paris. In front of the captain's troops, the Minotaurs were smashed to smithereens, and now their title of cows with hammers was finally confirmed by actions. With the same sadistic, sweet smile, Hayes jokingly justifies her attack by saying that it was an accidental action because her hand seemed to tremble. This gesture of goodwill on Hayes' part did not go unnoticed by the Minotaurs, so they surrounded her from all sides and are ready to take revenge on the girl. But to the enemy's surprise and disappointment, Hayes simply dodges the enemy's crude and reckless hammer attacks while maintaining his own calm. Without losing concentration and maintaining professionalism in such an intense battle, Hayes continues to hit the so-called cows with hammers straight on. Hayes moves in battle with incredible ease and plasticity of movement, as if the background is not wielding a hammer that weighs more than she does, but is simply dancing. Mephistopheles notes that he now understands why poor Elric is so afraid of his own sister, noticing in the girl the potential of a real demon king. Meanwhile, Mount and Hyogo command their troops to finally break through the ice defenses set up by Elric and advance as planned. When the defense was finally broken through by the numerous forces of the beastly army, the magician and the demon rejoice because they thought that this moment would never come again. Now the main task that Elric has set himself is to completely clear the enemy troops, which he plans to do using the sharp blade of the vortex. Stupid dogheads underestimate the strength of the enemy because they believe that if there are only 3 of them, they will be able to break through the line of defense by trying harder. But their overconfidence will be what will bring them to their graves. The wolves lose their vigilance and fall into the barrage of a merciless ice vortex. Unexpectedly, a severe blizzard begins on the battlefield, completely destabilizing Mount and his henchmen, blocking his vision. The last thing the wolf saw in his life when he looked up was Elric's graceful figure floating in the air like a star surrounded by sharp crystals. Beautiful in his cold disdain and concentration on the moment, Merbinger points sharp crystals at the enemy, commanding them to rain down. Elric's well-planned attack begins to chop the dog heads like parsley, and the wolves, subdued by this successful strategy, begin to fall in stacks. Despite how successful the blonde man's ice attack was, he looks at the battlefield and admits that his attack did not reduce the number of dogs. 3,171. Therefore, he now intends to show him a special form of magic that he has been working on for a long time and saving for a special moment that seems to have arrived. Elric's plan is to mix the powers of the seals of cruelty and rage in order to merge the strengths of both and balance the balances of power and weakness. Then, the magician will surround himself with the power of the mana of the dragon's heart, and using the power of the united seals in his one hand, he is going to freeze with a touch. And then he will simply destroy the bastards, gathering all his strength in one place for the completeness of the blow and for reliability, so that this time the bastards will not survive. Seriously frightened, the Rhino warriors order the troops to stop Elric and not to waste a second before he attacks from the rear. With a nimble arrow, the blonde breaks through the enemy regiment, activating the wild tiger attack technique from the art of body fortification. Concentrating the dragon's mana and the combined seals of cruelty and fury in his hand, Merbinger breaks through, easily smashing the fury attacks in his path. As a result, the golden-haired wizard managed to get ahead of the enemy's numerous army, which is amazing even for the enemy. In the opinion of the leader of the Fury tribe, a young man who has both magic and has mastered the art of the body is very dangerous. Merbinger, in turn, cannot help but note the extremely strong aura of the reader, given that he has the 4th aura chain and is a true master. The leader, in turn, recognizes that his opponent is a very strong and very interesting person, the likes of whom he has never met before. The strongest dogman realizes that Elric Merbinger is the culprit behind all the commotion with the mysterious man who owns the magic and art of the king. Now Merbinger realizes that this is not an opponent that can be easily defeated, but he must be very careful not to give up on the goal. Mount attacks Elric, who easily dodged his attack, and gets angry because the boy dares to run away from him when he is being talked to. Having once again dodged the doghead's nimble attack, the wizard can't help but notice how fast his opponent is. But no matter how strong and fast the dog-headed leader and his attacks are, he is not so fast and strong that it becomes a problem. In the end, Elric was able to block the enemy's attacks, but as you can imagine, that was the only thing he could do. Tired from a large mana drain and losing a little bit of strength, Merbinger jumps back to catch his breath and regain the strength to go on. Realizing that the Mount was not a miracle worker, and the captain of the Fury Regiment justified his military rank as a fast and strong warrior, the blonde began to worry. No matter how strong the enemy seemed to him, the magician managed to inflict damage, or rather to break his sword, and thus enraged the dog-headed man. Assessing the crack on his sword as a personal insult and direct disrespect for the king, Mount admits that he will not let Elric go alive. The magician soberly assesses the whole situation and recognizes the weakness of the situation, since he will not be able to escape even with the help of magic while he is so close to the dog-headed man. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Mount gave Hugo a direct order to localize the army's forces, having thought out a strategy to perfectly direct the army of furries at the werewolves. Mount's cold and bloodthirsty plan is to first and foremost deal with the human creature who dares to challenge the heavens with his worthless magic. The ambitious freaks of different colors and tribes of the Fury people grouped their forces and went through Elric Merbinger to the rear, straight for the werewolves. He is blinded by anger, and even more so by Captain Mount's brutal order to march on the hated werewolf tribe and get the king. When this massive group of freaks hurricanes through the Duke of Shining Star, who is left as a dessert for Mount, the magician almost falls down. Because of the dog-headed bear, his plans are thwarted, and Mephistopheles marvels at the courage to challenge these tribes when they were feared by demons. As Mount wished, his beastly army broke through to the rear of the anthropomorphic werewolves, leaving him alone with the human mage to fight. The magician finally understood why the anthropomorphic werewolves built walls around the kingdom and are afraid because although the Fury race is weak, they still have unicums. Now, just as the captain of the military regiment wanted, Fury was left face to face with the descendant of the same magician who had defeated their army 40 years earlier. But one way or another, there is no other choice but to defeat the demon bear with lightning speed, and it is Elric's duty to achieve complete triumph. Therefore, gathering all his strength and concentrating mana in his heart, Merbinger reinforces himself with the strength of the body, which is so desirable for a truck, by standing in a stance. Mount spent all 40 years after his shameful defeat against the golden-haired wizard with emerald eyes in training, the goal of which was cold revenge. And although Elric Merbinger is not the real magician, only his grandson, Mount is going to tear the blonde man to shreds to satisfy his own dark ego. But the young magician was not deterred by the dog-headed bear's threats, and smiling, he advised him not to rush into practice for at least 10 more years. Such a safe, sadistic, and somewhat dismissive attitude could not help but irritate Mount, so he lost his temper at such an impudent person. Mount was about to swing at Merbinger and take his head off in one fell swoop when something from the outside stopped his hand, which was irritating. Elric's debtor, the Blue Lion himself, enters the battlefield and lightning-fast repels Mount's sword attack because a wedge will be knocked out by a wedge, and it is a matter of two swordsmen. It is logical that Mount cannot know this knight, and stunned by such power, he asks who this warrior is, and learns that he is Herman Vile or the Blue Lion. It would be fair to fight two swordsmen against each other, so after assessing the situation, Herman asks Elric for mercy and to give him the fight. Surprisingly, the blonde was not at all against delegating the fight with the sword bear to the Blue Lion, and this saved his plans from failure, and he thanks him. When Mount hears about Herman's heraldic title of the famous Blue Lion, he asks the black-haired man if the man in front of him really dares to call himself a lion. In a disdainful tone, Mount hints to Herman that no matter what those people call him, even according to the laws of nature, a worthless lion loses to a bear. There is no point in pouring over the top, so Herman Vile, who is ready for a serious fight, offers Mount to face the two of them in a fair fight. Now, without the burden of the sword bear on his shoulders, Elric can go ahead with his original plan and realize what he has planned. Anyway, Elric understands the situation and is confident that the experienced and battle-hardened Blue Lion will do better than him. The magician realizes that Herman Veal has not yet fully recovered his strength after a long illness, but his combat experience will not allow him to lose. Now that he is free of the bear, Merbinger can finally think about how Sean and Hayes are doing on the battlefield, left behind with the rest of the army. There is no need to worry because these two are professionals in their field, performing with their native elements. Hayes against hammers and Sean against birds with wind. Mephistopheles and Elric can't help but note that these two are the perfect team to rely on in the most difficult situations. But two people cannot cope with the advancing reinforcement armies, so his plan is to gather everyone in one place to smash the enemies together. But then Elric realized that they were not the only ones competing on the battlefield when he heard the legendary Knights of the Blue Lion fighting side by side on equal terms. Yes, indeed. The strength and talents of the Knights of the Blue Lion are legendary, and the army once again confirms its international reputation as one of the strongest. Now the blonde realizes that legends like gossip never arise from nothing, and that the military power of the Blue Lion warriors is monstrous. One of Herman Vile's soldiers turns his attention to Elric and encourages him by asking him to leave everything to them, and calling Elric their son-in-law. Picking up on this wave, the second soldier, holding the beaten wolf away from the boot, promises that not even a fly will slip through them, and promises to keep a close eye on them. To be honest with himself, Elric's matchmaking and the honorary title of the Blue Lion's son-in-law shook the blonde, throwing him into a cold sweat. Now that the Knights of the Blue Lion have taken over part of the battle and joined the fight, his main duty remains to take care of his other comrades. The main problem is that despite the tremendous efforts of Elric and his comrades, the Fury army managed to advance deep enough into the rear to the gate. The worst thing is that even at such a crucial time for the country, the defense structures are empty and there is no sign that the werewolves are going to fight. This could not but irritate Elric, since his people, who have no part in the old feud, fight when the werewolves do not care. Meanwhile, hiding in the walls of the palace, the House of Lords and Ministers, who have long been under siege, are at loggerheads with each other. One of the few of them who has at least some makings of sanity in his head insists that there is no time to hesitate, and an immediate counterattack is necessary. Another of them doubts that it would be pure suicide to stand up to the army of the strong Fury tribe with their miserable strength. Another of the minority of sane members of the House of Lords rightly explodes in anger, because in his sane understanding, one cannot simply delay. When the crowd is quiet, a tense silence hangs in the room like the calm before the storm, and the main panic maker of the castle, Mr. Rat himself, walks forward from the masses. Obviously, one could not expect anything adequate from the rat, and without a shadow of shame or fear for his own skin, he offers everyone to just surrender. Such blasphemy cannot go unnoticed, so the adequate minister, the cat, explodes in anger. But the rat sees no alternatives in this situation. He is offered to voice his ideas if he has any, and he has no other plan than to devotedly risk his life and do everything he can to protect the city. However, the vast majority disagree with the cat and support the Minister of Finance, who simply advises everyone to surrender in order to minimize bloodshed. The ministers, zombified by their own fear, refuse to sacrifice themselves, and the cat does not understand their callous indifference to the fate of their own kingdom and people. The manipulative Norris asks if he is going to throw all the werewolves into the abyss of battle and thinks that the truck will spare someone on its bloody path. To the last, the minister, true to his principles and the authority of the king, believes that simply surrendering is tantamount to throwing a piece of fresh meat to the dogs. But the Minister of Finance, as a henchman of the Fury, does not want to listen to the Minister of the Cat's passionate speeches anymore and orders him to finally shut up and back off. Chancellor Norris believes that he has heard enough from both sides and is ready to make his own verdict on the entire situation on the battlefield. He absolutely agrees with the Minister of Finance that fighting is an act of stupid self-sacrifice, so he decides to make his own verdict. Now his main goal and idea is to divide the ministers into two camps: those who agree with the ideas of the Minister of Finance and those who want to fight for the city. The main strategy of Chancellor Norris is to divide everyone into two camps, and he asks those who agree with his ideas to get behind him. Disturbed and irritated by the meanness of the House of Ministers, Minister Kit is rightly angry about what the hell they are doing. The evil fire of betrayal shone in Norris's cold demonic eyes, and he is ready to use his own magic to accomplish his own dark goals. Having gathered a crowd around him, he uses the magic of conquest to conquer the army of souls and conquer the minds of all the other ministers, to the horror of the Minister of the Cat. The shocked but loyal minister refuses to believe what is unfolding before his eyes and begins to despair. Driven by righteous hysteria and anger, he does not understand how ministers and the Chancellor can easily betray their king and country. Now all the masks are off Norris, and he shows his true form as a loyal henchman and spy, about to go behind the back of his own king. Having driven the Minister of the Cat into a dead end and surrounded him with the whole crowd of traitors, the demonic bastard Norris commands to throw all the traitors into the castle dungeon. Now the main problem should be that the truck has managed to break through the anthropomorphic defense line and is confidently advancing on the werewolf kingdom. The army of wolves advances with unprecedented speed and fury, and the leader of the Dogheads commands them to speed up their paws if they want to reach the city in one piece. But that was not the case, and even such a lightning-fast strategy can be stopped by competent, accurate blocking with Ice Mana. Having learned from the bitter experience of their predecessors, the Dogheads, seeing the ice attack, command their men to stop a step away from certain execution by the mage. Never underestimate your enemy, so Elric can't help but praise the wolves for their quick reaction and how they quickly froze in place to save themselves. But this was part of his plan, and now that all the enemies have been localized, he activates the main part of the plan by pushing them apart with a sharp blast of snow. But we can't deny the fact that such a lightning attack caught them off guard. Even experienced hyenas were baffled by the magician's speed. Mirbinger is somewhat saddened by the fact that he could not personally fight the bear, so he intends to take out his anger on the wolves by offering them a little fun. For the wolves, the fact that the person the captain was talking about was now standing in front of them was a sure sign that the captain had fallen at his hands in an equal battle. The panic on the battlefield is quickly dispelled by a minotaur, who explains to the fools that the captain could not lose to this weak man and demands that they shut their mouths. For Barrison, a lieutenant in a regiment of predatory beasts, Elric is not an equal opponent, but only a pathetic coward who ran away from their leader and survived. True to his principles, Barristan orders his men to take the life of the magician, since by destroying him they will be able to break through the walls of the kingdom. However, Elric Mirbinger would not be himself if he did not have a trump card up his sleeve for this case, and that is strengthening the body with the energy of the Tiger King. The energy of the Tiger King could not but instill fear in the enemies, since for anthropomorphic and furry people, the king as the head of the hierarchy is always and always was stronger. Mephistopheles quite rightly asks his student how he is going to defeat an entire army of werewolves with this power alone. The art of fortification is certainly good and prestigious, but against such a crowd, you need to use a couple of tricks to strengthen your attack. Therefore, the freaks were going to face nothing but a total cold-blooded freeze because magic has always been and will be the only thing that will not be under their control. In order to maximize damage to the enemy, you need to increase the scale of the attack and increase the area of land where his attacks will operate. This outburst of energy was enough to provoke even more anger and excitement on the part of the Dogheads, which Mirbinger was counting on. As a true connoisseur of good spectacles like battles, he has always preferred well-planned melee combat, so he rolls up his sleeves and advances. We cannot but give Herman the praise he deserves and recognize his skill because, despite the enemy's considerable size, he tore the armor on his shoulders. Meanwhile, a fierce duel between Herman Weil and Captain Mount continues between two absolutely equal genius swordsmen with the strongest aura here. Herman confesses to the enemy that his body seems to disobey him and his movements are so weak because he recently suffered a very difficult, incurable disease. Mount rightly believes that now the Blue Lion is bluffing, trying to mislead him with mournful stories about the hard life he has had to live. But Herman Weil replies that this is all absolutely true, and that he undermined his health trying to reach a level of strength that was somewhere on the sky-high level. Mount refuses to believe it, but Weil tells him that thanks to an interesting young man whom he considers his son-in-law, he survived and achieved enlightenment without losing his dignity in the face of the enemy. The Blue Lion asks if he would mind a small demonstration of his modest successes in the midst of such a fervor. A sword bear, as a true fury warrior, never refuses to fight, as it is the ultimate shame for them to run away from the battlefield like that. As previously mentioned, a wedge is a wedge, so two brilliant swordsmen must face each other in an equal battle, from which only one will emerge victorious. Herman Weil voices the motto of his house, urging to beware of the sharp claws of the lion, and Mount replies that the bear's cat's claws are no match for the lion's. There is nothing better than to come face to face with the only one who has been able to compete with you in strength throughout your long life at the end of your earthly journey. The military power of both sides is so high that the physical realization of their mana chains was absolutely enough to make the ground around them start to crack. In the end, the mighty captain of the Fury Military Regiment was brought to his knees by none other than the legendary Blue Lion in a fair fight. Maintaining respect for his opponent to the end, even the kneeling Herman thanks his worthy foe for a fair and good fight. Defeated by the Blue Lion, Mount eventually admits how wrong he was about humans, recognizing them as simply incredible creatures as he thought. Raising his head to the heavens for the last time, the Mount asks the Blood King for forgiveness for his defeat, hinting that this is the last battle for him. Holding a signal explosive, the Sword Bear wishes the king to achieve his noble goal no matter what, and he has already done everything. Herman Weil was in a hurry to deliver the last decisive blow when he was stopped by an act of unexpected voluntary self-deprivation on Mount's part. Standing in front of a warrior who is so loyal to his lord that he does not want to meet his end at the hands of the enemy, Weil can only watch him. As Mount's lifeless body falls to the ground, the Blue Lion admits with a tinge of sadness that he is too late, but he cannot but respect such a worthy enemy as he is. Looking at the fiery flash of the signal fireworks, he admits that for the first time in his life he was late and did not take the enemy's life with his own hands. The dark, calm blue of the sky was painted in fiery orange and blood colors by the flashes of the symbolic signal fireworks that were sent to the troops. Mirbinger couldn't help but notice this sight, so he quickly noted that cigarette fireworks are not lit for no reason, and this was a clear sign for the army. For the Fury Army, this was a clear sign that Captain Mount had passed away, and they were now operating without him, and this fireworks display was their last order. Now they have no choice but to wipe out Mirbinger and other people as a sign that the Dogheads are carrying on the will of the Blood King. Having heard such a desperate request from the crazy Dogheads, Elric is not going to let this go and is already waiting for a decent response. Having completely lost their minds, the dogs rush at Elric with unprecedented speed, losing absolutely all combat strategy and intelligence. The best defense against morons who have nothing but brute force is the magic of subtle matter, which they cannot understand, so the magic of the cut is in order. Such an elementary spell is enough to crush an army of demoralized dogheads like the common street kids they are now. The The main problem is now with the main ice wall that protects the city and the residence of the king of anthropomorphic werewolves because it has cracked. Barasan orders the Vanguard Regiment to concentrate all its attention and strength on breaking through the main wall and clearing the way for the main forces. The leader calls for the crushing of anthropomorphic werewolves and the overthrow of the Tiger King's dynasty as the one who stole the blessings of heaven from them. Without any pity even for ordinary innocents, Barax orders a large army to destroy the city, loot it, and leave no survivors. As it was planned earlier, now is the time for the traitors to signal from behind the castle walls according to a long-standing and clearly agreed-upon plan. As Barasan knows, the officials of the anthropomorphic werewolves decided to surrender to the truck and not care about the human in their way because the outcome of the battle is already known. Barasan and his army expected to see nothing more than their banner hung on the walls of the castle by the allied forces of traitors in the palace of the anthropomorphic. But judging by the fact that instead of a flag, he saw an artistically designed demonstration of the traitor's head separated from his mortal body, he was shocked. The Minotaur Ram refuses to believe what he sees with his own eyes, as this could not have happened under any circumstances because the plan was simply perfect. Standing up in front of the crowd of enemies, Chancellor Norris demonstrated the beauty of what would happen to the traitors and announced that they had been punished. Now Norris appeals to the warriors of the Order of the Tiger King, glorious heroes of anthropomorphic werewolves who remained loyal to their king and the land. He appeals to an army of anthropomorphic werewolves to defend the land from the hostile forces of the dirty tribe of Fury, the true barbarians. Even under the barrage of arrows from the werewolf archers, Barasan and his army refuse to believe that their army has fallen so easily one step away from triumph. They have nowhere to run, and the steel rain of arrows is the last thing these bastards will see in their miserable lives. An old truth says that if you come against the innocent with a sharp sword, you will fall on foreign soil as an invader. Proud of the way things are unfolding, Elric can't help but be happy that they were able to defeat so many enemies and save the city. The young Tiger King Valence, accompanied by Captain Irina, approaches the proud Elric and asks the magician how he did it. Hearing the question about such a strange cooperation from the Chancellor, Merbinger froze, thinking about how to answer the young king's curious question. Smiling at the young king, the blonde replies that the Chancellor is on the side of the young king and the people because he made a deal with the magician in the beginning. The situation brings us back to the conversation between Elric and Chancellor Norris in the wing, when he hinted that he should sell him the art of fortification. Tired of the Prime Minister bothering him so much that he wants to buy the king's desire to strengthen his body, the blonde man does not believe anyone in this castle. However, Norris has his own conditions and some secrets that he wants to reveal before he buys the art of the first king from Elric, which he and the kingdom need. Rising from his seat, the Chancellor asks if he can accompany the blonde to a place and show him something very important for his kingdom. Unable to refuse, Merbinger notices the short figure of the young king behind them, who is drilling into the man in front of them with unblinking eyes. Recalling the cold glint in the young king's amber eyes, the magician compares it to his own unwavering childhood determination and finally agrees to leave. As a result, Norris leads Merbinger to the throne room and stops in front of the previously known moment of the first Tiger King and smiles. When the wizard and Norris look at the majestic monument of the heroic king, he wonders if this is the most important thing he was supposed to see. But judging by the mysterious smile, this is not quite what Elric was supposed to see, and the monument must be just one of the keys to one big puzzle of the castle. Norris begins his speech by saying that the castle is full of hyenas, i.e. traitors who weave their own web of intrigue behind the young king's back. Looking directly into Elric's pure, bright eyes, the Chancellor begs him to protect the young king from their negative influence and actions at all costs. As if simple, tearful requests were not enough, Norris begins to bow to Merbinger, almost falling to his knees before him like an enemy. Realizing the nature of Norris as not just a werewolf, but a real demon, Elric asks Mephistopheles why the hell he has gone soft, but he does not know the reason. The Chancellor swears allegiance to Elric and promises to give away his lifetime of wealth and the secret technique of fortification. The last thing the Chancellor said could not but interest the magician, so his eyes lit up and he asked if there were other techniques and received a favorable answer. The Chancellor admits that most of the fragments were lost forever beyond recovery and that only partial elements of the secret have been preserved. Having lost his typical pride, Elric admits that what he has gained is not enough for mastery and that new fragments of techniques will help him. But the main issue that worries the young mage is the fact that Norris so loyally trusts him with everything, even though he is a human enemy of their entire clan. After hearing the last doctrine of the werewolves, Norris exhales tiredly before closing his eyes to confess to himself and Elric something very important to them. The Chancellor asks him a question directly to the forehead, hinting that he knows how much he resembles his own grandfather with his golden hair and emerald eyes. While Elric is recovering from his shock, Norris places his palm on a secret ledge at the foot of the statue and is about to show the magician a secret. Holding his palm on the pedestal, the Chancellor calls this bright combination of green eyes and golden curls precious, according to the people. Surprised, Merbinger notices that pressing on the pedestal provoked the opening of a secret door that was hiding in the wall of the throne room as its element. As the door opens, Norris continues his speech, telling Elric that the owner of the golden curls and emerald eyes makes the world shine. As the secret door begins to open, Elric is blinded by the bright golden sunlight that seeps out of a mysterious niche in the throne room. Elric saw a wall mural depicting Uzdan Merbinger in his youth, who was the sun and illuminated the world. Unable to squeeze out even a single word, Elric stares in shock at the mural in front of him, and indeed, he is an identical copy of his famous grandfather. Peering with a sense of nostalgia at the portrait in front of him, the Chancellor says that during his meeting with Uzdan, he saw a pendant around his neck like Elric's. Hearing about his pendant, Elric places his palm on the family heirloom with sadness in his eyes when Norris says that Uzdan helped them for nothing with no return in mind. The Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Anthropomorphic Werewolves admits that if Uzdan hadn't been on their way, the Tiger King's lineage would have been cut off long ago. Looking up with dark, sad eyes, Prime Minister Norris asks Merbinger if he knows what his grandfather said when asked why he helped. The magician is interested in his grandfather's answer to the question about the reason for helping werewolves without benefit, and receives a simple answer that they are friends. And when Norris asked him why he considers himself a friend, Uzdan replied that the Merbinger clan has always been a friend of the werewolf tribe. However, Merbinger is not surprised by the information he has heard, and Norris remarks on this, to which he replies that he has read about it in the surviving memoirs of his family. But this happened more than 300 years ago, and his race was unable to help in any way, so the fact that Uzdan reached out to help surprised them. But that was not all. And Uzdan said one more important thing that could not but touch the heart of the Prime Minister, so he remembered it for all the years. The forces of the army of the Merbinger clan defeat the Fury troops, and, humiliated by the defeat of their insignificant army, they flee the battlefield in retreat. Watching in silence as the Fury army flees the battlefield, Uzdan still feels a little bad because he thinks he hasn't done enough. Staring into the distance and standing to the side of Norris, the sad Merbinger begins to say that he is sorry. Shocked, Norris does not believe his own words, nor does he believe that the savior might regret anything. But even the hero himself has something to regret. He regrets that he came too late and was unable to help properly, and Norris remembered this moment. So it was an impossible task for Norris not to recognize Elric based on how much he resembles his grandfather and his bright energy. Chancellor Norris knew more than anyone else about the misfortunes faced by the Merbinger clan, but all the details came to him too late for everyone else. This news could not help but drive the blonde man back into a depressed state, and he listens to the Chancellor's words of remorse because he could not become an equal. Suddenly, Elric takes a completely unpredictable step for Norris. After listening to the old Chancellor's words of remorse, he simply puts his hand on his shoulder. Tapping the Chancellor's shoulder in a friendly manner, he reassures him that both the Merbingers and the anthropomorphic werewolves have suffered in life. With his hand clenched into a fist of strength, Chancellor Norris thanks him, and, although he thinks he is asking for too much, begs Elric for one last thing. Realizing that there is nothing and no one else to hope for, the Chancellor, loyal to the people, begs the descendant of Uzdan Merbinger to save their people one more time. Now that Elric has explained to the young king and Arena about his and Chancellor Norris's agreement, he explains that while he was fighting his enemies, the Chancellor was defending the city cleansed of enemies, and the tribe of anthropomorphic werewolves defeated, and the heads of enemies adorning the walls are the result of his work. Touched by this devotion of his faithful Chancellor and his loyal actions, King Valens cannot hold back his tears and weeps from the overflow of these feelings. The good news doesn't end there, and Sean runs up to the joyful noble trio and reports that the enemy army has retreated from the Eastern Front. King Valens cannot help but rejoice at the wonderful news, and with tears of happiness in his eyes, he begins to dance from foot to foot, overwhelmed with emotion. But there is still one unfinished business that haunts the restless brain of the young Merbinger. Be that as it may, the fighting is not over yet, much to the chagrin of both sides, so Elric, remembering his promise, intends to finish it all. The dog-headed army realizes that to stand up to the werewolf army would be a sure act of self-destruction, and the only right decision is to retreat. The madmen who did not have the brains to admit defeat and retreat and save their lives are now covering the ground under their feet like fallen leaves in the fall. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Chancellor after the lightning victory, Elric praises him. Norris modestly says that although he is old, his calls are still strong. Admiring the results of such a lightning-fast collaboration between two geniuses of close combat is interrupted by an unexpected visit to the battlefield by the king, accompanied by Irina. The young king wanted to see with his own eyes what his allies Elric and the Chancellor, who was loyal to the kingdom, had achieved, so he personally arrived at the scene. When Norris hears that the king has addressed his prime minister, he hastens to take on human form and, together with Elric, salutes his majesty. Looking into the eyes of his overlord, the prime minister bows, expressing his honor and endless loyalty to the young Tiger King, the true lord. Now that all this horror has been ended by the efforts of the Merbingers and Norris, and the werewolf kingdom has been saved, the king is as proud as he was centuries ago. Taking all the will of a tiger in his fist, he heads to the central square, leading the two heroes of the entire werewolf kingdom and, most importantly, the world. As befits a true king, the young heir to the majestic tiger family, Valence, confidently stands up in front of the people and makes his speech. Raising his arm in the air, he is overwhelmed with pride for his people and allies, taking in a full chest of air, gathering his strength to chant successfully. Finally, having gathered his strength and thoughts, the true king of the werewolves and the owner of the blessing of heaven and the tiger's will chants victory. It is a real holiday for the people, and having gone through such hell in the last short period of time, the king's loyal subjects are loudly rejoicing in the triumph over the enemy. No matter how cold and callous Elric Merbinger may seem to some people, he can't help but be happy to be saving the world once again. After chanting the victory cry with a sense of fulfillment of his duty to his people, King Valence now intends to shake hands with Elric, not as a king but as a friend. Without hesitating for too long, Valence confidently stretches his soft tiger's paw forward, extending it for a real warm, friendly handshake. The young king's heart melted, because he finally had someone he could call a true friend and be sure of his allies' loyalty. Since Elric has considered the king and all the inhabitants of the kingdom of anthropomorphic werewolves his friends from the very beginning and shakes his hand as a friend. Now everything is as it should be, and the happy atmosphere of a quiet, calm summer evening in the kingdom has returned, and the whole world is shining in the purple twilight. In the throne room, a touching conversation takes place between King Valens and the faithful Chancellor, who kneels holding the hand of his loyal sovereign. But it is not the Prime Minister who is apologizing now, who misled the young king, but the young king himself for not trusting his most trusted advisor. Looking up at his young king, Norris continues to apologize to him for not telling the king about his plans to avoid problems. The Prime Minister cannot but recognize that Valens has grown rapidly as a ruler in the eyes of the people and in their eyes, and has now become a true king. Also, the young king managed to find great friends who will become a real reliable support for him, and now Valens will cope without Norris. Norris believes that he has betrayed the king by his actions and is no longer eligible to hold the post of Chancellor, and therefore wants to voluntarily resign from the post. But it was not to be, and the young Valens refuses to let go of the loyal Prime Minister and intercepts his hand, begging him to stay in his post. Desperately holding the Chancellor's hand, the tiger cub with tears in his eyes looks into his eyes, convincing Norris that he needs him more than ever. To the end, the young king continues to beg his Prime Minister to stay by his side and support him until the last moment. Now the Prime Minister realizes that, as hard as it is for him to admit, he has to tell his queen the truth about his situation. Norris admits that he would also like to stay close to the king as long as possible in his position. With all his heart, he wishes to see the anthropomorphic werewolves regain their former glory and Valens revive the greatness of the Tiger King's family. But then, when this happens, he will unfortunately most likely leave this world, as his time to go to the best of the existing worlds has already come. But under no circumstances should the young descendant learn about this, because the Norris will take this secret with him to the grave. Out of melancholy reflection, he stabbed himself because he was asked why he collaborated with demons. Shocked by this new piece of the puzzle, Valens asked the Duke of the Shining Star what he means and what demons have to do with it. It turns out that the body of the Honorable Chancellor Norris will soon be possessed by a demon. Knowing this information, and realizing that the Prime Minister was running away from his responsibility as Chancellor because his body would soon become a vessel, it turns out that for Mephistopheles, Norris's status as a demon was obvious from the very beginning, but he decided to hint at it to Elric only now. The demon's statement frankly shocked the green-eyed man, and he decided to ask his infernal patron if the Chancellor was really a demon. The specificity of the Chancellor is that the demon is inside him, gradually growing inside the heart of the Prime Minister of the werewolves. At the moment, Norris's consciousness and body are in danger, as the demon has almost completely absorbed his body and will soon break the man's will. Merbinger wanted to relax, but he will not be able to relax in this life, and now he has to solve this problem to add to the pile of existing ones. As mentioned earlier, the Merbingers have always been friends with the werewolves, and he has to help him, so now he wants to find out how he got involved with the demons. Realizing that there was nothing and no one to fear anymore, Norris admitted that he had lost his last hope after the loss of the old king and began to look for salvation. He admits that he was looking for any way to save himself and needed any power, and that's when he finds the legendary tree of all demons. Getting involved with demons was the last thing Norris wanted to do, but in a desperate situation, even an alliance with a demon seems like the best solution. Even Mephistopheles, who seems to have seen everything in his life, is shocked that his family had to destroy all the demons. Norris replies that most likely his family had no idea about the tree in the field of black snow, and Elric realizes that he has consumed the fruit of the tree. The Prime Minister admits that he has consumed all the fruits of this tree and that it has given him an abnormal amount of demonic powers and talents. The fruit successfully took hold in Norris's body and germinated in his body, absorbing his mind and vitality, turning him into a real demon. So now the Prime Minister wants to leave the palace and voluntarily take his own life, as this is the only real way to suppress the demon in him. Falling into hysterics, the young king, with sadness and tears, begins to beg his faithful Prime Minister not to do this job, which is the only way out of the situation. However, Mirbinger does not want to give up, so after thinking for a few minutes, he asks the Chancellor directly if there is a way out and whether he will risk trying. The crying tiger cub asks Elric with pleading eyes and tears if he really has a way to save the Chancellor and is ready to give up everything to save him. The pessimistic Chancellor refuses because he fears that the chance of recovery is zero, and in his opinion, any story is a failure. The magician asks Mephistopheles if this is possible and receives the answer that, with the help of a huge amount of mana and its control, it is possible to break the connection of souls. By controlling the magical power, you can cut off one by one, and the magician will do it with enough time, but his main fear is that the Chancellor will fall. Now Elric realizes that he has a plan, and that there is only one reliable way out of this difficult situation. Augustine Naristar's finest hour has come, and the magician asks him for help, and White Knight has long known that the blonde man has been asking him for a favor. Augustine asks if he meant it, and Elric replies that his mentor is right and only he can cure the Chancellor, and the White Nose agrees. It is logical that Norris is worried about his safety and Augustine's, as only a few people can do this. But Elric asks him not to worry about it. No matter how much Elric admires his grandfather, he admits that even Ustan Mirbinger would not have been able to resist the White Knight of the red-haired Naristar clan. The figure of Augustine Naristar is so legendary that when the werewolf Chancellor sees him in full power, he falls into a stupor. White Knight, like a true sage who has lived so long that the flaming hair of the Naristar clan has turned white, remains calm even when taking risks. The blonde promises that once the mentor breaks the bonds of the souls, he will take care of the rest, and Augustine, knowing his student, asks him to be careful. Knowing that he will not be playing games, Mirbinger takes himself as seriously as possible to take on such a serious responsibility. Time now counts not in days or hours, but in minutes. So Augustine decides not to hesitate and begin the process of cleansing the Chancellor's body of the demon. Having activated his powers, Augustine transports himself and the victim of the demon tree together with Elric to the astral world to purify the defiled body. The amazed Norris refuses to believe that he sees the infernal power of the White Knight in front of him and cannot believe that the power belongs to one person. Norris felt like nothing more than a doll under the hands of the White Knight, which now seems like a real giant against the background of his insignificant personality. Before he could even blink, the old man's strong hand grabbed him as if he were some small doll in the hands of an almighty giant of a magician. The reaction of the demon in the weakened body of the Chancellor was not long in coming when a wolf-like demon burst out of it in a dark mass. The demon could not forgive the fact that he was torn out of his own body, and he was furious because he was losing a potential vessel for his corruptible spirit. Having seen everything in this world, Elric is not surprised to see the demon and considers it nothing more than an annoying little insect that he will devour. For the blonde man, absorbing seals and demons has become something like eating bread for ordinary people, and he continues without showing any emotion. The magician admits that now he has not only absorbed the demon and its dark energy, he has not only amused Yu, but also helped the werewolves by taking them into debt. The demon Preta Yu can't stop rejoicing at receiving such delicious demon energy, and Elric asks him to leave him his own seal. Yu thanked Elric for the wonderful treat he had received and gave him his seal. And now the seal on Elric's hand began to form again. But something definitely went wrong, and now the seal of the Preta began its metamorphosis from a seal of pure rage to a seal of malevolence, which was puzzling. Something went wrong when Elric was transported from the real world to the projection of the astral world, where everything is flooded with the bloody red light of the bowels of hell. He was confronted by the familiar horned figure of a majestic demon known to all as Mephistopheles, who had always wreaked havoc. Seeing what was unfolding before his eyes, namely an abnormally high mountain of fallen demons with a monumental figure of a horned demon standing on it, Mephistopheles recognizes that everything that is truly unknown and chaotic is nothing but a creation of his demonic dark mind and mortal body. Yes, that's right. and he is none other than the demon Mephistopheles, the bodily personification of original sin, which he brings to the whole world, along with chaos. Finally, Elric realized that he was seeing nothing but the memories of his infernal partner in crime. After realizing that he is seeing the memories of his infernal companion, Elric still doesn't understand how it happened, because he simply absorbed the demonic energy. Mephistopheles appears as a tall, slender figure before the eyes of a young magician holding a huge sword, with which he is ready to do his work. Something interesting begins as the demons standing at the foot of the mountain decide to try their luck and attack Mephistopheles, who is standing with his back to them. However, it is not for nothing that Mephistopheles is a demon of original sin, and easily notices those bastards who decided to overthrow their king and draws his sword with lightning speed. With a beautiful toothy mouth twisted in a vicious grimace of disgust at the lowly demonic creatures, Mephistopheles calls them ignorant bastards. The enraged Mephistopheles rushes forward with a sharp, infernal sword, ready to destroy all those who stand in his way, filled with anger. Feeling the wrath of the demon of original sin, the demons of the lowest class begin to fall and scatter like lowest class trash. Mephistopheles is truly magnificent in his demonic power, and the dark burst of strength shows Elric his true power, showing that he is still a demon. Mephistopheles' movements have been honed by centuries of endless battles against the most powerful demons, and a crowd of low-ranking demons are like flies to him. Having lost the rest of his patience and not wanting to put up with all the shit that the lowest of the low doctors do when they decide to challenge him, young Elric can do nothing more than watch his infernal companion fight against an entire legion as if he were playing. He didn't think that there was a dark creature from the bowels of the Pelk all along, but that there was a true demon essence, a noble demon king. Putting his hand to his heart, Elric eventually recognizes that he now feels all the emotions of Mephistopheles in an unknown way and in an incomprehensible way. The demon bursts into bouts of hysterical laughter, recognizing his extraordinary power and, until recently, complete invincibility in all matters. Mephistopheles was not happy with what he was doing, and he did not revel in taking lives, but only did what his ancestors had prescribed for his family. The demon of original sin is the true embodiment of a sinner, for whom sinning and bringing sin to the masses is like breathing air for ordinary people. And that's why he is none other than the famous lone demon king of chaos, known throughout the world as the true demon of original sin. Mephistopheles' true face and bodily form is a huge infernal dragon-like demon with bloody red fire in its eyes. The presence of Mephistopheles in his memory and subconscious did not go unnoticed when he turned his bloody red eyes on the magician. The blonde noticed that the seal on his hand had been fully formed, and now the existing seal of the demon Preda was finally perfected. It is no wonder that after such a surge of energy and everything that happened between him and the demon inside, Chancellor Norris lies unconscious at the king's feet. Augustine notices that Elric is breathing very heavily and is seriously frightened to see his student's condition deteriorating rapidly right before his eyes. Hayes and the others couldn't help but see Elric coughing and sweating and begin to worry, but are told that everything is fine. Looking at the unconscious Norris on the floor and the anxious King Vessens in front of him, he realizes that not much time has actually passed. Elric's mind is occupied with the fact that he has seen Mephistopheles' memories and realizes that since he is able to see his demon's memories, he too has this ability. The young demon that was pulled out of the Chancellor was absorbed by Elric with the help of Yuya's seal. And then Elric was drawn into the seal and Mephistopheles' memories, and now the demon explained to his ward that from now on their souls were connected. This seems impossible since he did not use the speech of the soul, and the demon is no less surprised, and it is hard to believe that there is a spiritual connection between them. Looking seriously at Mephistopheles, he asks if he knows what it could be, thinking that the demon must know the answer to this. The irritated dark aristocrat answers the magician's question that he is not omniscient, unfortunately, but thinks it's the seal. Regarding this theory, and the fact that this is all the seal that was absorbed by the magician, but it was much lower in rank than the seal of Mephistopheles absorbed earlier. Hearing that it was a low-ranked seal, Elric understood why the demon looked like a wolf, and asked the demon why he did not recognize it immediately. Irritated, Mephistopheles replies that it is not his place to deal with demon freaks of the lowest rank, since he was born to the king himself. The magician teases the demon king as if no one is playing with him, but then asks the demon what he could see in his memories and whether it was unpleasant. But Mephistopheles does not answer his question, and simply turns his head away from Elric in irritation, leaving him to wonder what he could have seen. Meanwhile, in one of the royal chambers, Chancellor Norris is slowly regaining consciousness after such a shock, and is now clean of everything. Gathering his strength after he feels better, Chancellor Norris reaches out to Elric and gently takes his palm in his woolly wolf hand. Thanks to Merbinger's efforts, the Chancellor's life and soul were saved, and he held his hand tightly in his own, and thanked his savior endlessly. Affectionately taking the Chancellor's hand in his warm, strong palms with a warm smile, The blonde replies that now Norris must keep himself out of trouble. Exhaling quietly, the Chancellor looks up and says that he will do everything possible to do so, as he is eager to see the king grow up. Pleased with this answer, Elric can't help but smile as he was able to do another good deed in honor of the family's good name. After a polite pause, Elric begins to think that it's time to think about the reward he was promised for his work, to be fair. Mephistopheles is annoyed that the magician pretends to be an altruist, but in fact lives for profit, and the blonde replies that it has always been so and will not change. Surprisingly, and as if they had always had a mental connection, at the same second the king brings him a small box containing the promised artifact. King Valens explains that this box contains a map of the treasures of the previous king and, most importantly, the secrets of strengthening the king's body. Holding the box in his hands, Elric recognizes that it contains the belongings of the previous Tiger King. With bated breath, Mirbinger looks into the box, expecting to see something that could pay for all the work he has done to get everything he wants. The bottom of the box is covered with a bright red cloth on which lies a thick book and a scroll, and the king asks to look under the cloth. Mirbinger was surprised to be asked to look under the fabric, but he obeyed and lifted the fabric to see something he could not have dreamed of. At the bottom of the casket was nothing more than a few rhizomes of a legendary plant, and the magician asks the king to give him the most valuable thing in the world. Now Valens begins to tell the story of a legend that has lived for centuries among numerous generations of werewolves, and he, like everyone else, sincerely believes in it. On the Day of Judgment, when the whole world is threatened with destruction, the valiant king who knows the art of body strengthening is the only one who can unite everyone, and the earth and the hearts of people will be frozen with a fierce cold that will make them hateful and callous to the pain and misery of the world, and they will hate each other. But a valiant king will appear and become the one who, like a warm, gentle sun, will be able to bring the sun back into the world, just as spring revitalizes the world. And King Valens is sure that Elric is the heroic king mentioned in the ancient prophecy to the magician who saw the miracles of the wizard with his own eyes. The story of the winter awakened in Otto Mirbinger's mind and heart a call that made him the one who carries the will of his entire family on his shoulders. Before leaving Elric, he instructed him to move on with his life and bring the winter that has ruled the continent for centuries to perfection and completion. The fact that this word once appeared in a prediction is not a mere coincidence, and most likely his grandfather's arrival here was planned by their family. King Valens tells the young heir to Ustan Mirbinger that the elixir from the box is rightfully his, and Elric thanks the young king for it. And now it's the king's turn to fulfill his promise and show Elric the way to the Temple of Flowers, since the Temple of Flowers is where the crystal leads. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Bloody King in the Kingdom of Fury, Hugo the Raven, who has shamefully failed the task, is trembling and kneeling in front of the throne. Falling on his knees in front of his overlord, Hugo tries to beg for forgiveness, promising that next time he will not fail the mission. However, the king refuses to believe the empty promises of someone who has already failed the only mission he has been given and must now be severely punished for it. Once again, the art of strengthening the body slipped out of the hands of the Blood King, and he was left with nothing and now has to punish all those responsible for this. Since the Raven failed the mission, he pays with his head for his mistake, and the king lost another tail, but realized that the Mirbingers are on their way again. A secret spy agent in a white robe with deer antlers reports that the target, namely Mirbinger, has been sent to the Temple of Flowers with his retinue and the young king. The ancestor of the Bloody King, the tailed demon fox, was also walking on the way to the Temple of Flowers, so he orders everything and everyone in the temple to be burned to ashes. The path to the Temple of Flowers runs through a sadly familiar field of black snow where, according to the Chancellor, he found the Tree of Demons and recognized its fruit. Inside their luxurious carriage, another interesting event takes place as they are all busy with their own things. But attention is focused on the king and the white tiger. Little Valens tries to play with the white tiger and make him obey because he is the king, but he runs away from him, much to Sean's amusement. Although the red-haired man is interested in watching the young king learn about the world and its rules, he is distracted by an active conversation nearby. Herman Weil, Lady Isabel, and Elric were having an active conversation, apparently discussing something very important to them. It is clear that the conversation was quite lively when Herman Weil reaches into his scabbard and pulls out his sword for a reason. The Blue Lion offers his so-called son-in-law to master the art of swordplay and the use of aura, and is interested in it. It would be a lie to say that Mirbinger is not shocked by the Blue Lion's offer, but he is in no hurry to refuse it, so he simply asks Herman again. Herman replies that Elric quickly learned martial arts and even suggested improvements for them, and his talent in this is obvious. But this is not a decision that is made on the spur of the moment, and Elric bows his head in thought to adequately assess his strengths and learning potential. The Blue Lion stands his ground and agitates Mirbinger by saying that these skills will come in handy, as will the art of body strengthening, and he wants to be his teacher. All of the Blue Lion's enthusiasm is interrupted by a sharp, cold, and clear order from the White Knight, Augustine Neristar, who now comes at him with an aggressive aura. The Blue Lion's battle-trained army quickly responds to Augustine Neristar's attack and prepares to attack him in defense. But in the way of these brave warriors appears the tall, strong figure of Glutton Tenza, who calmly orders the impulsive fools not to move for safety. The two burly men look anxious, irritated, and somewhat hostile, ready to defend themselves against an imaginary enemy in their heads. Glutton, wearing her most terrifying image with a sinister, sadistic smile, warns the soldiers that if they make a move, their heads will explode. Both Augustine and Glutton do not know what to do with Hermann's men, so they believe that getting rid of the bodies in the harsh north wind will help them. A frightened Valence climbed on Hay's lap as if she were his mommy and looked at everyone with tearful, frightened eyes, hiding in her arms. The adequate Hermann Weil asks everyone to calm down, to slow down, and not to shed blood when there is a vulnerable little child here, namely Valence. But both Augustine and White Knight will no longer be able to behave calmly after being provoked into real aggression like this. The most robust of the Blue Lion soldiers begins to scratch the back of his head, realizing that it was their inadequate reaction that caused them to run into conflict. Hermann Weil begins to apologize and justifies himself, explaining to Augustine that he did not intend to steal such a precious and important student from him. The Blue Lion says that his style of fighting is different from that of other magicians, so Hermann decides that Elric will become stronger if he learns martial arts. Augustine has figured out Hermann Weil's plans and, exploding with cold anger in a deadpan tone, hints that he knows what the swordsman was trying to pull off. Hermann Weil begins to tease Augustine, insinuating that he is just an old man who is overly dramatic and now fears that the Blue Lion will steal his student. Meanwhile, by the light of the lantern, the crew moves calmly, led by the always calm and balanced Carl, who did not expect any excesses here. Suddenly, the carriage, which had been traveling calmly and without incident, shook sharply from a thunderous flash, so that Carl lost his glasses and the horse was dislocated. The perpetrators of this thunderous outburst were none other than Augustine Neristar and Hermann Weil, who broke free from the carriage and cut through the heavens with a comet. Irritated by Hermann Weil's insolence, Augustine promises to crush him like a bug and put the arrogant Blue Lion in his place. With his trademark nobility and coldness, Hermann Weil accepts the challenge from Augustine, ready to stand in equal combat against the White Knight itself. Although Hermann Weil respects his opponent, he does not hide the fact that he considers Augustine Neristar to be nothing more than a narrow-minded old man. Glutton Tenz rides his faithful tiger against Hermann's brave soldiers, with the clear intention of putting Hermann's arrogant army in its place. Assessing his opponents, Glutton Tenz notes that he sees the legendary Blue Eagles as too arrogant and should know their place. Not going to give in to the tenacity of Glutton Tenzu, the Blue Eagles of Hermann Weil's house hint that their main specialty is hunting wild animals. Meanwhile, poor Carl realizes that he has been dragged into some shit for which he will not be paid and has to endure these frills again. Meanwhile, Elric and Mephistopheles are watching this circus on a wire, which ordinary people cannot see, and the demon wonders why the hell they are fighting for Elric. In the role of a romantic comedy hero, Merbinger pretends to be the Prince of Heaven, as if his talents are so exalted. Noticing the changes in the style of communication between him and Elric, he replies that the magician has returned to this way because it is disgusting to get into other people's heads. Irritated, Mephistopheles watches the two old men fight for Elric and asks if the blonde will stop them because the battle between the two old men is already making him sick. This excessive noise is already in Elric's liver, so using the power of his mana and weakening, he quickly disperses the entire crowd. Merbinger was fed up with this empty-headed show, so after dispersing the crowd, he asked them to calm down and promised to learn fencing. Now that the unnecessary conflict has been calmed down, Elric calls his mentors for a serious conversation in an appropriate setting without shouting. His mentors can't help but worry because they have a lot to teach him, and Glutton Tenz has many techniques besides the Mirage technique. Tired of these empty discussions, the blonde man tells them that he just wants to become stronger, trying to find the right words so as not to offend anyone. No matter how hard he works to strengthen his body, it cannot be done without new knowledge and skills, and demons are powerful enemies. If he learns something new for himself, it will be a bonus, and he will not give up the path of a magician in any case when fencing skills harden his body. Hermann admits that he did not intend to drag Elric into the world of martial arts by force, and his offer of training was only a helping hand for him. But if Elric's tutors are against his fencing training, he has no right to oppose their words, since he is their student first and foremost. Now that the position of their student and Hermann Weil has become clear to them, Glutton and Augustine are ready to think about their choice and decide that everything will be fine. The mentors agree since the blonde is the head of the Merbinger house, and then their student, and add that a short battle showed that Herman has a lot to learn. Hearing the honest praise in his direction, Vale briefly and politely thanks for the kind words, and it turns out that he was standing by, waiting for their decision all along. Augustine asks the Blue Lion to take care of his student's performance, and the Blue Lion promises to teach the young Duke with all his zeal. In his trademark manner, the Blue Lion notes that he won the so-called bet once Elric agreed, but is told that it was only a one-time event. Merbinger mentally apologizes to his teacher because this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance and the Blue Lion is one of the best fencers on the continent. Therefore, since such a rare chance has come his way, he has no right to miss it, and is ready to squeeze every last drop out of the Blue Lion. But it seems that they have squeezed him to the last drop, as he is now sitting on the ground in a miserable state and vomiting, clearly not from a pleasant walk. The magician admits that he has one foot in the grave when the Blue Lion smilingly admits that he did not expect Merbinger to be such a small, exhausted man. Exhausted and tired, Elric asks Herman what the point of waving a wooden stick in the air 10,000 times a day is. Realizing that he still has to teach Merbinger, Herman adds with a smile that this is a traditional training for every member of the clan since birth. As if this were not enough to make him happy, Mephistopheles decides to tease Elric and add that the Blue Lion made him think about something. Filled with ambition and shining, Mephistopheles declares that if he comes to power on Earth, the Blue Lions will sit on the right side of the throne. For Elric, this experience is the last straw, and having lost the last drop of patience, he breaks his promise and makes Mephistopheles dance like a courtesan. Despite all the demon's pleas, Elric would not return him to his normal state for these favors. After a while, Carl informed the others that they had arrived. Tired of all the fuss and the long journey, the blonde man can't help but be happy that they have finally arrived at the flower temple they dreamed of. But something hasn't gone according to Merbinger's plan again, judging by his puzzled expression when he finally reaches his destination. Instead of a majestic and beautiful temple of flowers with magnificent gates as he had imagined, Elric sees only a pile of gray stones. Somewhat amused by the shock on the magician's face, King Velens replies that the temple is hidden because of General Stusha, but it will be opened especially for them. Mephistopheles says that when he heard about the Temple of Flowers, he wondered if it was the place he was thinking of, and is surprised that the Temple of Flowers still exists in the world. Elric doesn't understand what he means, and the demon explains that this place was built when the world was on the brink of destruction and made a kind of last refuge. People, demons, and giants who trembled at the mere mention of the army of the great demon god built this legendary temple in order to revive the world. But unfortunately for the entire race of Merbinger demons, Elric's glorious ancestors stopped this army before they could accomplish what they had planned. The magician begins to wonder if all those visions of demons, giants, and other ugly creatures of hell from Mephi's stories are the same as his own. Now that Merbinger knows that the temple is hidden from the eyes of ordinary people, he calmly expects it to eventually appear as promised by the king. Now, when the temple slowly begins to appear, confirming the fact of its existence to the joyful shouts of Velens, Elric's eyes begin to light up. Eventually, the doors of the Temple of Flowers begin to open, filling everything around with their iridescent light, hinting that he is indeed still alive in the world. Elric is not the only one who rejoices that the temple still exists and thrives, but Mephistopheles' red eyes begin to shine when he sees the rainbow glow from the temple gates. The demon can't help but rejoice because, in such an interesting world, he will definitely meet friends from his fun-filled and bloody years of the past. Now they have to do the main thing and enter the gate that opened before their eyes to see the amount of work that awaits them in the Flower Temple. A short, light figure in light clothes and a hood that covers her face and makes her figure dark against the rainbow comes out of the palace gate. A pretty blonde-haired girl greets travelers in a calm, gentle tone and introduces herself as Khania Trokvis, and she is the rector of the Temple of Flowers. She takes care of the Flower Temple and asks Elric and the others to just call her the gardener, alluding to her main duties in the Flower Temple. The gardener, Khania Trokvis, calls the winds outside the palace cruel and ruthless and asks travelers to follow her inside as soon as possible. The young King Velens and the Duke of the Shining Star, Elric Merbinger, nod their heads and decide to enter the Temple of Flowers. So, with all their will in their fist, they enter the gate to realize that they will save the world from the eternal cold of the lingering winter. According to the rules, after winter arrives on the planet, the Palace of Flowers has a time of legal rest, and its gates are closed for the masses until spring. The Temple of Flowers becomes inaccessible to ordinary people, but the suggestion of their faithful ally, the Tiger King, made the Guardians change their minds. Khania asks visitors to respect their laws and follow them, as the very peace of the gods depends on following the laws of the temple. They hear a sonorous voice shouting that the fairy has seen a lot of people on her way that she hasn't met in 40 years. The Guardian introduced the fairy as Dafa, the guardian of the daffodil fields, and not just any fairy, but a real goddess of the daffodil valleys who should be highly respected. Without waiting too long, Daffo flies up to Hayes and begins to praise her, calling her a real beauty, and she returns the compliment. The fairy flies up to Augustin Naristar on emotion and starts calling him an old monster, and he replies that she is not younger than her 1000th birthday. In his joy, Daffo flies up to Lady Isabel and hints at her unrequited love for Elric, suggesting that she should be brave about it. The magician notices how annoying she is with her green braids, not hiding his emotions from her as he is irritated by her loud persistence. Daffo pays him with the same coin and, flying up to Elric, immediately covers his nose with his hand as if he were near a pit with hundreds of tons of dog shit. The fairy starts screaming at the top of her lungs that she smells a rotten stench and calls him a dark and disgusting monster that smells like shit. Mephistopheles calls Daffo a real monster and compares her to a pumpkin and jasmine flower, and Elric is surprised that the fairy can see Mephistopheles. The green-eyed woman loses her temper and shouts at the demon that she is the goddess of daffodils and is nice, while Mephistopheles hints that her compliments are insignificant and she is not a goddess. The fact that Daffo is able to see Mephistopheles surprises him, as no one he has ever met can see the demon even when he is running in front of them. Daffo's paranormal activity is immediately noticed by Gilith and Vagustin, who wonder who the fairy is communicating with and if it is a risk that the demon will be seen. Realizing that she smelled something fried, Hania put on an air of mystery, saying that Daffo had very few friends and was playing around. Now Elric can exhale calmly when Daffo calls the gardener a fool, but she only calmly asks people what exactly brought them to this temple. Finally, after waiting for the question, Elric reaches into his pocket to take out the very ice crystal whose glow brought him to the Temple of Flowers. Taking out a small blue shining ice crystal from his pocket, Elric says that his mission is to deliver this crystal to the hands of the goddess Camellia. The gardener Hania did not need to explain anything else, and having understood everything, she silently nodded her head and led the travelers to the goddess Camellia. The magician has a hunch that the temple was badly damaged by the attack of the fierce cold general, as it was described as a paradise on earth, and this is a dead wasteland. Mephistopheles mocks the temple because it is a refuge from the demon king and did not survive the winter, and the magician asks Mephistopheles why the general is angry. Mephistopheles replies that according to the werewolf, it could be an accident, but it could be the same old deal with the Merbinger family. But the demon is finally convinced that this whole situation has long gone beyond mere coincidence, and it really looks like a planned action. Mephistopheles hints to Elric that everything activated and came into real chaotic motion after the moment the magician's foot stood up to the north. The blonde realizes that these are the same tasks that Otto Hahn had in mind when he told him about the trials his ancestors had prepared for him. Sometime later, Hania opens the door of one of the halls to inform them that they have finally reached their destination. I saw a small room with a round table with several fairy goddesses sitting at it, paying attention to Elric who had come. The tiny, colorful creatures look the guest up and down and ask Merbinger who he is and why he came to their castle. The other two fairies, a purple and a red-headed goddess, ask him why he is looking for their goddess Camellia and why he wants to give them their ice crystal. After listening to the questions of the little winged flower goddesses, he asks a direct question, asking clearly whether the goddess Camellia herself is really not here. Realizing that he had not told his name according to the rules of a well-mannered society, he respectfully called him by the full real name of his family. Hearing the familiar name Merbinger, the fairies immediately recognize the young man's golden hair and emerald eyes and say that they have been friends of Ustans for 40 years. Surprised, Elric asks if his grandfather was ever here, and hears the answer that Ustan was here before and is a friend of the fairies, but wonders why the blonde is here. The magician replies that he has come here because his ancestors bequeathed him an ice crystal to their goddess Camellia, and asks where he can find her. You can see that the fairies cannot adequately answer his questions, so they freeze, not knowing what to say, but you can see great sadness in their eyes. But they decide to take the magician to the place where the goddess Camellia found her last resting place, not intending to hide it from him because he is saving them. Realizing that a painting of miniature coffins with tombstones cannot carry anything positive, the Duke of the Shining Star is somewhat tense about this painting. The tragedy of the situation is that the goddess Camellia was absent for one simple but terrible reason. She simply wilted and disappeared. The magician guesses that it was the fault of the icy cold general, and the puzzle begins to take shape, because spring does not come and winter has destroyed the winter flowers. The problem is that this will also happen to people if he does not intervene, and he bowed before the small coffin of the goddess Camellia. Carefully placing his palm on the coffin lid, he wants to lift it while thinking that he has to give the ice crystal to the goddess to complete the second quest. If he does not do this, he will not return the glory to the family, and Mephistopheles mocks the goddesses because the banal cold snap has dried them up to the end. The demon calls them worthless, and the other fairies ask him to shut up because he came here only because he is mentally connected to their friend Elric. Ignoring the quarrels between the demon and the goddesses, Elric's mind is struck by the realization that the flower goddesses are weak from the cold and wither because of it. And the main thing is that they wither and do not die or disappear without leaving anything behind. So this information gives the magician hope that he can save everyone. Lifting the lid of the coffin, Mirbinger sees not a body with no signs of life, but a small plant seed. Seeing that it is a seed of a camellia flower, the magician realizes that all is not lost and takes an ice crystal out of his pocket and puts it next to him. As always, he has a reliable plan for all eventualities, so he is confident that everything will work out. Taking up a fighting stance, Elric extends his hand to activate the seal to magically transfer energy from the crystal to the seed to resurrect Camellia. The plan of the Duke of the Shining Star worked, and the energy from the crystal was transferred to the seed, and this was the main way to transfer the crystal to the goddess Camellia. The green-eyed man's magic worked, and now the revival of the goddess Camellia is taking place in front of the other flower goddesses who are loyal to her and cannot help but rejoice. Thanks to the efforts of their faithful friend, the surface of the seed begins to crack as a sign that the life inside it is ready to break free and bloom again. A new strong sprout with lush green leaves breaks through the seed coat with its sturdy trunk and emerges from its fatal captivity into the light. The peaceful sprouting of the sprout is interrupted by a sharp flash of red light, which means that the magician's plans have succeeded and he is now watching in fear. That's right, the golden curl of the goddess, who came out of the crimson glow after waking up from such a long sleep in the coffin, shines from the red glow over the coffin. The goddess appeared before him as a beautiful girl with caramel hair and honey eyes and welcomed him to Mirbinger, who had come as predicted. He introduces himself as Ustin Mirbinger's grandson and asks the goddess if there was ever a deal between his grandfather and the goddess and what it was. Camellia wanted to start her conversation about the agreement between Ustin and Mirbinger, but the voices of the young fairies who were happy to see her confused her. The fairies cannot hide their joy at seeing their goddess, and, like bells, ask the goddess how she slept and ask her to tell them everything. Camellia is angry about the show and makes everyone shut up and tells them that she has a serious conversation with Elric and complains about how noisy they are. The weeping fairies calm down after accepting the words of the goddess and retreat, as the dear goddess for whom they had been grieving so much asked them to do. The magician recognizes that the goddess is different from the others because she looks so grown up against their background, and Mephistopheles says that the winged one has lost her pride. In turn, Camellia says that Mephistopheles' ugly face has not changed at all, and that his body stood out, and now it is not even there anymore. The furious Mephistopheles loses control of himself because of this disrespect and shouts to the goddess that he is still the strongest king. Camellia asks him what kind of king he is, because he doesn't even have subjects who would call him that anymore, and the only one who does is himself. Having said everything she thinks about Mephistopheles, Camellia now turns her attention to the blonde man and asks if his name is Elric and says that he has a beautiful name. Elric now bows to the goddess with a gentle smile and thanks her for her compliments, and finally asks the green-eyed man how he woke her up. The magician, bowing down, tells the goddess that he felt in the seed where she slept a long sleep a dark demonic energy hidden by a strong cold. Therefore, the blonde decided that he could wake up the goddess if he absorbed both energies that suppressed her life force at once, and as you can see, it worked. Evaluating the young man, Camellia cannot help but recognize that the golden-haired and green-eyed man is as handsome as he is smart, and he thanks her for the compliment. Fascinated by the image of the young magician, the goddess with a flirtatious look offers him to become a beautiful part of her harem and be her lover forever. This had never happened in his life before. It seemed that he had already seen everything, but it was the first time in his life that he heard an offer to become part of a harem. The demon has known the goddess for a long time and reproaches her for his weakness for handsome men, and she replies that he also has an inferiority complex and is ugly. Looking seductively at Elric with her gentle honey eyes, Camellia hints that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and pressures him to accept. The magician realizes that in another situation he would have rudely refused and sent her to the devil, but with this goddess, his family has a deal and he has to be delicate. The magician thanks the goddess for the offer, but since he is the head of the Mirbinger family, he cannot be guided by fornication and do so, and apologizes to her. But the goddess was not even offended and replied that she felt sorry for herself, thinking that no one had refused her for a long time, and this pleased Camellia in its own way. Camellia retreats from idle talk, recalling that Elric wanted to know what she and Ustan Mirbinger had promised each other back then. The boy agrees that he wanted to know what his grandfather had once said, and the fairy replies that he had once said that his grandson would come here someday. Ustan said that his grandson would steal the winter that covered the field with black snow and would bring them all back the spring that the whole world has been waiting for. The Duke of the Shining Star once again realizes that his grandfather had a hand in this and did everything to ensure that Elric's paths crossed with the right people. Putting his hand on his medallion, Elric wonders how his grandfather could have known all this and how he was able to predict any situation. Camellia is addressed to him by the grandson of the famous Uston Merbinger, challenging him to stop the permafrost and bring back the long-awaited warmth. Clutching the crystal given by Otto Merbinger, Elric says that he cannot guarantee that he can do this, but there is something that drives him. Turning his attention to Mephistopheles, Elric recalls that his ancestor gave him this crystal and named his main mission on this planet. The mission given to the young wizard by the Sage of Winter is to be the one who will end the eternal winter on this planet. Camellia immediately recognizes Otto Hahn's words, saying that it is very similar to the words of this grumpy old man, and it is completely in his manner. But she hints that all of these events can easily be clearly linked, which, frankly, should not be surprising. The fairy tells the wizard that his path will now lie elsewhere. Sending him an air kiss, Camellia captures Elric in a whirlwind of flower petals to carry him to his destination. Suddenly, the entire space around him begins to move and seemingly dissolve into thin air. He is familiar with this feeling as never before because it is not the first time. Once again, he finds himself in the same flower meadow on a beautiful sunny day, just like a long time ago after his battle against the Ice Queen. The fairy transports him to the astral dimension where he learns how to stop the cold. The magician admits that he hasn't experienced anything like this for a long time. After looking around, he finally stands up and looks up to see a building that looks so much like the flower temple he has been searching for all along. This is how Elrisi imagined the place where the so-called Temple of Flowers was supposed to exist. But something seemed strange because he did not see the temple itself there now. Suddenly, a wind blew on him so cold that he was shivering from the refreshing airflow, but it was a sign that the white man was nearby. It didn't take long for Merbinger to realize where the wind was coming from and who was the main cause of all this fatal cold for the flowers. Quickly standing up, Merbinger sees the tragic picture of what has happened here and realizes with horror that it is all the whims of General Stusha. He sees Otto Merbinger again, just as he did the first time, and this time the ancestor tells him that it is nothing but a field of black snow. The magician can't believe that his ancestor is back in front of him and looks at him with wide-open, bright green eyes with joy. With a gentle and friendly smile, Otto Merbinger greets his wonderful offspring, acknowledging that it has indeed been a long time since they have seen each other, and that they are here again. Elric rushes to his ancestor at full speed and looks at him with delight, while Otto happily notes how much his descendant has grown. Otto cannot help but notice that the stamp of cruelty on his hand has finally found its place and will serve him faithfully. Full of happy emotions, the Duke of the Shining Star asks his ancestor how he came to this world. Otto calmly explains to the blonde that he plans to follow him and grumble until Elric sees the winter come to an end. For the Duke, Otto's return is a real psychological trauma, but the gray-haired man emphasizes that time is running out, and he must go and asks him to look around. Otto tells us that this place was once sacred and that life originated here, but later death came here, and Otto asks if he knows whose fault it is. The blonde replies that it is none other than the General of the East, left behind by the god of demons after a failed attempt to destroy the whole world. The gray-haired man calls the General of the East, known as the General of the Ice Cold, a true relic of the past and a terrible curse for all living things. Otto tells Elric that from now on, as his true descendant, he must consume this General of the East like the demons he has consumed all along. Even the experienced Elric's hair stands on end from such a request, because even after receiving so many demons, he knows that this task is difficult. The intelligent and adequate blonde realizes that taming such a terrible natural phenomenon will be a difficult task for him alone, but he has no choice. However, if he can tame and subdue the natural disaster, he will be able to gain an extremely powerful force that can make him even stronger. Otto, watching the blonde man's smug face, realizes that Elric is excited, and now Merbinger will not be able to retreat from his goal. The magician asks the ancestor if this means that he has to put the demon in the seal, just like he did in the first test, and his guess is correct. Since this is his second test, the enemy will be stronger than the Queen of the Ice Mountains, so he will need more strength to complete the task. With no other choice, Elric accepts Otto's challenge and asks if it will be enough for him to fight the demon and what else he should do. But Otto responds by simply placing a seed in Elric's palm, which is most likely a seed of a camellia tree from the flower temple. Elric immediately recognizes it as a camellia tree seed and does not hide his bewilderment and asks what the hell he needs this tree seed for. Otto gives the blonde a task to grow a camellia tree from a seed in 100 days, and the task will be completed when the tree blooms. The young wizard is silent, but his expression speaks for itself, as Otto has once again thrown him some hemorrhoids to play with. Eventually, it dawned on Elric that he had to grow this damn tree on his own without knowing even the basics, and now he can't help but be angry. Adjusting his glasses, Otto asks if this task seems too difficult to him, as if mocking his descendant who is already in a difficult situation. The young mage is skeptical that anything can be grown on this long-dead land and asks what General Stusha has to do with it. Otto replies that in time he will understand what irritates Elric, who does not understand what this performance is about and whether it is impossible to say everything at once normally. Seeing how he has irritated his offspring, Otto asks him to calm down, promising that he will not be alone with this and promises to provide him with a mentor. It is clear that Otto Merbinger has had everything planned and under control for a long time, so he decided to help Elric as much as he could. As soon as Otto lifted his finger, they were enveloped in a swirl of cool blue blinding air and both heard the familiar voice of the fairy. The voice that said he would not lag behind her reminded young Merbinger of his recent encounter with the eccentric goddess Camellia in the temple. He was right, and the same beautiful fairy with caramel hair and a surprisingly pretty face and smile appeared before him like a flower. The goddess Camellia is not happy that she was woken up again for no important reason, even though she asked to be woken up only if necessary. Once again, the same characters are in the arena. The magician immediately recognizes the goddess Camellia, whom he had seen in the temple before, and she cannot help but pay attention to his person. Biting her lip again, the goddess Camellia looks at him seductively, squinting her eyes and declares that this handsome man already knows who she is. Looking at the girl in front of him, Merbinger admits that she looks very much like the goddess Camellia, but there are still a few small differences between them. Although it is small in stature, when you look at it, you get the impression that you are looking at a majestic tree whose crown completely covers the sky. She is the real goddess Cameo in all her glory. Otto von Merbinger wasted no time in introducing his descendant, Elric Merbinger, to the goddess. Flirtatiously and gracefully playing with a curl of reddish hair, Camellia is a little sorry that it is Merbinger, but is ready to forgive him for his handsome face. Without losing her typical playful mood, she flirts with Elric again, offering him to become a new lover in her already considerable harem. But then she realized that she had seen this face somewhere before and recalled that the green-eyed blonde Elric Merbinger had already turned her down. The bewildered Elric finally begins to realize that she must have contacted the goddess Camellia, who exists outside this fantasy space. Not wanting to start a conversation, the fairy goddess reminds him that growing a camellia tree is not an easy task, and asks if he can handle it. The magician is ready for anything, and the fairy hints to him that he will receive only verbal advice from her to grow this tree completely on his own. Holding the seed in his hands, Merbinger assesses the scale of the work by looking at the camellia seed he has and agrees that it is enough for him. But Otto von Merbinger cannot leave his famous descendant because he has to give him something like a marble tablet with runes. Otto hands the blonde man a small tablet, calling it a herald, that will allow him to monitor the camellia tree's condition in real time. But that's not all, and Otto Hahn hints to Elric, not without a shadow of mystery, that this is not the only possibility of the tablet and that he will reveal its other capabilities later. On this note of mystery, leaving Elric with the tablets, Otto Hahn again leaves him and says that he believes that he can do anything. The fairy tells the magician that more than 400 years ago, a curse of demons fell on these lands and now he must find the things she has indicated. With the help of the ingredients and things she has given him, he will be able to fix everything. The magician wonders if the nature in this place is better than in the world outside. After collecting his thoughts, Elric asks what he should do first, and the goddess Camellia answers that he must first find a decent land. The place must be fertile, and Elric thinks that it would be better to completely clear the field of black snow of all this dirt than to search for this very place for a long time. Finally, the goddess Camellia decides to tell him that this place is the realm of the mind and that nature here is identical to nature in the real world, which becomes a revelation. She hinted that the monsters from the real world had not disappeared and he should be ready. He was reminded of this by the monstrous red-eyed crows. Indeed, Elric almost became lunch for the giant crow, but at the last moment he was able to fend off its attack, but he cannot delay now. The crows flock to him like the black crows in the field when farmers sow the grain in the ground, and here, the crows attack him. At a safe distance, the blonde assesses the situation and the number of birds opposing him, wondering what strategy to use this time. Gathering his mana in his hand, Elric demolishes the crows with a stream of his icy magic to summon something like a whirlpool of icy dry air. He skillfully summoned a whirlpool of cold air with his magic and diluted it with ice crystals, which he directed at all these crows. After freezing these cursed birds, their cursed bodies fall to the ground in frozen heaps under the feet of Elric, who has experience fighting monsters. The green-eyed blonde moves like a light bird and controls magic with the extraordinary power of such a natural, majestic ice power. The dark, demonic energy of the crows became a modest food for the seal of the demon Yu, who, as a Preta demon, could not help but rejoice in absorbing at least some energy. To be honest, Merbinger himself couldn't help but be happy because there was something to feed his seal, but the energy of any demon is never superfluous. Watching him, the goddess Camellia cannot help but recognize that Elric is as skillful as all the Merbingers and praises the blonde's skill. Pointing to the dead black earth of the field and the bare black mountains with her palm, the goddess Camellia challenges Elric to find the right land here. The magician thinks that since there are trees in the open, there must be a source of water, and the place must be easy to defend. He asks Camellia if there would be a city of anthropomorphic werewolves here if he were to return 400 years ago, and hints that the city was just built then. The goddess hints that these places are now very different from the same places in the past, and it will not be easy to find werewolves. And Elric replies that it is not difficult. Now they set out on the road, surveying the area from above, explaining that mountains and ditches never change much in this short period of time. The blonde explains to the goddess Camellia that based on their location, he can roughly calculate his location in the ancient kingdom. Finally, he finds the place and sees a scorched black earth with tree stumps and many small creatures running on this black earth. The fairy praises his knowledge of the kingdom of anthropomorphic werewolves, marveling at his knowledge of the geography of the world and praising his typical Merbinger mind. Now activating the seal on his hand, Merbinger asks the Camellia goddess to prepare a suitable camellia tree for germination in this dead wasteland. The bright blue light of his mysterious seal makes the fairy recoil and cover her face from the blue light that mercilessly blinds her eyes. Seeing Elric's considerable strength, the goddess broke out in a cold sweat when the blonde asked her if this land would be enough for a tree. This land is famous for its extraordinary fertility, and most of the local monsters will not be able to cross such a large obstacle and this barrier. The goddess appreciates the great talent of the Merbinger boy, and the fact that it is the first time in the history of her existence that she has seen someone so fluent in the language of the dragon. In the midst of her fornication and succumbing to the typical state of female weakness, Camellia blushes with lust and wonders if she really likes the guy. Now the young magician is evaluating the scale of the work done, absolutely satisfied with his work, hoping that he was able to complete at least part of this task. Suddenly, like the sun cutting through the sky at sunrise, the sun caught fire behind his jacket, which made him happy, and he called out to the goddess. The magician pulls out a stone tablet from behind his back, which glows with a bright amber sunlight, and thinks that they have succeeded, but the goddess has some doubts. But the surprised reaction on Elric's face clearly indicates not a successful completion of the task, but that something went completely wrong again. That's right, and an inscription on the stone surface of the plaque says that the task was failed, and now they will be returned back to day 0. Our song is good and new, let's start it again. This irritates Elric more than ever, and the goddess herself realizes that this is all the work of the pervert Otto von Merbinger. The magician recalled that during the first test, he returned to day 0 when he was defeated, and again. The fairy thinks he might have dropped something. The blonde asks what exactly she means, and she replies that it is a field of black snow, and that there could be many reasons for this, and he must think for himself. Camellia believes that she has given enough guidance to him, and decides that it is time for her to return to the real world and assess the situation in the world. The magician asks where she is going, and she says to a safe place, leaving him alone to think about the task. The blonde asks for a hint, but the fairy ignores him, disappearing into a portal between two worlds, leaving him alone with his problem, and now he has to find his mistakes himself. Left alone with himself in the astral projection of the world, Elric is left to think about his mistakes, but cannot find any clues. Eventually, he gets tired of just lying there and poring over the empty and gets to his feet, deciding that he must now go on thinking about the plan. There is no time to lie around and talk about nothing, so now he needs to concentrate on his search like no other. Therefore, his correct and reasonable decision was to get up and use the search mana and the power of his eyes to scan the area around him. Eventually, with the help of his secret powers of sight, he sees a piece of territory in the bowels of the earth highlighted by a golden-green glow. He doesn't know for sure what exactly is hiding in the depths of the earth, but there must be something there because his abilities have never reacted for no reason. Indeed, there was something there, and it made itself felt with a sharp jolt from the ground, hinting to Elric that he was right about the soil being buried. Feeling that the rumble of the earth was due to the activity of some paranormal creature, Merbinger immediately jumps up on the spot to avoid a direct blow. And for good reason. He was almost grabbed by the Deathworm, a legendary giant monster-eating bitch that is not always within the power of 6th Circle mages. If you come across this bastard on your way, run away without delay to save your life, as the Encyclopedia of Monsters About Worms advises us. To defeat this bastard, you need 3 or 4 6th-round mages, so Elric is not sure he can do it alone. Most likely, his first attempt to grow a flowering magnolia tree failed because of this lover of crawling through the bowels of fertile land. But in order to defeat him, first of all, it is necessary to break through his skin, so now he has to put all his strength into everything and cope. No matter how hard he tries and no matter how strong his crystals and strategy are, The hide of this monster is impenetrable, which complicates the whole situation. Merbinger begins to realize that magic is not a reliable assistant in this battle, and that he needs to look for other alternatives to his signature techniques in battle. If magic does not work, he will fight the worm with the help of the art of strengthening the body, since in this situation there are no alternatives for him. Indeed, the Worm of Death is an extremely strong enemy, the fight against which does not promise to be easy, and some of its teeth look ready to break the neck. The magician suddenly saw something so terrible that it made even his battle-experienced wizard shudder at what he saw with his own eyes. It turns out that the wormy bastard starts spitting poisonous bright green mucus at him, as if the fact that he had teeth wasn't enough. This bastard's saliva is so acidic and poisonous that it can eat away at any barrier on the way, and he himself almost fell victim to this slime. The magician realizes that if he continues to strike recklessly, he will eventually fall as the brave and the foolish, so the battle strategy must be changed before it's too late. Blondie continues to follow the monster as he realizes that he must never let it in, and his goal is to destroy the bastard completely. The Duke of the Shining Star realizes that if he loses track of this worm now, he will never be able to complete his task in time for Otto's deadline. The death worm does not let him relax for a second, pretending to attack him, wrapping its tail around him as if to hit him with something that would knock the magician off his trajectory. Although the worm's mouth was quite close, the magician was able to dodge its attack and thus saved himself from certain death at such a young age. The worm continues to roar at Elric and endlessly opens its huge mouth full of saw-sharp, endless rows of teeth, spitting mucus. The blonde is even pleasantly surprised that this time he gets such a cunning magician, and the fight promises to be very interesting, unlike the previous ones. The whole ordeal with the camellia tree would have to start all over again, but the magician forgets that he is dealing with a surprisingly cunning enemy. As soon as he was distracted for even a second, he was almost swallowed by a bright green mass of poisonous mucus that could easily eat away at his flesh. The young Merbinger is frightened and annoyed that the enemy has used slime again and angry with himself for almost getting caught in this barrage. The only thing he can do now is to endlessly dodge the worm's attacks to buy himself time to think and build a lightning-fast battle strategy. The young blonde realizes that if he doesn't plant and cultivate a camellia tree now, he will return to day zero and fail again. Merbinger has one secret trick that the Blue Lion taught him during his grueling training, and now the magician uses the magic of weapons. The secret of this trick is to concentrate the force in one point of your body, more precisely, your fist, and by this method to increase the force of the blow to the maximum. For his lightning attack, Elric uses nothing less than the legendary body-strengthening technique known to him as the White Tiger's Battle Hammer. For the first time in the entire battle, Merbinger was able to deal damage and cut off part of his filthy flesh, causing it to drain bright green acid. The armor protects his face from the acid attack of the worm lying on his back, with the last of his strength holding the protection above him, and wants to save himself from the acid. Blondie realizes that if he hadn't invested all his mana in his attack, he would have been ground into mincemeat and lost, dying in the real world. Exhaling a sigh of relief that such a serious battle is behind him, the blonde is already rejoicing and realizes that he will not be able to pull off such a serious feat the second time. The magician wonders if he has fulfilled the conditions, and the tablet informs him that he has, and the first of the restrictions has been lifted, and wonders what these restrictions are. Suddenly, the tablet begins to glow, and Merbinger's hand begins to shine in time with it, which surprises the young magician, and he wonders what the hell is going on. Another seal begins to appear on the young wizard's hand in addition to the ones already on his arm, which means that he has easily managed to do it all. When the seal is fully manifested on his hand, the magician looks at his seals with genuine curiosity, unable to hide his surprise at this. Elric could not have expected that the fourth seal would manifest so soon, and that it would not require fighting the demon himself as before to obtain it. Now the wizard thinks he needs to absorb the Eastern General the same way he absorbed the Queen of the Ice Mountains, and without the true name, it is impossible. The blonde does not know how he will do it, and recalls that if Mephistopheles were here, he would laugh at his naivety because he thinks that everything will be so simple. Rejecting the thought of his demonic companion and his reaction to his plans, the young blonde decides to proceed on his own without the demon's help. The area for planting has been cleared, and now it's time to plant the camellia seed in the prepared fertile soil and complete the task. Elric was about to go ahead and fulfill the main part of the plan when a voice stopped him, warning him of the danger and advising the magician to turn around. Usually death worms exist alone, but in particularly favorable conditions they can multiply and gather in rather large groups of creatures. The number of these freaks in groups can vary from just a few individuals to a dozen or more individuals per square meter. Now Merbinger is on the verge of hysteria and begins to go crazy from the realization that the situation has become more complicated than ever, and he is in complete shit. It was worth waiting for when the blonde began to lose control of himself and started to throw a tantrum because he barely won one heart and there were dozens of them. The poor Duke wonders how the whole tribe of anthropomorphic werewolves managed to build their settlement in such a terrible place. Only his mentors can cope with so many worms, but the good news is that since there are so many of them, the soil in this place is excellent, and that is why he must do everything possible and impossible to fulfill this task, as this is the only way to completely clear the land for the tree. You just need to fight these bastards a couple of times, and then it will become clear what strategy is best to use in the battle against them. Elric thought he was more confident than ever, until he was once again overcome by the bitter disappointment of the pain of failure on his long, difficult journey. This was his 34th attempt to understand how the body of these ugly earthworms works, and he tried everything, but in vain. The mage did his best, but as he expected, killing all the deathworms in a solo turned out to be the most difficult of all his recent tasks. The poor man even found another area to germinate the camellia seed, but unfortunately it did not germinate and was returned back to day zero. The green-eyed man realizes that there is no help for him, and that there is no Mephistopheles or the goddess Camellia to tell him what to do. And knowing the sadistic nature of Otto Merbinger, this sadistic asshole is somewhere watching Elric's torment and enjoying the way the blonde is suffering. But suddenly an unexpected idea came to him, and the realization that he had been fighting like a fool all along, alone, hit him like ice water. According to the rules of this universe, he is not forbidden to ask for help, so now he has to decide who will come to his aid now. Without thinking twice, Elric realizes that he is in the kingdom of anthropomorphic werewolves, and that his distant ancestors from this period will help him. Now he is faced with the task of finding the family of the first Tiger King from this era and becoming their man by asking the ruler for help. In fact, the goddess Camellia returned back to her world to simply rest after such an active experience of adventures in Otto's astral world. While Elric is out there struggling to survive in a world that is completely hostile to him, the goddess Camellia is just sleeping comfortably in her crib. The goddess's peaceful sleep is interrupted by the voice of Otto von Merbinger, who found her sleeping and now calls her a sleepyhead who will do anything to take a nap. It is logical that she did not like being woken up, and most importantly, she asks Otto how he could get here at all, since it is possible to get here with her permission. Full of confidence and lightly teasing the fairy, Otto replies that someone called him here when he was begging for help, but he doesn't remember it. The fairy asks Otto when she could have said that, and Otto asks when she managed to forget everything and teases the fairy as if sclerosis is taking its toll on her head. She reminds him that she used to be the queen of the Winter Palace and now she is spoken to with such disrespect and asks what he wants, and Otto says that she knows. The gray-haired man asks her how she feels because the curse she blocked with her body 40 years ago could not be removed so easily. The goddess Camellia replies that she feels good, and there is no need to worry and she is recovering, but she would not like to repeat this experience. Otto von Merbinger asks the goddess if she wants to see how their lovely hero is doing and opens a demonstration of events from the astral for her. For Elric, it seems that events went a little off track, and now he has run into an ancient enemy in the face of those very Furies, or rather, their gray-haired ancestors. Humans have always been enemies to the Fury, especially the Merbinger who were allies of the anthropomorphic werewolves, and therefore they must want to destroy it. Surprisingly, the sight of Elric running away from certain death scares the fairy and she asks Otto to stop staring and help. Hearing how hysterical the goddess Camellia is because of the imaginary suffering of the handsome Elric Otto, he cannot help but fall into bouts of hysterical laughter. The goddess Camellia begins to lose her temper at this reaction and reproaches Otto for laughing like a horse and should immediately help the blonde. Otto immediately calms the fairy's hysteria and asks her not to scream because Elric knows what the hell he is doing, and now he is the one who is causing complete chaos there. Meanwhile, the idiots of the truck are chasing Elric, driving him around in circles in the forest, not realizing that he is just playing with them like fools. Elric's face clearly shows that he enjoys what he is doing, and he likes the truck's stupid reaction to him, and they have always been barbarians. The number one problem, however, is that the tribe of anthropomorphic werewolves and their king he needs are nowhere to be seen around the perimeter. If you want to complete the task, you need to find the people who were able to build a kingdom 400 years ago in a land full of these worms. It's hard to find the right werewolf in such a large field of black snow, but Elric wouldn't be Elric if he didn't have a trick up his sleeve. In order to find the werewolves he needs, Merbinger uses a secret body-strengthening technique known as the Great Black Tiger Hunt. 400 years later, the ancestors of the Fury cannot believe their eyes when they see with their own eyes a man who knows the art of strengthening the body. The young magician realizes that he is using techniques that belong to the Werewolf King, which may provoke a chase. These will be the last moments of existence for the truck that decided to challenge Elric, and the last time the mountains of the Black Field were so calm. And not for nothing after Elric activates the art of the Tiger King and uses the Black Tiger's hunt to provoke the king's chase. But this explosion was enough to scatter the freaks like House of Cards and show that they were not his enemies, but only flies. Their leader, the wolf, calls Elric a real bastard who has ruined his plans again, and now the whole tribe has a grudge against him and will not be able to forget. Now they can't just let him go, and Elric, standing in a tree, realizes that he has managed to make a splash in 6 settlements and wants results. Blondie now thinks he hasn't done enough to attract the werewolves' attention, so he wonders what else he can do to further his plan. The green-eyed man thinks that he could have visited a couple more settlements for better results, and he is ready to get off the ground to go further into the world. But it wasn't to be, and a voice from behind him ordered Elric to run as fast as he could because he was about to be chased, and it could cost him his life. The tree, cut down with ease, falls, warning the blonde about what could have happened to them if he had not responded to the warning of the mysterious voice. The green-eyed man easily dodged the attack and is now trying to figure out what the hell happened here and what the hell attacked him so unexpectedly. Having dodged the attack, the blonde man realizes that if he hadn't used his natural sense of evil, he would have been lying in the chopped-up tree instead. The mysterious visitor from the forest addresses the blonde man with a calm tone, saying that he is more attentive than he expected to the powerful silhouette in tiger skin. Finally, Elric has found the one he has been looking for so long, and before his eyes stands none other than the legendary first Tiger King of these lands. The legendary creature who united the werewolves on the Black Field and who went down in history as the great king of the North, who made the whole empire tremble. This is none other than the legendary ancestor of the entire royal dynasty of tiger rulers, who went down in history as the legendary lineage of Tiger Kings. The fact that there is someone else who knows the art of body fortification interests this first werewolf king known as King Tiger Yule. Yule wonders who this stranger is, who is so strong that he can immediately use his instincts to smell that he smells like a human. King Yule looks down at Elric and sternly asks him what the hell is going on here, and with his gaze he hints that Elric will not leave here just like that. The frightened furries ask Yule what he is doing here, as they are frightened by his visit, and King Yule scares them to the point of trembling in their knees, and it is obvious. As always, the stern King Yule asks them if they have the courage to believe that he has no right to be here, and hints that it is only his choice. The frightened werewolves retreat, afraid of the king's anger and ready to give up and run away before it's too late and they are finished. Standing behind King Yule and assessing the situation, Elric realizes that not all the werewolf tribes are at the same time now. King Yule has not yet managed to unite them all. So King Yule hasn't had time to unite them all, and he hasn't even reached the 5th level of power yet, but his aura is already so strong and pressing on him. Jules turns to the werewolves who are staring at them, hinting that if they don't want to fight, they can leave and not bother them. Finally, the werewolves curse Yule for deciding to side with the man of their sworn enemy and promise to make him a merry life for it. When these fools finally leave, Jules can't help but be happy that they are finally left alone, and he can have a proper conversation with this guest. The young magician cannot believe that he has just been protected from an attack by a hostile tribe and is happy to think that he was able to pull off such a scam. Smiling slyly, Merbinger cannot help but rejoice that it was not his bright idea to invade the territories of the tribes hostile to King Yule. Elric would like to bow down and thank King Yule for his rescue and introduce himself to him by his true name and the reason for his visit. Before he could speak, Yule's hand grabbed him by the neck with all its strength. What did he expect from King Yule, whose art he had shown him? Putting his hand around Elric's throat, he looks him in the eye, asking how he knows about the art of strengthening the body, which only he knows now. Dangling above the ground and flailing his legs like a pathetic puppet, Elric answers the question breathlessly, saying that he learned it from his mentor. Still holding her mysterious guest by the throat, Jules demands that he give him more information, but Elric is afraid of him and asks to leave. Taking pity on King Jules, he lets go of such an interesting guest, unceremoniously throwing him to the ground and promising to break his neck if he lied. Falling to the ground, Merbinger holds his throat and rejoices that he has escaped the Tiger King's hands alive and is lying at his feet like real garbage. The magician decides to put on a show and pretends to be a refugee from the tyranny of the Empire, and they have fled far away to the free north in search of a better life. Elric enters the character by playing the image of an orphan who lost his parents on the road, and his own unfortunate orphan was saved by a kind werewolf. As the master of the play, the blonde man acts as if his mentor taught him how to defend himself using this technique because he knew only this method. This bravado doesn't work on King Yule, and he asks the werewolf's name to understand what surprises he needs to prepare for now. With tears in his eyes, the magician replies that he does not know his name because his mentor was so traumatized by life that he does not remember his own name. And since the magician did not want to make him relive the trauma, he simply called him a mentor, even in his own subconscious. Yule is not as naive as his young descendant Valence, so he keeps looking into Elric's eyes, trying to read his emotions for sure. Merbinger clearly understands the tiger's intentions, so he does not resist his relentless research into his persona, as it is very important now. The interesting thing is that King Yule, like all werewolves, has enhanced senses and is able to sense lies at the cellular level. But getting around this will not be a big problem if you know how to control the blood circulation inside your body and control the rhythm of your own heartbeat. A calm smile and a nod of the head from the Tiger King hint that he believes the words of the young man who has come to their land. Yule calls them brothers, as two people can be brothers if they practice spiritual art together, which is something that Elric is happy about at the moment. This means only one thing. He has been recognized, and now he and the Tiger King have found a free language and everything will go as he planned. Putting his hand on the blonde man's shoulder, the Tiger King asks his new foster brother if he has anyone here, and if he knows where he will spend the night. It is obvious that Elric has no place to sleep, and now the responsibility for the young man lies entirely on the shoulders of the king of the tribe of anthropomorphic werewolves. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the real world, and the voice belonged to none other than the goddess Camellia herself, who did see the situation. Camellia hints that there are no normal people among the Merbingers because they all have their own pretensions, and the magician asks the goddess if the king will see her. The goddess reassures the magician by saying that she has cast a spell of invisibility that will not allow Yulia to feel her presence near her, so everything will be fine. She decides to get to the point and asks what her ward's plan is, and whether he really thinks that Yule will take him for a fellow werewolf. The magician replies that this is unlikely to happen to him, but that Yule will keep him with her as a valuable resource, and the fairy asks if he is sure of this. Elric replies that he is more than sure because now the werewolf tribes are in a fierce struggle with each other and a strong ally will come in handy. Meanwhile, the king and his new foster brother arrive at a primitive werewolf settlement where all the tribesmen joyfully greet their leader. The fairy realizes that now is the height of the tyranny of the empire, and werewolves do not like people the most, and wonders if others will agree with the king. She was completely right when one of the tribesmen froze in disgust at the sight of Elric. The very sight of Merbinger provokes a sense of trauma in the werewolves, and they scream that he is a murderer and why he was brought here. But the leader quickly breaks up the show by saying that Elric is their brother and must not be touched in any way as this person is important to him. The leader's words could not but provoke aggression from one of the werewolves, who cannot consider a human as an ally, let alone the king's adopted brother. The unwavering Yule asks all his wards to calm down and to convene the entire tribe here as soon as possible for a so-called vetch to discuss the situation. At this time, the tyranny of the Continental Empire was widespread and shadows the werewolves, so their burning hatred of humans is not unfounded. But now, Elric realizes that his plan may fail, and he will fly like plywood over Paris if he does not convince the werewolves that he is an ally. But suddenly, the werewolves who had hated him as a murderer and executioner a second ago embrace him and fall at his feet in tears as if he were a god. For some unknown reason, the magician is called a teacher who left them, and they say that the one who accompanied him is a real lucky person to hold the magician's hands. The blonde man turns his green eyes to the Tiger King, realizing that he is the one who did it, and that he had better play along without frills. The human visitor does not understand what kind of nonsense these strange werewolves are talking about, and why the hell he has gone from being an enemy to the entire tribe to an idol of worship. Indeed, just a minute ago, the tribe was ready to tear him apart like a piece of meat, and now their mood has changed to one of surprisingly goodwill and loyalty. It is clear that it is not about anyone else, but about King Yuli himself and his infinite authority in the tribe, since they will not go against his word. A regular meeting of the tribe of anthropomorphic werewolves, where Yule is the prince, and now, with his fist, he makes everyone shut up and listen. Now he is a kind of preacher, who brings to the illiterate masses of his tribe the teachings of the now-deceased teacher who was supposed to teach Elric according to his legends. Yule quotes his mentor and calls the tribes of humans and werewolves inferior warring idiots, but hints that his mentor was happy to teach the mage. Theatrically holding his hand up, Yule imitates an old teacher in his last breath and acts out a farewell with a promise to meet them in the next life. Before theatrically collapsing, Jules rhetorically speaks quietly to her imaginary student Elric to add more drama to the situation. Even Elric would envy such artistry, and the werewolves shed tears for the poor student who was left alone in this cruel world without a teacher. But still, the blonde thinks it's an exaggeration because he definitely didn't say that, and Jules asks him to play along because these stupid subjects will believe anything. Determined not to play with fire, Merbinger decides to play as the king asks and portrays himself as a kindly orphan with a mission as a messiah in these lands. Everything is going according to plan so far, and Elric looks up at Yulia to smile because his plan is working perfectly and they are on the right track. But in every barrel of honey there is a spoonful of fly in the ointment. Some of the werewolves are against having a representative from the human world among them. The wolf tribe is somewhat cynical about such passionate speeches because they believe that the words of people cannot be trusted at face value, and Elric's words are not trusted either. There is a not-so-pleasant pause between the wolves Elric and Jules, which does not mean anything good for either side, But we should not expect everything to be smooth sailing. The fairy explains that this is a tribe of black wolves who are the faithful guard dogs of the Tiger King, and the blonde immediately realized that the wolves are the ancestors of Chancellor Norris. But Yule is not going to let the wolf's disobedience go unchallenged and asks if the wolf named Ralph has the courage to argue with his orders. Irritated but humiliated, Ralph replies that he did not intend to do this, but he still has something to say, and the brown wolf is not going to be silent. He says that under no circumstances is he going to accept a representative of the lowest of all races of beings on Earth into their clan. But this is too much. This is something Jules is not going to forgive him for. So the angry king forces Ralph to recall their code of honesty and quote their principles. As it turned out, it was very easy to bring such a benevolent and bright king as Jules to hell's wrath if you violated his principles and went against the rules. Ralph felt ashamed of himself, and the principles are that they are all abandoned and equal to each other, regardless of their race and length of family tree. The angry Jules reminds him that if Ralph had the courage to forget or ignore these rules, he will easily break his neck as a traitor to the people. This fear therapy has worked on them, and the wolves now look more like beaten puppies who have been scolded for puddling on their owner's best carpet. The blonde decides not to waste time and reminds him that uniting all werewolves regardless of their race is the goal of the anthropomorphic, which surprises King Yule. The magician replies that he really knows a lot about them because he has learned a lot during his long travels in these snowy fields and has had a lot of time to think. Blondin says that although many tribes are skeptical of their doctrines, most are slowly beginning to adopt their point of view. The blonde pretends that he was rejected by humans and his werewolf mentor accepted him, and now they have made him a brother. And this can be seen as a progress in the effectiveness of the Tiger King's views and his regime. Camellia can't help but recognize Merbinger's typical craftsmanship, but he has to prove everything in practice. So he asks to be given a chance to show in practice that he has the right to become a full-fledged part of their community. Looking at Ralph, he hinted that the hierarchy of werewolves is built on their power, which somewhat confused Ralph, who did not understand what he was getting at. The magician offers to join the battle, and if he wins, he will become a full member of the pack, and if he loses, he will leave the lands of werewolves in shame forever. His frankness provokes the anger of Ralph, who does not understand how a man has the courage to challenge him, a warrior of the great Black Wolf clan. The magician, in turn, asks why the hell he is screaming like crazy and continues to provoke the Black Wolf to fight. The blonde does not look for easy ways and calls Ralph a coward, who can only boast of his strength in words but in practice runs away with his tail between his legs. Ralph calls Elric an insolent mutt, and the fact that a wolf calls a man a mutt is comical, so the wizard laughs in a hysterical fit of cackling. The impulsive Ralph threatens Elric with the most brutal punishment and is ready to rush into battle right now as he is overwhelmed by primal rage against the enemy. Not letting his opponent feel superior to him, Elric asks if he really thinks he can defeat him so easily and realize his plans. The fight would have already started without rules if Yule hadn't intervened in the middle of the fight, and I, the king, had the right to give them both a magic caning for that. The king's strength was enough to scatter the two like lousy kittens, which was impressive because such power can only belong to a true king. Before the duel, King Yule wants to ask them only one question that will determine the whole course of the battle and believes that the two should think about it. The king asks whether the two young men will accept the results of the battle if they know that nothing less than their precious lives and their honor are at stake. Ralph smugly declares that he will be ready to accept this man into the ranks of their tribe, provided that he defeats him in a fair fight against a friend. In turn, Elric accepts the terms and swears on the honor of his teacher that he will accept the results of the fight regardless of whether he emerges victorious. No matter how much Tiger King Yule would like to resolve the conflict without unnecessary bloodshed, the decision of the participants on both sides is the law, and he accepts it. As soon as the king gives them the signal to start the battle, Ralph transforms into an animal form and is about to attack Elric in front of him. Without restraining himself, Ralph jumps forward, promising to tear the magician he hates into ribbons of flesh, and Yulia's words about race equality fly out of his head. In turn, Merbinger realizes that sooner or later the legend he has invented will be revealed, so his plan is to show his full potential to King Jewel. The Black Wolf is not going to give him a break and attacks him from the air like a wild animal, keeping his promise to turn the magician into a pile of meat. Blondie realizes that the duel and winning it will be the best way to show the Werewolf King his affection and the strength of his body and spirit. Two opposing warring parties converge in battle. On one side is a wild, uncontrollable wolf from an ancient tribe driven only by its own emotions. On the other hand, Elric, a representative of the human race with a developed intellect and a properly constructed battle strategy, is a developed Elric. A wedge is knocked out with a wedge, and known for his body-strengthening techniques, Merbinger hits the wolf with one of the secret techniques known as the predatory tiger's appearance. The magician's first strike was successful and on target because he was able to immediately hit the impudent Ralph and extinguish his excessive dust and throw him off balance. The blonde teases the wolf with his words, as if he had knocked all the excitement out of him with the first blow, and he no longer has the strength or desire to continue. Ralph refuses to believe what is happening to him when the magician's fist catches him and he is thrown straight into the ditch by a tiger punch. Other members of the tribe refuse to believe that the strongest warrior was beaten like a lousy puppy and are even more surprised by a man with the strength of a body. Even the other members of Ralph's tribe felt sick, and it was even painful to look at their fellow man after he was so cruelly brought to his knees. For Ralph himself, this was a terrible blow, and the wolf, full of primal anger, kneels ashamed and the fight ended earlier than expected. King Yule was about to emphasize that the battle was over and that this was enough to make Elric a full member of the tribe, but something went wrong. Unable to bear the fact that he has been defeated by a human, Ralph begins to be savage from the realization of his own insignificance in front of all the members of the tribe. Having lost the remnants of his already weak self-control, the Black Wolf begins to fall into berserker mode, losing the remnants of his weak adequacy now. Mirbinger smells something fried when he sees this, because the berserker mode of an angry werewolf means that he has lost all human emotions. It's dangerous to fight such a beast one-on-one, so now Ralph is just an aggressive creature that will tear him to pieces without a second thought. Therefore, the best solution at this point is to use something that werewolves will never have, the magic of the seal and the ice magic of his mana. Therefore, the blonde confidently uses ice magic against him as always to freeze and demobilize such a strong, aggressive enemy. Ralph, hot from such a terrible release of power, is quickly stopped in midair by a refreshing blast of cold, icy air and freezes. Like a beaten dog, the Black Wolf falls on his back, having been frozen by Mirbinger's icy attacks and now lying on the ground with his legs covered. Elric's ice attack was not simple, and his main goal is to freeze and calm the out-of-control wolf without taking his life. Having frozen the werewolf in place, Elric begins to wrap the Black Wolf's body with cold ice chains, and the wolf cannot help but resist. Concentrating all the magic in one hand and focusing on successfully kicking the shit out of Ralph with a sharp and excellent strategy, he punches him in the face. The young wizard easily throws the unconscious werewolf away and calmly tells Ralph that he needs to rest. Now the werewolves can't believe what they see in front of them, and that this man they called their brother is a magician, and they think they have been deceived. The magician realizes that this was his only chance to incapacitate the enemy without taking his life, and now he worries about what will happen to him afterwards. The blonde realizes that he could not hide it from the king for long, and sooner or later the others would have guessed it, and he would have told them anyway. Frightened, he looks at his rescuer and wonders what legend he should invent to save his skin from the expected punishment. But he started laughing and began to praise Elric for having both magic and the art of strengthening the body, and being more interesting than he thought. No fiction is required, but the magician justifies that he only wanted to use the art of strengthening the body for honesty, but says that he did not mean to harm. Yule replies that no matter what technique the young man used and whether his path was easy or not, the stronger always wins on the battlefield and everything is fine. Now that the magician has confirmed his status as the strongest warrior in the tribe, King Yule asks his human brother what his name is. The magician replies that his name is Elric, and now Yule asks that according to the duel, Elric should be recognized as a member of the tribe and asks if all the werewolves agree. This time, everyone agrees that Elric is now a member of this tribe and is finally accepted as one of their own, which means that the plan is going well. King Yule raises his fist in victory, chanting that now their large tribe has a new family member with the power of magic. When Yule proclaimed Elric as a member of their big family, the whole tribe began to chant his name and rejoice because now they had someone strong with them. But of course, there will always be those who do not like the fact that among them there will be a person whom they did not want to see in their ranks, and these creatures are a tribe of wolves. Suddenly, the tablet behind the blonde man's sinus begins to shine with a golden warm light, and he feels the warmth of the tablet, which necessarily means that there is progress. Pulling the tablet out of his pocket, the magician sees that it shines with bright light and now realizes that he has moved on, and another restriction has been removed from him. The true name of the demon is revealed. The plain is colored black, the winds are sharp and merciless as a razor's edge, tormenting the trees and the barren lands of the plains. And the true name of the seal that has the sharpest of the winds of the entire northern continent, cruel, cold, and unfriendly, is called the North Wind. It is a rare seal equal in power to the seal of the Queen of the Ice Mountain, but he cannot use it because he does not know how to use it. As if on cue, the goddess Camellia, who could tell him everything, has disappeared, and he guesses that she just wants him to learn how to use the seal himself. But there is nowhere to run, and he must do everything to fulfill the second task given to him by his ancestors and fulfill the mission entrusted to him to end the winter. Meanwhile, The entire werewolf tribe gathers for a council, and they patiently wait for their friend Elric to appear for the real initiation. Yule gives the magician the signal to come in and he enters, dressed in the skins and clothes of the tribe, and looks like his own except for the absence of ears and tail. Happy to see a new human face among the familiar ones, Yule officially introduces Elric and appoints him as one of the soldiers of the Royal Guard. Hand on heart, the blonde accepts this as a great honor and accepts his new position with joy and a sense of commitment and loyalty. Yule congratulates him once again, saying that the mage is in a great mood, and to celebrate his new position, he gives Elric his first major task. Jewel asks Merbinger, who uses the knowledge he gained while wandering the snowy black fields, to find a suitable place to build a kingdom. The magician accepts the task without further ado and, with a fist to his heart and a serious face, accepts the mission imposed on him by his new friend the king. But deep down, the blonde can't help but smile and rejoice because now the Tiger King's plans have intersected with his own missions on the mission. Putting on an air of mystery, the young Merbinger begins to talk about a place he came across during his travels that caught his attention. The magician says that the place is surrounded by mountain ranges and hills for defense, and there is a water source nearby, and the cursed place is smaller, and the land there is better. But there is one problem there, and both men declare in unison that the land is full of the same bloodthirsty worms of death as the problem. The magician also considers this place to be the best place to build a kingdom, and although it is full of monsters, he has never known a better and more fertile land. Now King Yule is faced with the difficult task of deciding what they must do to clean up the land because they cannot leave it. But he did not think for long, and the bright head of the king finally came up with an idea that he thought would solve all these problems, and he was ready to entrust it to the magician. The bewildered Elric did not understand at first what the king wanted from him, but by his mysterious smile, he begins to guess what is wanted from him. To be honest, the prospect of looking for a solution to the problem side by side with the demented, aggressive black wolves is not pleasant, but they do not go against orders. The wizard realizes that their character is not really candy, but they are the best warriors of the entire black wolf tribe who serve the king faithfully. He understands why they are coming with him, even though they dislike each other, and the king has definitely given a test to both sides to reconcile the enemies. Jor, as the third captain of the Royal Guard, reminds us that worms hunt in groups, so the task is complex and serious and requires coordinated work. Ralph holds a grudge against the magician for defeating him and hints that if it weren't for one annoying, talkative person, they wouldn't be here now. The other werewolves pick up on the note and begin to mock the magician's ideas, as if the land with worms is not worthy and he is just trying to get Yule's attention. The blonde rightly thinks that this Ralph and his henchmen take on too much of their animosity, and the jokes look a bit pathetic to him. Ralph gathers up his courage and starts bragging about how people with their crazy ideas are always and always will be miserable, and that's why Elric is such a fool. The music didn't last long, and Ralph didn't sing for long, when the captain's heavy fist flew into his face and quickly set the rivet that Ralph had lost. Ralph was brave until he received a well-deserved flogging and found himself on the ground, lying on his shoulder blades and looking at Jorah with fear. Angry, Jor reminds the wolf that he is again mixing work and personal problems and dislike, and if he does it again, he will rip his head off. The seriously frightened werewolves look at the captain with their eyes stretched out in a thread and swear allegiance to the captain and that this will not happen again. The magician realizes that King Yule has put wolves next to them because he trusts Jor to solve any internal problems within the army. The blonde thanks Yoru for his help by giving him an oath and placing his hand over his heart and politely bowing his head as a sign of his highest regard for the captain. But Jor doesn't pay attention to his gesture of respect and turns his head to the side as if he has done nothing special and does this kind of thing all the time. The Duke thinks that he is just doing what he has to do because it is his duty, imposed on him by the responsibility of the king, and the magician likes it. The magician says that the worms will not crawl to the surface as soon as they sense danger, so he asks Jorah if he knows how to lure them out, and he says he does. But this takes time, and it requires a demonic plant known as the Flower of Death, and the worms are sensitive to the scent, and they have to get the flower. The mage does not let Yoru finish his sentence and immediately bursts into waves of laughter, which puzzles the captain, who does not understand why he is laughing. But the blonde man immediately stops talking and asks him to continue the story and wants to hear what the captain has to say about the demonic inflorescences. Thanks to this inflorescence of its aroma, they will be able to lure worms to the surface of the earth, but these flowers are rare and will not be easy to find. Smiling happily, Elric tells Jor that there is no reason for the werewolves to worry, and declares that he has already found the flowers and the task is done. Jurg likes Elric's confidence, but these flowers are capricious about where they bloom, and it is difficult not only to find them but also to pick and collect them. He would have stood there calmly and thought about how safe this new member of the guard was, just like any other person. But something happened that shocked him. The fact is that Elric did find the flowers as promised and plucks them in bunches, claiming to have hit the jackpot by finding a whole field of these fragrant flowers. The wizard turns to the werewolves to check what they are doing and sees that the men are standing there like bewildered fools with baskets full of red flowers. Looking at these bewildered idiots with baskets, Elric sternly tells them to hurry up and start picking flowers instead of catching wolves in the air. The magician can't help but rejoice because he hasn't noticed how the werewolves from the Black Wolf clan have begun to obey him and follow his orders without any problems. He had seen many such flowers during his travels with his mentor, and so he had encountered many flowers in the maze of blue fog. He can find it even with his eyes closed, and even more so, with the help of the seal, he can absorb this very demonic energy and thus achieve the unimaginable. Absorbing the energy of demonic flowers will be an easy way for Merbinger to level up his current seal of the General of the Fierce Cold. Feeling like a slave owner on the plantation, Elric begins to control the werewolves as slaves, ordering them to speed up the harvesting of herbs and calling them dogs. This could not but irritate the werewolves, who immediately complain to the captain that Elric calls them such names, expecting him to do something about it. But it's no use because they only get a magic caning from Jorah, and Ralph gets it because they are really dogs and have to do everything Elric tells them to do. You can see that Ralph, with his aggressive temper, is constantly bothering Jorah and getting a caning for it, so now this aggressor is sitting on the ground crying. Noticing Elric's gaze, Captain Jorah turns to face him and smiles affectionately, nodding his head as Elric has done a good job. King Yule can't help but be delighted at the large number of flowers they have gathered in such a short period of time and realizes that it is all thanks to the magician. Bel praises his men for collecting so many herbs in such a short period of time, and Elric adds that he could not have done it without the regiment's help. But the condition of the wolves shows that they were driven to madness, so they lie under a tree, barely alive, unable to catch their breath after the work. On this note, Jules emphasizes that enough talk is enough and calls on everyone to start the next phase of the plan and put their improvised bait into action. Not a word more, and at the same second, lit torches flew towards the flammable boxes of raw materials that would serve as bait for the worm. The Big Bang was not long in coming, and the fire immediately engulfed the flammable boxes of essential oil flowers, which was to be expected. King Yule can't help but be pleased when he sees the bait burning, but he must leave the place immediately before the worms come out. We talk about the wolf and how, on schedule, a large crowd of black bastards come out of the ground and a large crowd of these disgusting worm-like deadly bastards. Yule, seeing that the enemy forces have emerged from the ground, orders his guard to immediately attack the breach on the deathworms and destroy them all. But something went wrong when he was suddenly called because something terrible happened that was not part of their plan, and Jules thinks it's all just a bit of nonsense. The problem turned out to be no trifle, as the idiots who had so frightened the king's army were their old enemies, namely the barbaric Fury tribes. Puzzled, Yule asks what the hell is going on and is told that they felt that the werewolves were going to hunt and so decided to ambush them. King Yule is annoyed that the worthless barbarian Furies have resorted to such low tricks and attacks them with rat tactics and backstabbing. As if they didn't have enough deadly worms to make them happy, the cursed barbarian tribes of evil Furies are added to the whole pile of problems. A stout figure of a huge, monstrous rhinoceros is approaching them, most likely the leader of the entire army of enemy tribes of aggressors. This huge rhinoceros is none other than Nevod, the second general of the barbarian Fury tribes, who is going to boost the morale of his loyal warriors. Nevod orders his soldiers to take the life of the Tiger King Yule and to destroy the entire civilization of anthropomorphic werewolves and erase the culture. Trouble never comes alone, and to the dozens of deadly worms is added an army of stinking wild barbarian tribes of furries that pose a threat. At the same time, King Yule wastes no time in fighting the worms, doing his best to wipe the bastards out and build a new city. As it was worth waiting for, King Yule fights in full force, instilling fear in anyone who looks in his direction with his fighting spirit. Nevod can't help but notice how strong the Tiger King is, and this was to be expected, but they were not a slip-up and had been preparing for this moment as well. For a long time, they have been collecting objects of human martial skill, magical artifacts, against which they cannot resist, because worms together with them are certain death. Nevod declares that he will be able to throw all existing werewolves under his feet, and even more so, he will become the sole king of all werewolves. But his imperial dreams were interrupted by an unexpected pungent odor, as if poisonous gas was filling his lungs and beginning to burn them to the ground with napalm. The panicked Nevod smells the distinct aroma of demonic blood-red flowers of death in the air, which will draw attention to them at any moment. With a wave of the magic wand, all the poisonous smoke from the werewolves begins to blow in their direction, and the whole worms rush at them in a mindless crowd. At the same time, the anthropomorphic werewolves are seeing a significant improvement in the situation on the front line, as some of the monsters were transported by truck. King Yule is happy to see how quickly they managed to kill the worms, and can't help but praise the clever strategy of using magic to redirect the smell of flowers. Jules cannot help but rejoice that, as a result of the excellent strategy, the worms will kill each other and thus free their shoulders from the burden. Yule can't help but praise Elric's intelligence and says that he has implemented an extremely well thought out strategy, and the mage says that it is an eye for an eye and an ambush for an ambush. Not without a bit of pride in herself, Yule says that all great minds always think alike, as you praise a friend and stay in the black. And now, it's time for them to collect their well-deserved trophies from the battlefield as absolute winners, as leaders who have the legal right to do so. But it's too early to shout hooray when the enemy is breathing down your neck, and now the survivors are trying to gather the remains of their army. Seeing the one who came here before them, one of the dogheads begins to whine in panic as he sees the very strong Tiger King. But the surprises did not end there, and immediately after the discovery of this dog-headed man, a loud blast wave follows, demolishing part of the mountains. And the cause of all the noise and special effects arrived, and it was none other than King Yule, and not just one, but with Elric for company. Navad doesn't need much, and when he sees the familiar tiger suit and fighting stance in front of him, he begins to fall into a frenzy of anger over the loss of his army. Navad calls Yule a miserable coward, either for such a cunningly planned ambush of worms on them, or for the fact that he now has a human as an ally. The reasons are known only to Navad himself, but the fact that he is eager to fight is unchanged, and it seems that King Yule is just standing there waiting to die. But suddenly, the king, who had been standing with his back to the enemy all along, orders the wagoners to be captured, and those who resist simply killed on the spot. The king's loyal guard does not hesitate to move forward. Having taken the order, Yulia moves forward in full combat readiness to destroy her enemy. The tribe of the Black Wolf is in the forefront, as one would expect from the king's loyal soldiers. Their aggression and indomitable tactics are indispensable on the battlefield. The ferocious dogheads of the furry side are not far behind, and they are ready to go forward with a battering ram and not retreat. A real bloody battle begins between two ancient enemies, the Fury tribe and the werewolves themselves, and both sides will not give up. But the werewolves have something in their ranks that the furries do not, and it is none other than Elric Merbinger, a human brother with the art of body armor. The monstrous strength that Elric sees in front of him in the performance of the king is the same legendary art of strengthening the body of the Tiger King in the original. The magician smugly notices that watching the king, he sees his own mistakes and knows where and what moments in the battle he must now correct for himself. Ralph has found himself in his native element of combat and is ready to tear apart a truck like the best warrior from the Tiger King's guard. Even Merbinger, who has a lot of animosity towards Ralph, cannot admit that this alpha wolf is quite strong and a good warrior when he is in battle. This can be seen in the pile of bodies that were run over by the truck, now stacked on top of each other because there is no one like Ralph. But heroism is no armor against fatigue and injury, and Ralph suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck that knocked the wolf out of action right in the middle of the battle. The wounded Ralph begins to lose control of his body and instantly collapses, falling to the ground after being sharply wounded in the neck. Something strange and similar to a dark seal begins to conquer the body of the unfortunate Ralph, and he breaks out in a cold sweat that unpleasantly drenches his body in the heat. Despite his dislike for Ralph, Merbinger is still concerned about his partner's condition and asks about the dog's condition in his typical manner. The wolf was about to respond to Elric's slight teasing, but he became weak due to unknown processes in his body and began to fall down. As expected, Ralph faints from the fact that he just fainted from such a sharp curse and some strange seal grayed on him. Seeing that it was just a simple wound from a poisoned arrow, Elric does what he has to do and removes the remnants of the curse from the body of the wounded wolf Ralph. The werewolf's condition is improving a bit, and finally at least the poisoning has disappeared from his flesh, and now he is just weak from overexertion and a wound in the neck. The loyal comrades immediately run to Ralph, but they are reassured that he has simply fainted, and the wizard asks them to take him back to the camp. Blondie orders the wolves to just give Ralph a chance to rest, and when they take the wounded man away, he just looks after them to control the situation. King Yule reports to Elric that they are finally done with everything, and the wizard asks him to move on to the next part of the plan before the rest of the Fury arrive. But first, King Yule just wants to thank Elric for saving Ralph, even though they have been fighting with each other all along. The entire tribe of anthropomorphic werewolves honors Elric as a savior and wholeheartedly recognizes him as a true member of their large pack. Let's not lie and admit the fact that the blonde is happy with his work and how well he pulled it off and became an ally of the first King Yule. Part of the Fury tribe was captured alive and is now being taken under escort to the camp of anthropomorphic werewolves as a pledge for negotiations. Watching the story unfold, Elric is still delighted with how well he pulled off the whole plan with the truck and the flowers. Watching him, even the goddess of camellias herself could not praise how Elric was able to come into his own among werewolves in a couple of days, and it was amazing. The magician says that she was there all the time and decided to intervene only now, and she replies that she knew he would be able to handle it and that she would be of no use. The blonde man just nodded his head and said that he understood her, and he knew everything and just walked away, hinting that it was time for him to feed on energy. Absorbing demonic energy to grow his seal of the north wind, the blonde cannot help but notice that there is much more demonic power here. The dark satanic energy here was more than enough to immediately pump up his seal of the north wind to 4 stars at once. The magician looks at the demon and smiles because he has finally gotten drunk and is now pumped up and will give him more power to use in battles. Now Elric asks his demonic assistant if he's had enough of his energy and is glad that at least he doesn't have to clear the area to work. And now that there are no more monsters in the land Elric has cleared, he will finally be able to plant a tree seed in it, and nothing will interfere with him further. Analyzing his tablets, Merbinger comes to the realization that since it did not catch fire, at least the task was done correctly, and he did not fail. Suddenly, something interesting caught the eye of Elric's green eyes, and now he has to check it out with his own eyes. But so far, everything seems to be fine. Elric's gaze, as it turns out, captured the sprout of a camellia tree that did break out of the soil with a bright green sprout, and this is a positive change. The blonde now realizes that at least he has succeeded, and the cold, icy glint of the tablet informs Elric that he has pulled it off. The seal of the north wind also shone on his hand, and the tablet announced the removal of the third limitation, which was called the understanding of desire. Elric sees a magnificent ice palace in the middle of a snowy wasteland, which he mistakes for a temple of flowers and decides to go there on his own. The young duke enters the palace and looks around to see who might have been in this temple at the time of the reign of the first of the Tiger Kings. The eyes of the young heir to the Merbinger family see a tall, beautiful figure of a woman on the throne in the ice palace, whom he first mistakes for the goddess Camellia. But the dark energy around the woman emphasizes that she is none other than a demon queen with snowy white hair and blood-red eyes. It came as a shock to the young magician that some 400 years ago, the so-called goddess of camellias, a light being, was such a cold queen of demons. And having felt the level of her dark energy, Merbinger realized that she was a rather strong demoness with a dark aura. The demon queen looks down on this one from her throne as if he were nothing better than a piece of shit who dared to enter her holy of holies in her palace. The fact that both the deity of camellias and the demon king can exist at the same time does not fit in his head at all, and this raises new questions. The monstrous power of this ice queen with the seal of the wind cannot but stun Elric, but the sharp voice of the goddess of camellias pulls him out of his thoughts. The goddess asks him if he is okay, what happened so suddenly, because he had suddenly stopped talking during their previous conversation about the task. The blonde man asks about the wind seal he felt during the vision and mentions the wind seal and now intends to talk to her about it. The magician asks the question of whether the wind seal once belonged to the goddess Camellia and wants to understand how the existence of 2 versions of the goddesses is possible. The goddess realizes that her secret will be revealed, and the golden-eyed fairy tries to jump off the topic, asking where he got this theory from. The blonde replies that he had a vision where he saw the goddess of camellias herself, and the golden-eyed woman asks him to provide more information. The Duke of the Shining Star says that he saw her alone in a large cold ice castle, and in his eyes she looked lonely and very bored. And the energy it radiated, the young green-eyed wizard's seal identified it as the familiar energy of the seal of the General of the North Wind's Frost. There is nowhere to run, and the goddess of camellias, with sadness in her eyes, finally admits that this has become a forgotten story that has sunk into the distant forgotten gray past. The Duke asks whether the cold that spread throughout the Black Field was caused by the goddess of camellias herself and receives a favorable answer. Camellia hints that all the events of the past no longer have anything to do with her because now she is the goddess Camellia and not the queen of demons. Rightly, the magician comes to the conclusion that the task was still a cover to cleanse the karma and past of the goddess Camellia and change the future. With a slight wave of her fist, the goddess exhales, spreading a light floral energy that gives off warmth, and replies that she does not know for sure. According to her, all she can do for Elric now is to help him with advice on the process of forgiving the camellia tree so that everything goes right. The goddess Camellia hints that the Duke of the Shining Star's duty under the guise of a warrior is only to follow Otto Merbinger's instructions and continue to do so. Just as Otto had bequeathed him at the beginning of the trial, the blonde man's karmic duty is to absorb the energy and seal of the North Wind General everywhere. The general is the main mistake of the goddess of Camellia's past, and something she wants to forget so badly, but it reminds her of itself with devastating attacks on all life. The young Merbinger realizes that in order to grow this tree, he has to gather all the coldness of the environment and subdue it. The goddess Camellia instructs us to always be careful on our way, hinting at the danger of the general Stusha as the most important of all obstacles. In the meantime, the original kingdom of anthropomorphic werewolves had already been built, as King Yule and all the animal people with him wanted. This also means that the camellia tree also had to take root and sprout, anchoring itself in the ground, and finally bloom because the task was completed. It was already the 91st day since the test began, which meant that soon the whole test would come to an end and the camellia flowers would bloom. The pleasant, silent admiration of the magnolia blossoms is interrupted by the unexpected call of Ralph, who came with orders from the leader who is now looking for Elric. The blonde knows what this means and why King Yule is looking for him, and it can only mean one thing, and there will be more problems ahead. The tranquility of the blue mountains of the kingdom of anthropomorphic werewolves and the calm landscape of dark black and blue mountains seem unshakable at first glance. But who knows that behind them, like an old bucket, Elric is flying, trained by the leader himself, teaching him his martial art as a pioneer of philosophy. Sitting on the ground like a beaten puppy, Merbinger, who is losing to the king's forces, asks how anyone can mock someone and is clearly in pain. Yule laughs and says that he asked him to teach him in exchange for help, and as a king, he has to keep his promises with dignity. The magician thinks that he just wanted to practice the art of strengthening the king's body, and here he is being beaten like a dog so cruelly and ungodly. Yule looks at Elric smilingly and declares that he is his spiritual brother and has no right or opportunity to give up halfway through. The blonde admits that the king is right and that training with King Yule develops his strength, and he is definitely not suffering from delirium but is training. Now it's time for King Yule and Elric to practice one of his signature moves, called the appearance of a ferocious tiger on the battlefield, and it's a joy. However, Yule's keen hearing picked up some strange vibrations of sound waves in the air, which could not but alert the king who was responsible for everyone. The king asks Elric to wait with the training and says that the training should be postponed until later, and the green-eyed fellow asks him what happened here. Yule did not have time to answer the question and disappeared from the battlefield, leaving Elric standing behind and wondering how everything had changed so abruptly in the plans. Next, attention is focused on the royal palace of the anthropomorphic and the main gate of the kingdom because something extraordinary has happened in the city. Injured refugees from different tribes and races of anthropomorphic werewolves enter the city in large numbers, seeking refuge within the walls of the palace. King Yule and Elric watch as people flock to the city in droves, and in principle it is good that the population is growing, but people are wounded. The magician asks the goddess Camellia whether all the wounded and destitute people are victims of General Stuja and receives a favorable answer, and at this time, he is already known. Shining Star can't remember a time when the general of the jelly was so strong, and the goddess explains to him that he has weakened, but now the jelly is at its peak. At one time, King Yule was able to control the chaos that was growing among the population, but the problem is that he was completely powerless against the general. Yule orders Ralph to gather all the tribal leaders in his tent to hold another assembly with the so-called members of the tribal princely elite. Before he goes to the council, Yule asks Elric to put on his battle uniform and appear in his tent with all the other chiefs. No sooner had they built the city than another problem came along and fell on their heads, and Merbinger had no choice but to go into the tent with them. He was about to follow Yule and the others when he was called from behind by the painfully familiar, rough voice of Ralph, who had stopped to talk to the blonde. The magician asks what Ralph wanted when he hands him the bottle, pretending to do so because he was forced to, and simply tells Elric to take it for himself. The blonde asks Ralph what it is, and he rudely pokes the bottle into the magician's chest and tells him to take it, and that it's just junk from his luggage and it doesn't matter. Ralph says that the wizard can throw it away, but still says that it is a rare medicine of high value in small quantities and only the Black Wolf tribe can have it. The Black Wolf walked away from him, leaving Elric with the precious bottle in his hands on the wall of the palace to continue trying to understand what had happened. The goddess Camellia hints that Ralph gave him this seemingly useless, valuable item for a reason, and calls Ralph a rather nice young werewolf. The Duke of Shining Star can't help but admit that coming from someone so hostile to Elric Ralph, it was a really nice gesture and it was definitely a thank you. Meanwhile, the tent of the Tiger King is filled with the leaders of all the tribes, and the atmosphere is generally harsh and depressed among all the participants in the negotiations. The leaders complain that their tribes have suffered greatly and their ancestors shed blood for this land, and now everything has been destroyed by this misfortune. At the moment when the unfortunate werewolves were crying over their fallen relatives in the tent, Elric appeared in a combat uniform, as he always did. As ever, the harsh King Yule asks Elric for help, and the question is whether it is all about the disaster that has frightened these refugees so much. The Duke of the Shining Star declares that they intend to find this general of the icy cold, and King Yule asks his brother to light the way with his magic. The tribal leaders are looking at him in tension and some anxiety, as the fate of the entire population depends on his decision, and they are waiting for an answer. The eyes of the unfortunate leaders, who, out of their own helplessness, must now depend on his human magician for mercy, look at the young magician from all corners. King Yule knows that the magician will not refuse them in any case, and he knows about the magical potential of his adopted brother like no other and is now waiting for an answer. For Mirbinger, it is clear that Otto's plan cannot be fulfilled without his participation, and he is ready to go ahead of the entire army and light their way. Upon hearing the favorable answer, King Yule beamed, and slamming his hands on the table, stood up abruptly and was ready to give orders to the leaders with a fighting spirit. The leaders were ordered to gather all the elite from their tribes and form regiments of the best, and they were ordered to gather tomorrow. It is clear that there was no other outcome of the negotiations for the leaders, and having received the young Mirbinger's consent, they are now ready to attack their enemies. And having gathered in one strong company, they leave the tent together to immediately convey the information to their tribes and gather their army. The young wizard can't help but be excited about the well-coordinated teamwork in the werewolf tribe and how it facilitates his plans for Otto's task. Also, the fact that he found the first Tiger King, Yule, and he became a key element in his plan to germinate the seed is part of Otto's plan. At dawn, a regiment of elite members of each werewolf clan was assembled, and now an army of the best of all the kingdom's inhabitants is on a mission. And their joint battle against General Stuja is also part of Otto's cunning plan. And with the first part behind them, it's now time for the second stage. In the conditions of eternal darkness and frozen ground, the Tiger King's regiment marches through the mountains, and the only thing that lights their way is the glow of Elric's magic lantern. Jules is childishly amazed by the magic and says that it fascinates him no matter how many times he has seen magic, and Mirbinger offers to teach him the basics of magic as well. The king jokingly replies that he has no reason to learn magic if he has a magician at hand, and the blonde man insults him for using him so easily. Yule jokes and says that if the magician asks, she will give him a seat, and the magician wonders if they knew that the greatest king, the tiger, is a child. Much has changed since Elric appeared in their tribe, and there were times when Yule perceived him as a star of happiness that fell so easily from the sky. That's why the king has one last gift for the magician, which he didn't dare to tell him about until the last moment, or simply didn't want to spoil the moment beforehand. The surprised blonde asks what kind of gift he is talking about and is told that it is the final part of the art of body strengthening, which completely shocks him, to put it mildly, but Elric is in a bit of a stupor and is looking at King Yule like a sheep at a new gate because it all went too smoothly and there are no problems. Yule is no stranger to the world and says that he immediately figured out Elric's plans and realized that he had appeared in his life for a reason and was doing everything he wanted. Now the blonde man who has been brought to light asks the king how long ago he realized this and expects that now he will definitely be in trouble for his lies. A person who has learned the art of fortification from a hermit is suspicious but possible, but magic cannot be learned and is only born with it. The tiger realizes that, in the beginning, the magician provoked the hostile tribes in order to get closer and learn more about the king's art. Frightened, the magician asks why they accepted him into their tribe as a member of the pack if the king knew all about him from the very beginning. For a second, Yule hesitates to answer his question, either thinking better about what to say here or simply maintaining a dramatic pause between lines. Finally, laughing again, the king replies that werewolves, like humans, have their own interests, so he accepted the magician for his own good and benefit. The goddess Camellia mocks him for dancing to someone else's tune all the time, and Elric says that teaching him the art of strengthening the body is not a duty for King Julius. The king does not answer and silently places his heavy palm on the man's fair head, which shocks the young duke to the point of giving him goosebumps. Yule asks him to just survive, emphasizing that he went through a lot of problems before coming here and that it was not his destiny to shepherd a foreign people. The young magician, who was expecting to be executed, is surprised to find that he was not only spared, but that his life and fate are so important. The blonde can't believe that the werewolf king himself is going to teach him the secret techniques of the bloodline just so that Elric can survive. The magician also realizes that he may be grossly mistaken because he has never lived in those times and does not know all the subtleties of relations in the past, but the fact is obvious. Therefore, the magician has no choice but to humbly thank the king for his generosity and accept King Yule's gift as a sign of his generosity. The goddess Camellia did not want to interrupt such a touching moment between the two adopted brothers, but something happened that required an immediate response. And the magician immediately understands why Queen Camellia called him so urgently, and he does not like the energy that is beginning to spread through the territory. The problem is that Elric immediately felt the same demonic energy he had once felt in his old vision of Queen Camellia in the palace. And this energy that the goddess Camellia was spreading in his vision was the energy of strong anger that was eating away at his soul, and it is now heading straight here. There is no other word to describe this anger, because there is only one word that fits the context of the situation, and that is demon. Be that as it may, they desperately need to leave the territory of the General of the East as soon as possible before there is no way back for anyone. Trouble does not come alone. And the most interesting part began when Elric realized that he was completely isolated in the darkness all alone. He quickly realized that he could not feel his teammates or the goddess Camellia herself, as he was most likely in the General's zone of influence. The fact is that the extremely powerful power of the General of the East cut off all mana flows from the outside, leaving him one-on-one with his enemy here. If they fall into the trap, the Tiger King and his descendants will fall victim, and now the magician must get out of this darkness before it's too late. As if they don't have enough problems without this. Now they have to add mana blocking to the mix, and Elric can't help but be angry at their poor combat luck. Abruptly, he realizes that the seal of the North Wind is associated with the goddess Camellia, as well as the General of the East associated with her. With the help of the seal of the North Wind, Elric could make his way out of the darkness, but there is another problem that slows down the whole process. The fact is that, first of all, this seal needs to be fully awakened, but he still does not know how to do it, and no one can tell him now. The blonde thinks he has nothing but this seal, but he doesn't know that he is grossly mistaken and could have forgotten an important thing. Suddenly, something comes to life in his memory that has an answer to the question of how he can defeat the General of the East and tame this damned icy cold. Blondie recalls a conversation with Otto Hahn Merbinger, who told him that from now on, Elric's duty was to take over the General of the East. He recalls asking the Sage of Winter if this was the same task as with the Queen of the Ice Mountains, whom he also absorbed. So he has to absorb the demon. There is no way out, so you need to try everything possible to absorb this endless cold and end all this dark madness and get out of the darkness. Concentrating on absorbing the demon, Elric takes a risk and decides to try and begin absorbing the most terrible General of the East. Elric can take on all the coldness of the General with the help of the Stamp of Cruelty already on his hand because they are very similar in general. And to try to absorb the demon's energy with the help of the Seal of Yuya, who is always hungry for any demonic energy. Immediately, the seal began to absorb extremely strong seal energy, and one cannot help but notice the amount of extremely strong mana being absorbed. The great news for Merbinger is that the seals of the North Wind and the Seal of Cruelty are in perfect contact with each other and can merge together. But suddenly, Elric's handsome face was distorted by the sharp pain of his body being bursting with demonic energy. Suddenly, he finds himself in moments from the ancient past among many people in the palace of a queen, and he is just an observer. Immediately, Merbinger begins to examine his hands and the object to see if it is real in this world, and realizes that it is, and he will now see the past. The voice of a young man shouting out to the queen means that he has entered the memories of the demon queen in her palace and sees her past. The boy brought her a bouquet of blooming camellias and said with all his heart that he brought them especially for her, because they reminded him of the queen herself. Without enthusiasm in her bright, cold green eyes, she responds to his sincere sentiments by asking how these flowers will remind him of her person. These are the ones from before Camellia was a demon. Her subjects remark on how beautiful these flowers are, and they cannot help but remind them of the beauty of their queen. Other subjects joke that the flowers cannot be compared to the beauty of the queen, and she is unlikely to like such a modest gesture with camellias. One of the men says, laughing, that he will definitely like it, and those who disagree with this should come forward and boldly declare it, and not be afraid to hide. But the queen does not show any emotions, only exhales sadly, looking down at the floor with green eyes full of boredom, and drowning in her eternal cold apathy. People's voices ask her why she is silent and worry why she does not even respond to their signs of attention, and she only sighs sadly. For the last time, the smiling faces of her subjects flashed before her bright eyes, seemingly forever fixed in her lonely ice soul. But these were only her memories of a happy past surrounded by loyal subjects, and now this warm picture is dissipating in the air like ashes from a fire. Now Elric is standing face to face with the goddess and seriously looking at her lonely, majestic figure on the throne of the palace, and it seems that now he will understand everything. Now, in his opinion, he will be able to fully understand her and the nature of her complex feelings, which until now had been secrets of the past. The queen sadly says that she is very lonely, and the green-eyed man sees in her soul a loneliness that fills her to the brim after everyone has abandoned her. The wizard himself knows these feelings too well to simply realize that the queen felt alive only because of the people who followed her in the past. But now, every time she opens and closes her eyes, she sees only a depressing emptiness that presses down on her like a heavy boulder that chokes her breath. She was once a queen and had her vassals, but now she is all alone with her own memories and overwhelmed by painful memories. The queen had her own people, and now all this lonely ruler has left to remember her happy past are the memories of her past. Without people, she has only a huge palace that is empty and a huge territory covered with snow on which nothing will ever sprout in her lifetime. The landscape of her own kingdom now resembles only an abandoned snowy wasteland with blackened houses where no one else will be. The lonely, abandoned queen looks into the distance with a sad look in her bright green eyes and thinks that it would be better for her to fall asleep forever and forget everything. But suddenly, the gaze of the sad, cold eyes was drawn to the unknown activity from the bright green glow that now disturbed her peace. Finally, the sad mask fell from her face, and something other than the eternal seal of sadness that would have disfigured the face of a goddess appeared on her beautiful cold face. The queen says that now she is definitely not in danger of loneliness, and Merbinger notices that she is smiling for the first time since he has known her. The magician realizes that at least one small glimmer has appeared in her icy world, and she will have at least some entertainment to pass the time for herself. A small emerald sprout suddenly broke through the tiles on the ice floor of the queen's palace, illuminating the darkness around the queen. And although she is glad in her own way that she will no longer spend her time alone in the palace dying of cold and loneliness, the queen still wants to say something. Taking the sprout in her hands, the lonely woman says that she usually doesn't care about people like the sprout, so he can rightfully consider himself lucky here. Smiling, the icy beauty declares that the decision to appear in her ice-covered domain belongs entirely to this little brave sprout, but the fact of whether he will stay here or not will be decided by her. She turns to the green sprout that is breaking through the soil from her pot. The queen continued to watch melancholy as the tree I had planted in the crystal pot began to bloom with a rapid rush, and so she would spend the rest of the time in a depressive sleep until she was awakened by something paranormal, something she could not have expected. When the queen's eyes saw what had happened, her soul, already awakened from an eternal icy sleep, was overcome by a sense of change in the usual way of life. It turned out that the camellia tree planted by the queen's hands in a crystal pot had developed from a small sprout into a tree, and is now blooming. Puzzled by the fact that life has suddenly appeared in her dead wasteland, the ice beauty is pleasantly surprised by this scenario, and lovingly touches the flowers. Now the queen realizes that things will not go on like this, and she must change the course of action and not let this fragile flower disappear in this age-old ice. Desperately, the young ruler rushes towards her silent, blooming friend and saves him before it's too late to change anything. The Ice Queen desperately grabs the flower pot and runs towards the open ground to finally plant the flower in the ground properly. The green-eyed girl plants a blooming camellia tree in the ground with her own hands and cannot help but rejoice that such beauty now shares eternity with her here. She lovingly runs her hand over the red, delicate petals with genuine tenderness, as if they were her children, soulless flowers with waxy, fragrance-free petals. With an affectionate smile, the young ruler can't help but rejoice at how beautiful these odorless wax flowers are, and strokes the bright red flowers. All this time, in the mode of observing memories, the young man watches the queen, assessing what is happening in his palace, and trying to understand. Although the whole world outside the palace was and still is an icy wasteland, from time to time various flowers begin to bloom in the corners of the palace. And the queen's palace itself eventually turned into a magnificent flowering garden that resembled a real paradise on earth. And this was the beginning of the Palace of Flowers. Now the queen was definitely not alone. The constant company of flowering trees and the dance of delicate blooming petals around her could not but comfort her lonely heart. It was hard to believe, but the queen who was born to rule over ice and snow now spends all her time among beautiful flowers. But not everything could remain in the utopian paradise until the very end of this universe, and a sharp pain began to undermine the queen's body, and she began to wither away. She was the one whose life was destined to rule the land of eternal winter, and now the queen began to slowly fade away due to the unfamiliar spring warmth. Every day she was weakening, losing her vitality, and breathing became more and more difficult as the warmth of spring began to destroy her ice body from the inside. Nevertheless, the beautiful garden she grew until the very end of her long life grew every day and became more and more elegant and diverse in beauty. This garden was becoming more and more beautiful because all her warmest and best memories of the past and the people with whom she shared this past lived here. But everything comes and goes, and nothing in the world is eternal, because even winter is just a season. So the blossoms gradually bloomed and the queen faded. And one day, the soul of the queen who loved the world so much left the realm of the living and melted, just as the last snow melts in spring. However, where there is death, there is always life after it. And although the queen was no longer among us, her dreams gave rise to a new life and live on as a legacy. The flower goddesses, as part of her intangible heritage, have remained exactly the same as they were at the beginning of their journey and are watching the queen. She would have slept like that forever. But something terrible happened, and this beautiful place turned into an eternal wasteland and black desert in one day. Suddenly, the clear and beautiful blue sky began to be covered by black storm clouds, which were clearly not of a simple nature and had a hand in it. The black energy of death and eternal fear began to envelop the blooming paradise of the palace, which only meant that everything would change for the worse. For the fairies, this dark jolt of energy only means that they are in great danger, threatening their little paradise like never before. The god of demons himself came here to the territory where life was supposed to rage forever and never die out, in the form of an ephemeral black mass of evil. Nowadays, the appearance of the demon god is very different from the one Elric once saw in his visions, but it is the same god from his own dreams. And his appearance did not bring anything good because immediately he directs his black dark energy to the lifeless body of the queen, inhabiting her body. Resurrecting the queen who has recently fallen from spring, the dark voice of the demon lord emphasizes that winter should always remain winter as a truth. Black, thick, demonic energy exiled the queen's previously grassy green eyes, causing them to burn a bloody red color of anger and rage. From now on, the beautiful Snow Queen has become an equally beautiful but deadly cold demon queen with the eternal curse of loneliness in her. And from now on, according to the Demon King, spring will never come to these lands again, and the place has rightfully become an icy kingdom of loneliness and sadness. And the demon god himself began to spread his dark energy of curse, which destroyed all life on its way to the beautiful palace of flowers. In the dark energy, the mage immediately felt the familiar power of the General of the East, who had been terrorizing this environment for centuries since the curse. The garden was destroyed, and the inhabitants suffered from the north wind. The magician felt the warmth and cold and loneliness of the queen in her memories, and in his own soul. And this meant that he removed the fourth restriction from the tablet, which meant the most important understanding of the essence of the north wind for the conquest of forces. Now that he understood the past and the essence of the goddess Camellia, the blonde began to understand how he should use the seal of the north wind in battle. In order to understand all the subtleties of using the seal of the north wind, it was necessary to review in detail the past of the demon you conquered. So now that the seal of the northern cold wind is in perfect harmony with the seal of cruelty on his hand, Mirbinger can take full possession of it. Raising his hand with the activated wind seal to the mountain, the magician, gathering his strength and thoughts, commands the goddess Camellia to appear out loud because he is lonely. As soon as he said the spell, the blonde man's figure was enveloped in the glow of many blue rays that swirled around him. When it was all over, the goddess could not help but praise Elric for coping with such a seemingly difficult task about her own past. Looking off into the distance, the goddess sadly says that she has no idea what the magician could have seen in her former memories of the past, because she considers them empty. When Elric replies that he saw nothing more than a blooming garden, the goddess cannot believe what she has heard and freezes in complete amazement. The magician promises to return everything to the way it was, and says that the queen wanted to see the flowers blooming in the garden to the last, and that the goddess wanted to protect it all. The blonde adds that if he can finish the winter, he will return the winter stolen by the Demon King, and the queen, touched, asks if she can ask for help. Elric replies that she shouldn't ask, as if it were a favor to the master, and that the friends have long accepted a different relationship, and smiles at the goddess. On this note, Mirbinger jumps up and runs off towards the Tiger King's army to help them, while the fairy looks after the blonde and rejoices. Still, she finds his words about being friends too generous for her, thinking about the line she drew and the magician easily overcame. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the werewolves without Elric are in complete disarray because they cannot pass through a number of numerous obstacles on their way. Like a rock, a stone bastard controlled by ice magic rose up in front of him, and it was impossible to break through it with the simple forces of werewolf warriors. King Yule sadly notices that his army is already at its maximum, and they will not be able to act further because the enemy is too strong to act alone. The huge pile of ice and stone with glowing eyes that they are fighting against now exceeds the size of a human and anthropomorphic several times. Even the proud King Yule admits that even his art of strengthening the body would be helpless here, and Elric would solve everything easily with the help of magic. Here, Ralph feels uncomfortable and scared when he sees these bastards, who are like a wall, pushing against them with their entire mass and smelling fried. The wolf and his soldiers immediately realize that these were the same monsters that the mutilated refugees had told them about, and now the king's army was dealing with them. Not wanting to fall face first into the mud, King Yule says that the number of enemies should not frighten his soldiers, who are afraid of waiting for new training. Yule says he loves having so many enemies and promises each wounded soldier an individual training session from him personally upon his return. Therefore, as befits a true king, Jules rushes forward to the enemy, leading the army with the slogan that they must destroy the enemy by wiping it out. Suddenly and unexpectedly, a magician appears on the battlefield with the magic of cutting and shredding, which easily separated and destroyed the arm. When the monster's hand shattered in midair, the king's soldiers could not believe what had just happened, and where the magic had come from. But they quickly realized where the wind was coming from and looked up with a smile and saw that the one they had been waiting for so long had arrived in the arena. So Elric himself came, and now the situation will change for the better for them, and King Jul cannot help but rejoice that his brother has finally returned to them. When the magician comes down to the ground, he immediately apologizes for being late, and the king says that he was right and his brother is not a fugitive. The blonde, in turn, with his natural charm of calm, asks if they have ever seen him run away from the battlefield because he really hasn't. Knowing that he could not have heard any other answer from his brother under any circumstances, King Yule smiles, giving the signal to proceed. The king explains that he does not know what this giant is made of, but his body and armor are surprisingly strong and no attack can affect him at all. Mirbinger, using his secret power of sight, says that in this case something special is needed to disable the guards. The magician explains to the king that there is an accumulation of energy near the left leg of the stone statue that needs to be hit, and the king admits that he was stupid to hit it in the head. Yule confesses that he intended to destroy the giants with the help of the body fortification method, which shocks Elric, who did not expect to hear it. Therefore, standing in a fighting stance, Yule tells his brother that now he has every right to copy his technique directly from his fighting style in the prophet mode. The blonde man was shaken by this burst of magic and shields his face from the gusts of wind and dust that could easily damage his eyes and face. Now Mirbinger himself realizes that he has a chance to learn body-strengthening techniques personally from the Tiger King, and this chance should not be missed. Without further ado, King Yule and Elric step forward and attack the ice giant without hesitation and without a shred of fear in their eyes. Some may say that the art of body strengthening is a martial style that focuses only on feeling the emotions of the master and instincts, but this is not the case. Art requires special knowledge and the use of specific movements in a given moment, and this allows you to release power with maximum efficiency. It also releases the power of destruction, and in addition, the power will vary greatly depending on the order in which he will use it next. One and the same movement can implement many different techniques that can be operated depending on the order of the techniques he chooses. This is a legendary art of body development and a unique technique called the appearance of a fierce tiger called a clash, which is legendary. The realization of the Tiger King's strong mana was eventually able to crack the giant's stone body, demonstrating the crushing power of his unique strength. King Yule explains to the magician that the principle itself may seem simple, but it is very difficult to learn, and that in order to learn it, one must be very careful. Therefore, Jule asks his brother to closely monitor all his actions, and at the same moment the young duke freezes in full combat readiness. Concentrating, the blonde gathers all his strength in one place and tries to repeat the techniques of his royal teacher. Having successfully realized the ferocious tiger attack technique combined with his seal, Mirbinger easily pierces a hole through the stone bastard's body. Yule realizes that the boy has not just mindlessly copied his technique after seeing it only once, but has also successfully combined it with his own stamping technique. Smiling, the Tiger King cannot help but admit that he has not received a simple man as a disciple, but a real beast who understands all the principles of combat and magic. Now all roads are open to the two of them, and they can walk on equal footing, because one owner of a strong body is always good, and two will be even better. As the fragments of the art of strengthening the body merged into one, while the mage repeated after Yule, his three seals also began to merge into one. Having established a team attack technique with the help of body art, Yule and her students strike the giant right in the middle of his body, destabilizing him. Moving away from the falling giant, the tiger and his brother notice that the strength and energy leave the giant's body, which means they can continue with their plans. Now, when the giant is very weak, you can hit any part of the body, and from these attacks the giant will definitely not be able to stand and will start falling down. Hearing this, the king cannot help but rejoice at the progress and says that now it is time to teach Elric the final part of the art of developing the body to perfection. And this is the basis of the basics for someone who wants to create their own art of body development someday, and the king intends to explain everything to his student. If the first part of the art of strengthening the king's body is learning to walk the tiger and its basic body and mastering it to fully experience everything, the second part is the tiger's claws, its most important weapon in the face of the enemy, which must be mastered at a decent level in order not to disgrace oneself. And then, as the main and final part of any art, there are the teeth of the Tiger King as his main weapon that will bring the greatest damage to his enemies. Now that all the restrictions have been lifted and it's up to the little guy, Yule and Elric go forward to attack their main enemy in order to destroy him. And now, when there is no turning back and the stone giant is destabilized, we need to bite as deeply as possible because once bitten, the tiger will not let go of its prey. From now on, these two strongest warriors stand side by side against the main enemy and are brothers who share the same philosophy. In order for the enemy to never get back on his feet and continue to harm you, You need to inflict as much damage as possible and put the enemy on his feet. We have to do everything to tear the enemy apart and absorb it like a predator absorbs its prey after gnawing its throat and subduing it. Therefore, now there is no difference between the two men because they are both like fierce tigers, like two brothers, but one of them is a member of the tribe of men. Otherwise, if you give your enemies any slack, you will be eaten alive and destroyed without a chance to raise your head up again. Therefore, you need to become a real misfortune for your enemy and show him the difference between you and him in battle, and thus increase your chances of survival. To do everything possible to finally stop living with the fear that someone can harm you and become someone everyone is afraid to even mention. And now they are kings ruling this battlefield, instilling paranormal fear in their enemy at the cellular level as the battle requires. When Elric's consciousness expanded from all the techniques and self-knowledge he had gained, he developed a sixth sense, just like werewolves. And this is something unreal for him, something that can only be accessible to those who have truly experienced this life in its full scope and color. Now he sees a whole world that could have been created by nothing more than a combination of his pure mind and the sixth sense that the Duke was able to discover. King Yule, seeing the genuine delight on Elric's face, cannot help but ask his adopted brother if he likes what he has seen. And his brother likes it. Jules can't believe that the blonde man is smiling in a place where he is facing certain death. The king calls him insane and is told that he is smiling, and smiling even wider, tells him that he has always been a psycho. Now King Yule himself cannot believe his eyes and what he has seen with his own eyes right now, and it cannot fit in his head from now on. The fact is that Elric himself became stronger and discovered a new level of magic after practicing in battle, just as he was once told to do to gain experience. Magic grows in battle, and now he has managed to overcome the wall he used to lean against like a sheep with his constant magic training, and all thanks to the tiger Yulia. Still, one thing remains somewhat unclear to Merbinger, and he intends to find out why fortune is so favorable to him and how. The Duke of the Shining Star does not understand why King Yule is so friendly to him and does not believe that the tiger is doing this only for his own benefit. They are not of the same blood and even warring races, and Yule has no reason to help the man, so Elric musters up the courage to ask why Yule helped him. The King of the Tigers replies that once he has recognized him as his brother, it will be a matter of honor to believe in the person he has recognized until the very end of their journey. With these words, Yule strokes the magician's head again, and he realizes that even if the king is hiding something, the brothers have no reason not to help each other. Now he calls himself his brother, and the mention of this word reminds him that he did not trust anyone but his sister because he knew what betrayal was. But now the blonde wonders if he needs to become as open as Jules if he wants to lead other people forward in the future. They should not have been distracted from the enemy, as on the battlefield a warrior is protected only by his caution and attention to detail, and they grossly violated it. This was to be expected. The stone golem has come together again and resurrected, reminding both men that the battle is not over and it is time. But no one whines. And true to his principles, Elric rolls up his sleeves and flexes his fists before the fight, preparing for another dance with danger. Like his fearless foster brother, Merbinger is ready to go into battle and encourages the king to engage in another bloody dance with these bastards. Meanwhile, 400 years ahead, in the Palace of Flowers, it is a calm evening with no promise of trouble, and Elric's faithful companions are waiting for him there. In one of the halls of the palace, flooded with blue evening light, Herman Weil and his numerous troops are talking calmly at a table, and only Isabel is nervous. Sad as autumn, she stands by the window and nervously bites her nails, drowning in her own worries about the fact that there is no news from her friend the magician. The Blue Lion sees his daughter suffering, but he adequately explains to her that her nerves will not change anything and asks her to finally calm down. The nervous girl replies that it has been 4 days since she hasn't heard from Elric, and she is breaking out in a cold sweat. Whale's soldiers are surprised that so many days have passed since their son-in-law disappeared, and cannot believe that they will not help in the search. Hayes says that they are investigating issues related to their family and asks them not to interfere, and the soldiers agree that they should respect that. The biggest of the warriors tells Isabel that White Knight and the Beast King Gilithy Tens have gone with him, so she shouldn't bother, but that's not what happened here. Suddenly, 2 soldiers jumped on the spot from a sharp explosion and blast wave, which scared even strong men to death, and what can I say? Isabel, who was standing by the window, almost gave up the ghost, but she stood up and wants to know what the hell happened here. Therefore, the Lady of the Blue Lion opens the window to see the whole picture of what happened outside the palace, and the tongues of amber flame do not bode well. Seeing all the apocalypse happening outside the window, the girl freezes in shock, because now that Elric has disappeared, problems snowball on her head. The fact is that the entire courtyard of the Temple of Flowers is gradually engulfed in fire, which promises to leave no flowers, no fairies, no humans alive. It is not difficult to understand that only members of the Fury tribe, who have nothing sacred except their own king, could commit this crime against the gods themselves. The hooded deer reports to the lion captain that all the breath of the bloody wolf king has been exhausted for the purpose of setting fire to the palace. This means that the remaining flames of the blood wolf in the hands of the deer are the last ones, so they must use them as efficiently as possible for the battle. The leader of the army of assassins agrees to this without further ado and gathers his men to effectively deliver the final blow to his enemy. It is now time for them to put their unified plan into action and do everything in their power to fulfill the path of their ancestors and burn the enemy along with the palace. The Fury army is driven by nothing more than primordial aggression and a predatory mentality to destroy and plunder what will never belong to them by right of existence. For Herman Weil, the Freak's attack on the sacred temple is the worst possible blasphemy, and he cannot understand how the Furians dare to do this. The dogheads dressed as the cult of the king now face an obstacle in the form of people, and the captain orders them to destroy them to the last soldier. They will be able to break into the castle only if they defeat the Blue Lion and his men, and can lay them on the ground with lifeless bodies. The surprise from the enemy was not too long in coming, and the frightened wolves look back and their faces freeze in a look of fright. And the surprise from the humans came in the form of none other than the beautiful Gilithi Tenza riding a white tiger. The cat scared all the dogs. The king of the monsters threatens the freaks who attacked their palace that they are finished, and the nonsense they have pulled has no place in the sanctuary of flowers. Isabel is shocked and doesn't understand how the Furies could find the courage to attack them, even knowing how strong they really are. As a true strategist, the girl realizes that the enemy tribes could not have attacked them from ambush and begins to understand the true nature of the attack. She can't believe that everything happened for a reason and that these bastards had a plan of action behind them. But it doesn't make it any easier. Herman Weil's soldiers rush into battle to finish the job before their losses are too great, and this is the right plan. As always in her repertoire, Isabel blocks her father's soldiers from going to the enemy, explaining that it is too dangerous and they cannot go there. The largest of the soldiers laughs, saying that he is very concerned about them and that they are capable of killing any number of enemies who get inside. But it's not them that she cares about, it's Elric, from whom she hasn't heard from in 4 days, and she doesn't know if he's still alive on his mission. Isabel realizes that they are just a distraction and that the real target of the Fury troops is Elric Merbinger himself, who is on his mission. The sixth sense of the truck senses that their target, the cursed Merbinger, is hiding behind a door, the way to which is through the hall where the goddesses sit. Without ceremony, the lion captain demolishes the door to the Hall of Goddesses with his fist, thinking that the blonde is being buried there and wants to meet him in person and talk. The fact that he saw a bunch of little fairies instead of a magician shocked him, and now the warrior has to deal with tiny magical creatures. The lion is surprised because the fairies begin to expel the kindergarten from the hall, as an uninvited guest who is strictly forbidden to enter the goddess's bedchamber. The warrior puts his hand to his heart, humbly asking for forgiveness for the sin he has committed, saying that he will bear it and apologizes for disturbing the goddess. Suddenly, Lev smells Elric nearby and immediately realizes that Merbinger must be somewhere close to him, and now he knows where to go. The barbarian points to the door behind which his main target, Elric Merbinger, is supposed to be, whom he has been hunting for a long time and has had a grudge against for centuries. But Daffo is not in the mood to joke with him and blocks his way, and the lion in turn warns her not to get in his way, or it will hurt. The barbarian feels genuine anger and is tired of negotiating with the fairies, so he says that otherwise he will have no choice but to show contempt for them. No matter how difficult it is for little Dafa, she feels obliged to do everything she can to keep the enemy from moving on and save everyone. If the world of reason is destroyed, the descendants of the Merbingers will be stuck there forever without a chance to get out, so they must never be disturbed. That's why the little daffodil fairy Daffo realizes that under no circumstances can fairies let barbarians into the room with Elric and the goddess Camellia. Elric stretched his hand forward, trying to use his flower magic against him and repel the magic of a much stronger one. This bold gesture on the part of the little creature could not but irritate the lion, and he pulled out his sword to show her where he thought she belonged. The barbarian easily cuts down the small, pathetic vine that Daffo had created to protect herself and the goddesses, and leaves them standing there scared and crying. In a cynical voice and with a cold glint in his cruel eyes, the leader of the barbarians says that everything the fairy does is in vain. He will still take his own. Having no respect for fairies, goddesses, or anyone else, the barbarian swings his sword at Daffo to force his way into the room with Elric. The frightened Daffo is ready to accept the inevitable death by the enemy's sword as one who defended her friend and goddess. But she is not destined to fall by the barbarian's sword. Someone who radiated a strong, bright blue aura stopped the barbarian in his tracks and saved the goddess's life, and this would not go unnoticed by the captain. Herman Weil, like no other, came in time to save Elric Merbinger from the inevitable with his mission, and Goddess demonstrating his loyalty to his ally. When the lion sees who is standing before him, he recognizes a majestic man who has found the courage to stand up to the captain of the army of the Fury with a sword. He is the legendary Blue Lion, the majestic swordsman who was able to defeat the strong bear mount from the Fierce Beasts unit, and now he is here. Herman, as always, does not lose control of himself and, keeping his emotions cool, looks at the enemy, hinting that he has nowhere to go from him. The Blue Lion looks back at the frightened Dafa and the door of Elric and the goddess's chamber to understand the full picture of the situation in the background. Enraged, Herman raises his sword, adopting a fighting stance, and with a fearsome expression on his face declares that no one will pass them by. Meanwhile, in the world of Elric's mind, he and King Yule are trying to defeat the stone bogeyman to no avail, but it keeps regenerating. Yule asks if Elric has noticed that every time they defeat a golem, it gets stronger and stronger after being ground to dust by the warriors. Yule boldly asks the magician if there is a good chance that they will not be able to cope with this monster, even if they use all their powers and techniques. Yule understands that they regenerate and revive every time they are defeated, and sees that their side has already suffered considerable losses, and it is scary. Now that they know the whereabouts of the Eastern General, the task has already been completed, but it is clear that now this golem will not miss them at all. Jewel wanted to say something, but the magician refused, and the king said that he hadn't said anything yet, but the young duke understood without words what Jules wanted to say. Blondie realizes that the king wanted to order him to flee with the entire unit and leave Yule alone with the golem, which is too much for him to handle. Jules hints that now Elric is the only one who can escape from this place, but his foster brother rudely cuts him off, saying that he is better off staying. Yule realizes that his foster brother is telling him directly that he wants to become cannon fodder and orders them to run away from here and stays to think about it. Blondie can start all over again, but he can't afford to let Jules fall without any noble purpose. And this time he has to think carefully. Now the Tiger King asks whether the magician really thinks that the tribal leader will just leave him here alone to face the enemy, which is a blow to honor. Looking seriously at his adopted brother, the majestic tiger tells him that now it is time to pay for his lessons by listening. The blonde is fascinated by the fact that the king again speaks in riddles, realizing that he again cannot understand what Yule is saying to him and what he is hinting at. Jules says that because his brother disobeyed his orders, he must lie down by his own hand as a punishment, and Merbinger decides to withdraw. Obeying the king's order, he says that he will still return to the leader and asks him to stay alive until he returns. As an equal to the king, the magician orders the soldiers to retreat and return to the city with a plan to leave them in a safe place and return. The king looks after his soldiers and Elric, who carry out his orders without any resistance and take the brunt of the attack like a true leader. When his men finally retreated to a safe distance, Yule was ready to fight the enemy himself, as befits a true leader of his tribe. But the enemy is not going to wait for anyone, and launches an attack on the lonely king with a wall of impenetrable knockers who push on mindlessly. But the Istukans should not have rushed and attacked the king, who was ready to tear up any enemy who moved in their direction for himself and his people. The king has removed all restrictions and, turning into his bestiality, steps forward telling his opponent that he dare not even touch him. Meanwhile, the wounded soldiers under the escort of Elric, who is loyal to his brother, return home to the kingdom, just as King Yule the Tiger asked them to do. The wounded soldiers cannot help but be happy that they have finally returned home, and are glad that they have at least returned home to their families alive. Meanwhile, Ralph is saying that since Elric is going back to the chief, he will also go, although he is of little use to him, but the wizard does not seem to hear him. Elric's gaze is focused on the camellia tree in front of him, which he has been watching for 100 days, and finally, there has been a change in the tree's status. The fact is that the tree is finally blooming, which cannot but rejoice that the magician was able to fulfill the task of reviving the temple. The tablet that Elric always carries behind the pocket of his cloak begins to burn with a bright glow, announcing that the next task is over. This was the last and main point of the plan, which he fulfilled once and for all, fulfilling all the terms of the contract between him and Otto von Merbinger for the future. But it all happened too fast because Elric hadn't even had time to say goodbye to King Yule, as the magician deemed necessary at the very end. The goddess Camellia tells the magician that the agreement between him and his ancestors has long been fulfilled, and he should not rush back at all because it is not his problem. The blonde man replies that he has never said goodbye, so he cannot just up and leave without saying a word to those who have become like family. The goddess does not understand why the magician wants to say goodbye to Yule so much, since this reality is only a world created by his consciousness, and everything here resembles dreams. He does not answer this question yet, but begins to think about his answer so that it sounds as good as possible for the goddess Camellia from him. The magician remembers the faces of those who heartlessly turned their backs on him and his sister when they were orphaned and left penniless as children. He remembers those who beat his sister, who in desperation asked them for help, because they were left to fend for themselves as very young children. And although these hyenas were smiling in their faces, all these bastards cared about was how to appropriate the remains of their already modest inheritance. How he begged not to leave, and to help those he once considered good friends and family acquaintances who were people his family relied on. As someone who had been through this hell, young Elric closed his heart and became cold, because he realized that if he gave in, he too would be eaten alive. But on his way, he met people who opened his heart and showed him that not everyone in this world is his enemy, and that there is still good in the world. These are the people who were able to slowly melt the ice in which his lively and kind heart was chained and restored his faith in the light. And then there are those who trust him completely and call him their brother, despite all the enmity between their races and empires. After that, it doesn't matter to Merbinger if it's his imaginary world and nothing here is real, but he has to do what he has to do at the call of his soul. The Duke has to fulfill his mission and say a decent goodbye to the one who has become his brother, even if it is the imaginary world of his inner mind. The goddess doesn't say anything to this, but looks after him with a smile. This cold, handsome man managed to take off his mask of impregnability. Camellia can say nothing but that she recognizes the Merbingers here, and she could never hate them. They are such an interesting human race. Meanwhile, Elric walks confidently toward Yule on the scorched black earth as his entire imaginary universe begins to crack as the contract is completed. Eventually, the magician sees what he was looking for, but his expression is not joyful, as if he is hiding a lot of sad, painful emotions behind a serious face. King Yule sits on the ground in a state of meditation, covered in ice and scars, and asks his foster brother if he has decided to return to him. Blondie asks what happened to the ice general while he was gone, and he thinks he would like to ask how Jules is feeling, but he asks about something else. I decided to ask him about what the king was proud of, and what he would be happy to tell him about, and what Yule would be proud of most in her life. The smug, happy Yule replies that it is not obvious, and that he defeated the Eastern general on his own, even though he was wounded. Merbinger is somewhat shocked by the answer that Yule's victory over the Eastern general was obvious, and wonders how confident he is in himself. With the same cheeky smile, Yule asks his foster brother if he thought he would lose to someone like the General of the East, and the mage thinks that some people would not like Yule. But he wants to be like Yule, and did not doubt his brother. Yule says that for him there is no word for defeat, and even though he doesn't look good, he chased the general away. This can be considered his victory over the general, and the young traveler in time thinks that he wishes he had seen the battle with the general in the cold. And then Yule asks the same question that the magician himself came to him with, asking if he was mistaken that the magician came to say goodbye to him before leaving. The blonde man can't answer this, and Yule asks if his question hit the nail on the head, and the magician asks how he realized, and Yule says that somehow. Tiger explains that he had a realization and wondered why Elric wanted to learn the art of body strengthening from Chief Yule. Pointing to the cracked sky, Yule says that he thought his brother would tell him everything himself sooner or later, when he decided to share it. And when he passed through this shining wall, he realized many things that he could not understand before, and now sees a lot of new things and who a brother is. The blonde's hunch was right, and he got the answer to why Yule's body was shining when he saw it after the battle with the Eastern General right after he returned. The Tiger King overcame his limit and became the master of the 5th mana chain, having achieved superhuman wisdom and understanding and realized that he was in a simulation. The blonde man was about to confess who he really was and what his purpose was and why all this happened, but the leader stopped him with one gesture and he became quiet. Jules says that he is not that curious about who Elric really is, and what will happen after the simulation comes to an end, because he is him. And they have to concentrate on the present moment because the rest is not important, and Elric agrees with him without arguing with Jules because there is no point. Now that everything has been agreed upon, the king wants to ask Elric before he leaves for good what is the real name of the man he has recognized as his brother. Removing all the masks, the magician replies that his true full name is Elric Merbinger, not intending to hide his identity from his brother. Hearing the name of the magician, Yule repeats his name once again, realizing what kind of play of consciousness was going on with them all this time together, and how the Tiger King will start laughing when he realizes what was going on, and that all along he was dealing with Elric Merbinger himself, a real hero everywhere. Yule thanks his brother for another promise he has kept, for surviving and saving him once again, and promises to show him something interesting as a thank you. And this will be his parting gift to his dear foster brother, who has remained truly faithful to him and all his people until the end. Yule wants to show his brother what he learned during the last battle and the same technique he used during the battle with the General of the East. And just like a tiger, the graceful and full of strength, Yule begins to slowly show the movements of his new technique. He shows it slowly so that the magician can memorize every lunge of his body and every movement for himself, so that he could memorize the movements in detail, and use them in the future in a battle against a new enemy. Everything for a brother. And the magician is not going to miss even the slightest detail of this most valuable lesson in his life. This is his parting gift to his dear brother Elric, whom they met in Elric's mind because all his ancestors wanted them to. Tired after all this, Yule falls to his knees in a pleasant fatigue, since he did all this for someone he considers his equal. For the first time in all the time he has been doing Otto's job for his family, Elric can hardly hold back his tears and misses someone for real. Before saying goodbye to Elric forever, King Yule asks fate to give them the opportunity to meet again when the chance arises for both of them. Since the magician has fulfilled his last will in his own mind world, Elric can go back and his fictional reality begins to disappear before his eyes. The young mage's long sleep is finally over and he slowly opens his eyes, feeling the warmth he felt at the starting point of the mission. However, he was not satisfied with the fact that he woke up green-eyed, because not everything in his mind went the way he wanted it to. Otto Hahn remarks that since he has received much more than they expected from him, Elric must be satisfied with his work and what he has achieved. The magician asks Otto to give him the opportunity to pass the test again, and if he gets the chance again, he will do everything possible to defeat the General of the East. Otto says that he will not succeed, since even King Jules, at the peak of his maturity and capabilities, could only drive the general away by sacrificing himself. Gray hints that Elric would not have been able to cope with such a curse in 100 days, saying that the reason for creating the temple as an ark was that the general was invincible. Now Mirbinger realizes how terrible the curse of the demon god is, which he brought down on these ravaged lands 400 years ago. The reason why Otto left this ordeal and why Usten Mirbinger helped him was nothing more than to help his grandson Elric. Shocked, Elric asks if his grandfather has really come to the rescue to create a challenge to help Elric defeat the Ice General. And that's because their goal was to help Elric understand how to overcome the General of the East and absorb him to give him an idea of how to fight him. Once again, everything turned out to be a complicated game of Otto Mirbinger, who never looks for easy ways and will always know how to make things more interesting for Elric. But Otto Hahn Mirbinger emphasizes that Elric will be able to solve all the problems he could not solve in the real-world test later. Hearing this, Elric, determined to change everything, nods, hinting that he is fully prepared to do everything possible to resolve all the mistakes. Meanwhile, Elric Mirbinger and the Camellia Goddess are sleeping in the same secluded room while their enemies from the Fury tribe search for them. Eventually, the magical dark powers of the priest of the Blood King of the Furies find him, and now, the enemy's plan is closer to being successfully executed as the mage sleeps. Now it became clear to the Horned sect where their main target, the young heir to the Mirbinger family of their enemy, had been hiding all along. The dear priest cannot believe that a miserable man dared to stand in the way of their great bloody king and clutched his sharp dagger in his palm. In the priest's opinion, such a crime against their king can only be paid for with his own life, so the bastard with the knife rushes forward at Elric. It seemed that he would be finished by the fictional tribe of the Fury, as the knife blade already glinted at him with the treacherous shine of its blade. But the young magician was not destined to pass away today, and to the priest's great regret, his target opened her emerald shining eyes. Meanwhile, the main hall leading to the young wizard's chambers is torn apart by flashes of blue light belonging to none other than the Blue King himself. The Blue Lion, who has now entered into an equal battle with the Lion Captain, realizes that if he were now in the prime of his life, he would have taken the lion's head off in one fell swoop. But since his body is still recovering, it is difficult to do so for Herman Vale, so the only way out for him is the technique that almost killed him. But at the same time, this technique has opened his mind, and Herman realizes that his plan may be dangerous, but he will do everything possible for Elric's sake. An experienced knight does not understand why the enemy standing in front of him is laughing, even when he is being held on the sword's edge to take his life. It's hard to believe, but Weil realized what had happened when he looked at the door of the room where their dear friend Elric was now. Meanwhile, the dear priest almost fulfilled his plan by charging at his ideological enemy in the form of this seemingly innocent young man with a dagger. It seemed that this was the end for them all when the silver blade of a dagger flashed near the young duke's neck, threatening to end his life. However, the end of the last Mirbinger's life was only in the dreams of these damned Fury barbarians who decided to play God and decide the fate of other people. But this blonde is always a complete surprise, and without opening his eyes, the magician non-verbally freezes his enemy standing in front of him with a looming shadow of death. The dear priest could not have expected such a turn of events, and the bastard was immobilized and frozen on the spot and can only ask what is going on. Irritated and angry, Elric does not understand the deer's impudence in asking him what happened when he clearly understands what is happening here now. The cold and angry Mirbinger explains to the bastard that this will mean only one thing to him, that he has screwed up, and he will now show him his place. It's time to feed Yu's seal with dark demonic energy, and Yu doesn't need to be asked twice and is ready to devour the enemy with his guts, leaving only his horns. The last thing the priest could utter was his silent cry, which expressed his long-standing fear and unwillingness to accept his terrible end as a worthy ending. The blonde noted that after he passed the test, Yuya's seal became much stronger, and this was due to the absorption of a large amount of power. Mephistopheles felt the energy of the winter wind and says that after the ice, Elric can use the cold wind to create snow and clouds for winter. Hearing a familiar voice, the magician wonders why he is happy to hear and see this disgusting, ugly worm, alluding to Mephistopheles. The goddess Camellia teases the demon, saying that it may be because the Demon King's ugly face looks quite funny, which provokes Mephisto. Anyway, Elric is happy to be back in normal life and to hear Mephistopheles' voice and his argument with the goddess, and he can't help but be glad that he is here. He was not happy for long when he suddenly felt something unusual that touched his palm like a light touch of a snowflake on your skin in winter. And so it is. On the palm of the young heir's hand is a beautiful blue snowflake, which, as it turned out, was transformed into an ice crystal that Elric owned. He realizes that something has happened, and suddenly hears a loud sound that knocks them all out of their tracks and reflections on the nature of the crystal in his hands. The sound, as it turned out, came from the corridor adjacent to the bedroom in which he woke up after this long sleep, which turned out to be a time mover. Mirbinger had no trouble understanding what the hell had happened and that other people were once again involved, none other than Hermann Weil himself and his men. As it turned out, the Blue Lion was wounded, but he defeated his opponents in a fair fight and now sits with a satisfied, tired expression on his face. Even though the Blue Lion is very exhausted from the battle and quite seriously wounded, Hermann cannot help but rejoice that at least Mirbinger is now in perfect health. Seeing Hermann's condition, the blonde immediately rushes to his partner to check on him and provide him with the necessary assistance. When the young duke helped Hermann to his feet, he asked him if he was okay, and Hermann said yes. The man says that he just overworked himself and got a little tired during such an active battle and jokingly says that the magician still looks fresher. Hermann admits that he is not as strong as he used to be, but asks the magician if he knows what good has come of his illness and their meeting. Puzzled but interested, Elric asks what exactly has changed in the Blue Lion's life since their meeting, and what he has learned from the blonde man himself. The tired but noble Hermann honestly admits that all this gave him an impetus to rethink his life principles and opened up new ones for him. All of this made him take a step towards what he had been dreaming of and striving for all his life, pointing to the pile of elite soldiers killed in the truck. The magician asks the Blue Lion to stand still, because he intends to give him some mana, but Weil is afraid that the difference in mana will lead to injury. Anyway, Elric begins to treat the wounded Hermann and no conflict of energies occurred, taking him into a whirlpool of golden light. Hermann can't believe what has happened to Elric in 4 days. He has become much stronger and realizes that the magician has broken a new barrier. After healing the Blue Lion, the magician asks him how he feels now and whether his friend is better, and he hears the answer that he is, thanks to the help of the magician himself. They would have left the Hall of Goddesses calmly when an explosion suddenly occurred, which not only demolished half the palace, but also scared the hell out of them. Blondie apologizes for having to leave Blue Lion alone because it's a real mess outside, as usual, and he has to handle it too. Just as Mirbinger thought, the entire Flower Palace is surrounded by fire on 4 sides, and there is no need to even think about guessing whose dirty hands this rotten business is. As expected, the freaks of the Fury tribe wreak havoc by burning everything alive that comes into their sight, disobeying the inadequate order of the Bloody King. Elric's aggression cannot be hidden, and he looks with genuine disgust and hatred at the underdeveloped barbarians who have found the courage to sin. Using the seal of the North Wind, the wizard does not intend to play with them for long and stops them with a jolt of magic, freezing the bastards right there. The combat power of his wind seal is so strong that it gathers into a hurricane spiral during its realization, which easily demolishes the entire enemy army. Winter came unexpectedly to the battlefield for these bastards, and they froze with their mouths open, unable to move a finger. It is clear to them that this is the same Mirbinger who has repeatedly spoiled all their plans, and now they will fail again because this green-eyed man is more agile. With a cold glow in his eyes, the wizard watches as these idiots begin to run away from the battlefield, urging the troops to flee as quickly as possible. However, they have no chance of being rescued because the blonde man says that even though they came here of their own free will, they cannot leave without permission. Using the magic of pushing, Elric knocks the bastards down and they fall into a whirlpool of endless snow and streams of ice, not realizing what's happening this time. The wolves are shouting to their partners to stop standing there and break this ice. But the last thing they will see in their lives is Elric's snowy magic. Soaring in the sky, the Duke of the Shining Star gathers an extraordinary amount of strong mana around him, and the wolves continue to call out to their blood wolf. The mage is going to make these barbarians spin in a whirlwind of ice assault until the life leaves their flesh in a maelstrom of cold, snowy chaos. These sad examples of evolution's decision to rest on the representatives of the Fury tribe are beginning to disappear in the whirlwind of its icy magic. Even the men of the Blue Lion, known for their reckless fighting maneuvers, cannot believe the power their so-called son-in-law demonstrates with his magic. Needless to say, the landscape created with the help of Elric's magic looks stunning, and it cannot fail to delight the eyes of anyone who looks there. The flower goddesses can't hide their sincere applause at how beautiful the magician's creation looks with the help of his own wind and snow power. It turned out that he created nothing more than the legendary snowflowers that could not but enchant the goddesses, and especially the goddess of daffodils Dafa. It is impossible to hide how beautiful the snowy ice tree created by a magician looks, especially the blue, silvery shine of its branches and flowers. Merbinger, watching the work in progress from a distance, can't help but appreciate how well it turned out, and is happy that the goddesses liked it. The blond man's lips stretched into a slight, pleasant smile as he looked at the results of his labor using the seal of the Ice General of the East. Elric now shares his plan with Sean and Hayes and explains that he intends to use the crystal to absorb its energy and awaken the flowers with the powers of the goddesses. The goddess Camellia simultaneously notes that this is the same way he was able to wake her up from a long winter sleep, and he will bring everyone else back in the same way. If they can gather the power of flowers and grow the so-called winter flowers, they may be able to plant an ice general there and awaken spring. As I told him once, Mephistopheles will need a variety of elements besides winter cold and cruel wind to awaken spring. The mage intends to use the ice crystal transformed into a snowflake to absorb all the cold energy of the ice that suppresses the other flowers of the Temple of Life. Here, in the small coffins where the small seeds lie, there is the energy of Camellia and the power of the elements that created the queen sleeping in the flower garden of the past. Now the green-eyed man intends to absorb all the remnants of the destructive winter energy that the demon queen scattered across the black field long ago. If it does this and absorbs the remaining winter energy, winter will come for a short time, but the spring that has been waiting for so long will come just as quickly. Everything will be restored, just as the other flower goddesses are now awakening, having been dormant for a long period of time due to the curse of the Queen of Winter and the crushing cold. Merbinger understands that in the place where winter flowers have wilted and disappeared forever, new plants will always bloom as a symbol of the rebirth of nature. Death and life are always hand in hand, and they complement each other like black and white day and night. And that's why flowers will always be reborn. And that is why spring flowers will bloom in the place where the winter garden once disappeared, and a warm spring wind will blow, carrying their fragrance. When spring returns to these lands, the snow will never again shackle the flowering fields around the Temple of Flowers, and no one will steal their rightful spring. Again, everything is as it should be, and the Palace of Flowers is in its peaceful form, and everything around is blooming with delicate color, and the sky is blue and soft on this day. But there is no peace because Sean is arguing with a friend who intends to destroy the Ice General, and the red-haired man reasonably asks how he is going to do it. Sean says that he didn't deny that they should destroy it, but explains that you can't act without enough information, and the magician says that he already knows everything. The redhead reasonably asks where exactly this Ice General is, and is told that she is in the tribe of the Furies, and this answer sounds like an axiom. Knowing that this does not bode well and that his friend is teasing fate as usual, Naristar is somewhat annoyed and realizes that the blonde is back to his favorite. The magician teases them, asking if they are going to back down and not leave, thinking that others think the same way as he does, and the faces of Herman's blue falcons show the fervor. Hilithy Tens does not hide her excitement and is ready for anything when it seems that Hayes and the Tiger King are not up to them, and they have a kind of mother-son idyll. So when there's such a commotion and everyone is ready to go with Elric Sean, as his best friend, decides to join in, and the magician teases him that he's playing modesty well. Now this merry band of adventurers led by Elric is moving forward with one goal in mind, to clean up the world and show the Furies their place. But the Blood Wolf King is hysterical again because another plan has failed, and he is furious at his own helplessness and beats his fists on the throne. The tailed demon is again at the broken trough because his idiot barbarians have failed the task given to them again, and he flies like plywood over Paris. His assistant asks if the burning of the temple went wrong, and the king says that he doesn't give a damn about the destroyed temple. He is annoyed by another fact, or rather by who. Catching the essence of what the king wanted to tell him, the demon says that the monarch is disturbed and annoyed by the fact that they could not destroy the damned Merbinger. Upon hearing this, the Blood King bares his teeth in an aggressive grin as the demon has hit the target, and this mage has been a pain in the ass for him all along. The demon in the suit says that they are similar in this, and that these Merbingers have always been a pain in the ass for him, and they are mutually tired of hearing this name everywhere. They can build up their forces again and get rid of the Merbingers, and offers to resume negotiations, and the demon needs an ice general and he will get it. And the tribe of Furies will use the situation to their advantage to unite the entire field of black snow under their tyranny, into one barbaric kingdom of furies. Suddenly, something happened that made the Bloody Wolf King go wild and lose the last shreds of control over himself. And that damn Elric again. The problem is that his tails of power began to disappear one by one because the army fell again in the impossibility of victory, and the king is now weakening. Seeing the uncontrollable anger and the desperation of the Blood King, the demon notes with a smug smile that he definitely needs the help of his side. Meanwhile, a natural disaster strikes the Furies' settlement of their city of Dolphin, bringing them to their very roots as they have brought the whole world. The Ice General blows Dolphin's settlements and forts to smithereens, destroying the city, and the nature of the hurricane is unknown and the Tail's blessing has disappeared. Elric watches his lightning-fast work from the sidelines and can't help but be delighted by what is happening. Mephistopheles recognizes his talent for destruction. Since they dared to try to turn the Temple of Flowers into a sea of fire, they should be ready to reciprocate, and the goddess feels the seal weakening. All the time, Elric was in touch with the Blue Lion Men, coordinating what to do from a distance, and thus the area of chaos was only growing. The Blue Falcons admit that the more they do it, the more fun they have, and ask what else they can do, hinting that they really enjoy the process. Mephistopheles calls Herman Vile's soldiers crazy for their passion for destruction, and the magician replies that the demon is crazy too. But thanks to these madmen, everything is going well and in the way they planned, which allows them to operate in many corners of the Black Field, thus sowing chaos. Thanks to the established communication between all the frontline forces, the Fury Tribe's Guardian Stone, which maintained the blessing of the Tails, was destroyed. And if the Fury Tribe lost the blessing of the Tail, it would inevitably fall to the destructive power of the Ice General whom they considered their weapon. Now that the Tail's blessing has been lost, they are doomed to beg for help from any Blood King, as they have no alternatives at all. Camellia explains that the Tribe of Furies is an alliance consisting of most of the cities in the Black Snowfield, and it will be difficult to destroy them all. The mage replies that eventually the Fury cities will begin to retaliate, but that destroying the Defense Stone is not his main plan of action a priori. The cities fell to the Furies for two reasons: the bloody power of the Wolf King and the tyranny of the Absolute Monarch, and protection from the Ice General. If the cities realize that the Ice General is a threat, they will despair, which will turn into anger, and eventually the tribe will fall and be consumed by werewolves. And they, in turn, will take from the situation exactly what they want and what they need to take to achieve their own goals. This was the magician's cunning plan. Meanwhile, the Blood King's residence is in turmoil as the Anthropomorphic Kingdom attacks the Defense Stone unexpectedly. Even their weakened power over the Furies does not allow them to act if they are not sure that they will defeat the bloodthirsty Wolf King. It is too dangerous. The deputy commander of the Furies, named Nater himself, cannot understand how the enemy can act so boldly and push forward to the target. However, the tailed fox soon realized what had gone wrong, and this made Natera's eyes pop out of his head because his mind could not have foreseen this. Now the fox is analyzing the area around the target he needs, outlining it with a feather that he clutches in his hand, which is shaking as if he is feverish with fear. Nater does not understand how the enemy learned about the location of a strategically important city that holds an extremely important relic for them. The fact is that the city they attacked is part of the border formed specifically to protect the extremely important Night Domain for their country. This is the place where the true body of the Ice General is kept, which the Fury Tribe uses to keep other tribes under control. If it becomes clear that they have been using the Ice General as an element of control over them all along, they will definitely revolt against the Trucks. For Nater, there is only one solution to this problem, and the general intends to mobilize as many people as possible to reinforce the ranks of his army. Thanks to the test, the mage knows about the Domain of the Night, namely where he does not know, and is sure that if he starts chaos near the Domain of the Night, the army of Furies will come out to defend it. The wolf is spoken for, and the renewed army of dumb barbarians is sent to the border as a new batch of cannon fodder to somehow protect the Domain of the Night. The demon says it would be interesting to see the faces of the Furies if they knew they were dancing to Elric's tune, and Camellia says it's fun to be an ally of the Merbinger. The mage reports to the Blue Lion that the mission is going as he expected. The mage keeps Herman informed to coordinate their forces in the arena. Herman asks if he needs help, but the magician says that he can do it alone and that he and his brothers should wait for him in the same place. Weil says that if Elric thinks so, he will do it, but asks him not to take too many risks. And Elric thanks him for his concern and will give him a signal. The blonde says that it's time for them to get going as well, and hiding the balloon, he is going to look around the area below him to think about what to do next. Meanwhile, in the area bordering the domain at night, the Furies have already defeated their army and now they will be rolling call the new recruits in the barbarians' ranks. The commander of the 4th battle group, Lion Temple, says that the monarch, the Fox Nater, has entrusted them with a task of the highest importance, and the situation at the front is terrible. In a monochrome army of lions that are all exactly the same, Temple notices a new face at the very back of the crowd and tenses up because he hasn't seen this lion before. Indeed, one lion stands out from the rest as black on white, and this recruit attracted the attention of the commander of the Legion of the Barbarian Army. No one has ever seen this handsome man here, but Elric quickly invents a fake name, and his name is Rickle, and he is a new recruit who has been ordered to come here. Temp says that he has not received any orders to join the unit, but agrees to accept the recruit because someone always fails here. The commander explains to Reichel that he will not tolerate any mistakes and hints that the army's charter is written in blood, which the recruit has no problem agreeing with. Having solved the problem with the new recruit, Temple says that he will explain the essence of the task on the way to the domain at night, as they are on the road because they have very little time. Mephistopheles did know that werewolves were so stupid, but he didn't think that such a cheap game would work. The goddess says that they didn't think anyone would go that far. To this, the wizard replies that he has always been good at acting, and that he uses the magic of the seventh circle to transform himself in ways that a lion cannot. Mephistopheles grumbled and agreed. In turn, the magician threatened him that for doubting his abilities, he would dance ballet until the end of time. Temple gives his army an order to defend the border with the domain of night so that not even a rat can slip through, and the army agrees in unison. However, no one noticed that lions do not have such emerald eyes when the espionage agent had already begun to plan his next steps at the borders. With a clear goal in mind, undercover Elric decides to inhabit something for better camouflage on the ground among all the soldiers of the Fury Kingdom. Something similar to lightning flashed through the wolf soldiers, but they only recoiled because there was little that could be in the forests, whether it was the wind or the general herself. The clever mage concealed his presence and the fact that he went AWOL from the army by hiding, and now sees the magic gathered in the domain of night. The mage realizes that they will definitely find the ice general if they enter the domain, and now there is no one to stand in the way. So, wasting no time while the stupid barbarian army defends the border, Elric, Mephistopheles, and Camellia break through the borderline without any problems. Eventually, Maribninger arrives at the domain of the night, but he sees something different from what he had hoped to see, as his surprise suggests. And he sees a bunch of chains chained to the ground with iron hooks, because they are holding none other than the Ice General in absolute chaos of death. And here she is, the one who made it all happen, the main weapon of the Fury tribe, which is simply used as a tool without any hint of intelligence. The young Duke does not understand why the Ice General is chained, and judges that since the chains are rusty, the Ice General was locked up long ago. Mephistopheles, in his sarcastic repertoire, begins to cackle like a curse left by the demon god now in this state of being hand and foot bound. The demon puts forward a theory that the general's captivity in chains is due to the fact that Camellia fell asleep 40 years ago, and the goddess replies that it is all true. The chains exude a faint, pleasant floral scent, which explains that they were created with the help of Camellia's divine power and are her work. The goddess replies that she and Uzden were once bound in the same way, and although the seal was not strong, it lasted a long time, so it was renewed. For a magician with the ability to analyze mana, it will not be difficult to understand that this mana belonged to none other than the top of the barbarian tribe of Fury. For Mirbinger, this is no secret either, and he realizes that the king of the Fury himself is involved, and his unique strength, which made it possible to hold back for a long time. This legendary tail blessing is a unique technique possessed only by the Blood Wolf King himself, and this technique has supported the Fury on the world stage. As ironic as it may sound now coming from the magician's mouth, Mirbinger did not think he would thank the Blood King because he did not know how to overcome the general's body. Because she was shackled in this way, it would be much easier to bind the demonic curse in the crystal compared to what had to be caught. As befits a blind creature with no consciousness of its own, chained in chains, the Ice General is furious when it senses that it has been approached too closely. Using his snowflake-shaped ice crystal, Elric is going to absorb the curse of the demon god because no one else may have the chance. But the Ice General was not the only one who wanted to get his hands on the tasty prey, and someone interfered with his big game by claiming that a rat had infiltrated the place. The enemy's move was sneaky and unexpected, so when Mirbinger heard the presence of danger next to him, he immediately jumped back and was very confused. Gradually, a new player begins to appear in the arena who cannot believe that one of the soldiers who was supposed to guard the domain has entered the territory. Mephistopheles could not believe that he would meet such a guest here, and Elric says that he also felt this energy all the time when he was exploring the place. It is he, there can be no doubt about it at all. This is Azazel, or his middle name is the madness demon that belongs to the infamous Gregory in the past. Appearing in the arena in the full glory of his uniform, Azazel is surprised that a simple soldier from the Fury tribe is not afraid of him. But he was wrong. Eventually, the demon realized that he was not a werewolf or even an anthropomorphic werewolf, but the same damn Merbinger who had been ruining his life. As the mage removes his disguise, he praises the fact that the demon was able to see that it was a simple disguise, saying that his mana analysis skills are good for the demon. Now it's clear to him that this is the same Elric Merbenber, the hero who poured lard behind the werewolf's hide, spoiling the Fury Tribe's plans for the umpteenth time. The task assigned to the demon by the organization was to help the Wolf King unite the lands of the Black Snowfield and become an ally and take the general away. If not for Merbinger, the task could have been completed long ago, but Elric always got in their way and ruined everything for the Fury Tribe with his mischief. But in the demon's opinion, everything is even better, since by destroying Elric, he will earn recognition from everyone who has been cutting his teeth on these Merbingers for centuries. According to their satanic organization, Elric's magic level is no more than a magus, so Azazel thinks it will be easy to defeat the blonde in a duel. As Azazel prepares for the battle, he realizes that this Merbinger boy is much weaker than he is, and he has no right to compete with this noble demon. Immediately summoning a tornado similar to the Ice General himself, he is ready to fight, and Mephistopheles identifies him as the cruel Gale with a family tree. The demon realizes that it will be quite easy for the blonde to act on equal terms and defeat such an opponent, and even rejoices a little as the magician has to dance now. However, as expected, Elric is not afraid of a serious enemy and declares that this is a very fat prey and will be fatter than any of those totems from the villages. Seeing the laughing demon Merbinger on the drag from death, he cannot understand why this madman is baring his teeth and reasonably considers him a psycho. Azazel gives the magician a good laugh, promising that soon the end will come and he will laugh at how he destroyed the entire Merbinger family to the end. Launching a tornado at his opponent, Azazel promises that now the cruel Gale will tear him into thousands of small pieces, turning the magician into a rain of meat. It would seem that everything has come to an end for the last hope of this world in defeating the demons, and the history of the Merbinger family comes to an end in this battle. Azazel smiles prematurely at his victory because he has defeated Merbinger, hinting that this enemy of the Inhumans is not as strong as he is told. But the blonde man broke through Azazel's deadly tornado and now stares defiantly at him, ready to strike because he broke through it with mana. Shocked, Azazel can't believe what he's seeing because this mage has proven to be competent enough to easily break through his signature attack. Smiling defiantly, Elric concentrates mana in his hand and tells Azazel that he never thought he would meet someone like him. Elric's turn has come, and he sends an arrow down the enemy's throat with special power, intending to take off his head and make Azazel a trophy. The enraged Azazel loses control of himself because he let the blonde's attack pass through him, which, according to all the canons of combat, he should have repelled but missed. Azazel can't believe his eyes because this blonde Merbinger boy has the strength of an ice general and beats him like an old bucket. The demon can't understand how Elric can control the powers of the North Wind and Winter Cold with the true superhuman powers of the legendary Ice General. This is the wind that absorbs and destroys everything in its path, and the cold that paints the whole world white, freezing everything and destroying all life with ease. This is one of the legendary powers of the demon god, which is needed to destroy the entire empire of conquest of all people of the world, and most importantly, to revive Azazel himself. That is why he needs to take the Ice General into his own hands before others take possession of him and subjugate the power of destruction to himself. The demon doesn't believe that Elric can use the power of the North Wind and Winter Cold, which even they cannot do, and the magician is their worst enemy. The blonde reminds the demon that they are having a duel and that he is thinking about something, as if they were having a duel between two ancient philosophers. Taking advantage of the moment when Azazel was distracted from the battle, Merbinger decided to use the art of body fortification known as the Leap of the Fierce Tiger. Having pierced Azazel with his body-strengthening art, the magician easily deprived the demon of his arm, which he had expected to be only not the body-strengthening art. The wounded demon, who had just been stripped of his arm in midair, jumps to the side holding his stump, unable to understand how this is possible. The situation did not go according to the plan that Azazel had developed for himself, so now the entire strategy will need to be rewritten during the battle with the mage. According to the organization's calculations, Elric should have been at the level of a magus, but he is not even close to that level, because the level of a magus exceeds his. Azazel realizes that the enemy must be at least at the 7th circle level, since his magic is not lower than the archmage level, which was not in the demon's plans. Having restored his arm, the demon realizes that he cannot win with Elric's body-strengthening art and is already looking for a backup plan to get out of here. This messenger of Azazel on Earth was about to use magic to escape by breaking the seal of the contract, but he had to warn the authorities first. But the magic of escape did not work, and the seal simply began to crumble into ashes in Azazel's hands because the magician blocked his exit from the arena. The young mage explains that nothing is happening and that the magic of the Seal of Escape will not work under any circumstances, so it is useless to try to leave the arena now. Grabbing the demon from behind by the head, the young mage says that he has made sure that this demon bastard will not be able to escape from the field, no matter what he does now. Therefore, pressing down on Azazel's head, Elric pressed the attacker's head into the ground with brute force, using magic to drive his head into the ground as if it were a nail. The magician raises his hand above his head to once again crush Azazel's face into the ground and bury his opponent according to all the canons and with the best honors. In vain did the mage worry that this demon looked stronger than the previous ones, but he was able to defeat it quickly and is told that the cult of Azazel is weak. Now the bewildered Mephistopheles is shocked by the blonde's strength and wonders what kind of tests the magician has undergone to become so strong so quickly. The blonde could not even imagine that the influence of the House of Gregory would be able to spread over such a large territory, let alone to the barbarian lands. The mage would like to know more, but since the demon has already been defeated, he must simply absorb its demonic energy to power the seals. However, the seal on the hand of the seemingly defeated demon, which is lying on the ground, shows very strong activity, which alerted the demon Preda. Yu warns Merbinger of the danger, asking him to be careful and cautious because the enemy is using a deceptive technique against him as a trap. And so it was, because as soon as Elric started counting crows for a minute, he was attacked by a demon that accidentally came to life. Having received a stab in the back, the young duke immediately flies away from Azazel's follower, and, having dodged his attack, freezes wondering what it is. This bastard was resurrected, and appeared before him in a new form that looks like a pure accumulation of black energy of the demon, which hints at his considerable energy. In the full force of his demonic potential, Azazel's follower declares that he now knows who defeated Kaya, the very faithful agent of Gregory. Now Elric is wondering who this demon is in front of him, since his power and energy are so strong and he is definitely not a simple demon, but at least a king. Mephistopheles refuses to believe that Azazel could have awakened right now, because the only thing missing from the full picture of the plot was this demon in the arena. Azazel is known as pure demonic madness, or the king of demons himself, who brought only destruction and complete chaos to this land. And now this bastard is standing before their eyes smiling a crazy smile of sharp teeth with burning red eyes against a background of black flames. The reason why the demon army lost in battle to humans 30 years ago was that they did not have a supreme competent leader of the army. And if the great demon king is reborn, it will be a matter of life and death for the imperial family and the members of the majestic hexagram. Therefore, Merbinger commands Mephistopheles that they urgently need to retreat from the battlefield, but the demon does not consider it necessary and asks him to stop. The blonde doesn't understand why the demon asked him to stop so abruptly and asks what's going on and why they have to retreat when a serious battle is about to begin. Mephistopheles says that it is not Azazel's body that they are looking at, but only a miserable copy that clearly repeats its original, but is still limited in its actions. The demon calls this surrogate an incomplete copy of the Demon King's body and mind that failed to become a full-fledged copy of Azazel. This copy is in front of them. Horned explains that all 4 Demon Kings along with him are either sealed or no longer alive, but as long as their real names exist, they live. Realizing what he meant, Merbinger asks if this means that somewhere there is a real name for the demon Azazel, and the wizard lights up with real excitement. If this were not the case, Gregory would no longer exist, but they are engaged in various studies and may revive Azazel's true name. Now the young demon fighter realizes that all the disasters are connected to the Gregory clan and the genocide in the villages where the peasants were suffering from hunger as well. The magician realizes that they are in deep shit, and now the trouble is closer than he thought before, and he realizes that he has to do something. Blondie realizes that he will have to face Grigoi in the future, but now he boldly tells the fake Azazel that he destroyed Kaya himself, and he will not hide anymore, which leaves Azazel no choice but to make every effort to destroy Merbinger. Using the power of the storm, Azazel's copy launches a double tornado to wipe out the nasty Merbinger who has ruined his life again. A rather strong spell known as the Cruel Storm was used against the young Duke of the Shining Star, and he looks quite dangerous and serious. Without losing his self-confidence and professionalism, Elric mocks the demon by imitating his voice and saying that he will destroy him right there. A fierce storm is all well and good, but don't forget that Elric has the power of an ice general and summons a real ice tornado to fight back. The magician teases his opponent by saying that he can't even speak properly. Now 2 big tornadoes are fighting and it looks very scary. The music didn't last long, and the demon didn't last long as Elric's icy chains of mana bind him in place in an attempt to immobilize the copy of Azazel. But the demon will not let him subdue him so easily, and intends to prevent the blonde from subduing him under any circumstances and defeating the power of the god Azazel. That's why Azazel's copy easily beats off Elric's chains. not realizing that he just decided to play cat and mouse with him and teases the bastard. As soon as the demon was distracted by the chains and turned away from Elric, he went behind his back and laughed because the mage had used a deceptive maneuver. The main principle of white tiger hunting is that it tears its prey into thousands of pieces, leaving them no chance to escape and save themselves. This is the basic philosophy of the Tiger King's body-strengthening technique known as the legendary white tiger bite, which will always find its prey. The peculiarity of Elric's techniques is that he combines his magic and the art of body enhancement to increase the damage to the enemy from his attacks on the enemy. Having intercepted the Duke's hand, the demon smiles a razor-sharp smile and speaks contemptuously of the art of fortifying the body as if it were a fool. The blonde could not have expected such a turn of events in the fact that the demon passes his hand, but he is not going to panic, so he starts thinking. Realizing that there is no other way out but to use the magic of rupture against him, the blonde tries to tear the demon to shreds. But the trouble is that this trick won't work against Azazel's copy now, and Elric realizes that he's trapped, and the demon is about to tear his head off. Feeling that he has an advantage over the immobilized Duke, the copy of the demon god intends to solve the problem of the annoying Merbinger here and now. Now the green-eyed man begins to realize that the situation is a complete shit, and what is happening is already dangerous for him, and he is tense in the moment. But this was not the case, and Merbinger would not have been Merbinger if he had not been cunning and used cutting and blocking the enemy's attack at close range. The spell worked, and now the enemy has been thrown to a safe distance, and Elric stands behind his own armor with the limb of the demon that dropped him like a lizard. The blonde realizes that this bastard is a simple obsessive, but at the same time he is an extremely strong opponent and wonders how strong the real body is. But over time, the body and soul merge more and more into one, making the situation even more difficult for the enemy, and this scares them. Even if it is not a full-fledged Azazel's body, the problem of merging spirit and body is still a serious problem in the eyes of even someone like Merbinger himself. It's terribly offensive and hurtful, but we have to admit that the demon is very strong even as an inferior copy, i.e., a simple surrogate. Mephistopheles explains that even if it is a copy, it is still a copy of a king close to the demon god, and he is not going to lose to the boy. As unpleasant as it is for Elric, he agrees with Mephistopheles and realizes that with his powers now, he can only draw the fight. But the main problem now is not that we shouldn't forget that they are primarily on the battlefield on the border with the very domain of night. The tribe of Furies is approaching this city because they have sensed that a scout has infiltrated their ranks and orders them to inspect the territory and catch him. Now the blonde realizes that his plan to absorb the Ice General has failed completely, and the demon gloats that he seems to have defeated him. All hell breaks loose when demons of all kinds and abominations penetrate the stratosphere, surrounding Elric from every possible angle. The copy of Azazel laughs at the fact that Merbinger is now surrounded on all sides, and asks what he will do now that he is completely surrounded by the enemy. The calm Elric thinks he could escape by using magic, but the tribe of barbarian furies will make it difficult for him to escape. Mephistopheles asks what he will do. Mephistopheles could not doubt that the ward would decide to go stubbornly to the end, leaving the enemy no chance and use his seal. Once again, to distract the enemy, Elric tries to cut him with his magic blade, even though he knows that this maneuver may fail. The demon considers all the magician's attempts to attack him to be the senseless convulsions of a rodent trying to escape from the jaws of a predator that has already clenched its teeth. However, Merbinger is not a simple boy from the street, and we should not expect something so ordinary from him. He says that his family has one good tradition. The copy demon is not a fool, and immediately read the opponent's intentions, and honestly, it could not help but scare him into a state of primitive horror, and he could not believe his eyes. Merbinger says that if he doesn't get the Ice General, then no one else should, with a completely insane glint in his eye. And the blonde rushed over the obstacle in the form of a demon straight to the Ice General, who had been chained for a very long time. The most interesting part of the plan begins when he begins to free the Ice General's true body from the chains of the curse. Even Azazel's copy refuses to believe that anyone, let alone this Merbinger, would take such a crazy step and throws a real tantrum. The copy can't find an epithet to accurately describe Elric, but Mephistopheles does it for him by clearly calling Merbinger a crazy jerk. Having felt the long-awaited freedom, the mad general of the icy cold begins to rage even more terribly than before she was chained by the barbarians. Even the goddess Camellia herself, who has seen everything, realizes that, even though he is a Merbinger, it is too much for them to dismiss the general of the icy cold. Mephistopheles replies that this is the Merbinger's power and says that it is the best he has seen since he signed the contract with him. The goddess asks if the blonde man was going to imprison her in an ice crystal, how he will free her now, and the blonde man replies that there is no other way. Without saying a word, Elric breaks through Azazel's demons and easily flies over them with another brilliant plan of action in his head. The blonde man with a shining, confident smile declares that it is time for them to flee, urging the goddess and Mephistopheles to follow him forward without delay. The copy demon orders his henchmen to fly after Elric and immediately catch him without letting him get too far away from him and take the Ice General. They realize that they have to tie up the Ice General again and put her on a stick, but they don't know which side she's going to attack from. The demons realize that if they lose sight of this Merbinger, it will once again threaten their plans and seriously disrupt all their plans. They need to pull out this Merbinger sprout before it takes root and becomes even stronger by restoring its family, which will be a threat. The demon overestimated his strength and fell to his knees, clutching his heart, which betrayed him at such an important moment when he had to stop this living thing. But as if on cue, the vital force of this body began to leave it now at such an important moment, which confirmed the status of this body as inferior. Meanwhile, the Ice General, freed from his bonds, runs across the field, demolishing everything in his path like a mindless weapon the size of a century-old oak tree. The most interesting thing is that she could have run in any direction, but she decided to follow Elric and the company as if he was attracting her attention. Mephistopheles doesn't understand why the general is running after Elric, and the goddess Camellia replies that he smells like Merbinger's strong mana, which once bound her. The demon can say the same thing about the truck that supported the seal all this time, but for some reason it is running after Elric and not after them, and this is interesting. Unfortunately, the goddess can't say anything to this, but she begins to realize that something is not clean here and that Merbinger has done something wrong again. Camellia realizes that something is definitely wrong here, and the Ice General's anger is directed at all living things without exception. But here she is running after Elric. Camellia has known the general for a long time, but she has never seen her so angry at someone, so focused on a specific goal without being distracted. And then she realized everything. The goddess of Camellias came to the conclusion that if the general was so intent on Elric, he must have done something with her. But he was silent. Camellia asks if the magician has done something to the general, and he decides that it's time to frankly admit what he did during her release. He admits that when he opened her seal, he decided to kill two birds with one stone because the chase was still going on at full speed. Realizing that the barbarians and demons would not leave him alone, he decided to take one cunning step to get rid of all the obstacles at once. So when he was removing the seal from the Ice General, he charged her with an ice arrow directly into her forehead to provoke her anger at his person. Camellia has seen everything in her life, but for someone to slap a general happens once in a millennium. Only a mad genius or a fool could do that. The goddess asks him why the hell he did it in the first place. What was his motivation for doing so? The magician replied that he needed to lure her to the right place. After the fight, no fists are waved, and the members of the Legion of Barbarians saw that the Ice General was free and was advancing on them and panicked. Demons are shouting orders to stop Merbinger as if something can be changed when you are also opposed by a demonic cursed creature as big as mountains. Along with the plan to lure the general to the right place, Elric plans to use it to get rid of the flies in the form of barbaric furies and a pack of demons. The plan is clear and reliable, although it is as crazy as the magician who carried it in his head, and all these brothers run away, beckoning the Ice General. Mephistopheles asks the ward what he is going to do after he has committed such a rave, and the ward says that he will commit an even bigger rave. Even the King of Demons likes this, and he admits that for the first time he really likes his crazy ward, the genius Merbinger. The blonde is also more satisfied with his work than ever, and enjoys the chaos he has created for the sake of his own brilliant plan to capture the general. Meanwhile, Herman's soldiers feel the abnormal activity of the ice waves and ask if the magician is okay, and he says that he organized the rave here. One of the soldiers asks him to be careful and dramatically adds that his niece will pour him birch porridge if Elric is injured in the chase. But another soldier, the strongest, asks what Merbinger has done to make the ice wave rise so high and demolish everything in its path. The blonde replies that it's nothing special, he just took the Ice General for company, which puts the soldier in a state of real shock and mute amazement. Hearing this, even the desperate Blue Lion hangs open-mouthed because only Elric could do such a thing, balancing on the edge of genius and stupidity. However, his soldiers are not surprised and say that his partner is even more fucked up than all of them together, and ask how they could help him. And the magician asks me to act as his escort. The soldiers ask if he needs to get somewhere, and the magician says yes and is ready to tell them the way. The green-eyed man says that he is on his way to the territory of the Kingdom of the Furries, and obviously has not come empty-handed, but has some interesting gifts for them. Meanwhile, the Fury tribe's fort raised the alarm because the general was wreaking havoc and terror, destroying city after city and the domain itself. Nerit again, in anger and despair, does not understand how this damned magician was able to free the general from the chains imposed by their king. The top brass is bombarded with questions from all over the place, asking why the Ice General is raging and what happened to the sacred blessing of the tail that protected them. Nerete realizes that if the people find out that the Ice General was an instrument of usurpation of power, a revolt, and a coup of the entire system of government will be inevitable. Our song is good and new. Let's start it again, and General Nerete orders a new mobilization, threatening to kill everyone for any foolishness. The order is accepted, and the fox knows that first they must make sure that the cities are under their control, and when they crush the general, they will not let her escape from them. Still, it's hard to believe that such a majestic empire has come to such a failure, and now the country is in real chaos and the threat of riots. For the umpteenth time, General Nerete, mad with anger, swears to wipe this damn Merbinger off the face of the planet, but he fails. He ordered his priest to find the damned Merbinger immediately, and they watch the crystal balls and see someone very similar to Elric. The priests are seriously frightened, and when the general asks where they see him, they are afraid to say a word because the situation is really full of shit. The only problem is that this Merbinger is right in front of the main gate of the kingdom of the furry, and now the fun part of the play begins. Nerete was already getting angry at the priest for talking nonsense until he felt some interesting jolts from the main gate. It started, and now Merbinger is so close to the city that they can't do anything, and the whole city is starting to disintegrate right before our eyes. In desperation, Nerete leans against the window to at least see with her own eyes the extent of the apocalypse that this Merbinger has started in their kingdom. The fox can't believe his eyes when he sees what is now directly on the course to his fortress. The main fear of the entire top management of the Fury Kingdom came to life before their eyes when they saw the Ice General hurtling straight ahead. And of course, this whole Armageddon is led by none other than Merbinger, whom Nerete and his people consider a real monster and a sick bastard. Fox realizes that the Ice General is out of control and simply explodes with rage. Nerete does not understand what exactly is happening and why she is angry. Anyway, the young wizard is tired of the chase and hangs in the sky, wiping the sweat from his forehead, which means that the general has to stop in his tracks. Once again, Mephistopheles admits that he has once again felt sorry for those who have had the misfortune of doing business with Elric, especially enemies. The demon does not understand what the general did wrong, but sees how angry she is with Elric's slap, and the mage replies that he has always been like that and the demon knows it. And now it's time to dance. And with a wave of his hand, the magician activates his seal of the North Wind to start a real madness in the city of the barbarian. It's time to make a real Armageddon here, and having concentrated a considerable number of arrows above his head, the magician is ready to start a real battle against them. The icy arrows of the North Wind begin the siege of the Fury Fort, and a real battle of two civilizations against each other begins, and the rave begins. The terrified barbarian soldiers are ordered by Nerete to stop this freak, who is getting closer to wiping them off the face of the planet and history. But it was not to be, and they are stopped by the Blue Lion, along with Isabel and his men, who will not let the barbarians get to the young Avenger. Having lost control of his anger, Nerete is furious at Weil for daring to say anything to him, and orders them to be destroyed on the spot and without delay. But suddenly, the armor of the truck placed over the fort begins to crack, which can only mean that danger is already breathing down their necks. Nerete, seeing the curse of the demon god, begins to shout that the Ice General is approaching the city and realizes that all his plans have failed. Now Merbinger has a plan to send the General of the Ice Cold straight into the center of the city in a truck to finally destroy these damn barbarians once and for all. The armor, as well as the entire area around them, and the ground began to crack from the earth's rumbling that raised the General's icy chaos. As one might expect, Merbinger and the General of the Ice Cold awakened the wrath of none other than the tyrant Bloody Wolf King himself. The Bloody Wolf King is furious that someone dared to disturb his peace and so unceremoniously invade the territory of the tribe of his kingdom. Now the one who was going to destroy Elric appeared in the arena, and the Blood Wolf King himself stood in front of them all, falling at the feet of the truck. This is the same Bloody Wolf King about whom he has heard a lot, but he wonders what kind of energy he feels from the figure of the Fox King. This energy repels the demonic power of the Ice General, but it is neither mana nor demonic energy, but something mysterious and unknown to them. The Bloody Wolf King immediately recognized the golden hair and green eyes of the Merbingers in his opponent, adding that the enemy stinks like a pile of humus in the heat. Recently, thanks to the help of a demon, he regained his 8th tail, and to restore the 9th, he must master the art of tiger body strengthening. And when the cynical king sees the golden-haired Elric with emerald eyes, he realizes that the king's art has fallen into his hands. Suddenly, the General of the Icy Cold decides to change her course from Merbinger to the Blood King, even though he has done nothing to her at all. And this is strange. General Stuja changes his target from the magician to the king and begins to attack him with his own forces, blowing him away with ice arrows in the north wind. This could not but anger the king and brings him to a bloodthirsty smile on his foxy face and prepares to strike back. The Bloody Wolf King calls the general a monster who dares to attack him, even though he himself does not have even the rudiments of a basic mind in his head. Attacking the general of the Ice Cold, the Blood King orders the demon curse to disappear from his lands in an attempt to destroy it with his own forces. Another explosion rolled through the city, filling the entire battlefield, demonstrating the power of both opponents, who are equal to each other. At a safe distance from the battle, Elric Mephistopheles and the goddess Camellia are watching the battle with intense expressions and analyzing it. The Duke of Shining Star is interested in why the General of the Ice Cold suddenly decided to attack the Blood King, changing the entire course of the battle between them. The goddess Camellia explains that the general most likely remembers how the Bloody King was the one who renewed the seal on the shackles, and considers him an enemy. One way or another, the battle between these two continues in full force, and they are not going to stop for a second while the mage is watching. Mirbinger is carefully observing what is happening in the city center, analyzing the situation, and suddenly the shadow of an idea flashes across his face. Noticing the change in the blonde man's mood, Camellia immediately asks what exactly is wrong and what caught his attention when he was watching the fight between the two. The magician didn't answer her and rushes forward, leaving them behind, and it's obvious that Mirbinger has planned something and won't retreat. The goddess Camellia asks him to stop because he is getting into the thick of things again, and asks the blonde what he is up to and what his intentions are. Holding an ice crystal in his hands, the blonde flies forward purposefully, ignoring Camellia's questions. He has a plan to absorb the general now. The general, irritated with the Blood Wolf King, is again furious and has fallen into a state of absolute madness, but this is just the perfect opportunity to absorb it. The magician recognizes that the Fury King has done so much to help him solve the problem of the curse of the demon god, and it would be a sin not to accept a helping hand, and therefore, he is not going to let this opportunity go. So he holds the crystal and begins to absorb the energy of the curse of the demon god. It worked, and the magician immediately began to slowly absorb the energy of the Ice General. Watching them, Mephistopheles recognizes that Elric has no trouble defeating his enemies and stealing whatever he wants without even lifting a finger. The demon of original sin honestly says that his ward is a master of wreaking havoc, and Elric gleefully absorbs the magical general who falls into his hands. But he heard something that distracted him for a second from playing with the ice-cold general, but he was only happy that a new toy had arrived. The Bloody Wolf King could no longer watch these two play with envy and decided to come as a third to this friendly group of friends. As befits a true friend, Mirbinger greeted his opponent and was ready to give him the kind of friendly treat that the king's personality deserved. Mirbinger carries only light with him, so he immediately greeted the eight-tailed fox with a steady stream of golden sunlight, warming him in the cold. But the Wolf King is not used to having so much sun in his residence and squints at the bright light, asking the wizard what the hell he is doing. This ignorant Elric, laughing at the king, asks him if he did not think that he and the general were to some extent allies against him. Mephistopheles is not a fool, and immediately realizes that the magician intends to kill two birds with one stone and deal with the general and the king at the same time in battle. Rightly so. The demon thinks that the bastard fox is going to be furious because he is being humiliated so brutally by an ordinary man, even though he is a mage and a reckless general. The enraged Blood King thinks that if he had a ninth tail now, he would not have left a stain on Mirbinger and would not have been so humiliated by him. Tail. It is the damned tail that he is missing that reminds the Blood King of his next action in the battle with Elric and what he has in his favor. At the thought of being able to get rid of the enemy so easily and effortlessly, the fox demon can't help but be delighted and revel in what a genius he is. By throwing off his tail, he thinks that he can stop the damned Mirbinger and win the advantage in the battle over the enemy side and emerge victorious. But the Duke was not a stranger to the world, and when he saw the demon's tail flying at him, he immediately jumped away from it, as it would have been a sure chance of death. Mirbinger doesn't understand what the hell is going on here, and what kind of equipment the Blood Wolf King is using against him in this difficult battle. It turned out that the fox demon decided to try his luck and try to mislead the enemy with his mirage technique and double the image. But the magician quickly recognizes this second-rate show and realizes that the demon is using too many cheap tricks against him, and it won't work on him at all. So he immediately uses the north wind to push this Herod away from him, so that he flies back like a bag of property and not a ruler. When the enemy is knocked down, the young magician resorts to the technique he considers necessary in this situation and decides to freeze the Blood King to death. Unable to resist the blonde's attacks, the fox succumbs to his attacks, which cut his body as well as the Ice General and her icy attacks. Without retreating, the young Duke continues to hit the Bloody Wolf King so hard that his life seems like a manna from heaven and shows who is the Adaman. With his trademark cold cynicism and heroic gleam in his eye, the blonde looks at the king, telling him that whatever he is up to, he will lose to him. It was too early to celebrate and consider yourself a victor when you haven't really understood the enemy's tactics, unless you want to get caught like he is now. He was about to use the seal and dispel the cursed king when suddenly his own power was blocked and he was frozen without understanding. the blonde man feels something very strange. Something begins to suck the life force out of him, penetrating his body and freezing his insides. The nine-tailed fox's maneuver worked, and the magician fell into his trap, which the bastard can't help but rejoice at as he thinks of destroying this Merbinger. Elric's body is absorbed by a vortex of bright blue light, the nature of which is similar to the Ice General's techniques. His body is paralyzed by this damn thing. When the Bloody Wolf King is able to wrest the art of body fortification from Merbinger's memory, then he will be able to recover the long-lost ninth tail. Seeing the gray facade of his ancestral home in Elric's brain barrier, the king wonders why he chose such a miserable facade for this purpose. The king wonders why the damn bastard put his soul in such a seemingly miserable, shabby place as this family estate. However, this will only make it easier for him to devour him without leaving a shred of Elric. So now the fox just wants to tear his soul to shreds. And most importantly, he will finally take the coveted art of body strengthening, appropriating it for himself as he considers it rightfully the strongest and most deserving. But it was not to be, and Elric immediately felt his presence in his head and asked how this dirty, worthless beast dared to want what was his. The frightened king senses Elric's presence in his subconscious and wonders how this is possible and what kind of ability to resist is so strong. The magician replies that the bloody king does not even have the moral right to interfere with the illegal presence in his mind and must throw him out. That's all. And when the bastard was not expecting it and was caught off guard, Elric decides to devour him, which shocks the king even more, who believed himself too much. The frightened King Fury does not understand what the hell he was trying to do, trying to calm his seriously fast heartbeat and quench his overly strong tachycardia. Finally freed from the influence of the Bloody Wolf King inside his head, the magician exhales, not understanding what is going on inside his soul. Blondie asks Mephistopheles what happened to him, because the last thing he remembers is that he was attacked by a Bloody Wolf King and that's it. Memon just turns away, leaving the Merbinger in thought. The humiliated Blood Wolf King gets even angrier at his opponent, calling him a freak. Filled with anger, the Blood Wolf King vows to fry the hated wizard to a crispy golden brown, as if he were a pig and not a man. Even the army of the Fury tribe realized that if their king was angry, they had to flee, because if this wave touched them, they would be lost. Even their hooves would not be left behind. Such tricks could not go unnoticed, even by Elric, who eventually tries to understand what his opponent did and what kind of attack it was. Suddenly, something happened that made even the young mage who had been in battles crawl out of his head in surprise, because you don't see such power every day. The extraordinary power of the Fury King caused terrible destruction around them, leaving almost the entire territory of the city where they fought in ruins. Even the Bloody Wolf King himself doesn't remember the last time he used such a large amount of power against someone in one turn in battle. Although the fox with 8 tails failed to defeat and get rid of the Ice General, which was his #1 goal, he definitely achieved something. The fox rejoices that he was able to burn the damn Merbinger alive by himself, deciding to deal with the problem himself instead of asking his foolish servants and soldiers. He thought he had burned it when he heard a voice saying that he liked the meat in this restaurant, but that it could have been better. The magician says that if the fox's flames were stronger, it would have been easier to burn him, but he didn't even fry him and teases his opponent. Merbinger provokes the fox to show him his full strength by urging the Blood Wolf King to fight him in full force and not to hold back. Meanwhile, the residence of the anthropomorphic werewolves is cheerful again, although Elric has no enemies there, but the young king is nervous. The little tiger cub has already started to have a tachycardia from nerves and is having a kind of panic attack because this little king is very nervous now. Kneeling before his young lord, Norris calms the young king and tells Valence that he is a tiger king and must show them all his greatness. Valence tells the chancellor that it is not so simple because these people have betrayed the kingdom and have cut their teeth on them, and now he has to talk to them. The chancellor listens to his young king, who says that he is too young and his words will not work on them, and the ministers will only laugh at him. The chancellor wanted to continue to prove to the young king that he is the king and has the power to rule over everyone by right, as the voices of Hayes and Sean are calling out to him now. These two, like those who stood behind his beloved Elric, remind us that Valence wanted to revive the imperial family and make life better for his people. Hayes, smiling warmly with a bright smile on his handsome face, says that only the control of anthropomorphic werewolves can make all dreams come true. Sean, as Elric's loyal best friend and adored by the young king, promises that they will always stand behind him, supporting the king to the end. These two people, who are the most loyal to their comrades and ideas, smile at their little friend and instill in his soul self-confidence and strength of spirit. And now, this small but so brave king believes in himself and says that only he can revive the dynasty and make life good for his people. And he has to do it. Sean and Hayes, along with Chancellor Norris, are happy that the young king finally believes in himself, especially the red-headed assistant professor. Valens wants to do this for the sake of those who trusted him and helped him, and for the sake of any Sir Elric who gave him a chance to realize his dream. If Elric were here, he would most likely take control of the meeting and laugh as if it were just fun for him and nothing serious. And most importantly, he would crush anyone who dared to oppose him, and Valence would do anything to be like him. It was time for the king to enter the hall. As soon as the king came in, all the werewolves there stretched out in a line and froze in place when they saw his small but angry figure. Some people were afraid and looked at the young king with genuine fear in their eyes, and they had no courage to say anything. Seeing such a strong aura from the little king, some of the soldiers even opened their mouths at the sight of their tiger king in his full strength and beauty. But one way or another, all these werewolves immediately begin to beat their foreheads, bowing to their young king with all the respect due to a king. One glance from the young King Valens was enough to make everyone freeze, for the look in those amber eyes would make a demon wag its tail. The ice crystal in Elric's hand shines with a bright blue light, which means that the most important part of the fun with the Ice General is about to begin. Now Mirbinger begins to absorb the demonic energy of the Ice General and is happy to see how easily everything is going and says that he is very pleased to do so. Camellia warns the magician that even if he continues to absorb the general's energy forever, it will not weaken him, and the magician replies that he knows this. As you know, the Ice General studies his opponent for a long time and becomes stronger during the battle, which is a great advantage of the curse of the demon god over him. But the wizard has a trick up his sleeve, and he replies that his Seal of Winter has become much stronger, allowing him to fight the general at full strength. But the most important thing is not the Seal of Winter and its use, but the fact that a plan was born in his head to defeat the Ice General without violence. Therefore, the duel with the fox must end, since the duel with the Bloody King was not at all in his plans, and disrupted the entire absorption of the Ice General. The blonde sees that the Bloody King has already begun to get tired, and hints that it's time for him to accept defeat and surrender, ending this empty battle. The Wolf King is seriously angry with this Mirbinger, and dreams that the freaks of this kind do not exist in the world at all, and how good it would be. When a little fox was dying of hunger in a dark and cold cave after being abandoned by his own tribe, he met an individual with a curious power. It was an old fox who took him in, having saved the little abandoned fox cub from certain starvation in the darkness of dampness and cold at that time. And henceforth, the young fox studied for centuries with this old man, learning the techniques of his mentor, and the king became stronger and stronger. As a result, he gained such enormous power that none of his ancestors and rivals had ever dreamed of, and became a legendary master of his craft. The little abandoned fox became a strong ruler who took under his banner the United Tribes of the Fury and tried to become the king of the Black Field. The fox wanted to go beyond the black snowy field and become the king of the world, bringing the empire to its knees. But a tall wall stood before his eyes, and this wall was called Mirbinger. Elric's ancestor turned the tribes back to the Fury, explaining that if they left now, none of the barbarians would be harmed. The king orders his soldiers to break through the wall to get rid of this cursed wizard, but it is not surprising that all the plans of the Fox King went down the drain. Expectedly, they met a shameful end, and the king's entire army was defeated and perished in the bright amber flames of defeat before the magician. But the king did not give up and gathered his army again, intending to go forward again for the sake of his own ambitions to capture the black snowy field. It was not to be this time, as the bloody king stumbled upon King Yule, a werewolf legend who matched his ideals more than he did. And again, the bloody king of wolves was defeated and biting his elbows, hitting his head on the ground and wondering why even mortals defeat him with ease. This meant that he needed much more strength than he had, and no one else on this planet would have such strength. No one who has ever lived and will live. And then the Blood Wolf King threw away all the existing boundaries and what he had been learning for centuries, and crossed the border of demons whose powers were feared by all living, and no one else will be able to stop him. No one will stand in his way except the damn Mirbingers who have been standing in his way for all these centuries. This damned Mirbinger who has ruined his life and plans and who magically gets in his way all the time. Therefore, the Bloody Wolf King set himself the goal of never forgiving the Mirbingers. The king has a goal for which he wants to live and fight on, and which he lives for and which burns in his soul. He will destroy it, he will grind it to powder, he will just napalm these damn Mirbingers and that bastard Elric. The first rule on the battlefield is not to count crows, because the same Mirbinger will deprive you of all your tails in one blow. Flooding with bloody tears, the defeated and humiliated fox cannot believe what is happening to him now. Since this fox has been in conflict with the entire Mirbinger family for centuries, it would be logical for him and the Duke of the Shining Star to end it right now. Therefore, the cold and concentrated Mirbinger deems it necessary to take the power of the Seals of Winter into his hands and end this farce with his own hand. The explosion of the ice wave instantly put an end to the eternal confrontation between the family of those who fight demons and the king of barbarians. Before his soul went to hell forever, The barbarian king promised the bastard Elric that it was not the end for him. The bloody wolf king is defeated and frozen to the bone, lying on the ground, still alive for a short time. But in the end, he too falls silent, having ended his bloody tyranny forever. Now the lifeless body of the defeated king lies with Mirbinger, who once again defeated him but ended his story. The blonde thinks a bit skeptically about the last words that this is not the end, and hopes that nothing more will happen. The ice general reminded herself of herself, obviously eager to play with her new friend. Elric didn't forget about her either. The mage was just about to start with her, and there was no need to rush him either. But she started first in the game of Kvatch. The goddess Camellia and Mephistopheles are watching in the background as Elric begins to play with the general as if she were a child. Mephistopheles explains that the magician must have seen something in the goddess's memories, and that is why he acted this way. Camellia does not understand what he is talking about. The magician has told us before that after absorbing the seal, he sees the demons' past and their personal tragedy, and most likely he saw something similar after the takeover of the general and is playing with it. Camellia realizes that he also saw her memories, and does not understand how he saw the memories of the Ice General. The Ice General is a mystery whose history is unknown to anyone, and even the goddess herself does not fully understand it, and he certainly does not. The magician urges the general not to be afraid and to play with him as he wishes. Previously, he thought it was the body of the goddess Camellia with evil intentions. But the memories he received along with a fragment of the general's seal turned his idea of her upside down. The Ice General he saw was just a lonely child, not a bloodthirsty monster. The Ice General was not originally an enemy of humans, but born as such due to the curse of the demon god, she was curious as a child. It didn't take long for curiosity to become hostility because everyone feared it because of its demonic nature and superhuman powers. They threw stones at her, calling her a monster and urging her to leave their land forever. The poor damn big kid just wanted to play with them like a normal kid. She wanted to play with the children who were running through the fields of black snow, to eat with them, to bathe in the sun, and be happy. I wanted to hunt monsters, run through forests and fields with them, and swim in rivers. The wishes of the big child were simple, but the anthropomorphic werewolves could not understand this and began to defend themselves with weapons. Monsters also ran away when they saw the power of the Ice General and felt the deadly cold. Even the trees were swallowed up in black pitch blackness, and the river froze forever. The general just wanted to have friends, but she froze everything without even realizing it, and without wanting to hurt them. She had no friends or family, did not know how to build relationships with anyone, and being born only recently, she destroyed everything in the end out of ignorance. This is the true reason for her madness, and the fact that the general turned on the world and began to inflict on everyone the same suffering as herself. That's how this poor child cursed by the demon god became a threat to the whole world, bringing only cold and death. But until the very end, she had one primitive wish in her heart. Nothing complicated, just a simple childhood dream. The first children she saw after she was born were playing Kvatcha, and she wanted to do the same. It was the game she wanted to play with someone, but she never had the chance. The way he provoked her while clearing the land of the Furies reminded her of the same game of Kvatch. Some may say that she is mad now, but he knows that she is enjoying the game and now it is his turn to catch her since she has not caught the wizard. The blonde says that the general can start running and she understands that. The magician says that if he slaps her on the shoulder when he catches up with her, she will lose her favorite game. A large figure ran headlong across the field of black snow, happy to be played with. Mephistopheles refuses to believe that the general of the icy cold wanted to play such a primitive game and is surprised. Camellia does not believe that to save the flowers and fields she could not save, she should have just played with the general. Perhaps this decision should be obvious since the general was born from the flaws of the goddess Camellia herself. Most likely, the general was as lonely as Camellia was a long time ago and felt as lonely as the eternal winter itself. And now, the goddess has understood everything and is smiling lightly at the general and Elric. The general is happier than ever before because there is someone who understood her wishes correctly. In Elric, she saw the friend who could finally ease her age-old loneliness. While playing, the magician notices that she is running away from him very well and prepares to absorb the general with a crystal. With each step, he gets closer to her, and this dark, scary face begins to slowly disappear. And yet he is already standing behind her, almost touching the shoulder of a large but still small child. He caught it, and now finally the demonic form of the otherworldly creature begins to fall apart. Elric removed the eternal curse from her, and under this disguise and bandages with horns and a force that froze everything, there was really a girl. Eventually, the magician's finger touches her shoulder, and the former Ice General's first friend says he has caught her. He was no longer facing a demonic creature that inspired fear and deadly cold, but only a little girl. The true form of the Ice General was a little girl who just wanted friends and to play with someone. Before finding her eternal peace after being absorbed by the Merbinger seal, the girl says she had a lot of fun. The last move with Elric clutching the ice crystal in his hand, which now holds the General of the Cold. Now it's time to end the winter and dispel the eternal curse of black snow on the fields. The aroma of flowers that was imprisoned in an ice crystal overcame the winter cold and scattered to the four corners. The aroma carried on the wings of the wind through all the fields and towns of the Black Snow Valley. The warmth of the spring smell melted the frozen ground and brought real spring to these parts. And finally, it awakened life that had been sleeping in the thicknesses of centuries-old snows, and the land blossomed. The air is still cool, but a light trail of revival has diluted the stuffiness that everyone is tired of. It was the spring frosts that told the whole nation that spring had returned to their beautiful land. Part of the kingdom of anthropomorphic werewolves lies in ruins due to the devastating potential of the battle. Valence asks if it's over, and the Chancellor says that the tribe of Furies has fallen, and the general has been defeated. And the king admits that he is surprised to see it in person. It seems incredible to him because his dream came true in just one night, even though it seemed like it took years. The Chancellor explained to His Majesty that although the Fury tribe had fallen, restoring the family of the Tiger King and uniting the Blackfield was a challenge. Valens acknowledges Norris's point, saying that he must be more serious and focused than ever. But those who don't need any seriousness are fairies who are simple-mindedly happy that spring has come. Little creatures circle over Valens' head, chanting loudly about victory, distracting him. Duffo points his finger in the distance and tells him to look there, and Valens turns his head. Elric and the goddess Camellia returned victorious and are greeted with a standing ovation, and the magician says that he has returned to them. The flower goddesses surrounded the magician from all sides, asking him how he was able to defeat the general and bring spring back to the land. The blonde replies that thanks to the floral fragrances they gave him, and there is nothing better than them to bring spring back to the region. However, the little creatures did not quite understand what the wizard meant, and that made them a little sad. Stern Camellia explains that the magician said that he won only because of them, and they just need to understand that they helped. This could not but make the cute little goddesses happy, who danced around rejoicing that they had driven away the winter by helping Elric. Returning to his comrades Norris and King Valens, the wizard asks how everything went, hinting at the young king's speech. The Tiger King is very happy to say that everything went smoothly, and thanks to Elric they were able to convince everyone. The magician hints that even though he initiated the meeting, it was King Valens who convinced everyone. Norris admits that when he saw the young ruler negotiating, it was as if he saw Elric in his place. The man whom the King of the Mountains admires so much was born with all the qualities worthy of a future king. All the actions of the Merbinger family will have an impact on the continent, so they must become allies under any circumstances. The guards who were assigned to guard the body of the Blood Wolf King still do not believe that the Fury King fell in battle. They gossip that the man known as Merbinger must be very strong because he is known to have defeated the Ice General. Elric's next mistake was to leave his body on the ground, and the same copy demon leaked in. The demon copy of Azazel knew that the defeated Bloody Wolf King was the work of Elric Merbinger and was furious. The copy of Azazel is furious. He nearly saved his body by stealing the cultists' forces, but when he arrives he sees that the king and the general have already been defeated. The cult put decades of labor into the Bloody Wolf King to get their hands on the Ice General, but again, things didn't go according to plan. Unite the Blood Wolf King. Getting the Winter's Seal would have been a matter of time before he admitted that they should have gotten rid of Elric back when he was sick with the disorder. We should have gotten rid of this Merbinger bastard, but their overconfidence got the better of them, and in this case there was only one way out, and this is the way to awaken the demon they put in the Bloody Wolf King. Now, calling out to the god of demons in front of the lifeless body of the Bloody King, he begins the ritual. The demon gives up his life in exchange for asking the gods of the Dark Realm to pay attention to their faithful subject. The demon's head hangs limply when the higher powers say that his wish has been heard and fulfilled. The defeated king of the barbarians looks very sad in the eyes of the one who summoned him. Therefore, enveloping the demon's body in black mana from all sides, the demon whispers to the king to gain these powers by absorbing them. The demon urges the king to live with these feelings and constantly drown in his own hatred for all living things. This is what the dark ritual of resurrecting the dead and transforming the defeated from ordinary creatures into demonic ones looks like. This is how higher-ranked demons are born, and it is one of the ways to become a demon king. It is then that new paths open up for the one who has become a demon. The resurrected fox demon finally opens his eyes. Merbinger is asked what he is going to do with the general of the icy cold, and he replies that since he has all the elements of winter, there is only one thing to do. He will finally finish this winter completely, and Camellia asks if he knows how to do it. The magician honestly replies that he has no idea and hasn't even heard anything about it, and asks if Camellia herself knows anything. The goddess mysteriously answers if she knows, she knows. If she doesn't know, she doesn't know, which confuses the magician. The mage is knocked out of the negotiations by a sharp rumble of earth and demonic mana approaching them. The young magician cannot believe what is happening now, and recalls the words of the Bloody Wolf King. Now he understands the words of the Bloody King that his death does not mean his end. Believe it or not, the Bloody King was reborn in a new beginning as a real demon. Now it's a powerful demon that has lost the last shreds of reason and is ready to destroy everything in its path. Camellia explained that someone had sacrificed himself and used the demon's power to revive the king, and he could become the new general of the Ice Cold. The blonde knew that everything was going too smoothly for him to finally relax. The magician orders Hayes and Sean to immediately gather all the anthropomorphic werewolves and get them out of the city. When the blonde man explained to them what was happening, two of them immediately asked what would happen to him, and he assured them that he would take care of himself and told them to leave immediately. The fox starts to get out of control in a new form of a tailed demon attacking Merbinger. Mephistopheles asks if the magician is sure that he can handle it because this is not the kind of opponent the magician can handle on his own. Camellia confirms Mephistopheles' words and says that he was so lucky to defeat the Ice General, but this time he will not be so lucky. But the magician, as always, has a plan of action and says that he wanted to use it later because he had no training. But there is no choice, and the goddess asks what he is up to. This crazy genius has a plan to end winter right now, and puts a crystal in his mouth to absorb it completely. This move frightened even the goddess Camellia and the demon Mephistopheles, who ordered him to spit out the damn crystal immediately. As soon as the ice crystal merged with Elric's body, it was covered in ice cracks from the ice mana that overwhelmed him. When the mana of ice has left Merbinger's body, he puts his hand forward and activates the seal in order to summon winter and end it here and now. With the powers given to him by the seal of winter and the north wind, the blonde man begins to spin in a blue whirlpool. Mephistopheles says that this asshole is creating problems again, and he's right again. An ice crystal is a mystical artifact with unique unknown properties, and that's enough. But the ice general inside is a lottery. This is the same entity that turned the Black Fieldlands into an icy, snowy wasteland and roamed them for centuries, instilling fear. Although Camellia is confident that Elric will cope with the task, it is a big risk to do it without preparation. Whether his human nature changes or his body breaks down due to the overload of extremely strong mana, Camellia realizes that the blonde is in trouble again. The mage knew all along about the mana glut and the extraordinary amount of mana, and sees that his seals of coldness and cruelty are rapidly absorbing energy. But everything has its limits, especially Elric's human body, and he feels that his body is starting to break down. His mana lines can no longer withstand the extremely fast growth rate of his mana, and his body explodes. But in spite of everything, he has no right to give up and will go all the way to defeat the fox forever. Overworked and exhausted, Elric falls into a state of sleep and is overcome by the icy mana of Otto Merbinger's environment. The magician again finds himself in a snowy area that is painfully familiar and realizes that he is back in the mental world created by the mind. The blonde heard familiar voices and Otto Merbinger speaking in the true form of the Ice General, asking if she would go further with him. Without hesitation, the little girl nods her head and agrees to go on with old Otto. Otto asks her how she can trust him so easily, even if she doesn't know if he will hurt her. The girl looked at him silently with her big amber eyes and nodded her head again because she felt that Otto would not offend her. Otto von Merbinger recognizes how good the Ice General really was, how he saw the threat and how he could see her as his enemy. With his arm outstretched, Otto invites the girl to go with him to the other side of the world and promises that she will never be sad there again. The girl happily hugs Otto as if he were her own person and laughs happily, and Otto asks her if she's happy now. She is really happy, but when she sees who has come, she is distracted and looks at her dear friend Elric, who has become his friend. The girl jumps up and runs to meet her friend and is happy to see someone who understood her wishes and played with her. The girl silently bows her head to Elric, thanking him, the magician, for saving her soul and freeing her from the curse. The magician replies that she does not need to thank him and advises her to concentrate on how she will play on the other side of the rainbow. Otto says that he did better than he and Ustan expected, and they knew that he would defeat the Ice General by imprisoning her in an ice crystal. He was also able to see who the general really was, to understand her heart, and to comfort her unfortunate soul. Otto replies that if he had known this earlier and understood how to save the general, she would never have suffered so much. In any case, Otto specifically rejected the latter method and admits that the descendant has done better than expected, and the magician asks for a winter. Otto says that he never said that Elric was competent enough and explains that he has room to grow, but the magician says that he has done enough and is entitled to. Gray says he didn't say he wouldn't give him the winter, but that he thinks Elric is not worthy of it and will give it to the mage when he decides it is necessary. He orders Elric to grow and train, and the magician jokes about luring the general to him by saying that Otto is a bad person and she shouldn't go anywhere with him. The general is like a real little girl who is trusting and goes to her new best friend Elric, leaving Otto behind. The young Merbinger suspects that Otto wants to pull something off by bringing the general with him and says that he will not do it without his permission. Gray admits that every day Elric grows higher and higher than his level and size, not understanding how their family came to such brazen blackmail. Elric replies that it is not Otto, who is doing everything to mock his offspring, who says this and asks him insistently if he is going to give up the winter. Otto admits that he was joking about the winter, but that possessing it really won't do him any good for now and he needs a stronger foundation for growth. Merbinger would like to know how to build that foundation himself, but the foundation from the outside in the real world does not promise anything positive. The problem is that Elric fell into a comatose trance state right during the battle, which is not a good sign. The goddess Camellia tries to wake him up with flower magic and begs Elric to wake up. Otherwise, the situation will turn into a very sad ending for the magician, and the Bloody King will win. The blonde hints that if he doesn't, he will be beheaded. Otto exhales dramatically, asking how he could speak to his own honored ancestor like that. But finally, he lets go of the blonde, giving him the freedom to go on and do what he has to do. But he asks to return to Otto's personal residence when the situation on the ground improves to gather all the materials for a real winter. One way or another, Elric's exhausted body is in a trance right on the battlefield and Camellia begs him to open his eyes. By directing his flower divine energy at the magician, he tries to speed up the magician's awakening so that he returns to normal. The cursed fox demon is gaining momentum and poses a great threat to Merbinger. Winter will surely find him in his hungriest and most terrible form. We hope that he will not be devoured by demons. Therefore, it is time to gather all our strength and declare who is the king and who deserves to wear the crown on his head. The damned fox demon crawled out when an icy flash of prickly mana flew into his face. And now the revived Merbinger returns to the arena in full bloom with the power of winter. Mephistopheles realizes that even though Otto Khan helped him, he needs to have a monster talent to absorb the seal of a general. The fox demon releases a powerful red flash from its mouth, preparing to attack with rage and power to roast the damned mage like a pig. Using the power of the winter he has been given, Elric begins to beat the fox demon with the magic of ice. With this new power of winter, Elric is going to freeze the fox, who is already provoked to aggression. Camellia sees that the magician has indeed received winter and has mastered it perfectly, freely controlling winter. The fox is not inferior to his sworn enemy and waves his claws so as to take off his head in a fit of aggression. But he doesn't even have time to touch it when the magician pierces it through with a gust, driving the nail into the king's coffin again. The power of its magic is at a new level thanks to the harmonious combination of all the elements of winter needed for this. A new seal with snowflakes appeared on the young magician's hand, the very seal of winter he had been talking about. With this push, the wizard knocks the horns off the Bloody King's head, causing him even more pain and enraging him to the point of infuriating him. Watching the screams of the Bloody Wolf King, the blonde recognizes how loud this ugly creature is, so he immediately chains the demon fox's face, forcing him to finally shut his stinking mouth. In the end, the blonde can enjoy the silence and the fact that the damn thing is one step closer to being absorbed. This is true. And this damn demon is bound by chains of mana that he cannot break with any effort. Now it's up to us to tie this bastard up in the winter so that he doesn't escape. Chains of icy mana begin to envelop the body of the Bloody King, no matter how hard he tries to escape. He had nowhere to run anyway, so the demon was chained up just like the Ice General had been chained up. Merbinger flew like an arrow over the fox demon's head, attracting the monster's attention and telling him that the time for reckoning had come. It is time to end this battle, just like winter, and Merbinger is the only one who can do it. He rejoiced early on as the fox demon broke through the mana chains and freed himself from his own, putting the magician in a difficult position. Blondie bitterly admits that the bastard became even stronger during the battle. It seems that the energy this bastard releases from himself is stronger even than the energy of the Seal of Winter. The demonic Blood Wolf King absorbs the demonic energy in the air and grows stronger minute by minute. To kill the demon, you need to destroy its core, but it's hard to get close because of the defense created by the Foxfire. According to Elric, if the situation is left unchanged, it could lead to the emergence of a new Demon King. The Duke of the Shining Star thought that if the enemy opened up even a little bit, he could do something, but he saw nothing of the sort. Yu asks if he needs help and the magician says that he is just hungry, so he climbed out right now. Yu, as a demon Preta, called Elric a proud, arrogant man who does not want to ask for help normally and never admits that he needs it. The magician says that Yu is willing to do anything if he wants to, and Yu says that he never turns down a good meal. Therefore, Yu, in his best traditions, breaks through to devour such delicious, wonderful mana. Now that Yu has nailed the demon to the ground, he finally has a chance to devour the fox demon without any problems. There's no way to pull off mana fraud here, so the magician has to give it his all. The Duke of the Shining Star decided to use all his magic to end the battle in one blow, even if it completely depleted his strength. The shining star of the Merbinger family will use the last revelation taught to him by the Tiger King to defeat the enemy once and for all. The legendary revelation of the Tiger King Yule is known as the 1,000 Tiger Cuts. It really hurts, so the demon begins to tear himself to pieces in pain and rage. The main thing is that the mage was able to destabilize the core of the Demon King's power. Merbinger can't help but be happy that everything finally worked out the way he wanted it to, but the exhausted heart, supported by the dragon's mana, signaled that it could no longer stand. A sharp pain in his chest let Elric know that the mana of his dragon heart was exhausted and he was in trouble. And having lost control of his body, the weakened Elric flew down with a stone. If Elric misses this chance, he will not have another. Only his very first demonic seal, Mephistopheles, remains. And it shines. Merbinger noticed that the seal of original sin reacts strangely and does not react to a seal of a lower rank. Mephistopheles is annoyed that the remnants of his seal have been suppressed by the demonic energy of Shinnake. He reacts to a low-ranked seal absorbed by demonic energy, and this is only a drop of his powers. And Mephi's power has risen because the dragon's mana is almost gone. But even so, he will have enough of this energy to fulfill his plan. The blonde sincerely hopes that they will never meet the fox again. After that, he charges with all his might with his fist right into the core of the demonic energy. With a well-aimed blow directly to the demon's core, Elric provoked a rift, destroying the body of the demon's heart. The explosion was so strong that it echoed around, and the explosion layer turned out to be like a second sun. The bang was so enchanting that at the other end of the field, King Valens, his guards and the Chancellor were all startled. As befits the leader of his people, Valens hurried to inspect the natural phenomenon that was approaching as a hurricane right at them. Valens could not believe his eyes when he saw such an explosive wave on the course. Yes, spring has come, but this napalm can burn all life and turn a black field into a dry wasteland. Norris orders the royal guard and soldiers to protect Valens at all costs. Norris loyally shields the king from imminent death in the flames of the hurricane with his back. The royal guards clearly understand their powerlessness but continue to stand protecting the king from the attack. They will not be able to stop the fiery, drying wind on their own. At such moments, you begin to blame the stubbornness of werewolves who have isolated themselves from progress and cannot use magic like humans. However, as long as their king is alive, the kingdom will always have a chance to rise from the ashes. The Chancellor gives the order to defend the king even if they burn alive. For a second, the column of fire was almost at their faces when something suddenly pushed it away. A wall saves the king and his vassals from the inevitable death by repelling the fire attack, destroying it on the spot. Norris immediately recognizes the savior as Augustin Naristar. Augustine scolds him for not asking for help from him right away and not waiting. There can be no doubt that this is Augustine Naristar, or the Sage of the White Knight. The character is too colorful by nature. Before going on the mission, Elric asks Augustine to stay out of it, and the latter asks if the magician really wants to do it. The blonde answers that he can't rely on his mentor's help all the time, but the mentor asks what the problem is if he needs help. The young man told the teacher that he was not only his student, but also the patriarch of his house, adding that no one would follow a patriarch who could not act independently. The blonde said he was ready to go any way, even dangerous like his grandfather, and do everything himself to make his home and eventually the whole world shine. After explaining that it is the duty of the family, Merbinger hears the counter-question whether he is going to make the teacher watch him die. Elric promises that this will not happen, and he will never leave the world, especially not so easily. The blonde asked if his mentor and the others could protect King Valens and the anthropomorphs for him, adding that they were very important to him. His task as a teacher is to protect his student and anyone who needs help. Turning his head to the werewolf, Augustine wants to ask the frightened Chancellor something. He asked whether he had met Ustan Merbinger before and received a favorable answer. Then he asked the werewolf to look closely and answer which of the two is the more dangerous magician. For a second, the frightened werewolf was stunned by the way Elric's mentor spoke to him and what he was talking about. The werewolf admitted that he felt an overwhelming force coming from him and asked rhetorically how strong the magician was. The White Knight descended. If the darkness of the Ice General was a pitch-black blizzard that covered the world, this one absorbs all the light around it. The White Knight is a nightmare that devours not only death but the very existence of Chancellor Norris. The werewolves begin to lose control and clutch their heads in despair. Thanks to the feeling of helplessness that arises when you meet him, no one will believe that this power belongs to a human being. This is the legendary elder of House Naristar, who inspires otherworldly fear in any opponent. When all the trouble was over, the werewolf army asks what happened and is told that the flames have been completely extinguished. The Chancellor is standing there wondering what kind of power he needs to have to overcome such a bad weather alone. Meanwhile, the young King Valens rushes to the Prime Minister, and Norris immediately asks if he is all right. Valens informs them that they must return to the city because Sir Elric is in danger. Augustine coughs to remind him that he is here and asks if the king really thinks that his disciple will fall so easily. Meanwhile, Elric and his friends returned to the kingdom with a victory. The king's eyes shone and the tiger cub was ready to cry when he saw his friend. The magician returned shabby but in good health and spirits, which was very encouraging. Hearing Valence call out to him, Elric raises his tired head and wants to say something. Happy to see his friend, the young king salutes him with a victorious paw. The Duke of the Shining Star salutes back, smiling because he sees the little king alive and well. He was about to say something to the king when a terrible pain pierced his head and Elric was shaken. In the end, he falls unconscious right into Isabel's arms in the best genre of cheap soap opera. Frightened, Isabel and Sean rush to the Joker to see what happened to him, and this ignoramus just passed out from overwork and is now snoring. Everyone laughs at the fact that this fool knows how to scare and act out skits perfectly. It was a story of how chaos ended in the lands of a black snowy field, and harmony and spring came. In his imaginary world, Elric is still sleeping under a tall camellia tree amidst warm light and fragrant flowers, when he is awakened by someone's small voice and presence and finally opens his eyes. Again, he saw a sweet, innocent, smiling child's face in the sunlight. The general came to him. The girl sat down in front of him, and looking into her eyes, the magician asks if she has come to say goodbye to him before his last journey. The little ladybug smiles at him with amber eyes and looks very happy. The shining star looks at her with a brotherly warm gaze, rejoicing that he has given peace to an innocent child's soul. Patting the girl on the head, Elric asks her to play well and have fun when she crosses the border and asks her not to be a naughty child. Although he has no idea where this bright soul will go now, he can only hope for one thing. The magician wants only one thing, that wherever this bright soul goes, it should not be offended and should know only happiness from now on. The girl gets up and looks at her friend, asking if he will come back to play with her again. Smiling, Elric says that he will definitely come back to play with her again. Smiling at him for the last time, the girl dissolves in the pink and peachy glow of the evening sky, leaving the scent of flowers in her memory. The petals of the camellia tree were her parting gift to the one who saved her humble soul. The petals touch the face of the sleeping Elric with a gentle sisterly kiss and hug as a sign of boundless gratitude. Finally, Elric wakes up and tells us how long he has been in a coma and is asked if he has woken up yet. All the while, a young king sat by his bedside waiting for his friend to wake up. The magician asked how long he had been sitting there. Camellia said that the blonde would wake up soon, and that Valence had just arrived, to which Elric nodded. Without further ado, Valence hands Elric something that looks like a diary labeled with the tiger's royal family. The magician takes the diary and asks what it is because he has received materials on the art of strengthening the body from it. Valence explains that this is a personal diary left by the Tiger King Yule himself. The blonde says that this diary is a relic of the tiger family, so why does the king give it to the magician? And here's the answer that he just found it in the library. And I found something interesting in this diary, so I marked with a leaf the place that touched the king, and Elric should also read it. So immediately the magician picks up the diary and starts reading, and what he sees there shocks him. A record dated February 14th, where King Yule writes that he found a strange man in the forest who had been taught by an elder the art of strengthening the body and brought him to the tribe. The entry is from February 16th, and Yule was not sure that a person becomes one of the tribesmen, but he was wrong to worry because the guest quickly became one of them. A note from February 17th, where Yule was discussing whether they should settle down, and this young man suggested an ideal place for them to do so, and they settled there. The entry from February, where Yule writes that a person is interested in his body strengthening, and if you look closely, you can see something similar to his techniques in the techniques of a person. A note from April 16th says that the tribe was severely affected by a phenomenon known as the general ice storm, and many were injured. Their man became a guide for them, and they all set out together to hunt down the ice general. There is no way that a simple test could have turned into something like this, and it goes beyond that. The magician realizes that the werewolf mentioned in the book is himself. Even the events associated with the ice general and those that happened later are fully consistent with what he experienced during the test. What Elric read next is beyond belief. Jules writes that his brother disappeared as mysteriously as he appeared. His name was Elric Merbinger, and he was a descendant of the Merbingers from the distant future. Elric reflects on the ordeal that seemed too realistic to be a figment of the imagination and wonders what it has now provoked. The Duke thinks that if the events were real, then there is magic that can bring back the past, but such an omnipotent power seems impossible. However, he cannot know anything about this now and recalls what Otto asked him before giving him the winter. Since Otto ordered his descendant to find him in the residence, he must first return to the Empire. Like a bolt from the blue, Sean bursts into the hall in his trademark style, almost knocking down the door. Sean exhales a sigh of relief when he sees his friend alive, as he was afraid that he would never trample on duckweed again. Knowing his friend, Elric teases that the redhead couldn't have run in so fast just because he woke up. Such things are not spoken of easily, and Sean musters the strength and spirit to tell his friend. The terrible news spreads across the Empire as a real armed conflict has begun, scaring Elric to death.